A 6-year-old girl was expelled from the Tang Sect and turned around to negotiate with Bibi Dong. Family, this plot is explosive. On the day of Tang Qingxi's martial soul awakening, she was scolded by the elder as a bastard and thrown out of the village just because her father is the Tang hammer and her mother has a sword martial soul. Yet she awakened a plant martial soul. I'm not a bastard. Tang Qingxi's gaze was as cold as ice, but inside she was sneering. With you all, how dare you? In her previous life, she was the master of the Yihua Palace, one of the 5 absolutes of the Huashan sword debate. This little humiliation is nothing. She clenched the black jade plum blossom in her palm. This is the signature martial soul of the Yihua Palace. She then plunged into the mountains filled with soul beasts, and a month later, she actually stumbled upon the martial soul city and directly requested an audience with the Pope. I have seen the Pope. Facing Bibi Dong's unparalleled beauty and sacred aura, Tang Qingxi half-bowed slightly, her gaze calm and composed, completely unlike a 6-year-old. Bibi Dong was astonished. You really don't look like a child. Tang Qingxi immediately revealed her card. I possess innate full soul power. Join the martial soul hall. Help me take revenge, and in the future, I will guide the Tang Sect for you. As she spoke, the petals of the black jade plum blossom scattered, shrouded in black mist. What a spectacle. This should be able to increase my value. Family, will Bibi Dong take her as a disciple? How powerful is this black jade plum blossom martial soul? When she returns to take revenge on the Tang Sect, will she even beat Tang San? The next chapter is going to be high energy. Bibi Dong looked at the black jade plum blossom and suddenly smiled. From today on, you are my closed-door disciple. Tang Qingxi immediately gained top-tier resources, and her cultivation speed directly crushed her peers. Bibi Dong couldn't help but show astonishment. Innate talent domain? Your martial soul is stronger than I expected. Family. The wild girl expelled at 6 became the most formidable presence in Shrek 8 years later. After being thrown out by the Tang Sect, Tang Qingxi turned around and was accepted as a disciple by Bibi Dong, starting off at a full throttle. 8 years later, on the streets of Sodo City, Tang Qingxi was breathtakingly beautiful in a black dress, with a white furred cat perched on her shoulder. This cat could actually speak. Is Xiao Wu really coming to Shrek? This broken academy is too poor. Tang Qingxi sneered. With me around, what's there to fear about being poor? Indeed, the entrance of Shrek looked as shabby as a village convenience store, with an old man lazily sitting at the registration desk. One parent protested. So what if my son is a bit overage? You don't look under 13 either. Tang Qingxi smiled. That's right, I'm 14. The old man's eyes lit up. Should have been in Shrek 2 years ago. Now definitely a senior big shot. Didn't you check the academy's rules before coming? We only accept children under 13, and they must have soul power above level 20. That your child clearly doesn't meet either requirement. In the crowd, Tang San and Xiao Wu were waiting in line, with Xiao Wu's scorpion braid swaying, completely unaware that this beautiful senior was staring at her. What does Tang Qingxi want with Xiao Wu? Family, do you think Tang Qingxi will give that parent a lesson on the spot? Will she and Xiao Wu become friends or rivals? The next chapter is going to be high energy. Tang Qingxi saw Tang San and suddenly smiled. The seed of the Tang Sect has indeed come. Tang San's pupils shook. How did she know? What do you mean you can't get in either? Family. The scene at Shrek's enrollment exploded. A parent complained about the school's shabby condition and wanted a refund, even trying to make a move, but Tang Qingxi shot a glance over, and the person plopped down to kneel without even releasing their martial soul, just relying on her aura to overwhelm. Is this where you cause trouble? Tang Qingxi casually tossed out 10 gold soul coins, and the parent was so frightened that they grabbed their child and ran, not even daring to pick up the money. Dai Mubai rushed over. Sister, she is back. Your aura is getting stronger and stronger. But Tang Qingxi glanced at him. It's been over a year. Why hasn't your soul power increased much? Dai Mubai instantly shrank back, who told him that this senior had beaten him in a submission 2 years ago. The old man suddenly released 6 soul rings, leaving the parents dumbfounded. The ones in charge of registration are all soul emperors. Originally over 100 people in line, in the blink of an eye, only a dozen or so remained under 13 level 21 soul power. This is an enrollment. It's clearly selecting monsters. Dai Mubai pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Sister, she look, these two are real monsters. Tang Qingxi smiled, pointing at Ning Rongrong in the line. That's the young lady of the 7 treasure glaze tile sect. Try provoking her? Then she pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. That's your fiancé with the nether cat martial soul. Dai Mubai was completely stunned. When did I get a fiancé? Family, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing are here. Are the Shrek 7 monsters about to gather? What is Tang Qingxi's prophetic ability all about? The next chapter is going to be high energy. During the test, Tang San revealed his twin martial souls, and Tang Qingxi suddenly spoke. The Haotian hammer is good, but your blue silver grass is not as good as my black jade. Plum blossom. Tang San was shocked. How did she know about the Haotian hammer? What? Family? Dai Mabai's expression was like he had been struck by lightning. When Tang Qingxi said Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancé, his eyes were about to pop out. When did I have a fiancé? Tang Qingxi glanced at him. You think about it slowly 3 years later, during the continental competition, it'll ruin you first. Dai Mubai instantly shrank like a quail. Sister Shi, I was wrong. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu had just passed the initial test, and Dai Mubai began spilling the beans. Did you know? Sister, she is the scariest monster in Shrek. She can break through without relying on soul rings. She beat me into submission 2 years ago. Breaking through without relying on soul rings? Tang San was stunned. This completely shattered Yu Xiaojiang's theory. Then Tang Qingxi casually said, I'm only level 25 now. Dai Mubai quickly waved his hands. Don't be fooled by her. At level 25, she can rub me, who is over level 30, into the ground. Tang San was even more confused. How could she be so fierce without higher soul power? Xiao Wu, holding the white cat given by Tang Qingxi, looked at her with sparkling eyes. Sister Shi, you're amazing. Tang Qingxi smiled and directly told Dai Mubai. Call out Ning Rongrong. These few can go straight to the 4th round, and the 2nd and 3rd rounds are exempt from testing. Family, can you be exempt from testing with level 25 soul power? Where does Tang Qingxi's confidence come from? What awaits them in the 4th round? The next chapter is going to be high energy. The examiner of the 4th round, Zhao Wujia, was about to make things difficult, but Tang Qingxi directly released the black jade plum blossom. How about we spar first? Zhao Wujia immediately backed down. Sister Shi calls the shots. Selling sausages, selling sausages. Come and have a look. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet. Family. The most cowardly student appeared in Shrek Academy. Oscar was selling sausages, and when he saw Tang Qingxi, he was so frightened that his soul flew out. He pushed his cart and ran. Sister Shi, hello. I'm leaving now. Tang San was dumbfounded. Is this sausage really that terrifying? Tang Qingxi smiled and explained, his sausage soul skill is unbearable to listen to. I beat him every time I see him. Dai Mubai quickly added, Ma Hongjun is even worse. He teased Sister Shi back then and almost got ruined. Now he hides whenever he sees her. Goodness, they haven't even entered the academy yet, and they've already felt Sister Zai's terrifying rule. When they reached the 4th round, Zhao Wujin opened his eyes and saw Tang Qingxi instantly exploding in anger. You actually created another talent domain. Is this thing wholesale for you? Tang Qingxi raised her small hand, and a black-red light burst forth, cold, murderous intent directly pressing toward Zhao Wujin. Teacher Zhao, do you want to give it a try? Zhao Wujin instantly cowered. Assessment first. Assessment first. This is the final round. If you pass my test, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. The test content is for the 4 of you to work together to withstand my attack for the duration of an incense stick. Essay result. Zhao Wujin announced the test content. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing must join forces to withstand him for an incense stick. Dai Mubai was anxious. Teacher Zhao, this is bullying children. Zhao Wujin stubbornly replied, I want to use my full strength. Family, do you think these 4 little monsters can hold on? Will Tang Qingxi secretly help? The next chapter is directly high energy. As soon as Zhao Wujin made his move, Tang San threw out blue silvergrass, and Xiao Wu instantly teleported to kick his face, only to be slapped away by Zhao Wujin's sister Shi. Couldn't stand it anymore, and the black jade plum suddenly bloomed. Teacher Zhao, be gentle. Tang San and the others didn't feel anything about this testing method, but Dai Mubai looked serious. You guys come over a bit. Family, a level 76 soul sage beating up 4 kids? This test is too outrageous. Zhao Wujin is actually going to make a personal move, and Tang San and the others were almost scared out of their souls. This is the immovable king who can break out from 10 spirit. Hall title Douluo's. Tang Qingxi was still adding fuel to the fire. Teacher Zhao has thick skin and high defense. You can't hurt him, but just one hit from him will be enough for you. Dai Mubai nodded vigorously. Sister, she is right. Back then, I was knocked out for 3 days by 1 punch from him. As a result, the 4 of them revealed their martial souls, and the scene exploded. Tang, Sand, Blue Silvergrass, level 29 control, Xiao Wu Rabbit, level 29 attack, Ning Rongrong. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, level 26 support, Zhu Zhuqing Go Shadow Cat, level 27 agility attack. This configuration is simply tailor-made for a team battle. Ning Rongrong made her move with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. First, power. Second, speed. Tang San and the others instantly felt their bodies filled with energy. Their speed increased by 30%. 7 treasures turn out the glaze. 7 treasures have a name. First, power. 7 treasures have a name. Second, speed. But Zhao Wujin didn't follow the routine at all, directly smashing his fist into the ground to unleash a wide area attack. Targeting Ning Rongrong, wanted to take out the support first. Tang San reacted super quickly, throwing out blue silver grass to bind Ning Rongrong before jumping away, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing took the opportunity to flank him. Family, do you think this wave of cooperation can withstand Zhao Wujin's first wave of attack? Will Tang Qingxi be unable to resist making a move? The next chapter is directly high energy. Zhao Wujin was enraged and released his 4th soul skill gravity compression, and Xiao Wu was immediately immobilized, while the white cat on Tang Qingxi's shoulder suddenly exploded in anger, dare to hurt Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu didn't need to see with her eyes to know where Tang San's hand was. The two had known each other for 6 years and had developed a strong tacit understanding. She lightly tapped the tips of her toes on Tang San's palm, using the momentum to shoot towards Zhao Wujin like an arrow. Zhao Wujin saw that pounding the ground with his fists had no effect and instead had a slight smile on his face. As Xiao Wu lunged at him, he didn't dodge, even putting his hands behind his back, appearing to let Xiao Wu attack him. Xiao Wu completed her martial soul possession in midair, her feet landing on either side of Zhao Wujin's neck. 2 muffled sounds echoed as Xiao Wu's feet landed on Zhao Wujin's shoulders, but he didn't even budge, just grinning. Seems like there's not much strength. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, her toes suddenly retracting, pressing against the sides of Zhao Wujin's neck, her delicate body twisting powerfully in midair. With just her strength, she couldn't move Zhao Wujin, but she wasn't the only one attacking. Vines filled with spikes crazily wrapped around Zhao Wujin's body and tightened fiercely, releasing a strong, paralyzing toxin. At the same time, the surging vines were pushing his body upwards. Once Zhao Wujin's feet left the ground, he was instantly spun around in midair by Xiao Wu. Spinning around is quite fun. Zhao Wujin's voice echoed in the air, and Xiao Wu felt her rapidly spinning body freeze, unable to keep moving her opponent beneath her. With a bang, the vines surrounding Zhao Wujin shattered and scattered, and his feet firmly landed back on ground. At that moment, Zhao Wujin's expression changed slightly as he let out a low growl, his entire body suddenly swelling. His muscles expanded almost twice in size, and he grew a meter taller, becoming extremely robust. 7 dazzling soul rings rose simultaneously. A series of dense cracking sounds erupted, and Xiao Wu took the opportunity to lightly tap on Zhao Wujin's shoulder, flipping off him while her scorpion tail coiled around his left foot and pulled with force. The dense cracking sounds were from Zhu Zhuqing attacking Zhao Wujin from behind. Her timing was very clever, perfectly coinciding with the moment Zhao Wujin shattered Tang San's blue silver grass and relaxed his strength while pulling Xiao Wu back, making the effect quite good. However, after Zhao Wujin possessed his martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's attack was no longer so easy to take effect. With a full force strike, she merely tore Zhao Wujin's clothing. Xiao Wu's soft skill also fell flat, unable to shake Zhao Wujin in the slightest. Tang Qingxi saw very clearly that Xiao Wu's was exactly countered by Zhao Wujia. The difference in strength was too great, and her was completely ineffective. Meanwhile, the blue-silver grass was broken, and Tang San's face turned a bit pale. However, he still rushed forward in a single leap, and the vines reappeared around Zhao Wujia. He activated his second soul ring skill, parasitism, which caused Zhao Wujia's body to momentarily slow down as he prepared to exert his strength. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Tang San approached Zhao Wujia, while Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind him. After activating her martial soul, she struck at his throat and grabbed the base of his ear, both of which are the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Tang San swung a punch towards Zhao Wuji's chest. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, not in a hurry to break free, and puffed out his chest, wanting to see how strong Tang San really was. However, Zhao Wuji's laughter suddenly stopped when he was surprised to find that Tang San's seemingly full-strength punch was actually as light as a feather. As he concentrated his soul power at his chest, he immediately felt that he had used the wrong kind of force. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu's strength was enough to move Zhao Wuji, but if it were his own strength, it would be a different story. Tang San's right fist suddenly transformed into a palm, retracting his hand as he executed the control crane catch dragon technique in an instant, pulling Zhao Wujia's body forward, causing him to stagger. Tang Qingxi was momentarily stunned by this scene, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. At the same time, Tang Sect stepped forward with his right foot, kicking at Zhao Wujia's toes. Even though Zhao Wujia had immense soul power, he couldn't help but lose his balance at that moment. Rise. With the clever technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Tang Sect shouted loudly and actually lifted Zhao Wujia up. Zhao Wujia was completely off the ground, giving Xiao Wu the opportunity to act. Her long legs wrapped around Zhao Wujia's waist, and her hands grabbed his ankle. The first soul ring shone brightly, spinning Zhao Wujia's body in the air 3 times, causing his head to point downwards and crash heavily to the ground. Although Zhu Zhuqing's attack did not cause any destructive effect, it did interfere with Zhao Wujia, allowing this attack to be completed. Just before Zhao Wujia's body was about to hit the ground, Xiao Wu was lifted by Tang Sect's blue silver grass and gracefully landed after a turn in the air. Boom! Zhao Wujia's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, with his entire head sinking into the soil. Xiao Wu landed on Tang Sect's shoulder, balancing on one foot on his right shoulder, breathing heavily. She had exerted all her strength in that last attack. Tang Sect, did we go a bit too hard? Xiao Wu asked nervously. Tang Sect shook his head. Teacher Zhao hasn't used his soul skills yet. At this moment, the incense on the ground has only burned a third. Chapter 7. Tang Sect disciple Tang Sect. However, in the previous joint attack, he, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had almost exerted all their strength. At this time, Zhao Wujia pulled his head out. For him, a soul sage, several soul masters in their 20s were too weak. He just wanted to play with the kids. However, underestimating the enemy often comes at a cost, and their cooperation caused this immovable king to suffer a loss. Zhao Wujia patted the dirt off his head and said irritably, "Damn it, an 80-year-old woman has fallen on her child. It seems I can't take it lightly anymore. Xiaobai, why are you laughing? Come find me for combat class tomorrow." Seeing Zhao Wujia's disheveled appearance, Dai Mubai, who was beside him, couldn't laugh anymore upon hearing this. Tang Qingxi also smiled slightly and said loudly, "It is clear that the 4 students we have recruited this time are all excellent. Good. Let's continue." Zhao Wuji stepped forward, heading straight for Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. Tang Qingxi took this opportunity to secretly observe Tang Sect. She wanted to see whether it was just a coincidence that similar techniques appeared, or if this guy, like herself, was also a foreigner. "Xiao Wu, meteor hammer," Tang Sect called out. Xiao Wu then leaped forward again, aiming a kick at Zhao Wujia's head. At the same time, dozens of blue-silver grasses surged out from around Tang Sect, wrapping around Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia raised his hand to slap at Xiao Wu, but before her body reached him, she suddenly changed direction, causing him to strike empty air. Xiao Wu then swooped past from the side, kicking Zhao Wujia's shoulder. The method of the hidden weapon meteor hammer is quite interesting, Tang Qingxi whispered with a smile. "Sister Shi, what did you say?" Dai Mubai, who was nearby, seemed to hear Tang Qingxi say something but did not catch it clearly. "It's nothing." Tang Qingxi shook her head. In the arena, Tang Sect was using the entanglement of the blue-silver grass to control Xiao Wu's agile movements in the air to launch attacks. Unfortunately, it was of no use. It couldn't shake Zhao Wujia's strong defense. Zhao Wujia was momentarily stunned by the kick and finally decided to take things seriously. These kids would all become his students in the future. If this continued, he would lose all face, making it hard to teach them. Zhu Zhuqing was also not idle. 2 yellow soul rings lit up, and she leaped into the air, spinning rapidly as she charged at Zhao Wujia. At the same time, Zhao Wujia was kicked. Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill, Ghostly Claw, struck his back, cutting rapidly into Zhao Wujia's back as she spun. Roar! Zhao Wujia let out an angry roar, and his first soul ring lit up. A strong golden light burst forth in an instant, sending Zhu Zhuqing flying. When Tang Qingxi saw the soul ring light up, she quickly dashed over. A flash of black and red light passed by, causing Zhu Zhuqing's body to sway. Although she was knocked back, the golden light did not fully hit her. Dai Mubai quickly caught Zhu Zhuqing, who was gasping for breath, feeling the pain in her arms, and looked gratefully at Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi's domain is a fusion of 2 fields. One is the domain of the god of killing, and the other is her original talent domain, which can disrupt enemy attacks and increase her own evasion ability. If the domain hadn't enveloped at that precise moment, Zhu Zhuqing would have suffered much more serious injuries, and her arms would likely be dislocated. Xiao Wu also suffered as a result. However, as the black and red light enveloped them, Tang Qingxi was also closer to Xiao Wu, directly taking her to avoid the attack. In a flash, her figure even left behind a trail of afterimages. Tang Sect also let out a muffled groan, but he was the farthest away. And although he wasn't engulfed by the domain, he wasn't heavily injured. Xiao Wu. He was more concerned about Xiao Wu's situation. Brother, I'm fine. Xiao Wu, taken away by Tang Qingxi, was relatively unscathed, while Zhu Zhuqing was the one who suffered the most. Zhao Wujia's move was just the first soul ring skill, the immovable king body, which directly broke the combined attack of Tang San and the others. Meow. An angry cat's roar erupted, as the white cat on Tang Qingxi's shoulder furiously fluffed up its fur, and its body seemed to be on the verge of growing larger. Tang Qingxi pulled Xiao Wu behind her and pressed down on the white cat on her shoulder, saying, "It's not a big deal, you don't need to step in yet. This is an assessment for the four of us. What would it count if you intervened? If you're not happy, I'll help you vent later, but the assessment isn't over yet." Xiao Wu cast a subtle glance at Tang Qingxi. She had previously sensed that this white cat was a soul beast, and its age should not be low. However, it seemed to have some means of concealment that even she couldn't probe into. A person who was willingly followed by a soul beast made Xiao Wu even more curious about Tang Qingxi. At that moment, Zhao Wujia suddenly increased his speed, seemingly arriving in front of Tang San in just one step. Tang San quickly used the ghost shadow perplexing track to escape from Zhao Wuji's attack range. Tang Qingxi's gaze became increasingly playful. The ghostly shadows had emerged. Which kid from the Tang Sect's inner circle was this? I wonder if I know him. Zhao Wujia didn't really strike down with that palm. He didn't want to actually hurt these children. Ning Rongrong looked at the incense that had only burned halfway and felt a bit anxious. Zhao Wujia didn't continue to pursue Tang San. Do you need me to make another move? You can't possibly hold out until the incense burns completely, so you might as well admit defeat. The time isn't up yet. Before Tang San and the others could retort, Tang Qingxi spoke up first, besides Teacher Zhao. You said yourself that as long as one person is still standing before time is up, it's considered a pass. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were saved by me and Mu Bai after all. If it weren't for my intervention just now, they would have lost their combat ability, which means they can't fight anymore. There are still 2 left in the arena. Haha. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. There are only 2 left. How can they still fight against me? Not necessarily. Tang Qingxi lightly glanced at Tang San. Your name is Tang San, right? So what do you say? Do you dare to continue the battle? Disciples of the Tang Sect, it's best to have a bit of pride. So, show me all your skills and continue. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu. His gaze toward Zhao Wujia was somewhat cold. If it weren't for that sister she mentioned by Dai Mu Bai, Xiao Wu would definitely suffer significant harm. Please take good care of Xiao Wu, Tang San said to Tang Qingxi. Zhao Wujia was taken aback for a moment. What? You still want to continue? I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand even one of my attacks. Of course. Zhao Wujia wouldn't truly refuse these kids' admission just because the incense stick hadn't burned out. He was pleasantly surprised by the strength they displayed. To be able to cooperate so seamlessly without any prior practice, their future potential was limitless. Compared to the current academy students, they were definitely stronger. Except for that big monster Tang Qingxi. This girl could really last through an entire incense stick under her own attacks, and seemed to do so with ease. His words were somewhat harsh, but he just didn't want these kids to become arrogant because of their talents. Tang San wanted to give a try to see if he could continue and find out through further sparring. He was not one to easily admit defeat and wanted to vent some frustration for Xiao Wu. Judging by Zhu Zhuqing's situation, if it weren't for Tang Qingxi, Xiao Wu would have been severely injured. He quietly moved his fingers, slowly gathering his full power, already prepared to go all out. He was Tang San from the Tang Sect. Apart from his martial soul and soul skills, he had other means. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi secretly smiled. She wanted to see just how strong this Tang Sect disciple really was. Chapter 8. The Power of Tang Sect's Hidden Weapons. Tang San still deeply remembered a phrase from the Tang Sect's ultimate secret manual, the Xiantian treasure record. Never try to play the pig to eat the tiger, or else you might truly become a pig. Now he fully understood the meaning of this phrase. If the one he faced earlier was not a teacher from Shrek Academy, but an enemy, and if it weren't for Tang Qingxi's presence, Xiao Wu would have likely found it hard to escape. Moreover, he hadn't even used his true strength. At this moment, Tang San decided not to hide anymore. He wanted to see how strong he had become. Ning Rongrong only needed to focus on amplifying Tang San's abilities, which made things much easier for her. Tang San's hands gradually turned white, as pure as jade. Only Tang Qingxi noticed this detail. It seemed that her cultivation of the Xian Jade hand was also quite good. Zhao Wujia clearly felt a change in the aura around Tang San. Although he didn't sense any increase in soul power, it inexplicably gave him a feeling of danger. Zhao Wujia was skeptical. How could a child at level 29 make him feel threatened? So he activated his first soul skill, Immovable King Body, and steadily approached Tang San. Teacher Zhao, be careful. Tang San suddenly raised his head, and purple light burst forth from his eyes. Seeing the pair of purple eyes, Zhao Wujie was startled, and his steps faltered. But soon, Zhao Wujie realized that the purple light in Tang San's eyes was not an attack. Then, Tang San's actual attack was unleashed. 10 rays of cold light burst forth from his fingers, aimed at Zhao Wujie's vital points. Zhao Wujie's defense was already formidable. So Tang San naturally didn't hold back at all. The piercing sound of the air being sliced made Zhao Wujie's scalp tingle. Agility was his weakest point, and he could only raise both palms to shield his eyes and the most vulnerable areas, while channeling all his soul power for defense. No one noticed that at this moment, Tang Qingxi's eyes also shone with a hint of purple light, having activated the purple extreme demon, I like Tang San. Capturing the traces of the hidden weapons he shot out. 10 rays of cold light, each targeting vital points, were quite impressive. After shooting out the hidden weapons, Tang San immediately activated Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps and quickly retreated. All 10 rays of cold light struck Zhao Wujie, but under the overwhelming golden light, they were all deflected. Tang San was secretly surprised. Zhao Wujie's defense was indeed formidable. However, if one hidden weapon didn't work, he would just switch to another, not believing that he couldn't break through at least a little. Zhao Wujie also felt a great headache. The hidden weapons shot by Tang San were not only precise, but also simultaneously targeted different vital points, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Moreover, these hidden weapons had strong penetrating power. If he didn't fully activate his immovable king body, he could be injured. Zhao Wujie then shone with the golden light of the immovable king and charged towards Tang San, determined not to keep taking hits like this. As Zhao Wujie rushed in, Tang San showed no signs of panic. He quickly retreated, relying on his ghost shadow perplexing track, while simultaneously spreading his blue silver grass to block Zhao Wujie. Although it wasn't enough to stop Zhao Wujie, the blue silver grass, after being enhanced by soul rings, had become very resilient, making it no problem to delay for a moment. With their cooperation, even though his speed was actually not as fast as Zhao Wujie's, Zhao Wujie still couldn't catch up to Tang San, and several attacks landed in empty space. Tang San moved freely in the arena, dodging Zhao Wujie's attacks. With 2 fewer opponents, his dodging space was even larger, and he didn't have to worry about accidentally injuring his teammates with hidden weapons, allowing him to perform even more freely. At this moment, the spectators around, including Dai Mubai, were filled with amazement and felt a chill down their spines. If it were them, they would have already been hit, given Zhao Wujie's formidable defense. Tang Qingxi's lips curled into a slight smile. This kid had practiced the martial arts and hidden weapons from the Xintian treasure record quite well. The incense was burning unconsciously and had now shrunk to a quarter of its length. The other 3 were secretly excited, as they were about to succeed. Zhao Wujie, who had been chasing Tang San in vain, couldn't help but curse with a laugh. Good guy, you're really slippery. But dragging out time like this wasn't so easy. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Tang San successfully forced out Zhao Wujie's third soul skill. The third soul ring on Zhao Wujie's body, a purple 1,000-year soul ring, suddenly enlarged and then floated down, directly merging into the ground. Suddenly, Tang San felt as if he had sunk into a swamp. His body became heavy, and he struggled to move. Teacher Zhao, that's too much. Dai Mubai couldn't help but complain. Using a third soul skill against a child who is only at level 29 is indeed a bit of bullying. Tang Qingxi is not too worried. It might still not be enough. Tang San's mastery of the ghost shadow perplexing track is not low, and Zhao Wujie's third soul skill is not fully unleashed. Seeing Xiao Wu so nervous, Tang Qingxi stuffed the white cat back in her arms, hoping the cat could help calm her down. Under the influence of gravity, Tang San indeed felt the pressure, narrowly dodging Zhao Wujie's attacks several times. Zhao Wujie, seeing that the incense was about to burn out, couldn't help but feel anxious. As the dignified king of immovable, he couldn't let a 12-year-old child get the better of him. That would be a disgrace. If the other teachers found out, he'd be laughed at. Time was running out, and this exam was about to end. With that thought, Zhao Wujie's fourth soul ring lit up. As the purple light shone, the soul ring actually flew up, as if it had eyes, chasing after Tang San and directly encircling him. Tang San looked confused. This purple soul ring did not bring him any discomfort. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. It should be over now. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force with his legs and suddenly jumped up. Tang San quickly changed his position, but he discovered that Zhao Wujia's figure in the air actually turned in accordance with his movement, still falling towards him. He did not know that Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring skill was a tracking ability. Once locked on, Zhao Wujia could close the distance in an instant by jumping within 100 meters. Tang San realized that he could no longer avoid it. Looking at the incense that was about to burn out, he was also ready to make a final desperate effort. He decided not to dodge any longer. And as he saw Zhao Wujia descending towards him, he immediately activated his second spirit ring skill, Parasite. The seeds of the parasite had already been quietly planted during their previous encounter, and when activated suddenly, the blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around Zhao Wujia tightly. At this moment, just as Zhao Wujia was about to land, he would be unable to launch an attack on Tang Sen the moment he touched the ground. Tang Sen raised his hands, and a sound of metal clashing echoed. 6 cold beams of light erupted from his sleeves. The powerful crossbow arrows, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, shot straight toward Zhao Wujian's face. Zhao Wujian was also startled by the sudden appearance of the crossbow arrows, and the instantaneous King Kong technique was activated. With a loud bang, golden light spread out, and Zhao Wujian not only broke free from the restraints of the blue-silver grass, but also deflected the 6 crossbow arrows aimed at him. Tang San's greatest strength lies not in throwing hidden weapons, but in mechanism-based hidden weapons, which he finally used at this moment. Zhao Wujia did not expect that Tang San had even more powerful means of attack. Although the immovable king blocked the crossbow bolt, the impact of the bolt still left his face stinging painfully. While using the control crane catch dragon technique, Tang San took advantage of the impact brought by Zhao Wujia's immovable king body to leap backward, dodging Zhao Wujia's descending palm. Chapter 9. Tang Qingxi takes action for another battle. Tang San drew his arms in, his chest muscles tensed, and a spray of cold steel needles, shrouded in dense mist, erupted from his chest, meeting the oncoming Zhao Wujia. It was the Tang Sect's hidden weapon, Sand Shooting Shadow. The tea-scented mist caused Zhao Wujia to feel dizzy, and the defense of his immovable king body suddenly dropped by half. At that moment, Zhao Wujia felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered that a cluster of steel needles had broken through his defenses and pierced into his chest. A sense of paralysis and intense pain instantly surged into Zhao Wujia's brain. Poison. Zhao Wujia quickly shook the steel needles out of his body, but the toxin had already entered him. All right, the time has come. Tang San saw that his attack was effective and charged directly toward Zhao Wuji, but a figure suddenly appeared between the two. Tang Qingxi's expression was calm as she raised her hand and pointed at Tang San's chest, halting his movement. Is it time? Tang San suddenly came to his senses and looked at the already burned-out incense. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi watched Zhao Wujia, who was mobilizing his soul power to resist the spread of the poison, and casually picked up a steel needle from the ground. Be careful, it's poisonous. Tang San hurriedly reminded. Zhao Wujia's soul power was formidable, and this level of poison would at most only limit him. But Tang Qingxi was another matter. She could be in danger. It's the poison of the mandala snake. Tang Qingxi was not worried at all, as she sniffed the steel needle at her nose and then said to Dai Mubai. Mubai called Xiao Ao over. Although she could easily detoxify this poison herself, Oscar's second soul skill had a detoxifying effect, so Tang Qingxi didn't bother to take action herself. Tang Qingxi then said to Tang San, rest and recover for a while, and remember to clean up the mess on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Wu also ran over. The previous attack had consumed a lot of Tang San's mental energy and internal power, and as soon as he relaxed, he simply sat down on the ground to rest. Then he crossed his legs and began to circulate his energy to adjust his breathing. Goodness, Tang San's methods are quite terrifying. Dai Mubai looked at the messy scene and felt a bit numb. Besides Shijia, basically no one dared to touch it. It was poisonous. Dai Mubai quickly ran out, shouting at the top of his lungs for Oscar. Oscar, Oscar, come here quickly, there's business. Through the soul power, the sound could be heard by almost everyone in the academy. Kid, are you a hedgehog? Zhao Wujia sat back down in his chair with a frustrated expression, his chest still faintly aching, and he had to constantly suppress the toxins in his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. Tang San smiled apologetically. Teacher Zhao is too powerful. I can only use all my means. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is this all the means they have? It seems like it's still far from enough. Tang San's identity was very clear to Tang Qingxi, and she was quite surprised. She only intended to check on the people around Xiao Wu, but unexpectedly, in her investigation, She uncovered the whereabouts of the long-missing Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, revealing that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. Or rather, in this life, he was Tang Hao's son. Given Tang Hao's innate talent and the uniqueness of Tang San's mother, unless this kid shared the same fate as herself, he would most likely possess a Haotian hammer martial soul. Moreover, the Tang Sect had many hidden weapons, and it was evident that their trump cards had not been revealed yet. This was also the reason why Tang Qingxi stepped in to stop things. It had already gone far enough, and there was no need to expose more. Being a member of the Tang Sect and having a good relationship with Xiao Wu, she felt it was appropriate to lend a hand. Where's the business? Where's the business? Oscar's distinctive soft voice, tinged with excitement, came from a distance and quickly approached. Hearing that Dai Mubai seemed anxious, he simply abandoned his card and ran over alone. However, upon seeing Tang Qingxi, his expression stiffened and his neck visibly shrank. Xiao Ao. Tang Qingxi waved and pointed to Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhao Wujia, indicating 3 recovery sausages and 1 detox sausage for Teacher Zhao. After speaking, she casually took out a gold soul coin and tossed it to Oscar, saying, "No need to look for it." "Hey, thank you, Sister Shi. Sister Shi is so generous." Oscar's eyes sparkled as he received the gold soul coin and then recited his soul mantra, "I have a big sausage." As he finished speaking, a fragrant sausage appeared in his hand with a flash of light. At first, the 4 had only heard Tang Qingxi mention that Oscar's soul mantra was a bit lewd, but they didn't know the specifics. Upon hearing this mantra, all 4 of them frowned, with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively leaning back, physically expressing their rejection. "I'm not badly injured, just a bit exhausted. I just need a rest for a while." Tang San waved his hand to decline. Normally, he would avoid eating if possible, being picky about it, but now that he was injured, he had to obediently eat, as the recovery effect was quite good. Tang Qingxi wasn't polite with the 2 of them. She took the sausage from Oscar's hand and stuffed it into their hands. "You've passed the assessment, and from now on, we are all students of the same academy. There will be times when we fight side by side. We only have 1 food system soul master, so it's not bad to get used to this early on. There is no need to react too much. It tastes proper. Since you are here at Shrek, you may be monsters, but you are no longer pampered young masters or young ladies. You should eat when it's time to eat." Tang Qingxi didn't pay much attention to Zhu Zhuqing, but since Zhu Zhuqing was already more seriously injured, she consciously ate. Tang San hesitated a bit, but under Tang Qingxi's cold gaze, he felt inexplicably intimidated and silently ate the sausage. The remaining sausage and cured sausage were handed to Zhao Wujia by Oscar. Zhao Wujia quickly ate them, and his expression improved significantly. "Teacher Zhao, we passed, right?" Ning Rongrong stood by and confirmed. "Of course, we passed." Zhao Wujia snorted angrily. He could already imagine how the teachers in the academy would mock him after today, and he didn't want to stay any longer, turning to leave. "Teacher Zhao, wait a moment." At that moment, Tang Qingxi called out to Zhao Wujia. "What is it, girl Shi?" She tried to show a more pleasant smile while stroking the white cat in Xiao Wu's arms. "Well, it seems my cat really likes Xiao Wu. You almost hurt her just now, and if I hadn't acted, Xiao Wu might have gotten seriously injured." Zhao Wujia looked at Tang Qingxi's smile, and his eyelids twitched, feeling an ominous premonition. "My cat is a bit angry. You know how hard it is to take care of a soul beast like a cat." As Tang Qingxi spoke, the white cat raised its paw and swatted at her when it heard her critique. Tang Qingxi twisted her waist to dodge. "See, I can't help it. If I don't appease her, it'll be troublesome later. So, let's keep it brief here. Just a small challenge for Teacher Zhao to relieve my little white cat's grievances. I wonder if Teacher Zhao is willing to accept the challenge. I can wait for you to recover. Teacher Zhao can also assess my progress during my time away from the academy." Of course, this reason wasn't entirely fabricated, but it wasn't Tang Qingxi's true purpose. This group of students had considerable abilities and high status. She had to show her strength to establish authority. Zhao Wujia, looking at Tang Qingxi standing there elegantly and politely, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Chapter 10. Martial Soul, Ink, Jade, Plum Blossom, Wow. Dai Mubai and Oscar exclaimed in anticipation simultaneously. They hadn't seen her for over a year and were eager to know what kind of strength sister she had. Of course, more than that, they were relishing the misfortune of others. Neither the teachers nor the students in the academy wanted to engage with Tang Qingxi. Dai Mubai and the others couldn't win against her, and as for the teachers, the difference in soul power was evident. They wouldn't necessarily lose. But as teachers, they couldn't truly exert their full strength against a student. Moreover, Tang Qingxi's soul power was quite unique, possessing strong penetrating abilities that even Zhao Wujie couldn't fully defend against. Even though it wouldn't cause him significant harm, it would still hurt, and Tang Qingxi's soul power also carried a chilling aura, making it very uncomfortable. Zhao Wujie shot a sideways glance at Dai Mubai and Oscar, feeling even more frustrated. Girl Shi, if you're really challenging me, then as your teacher, I have to assess you properly. No problem, Tang Qingxi readily agreed. Come on, let's step aside. Dai Mubai warmly invited Tang San and the others to rest on the side. You can take a good look at Sister Shi's prowess. No rush. Let teacher Zhao rest for a while first. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, indicating that they should take their time. Ning Rongrong looked on with some hesitation and asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Tang Qingxi shook his head. "No need. I'm challenging him alone." After eating Oscar's sausage, Tang San quickly recovered since his injuries weren't severe. He reassured the concerned Xiao Wu, and then curiously looked at Tang Qingxi. After all, he had many prepared Tang Sect hidden weapons, and with Ning Rongrong's support, he dared to fight Zhao Wujie alone. What kind of reliance does this person have? First, welcome all the juniors to school, Tang Qingxi said with a gentle smile at the few of them. I'm looking forward to how the senior will deal with teacher Zhao. Ning Rongrong also smiled brightly, genuinely curious about what methods this person would use to battle Zhao Wujie. Xiao Wu, holding a white cat, glanced at Tang Qingxi several times, realizing that this person was actually going to help her get revenge. By the way, it seems they still didn't know the senior's name. Until now, they didn't even know Tang Qingxi's full name. They just heard Dai Mubai and the others call her Sister Shi. My name is Tang Qingxi. If you don't mind, you can call me sister like Mubai and the others do. I'm actually 2 years older than you, Tang Qingxi replied, her eyes subtly observing Tang San. Tang San couldn't hide his surprise at her words. Tang Qingxi secretly laughed to herself. It was indeed a disciple from the Tang Sect. Anyone from the same era as the Tang Sect disciples would undoubtedly know the name Tang Qingxi, not to mention her identity as the eldest lady of the Tang family. Her betrayal of the Tang Sect back in the day caused quite a stir. However, she truly had no idea which Tang San this was, or if it was someone she knew, as she had left the Tang Sect many years ago. If the opportunity arises, she could have a chat with Tang San. What's wrong, brother? Xiao Wu, who had been paying close attention to Tang San, keenly noticed that his expression was not quite right. Tang San shook his head. It's nothing. Just a coincidence that the senior sister shares the same name and surname as an old acquaintance of mine. Is that so? Tang Qingxi responded casually. Over there, Zhao Wujie had already stood up from his chair, took out a stick of incense, and lit it. All right, come on. Girl Shi, it's still a stick of incense's time, Zhao Wujie said, inserting the incense into the ground. I'm coming. Tang Qingxi nodded and elegantly walked up to Zhao Wujie. Tang San and the others quickly stepped back, leaving enough space. Then I'll announce it. Start, Dai Mubai shouted. Tang Qingxi glanced at the numerous hidden weapons on the ground that Tang San had not yet managed to clear away. She lifted her foot and stomped down, using her soul power to send the hidden weapons at her feet flying, kicking one towards Zhao Wujie. Hey! Zhao Wujie's expression changed, and he quickly activated his immovable king body. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly and floated back. When facing an enemy, you must utilize all available resources. You girl. Zhao Wujie had been greatly troubled by Tang San's hidden weapons earlier. He raised his hand, and the martial soul, Black Jade Plum Blossom, appeared. Tang San and the others all focused on Tang Qingxi, and sure enough, they saw soul power fluctuations, but no soul rings appeared. A few black petals floated in the palm of her hand, and with a casual wave, the petals flew towards Zhao Wujie like a projectile. Tang San's pupils constricted. This person could actually perform the technique of plucking leaves and flying flowers. He wasn't unable to do it himself, but with his current strength, he simply couldn't execute it. How did Tang Qingxi manage to do it? Could it be considered her soul skill? Plucking leaves and flying flowers is a technique that those with profound inner strength in the martial world who are willing to study it can generally learn. Tang San wouldn't hastily judge Tang Qingxi's identity based on this. After all, she had a plant martial soul, so it wasn't strange for her to have developed such a soul skill. The petals struck the golden light but did not bounce off. Instead, they shattered directly. However, Zhao Wujie's body was still affected by chill. He couldn't understand why a plant martial soul that seemed ordinary and without the support of a soul ring would possess such a domineering ice attribute. Zhao Wujie was not interested in wasting time with Tang Qingxi. He had already paid the price for underestimating the previous battle against Tang San and the others, and he needed to regain some face now. He activated his third and fourth soul rings in quick succession. feeling a heavy weight in his body. He saw Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring coming at him, but Tang Qingxi remained unperturbed. Her inner strength surged rapidly as she flickered, leaving 3 afterimages in the arena, making it impossible for Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring to lock onto her. Tang Qingxi's movement technique, known as the Tianqian 9 Shadows, is what she acquired after winning the Heavenly Sword at Mount Huashan and obtaining the 9 Manual. It can be said to be one of the top movement techniques in the martial world, and her Mingyu divine skill from the Flower Palace make her even swifter, resulting in effects far beyond what a mere ghostly shadow from the Tang Sect can achieve. However, due to her current strength limitations, the Tianqian 9 Shadows can only create 3 afterimages, and she cannot unleash the true power of this technique. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujia felt helpless and even activated his 5th soul ring. This was a deep black soul ring that shone with a profound light, and as the soul ring lit up, Zhao Wujia's roar made Tang San and the others tremble. Tang Qingxi felt immense pressure coming from all directions, pushing her towards Zhao Wuji. The pressure surrounding her seemed as if it would shatter her body. However, in terms of physical strength, Tang Qingxi was far superior to Tang San and the others, and even Dai Mubai could not compare to her. Tang Qingxi never leaves herself with shortcomings. The training intensity she sets for herself is quite terrifying. This is also the reason why she was allowed to leave the academy to train on her own without any obstruction. The courses she set for herself far exceed those of the academy by many times. Chapter 11. Substitution. Zhao Wujia is injured even though this is Zhao Wujia's 5th soul skill, the gravity compression of the powerful Vajra Bear martial soul. Tang Qingxi can barely withstand it. However, she would never foolishly remain in place to be pulled by Zhao Wujia's soul skill. Instead, she deftly closed the distance slightly. Then, a flash of black-red light appeared, and the domain was activated. A surge of murderous intent, combined with Tang Qingxi's suddenly heightened momentum, pressed down upon them. Even Zhao Wujia could not avoid being affected by the overwhelming killing aura. After all, having traversed the city of slaughter, Tang Qingxi had undoubtedly killed far more than Zhao Wujia. The city of slaughter is not a place anyone can enter and leave alive. In today's world, only 3 people, including Tang Qingxi, have left the city of slaughter alive and gained the killing field. As the gravitational pressure around her eased, Tang Qingxi immediately struck out with a palm, the gust of her palm sweeping black petals towards Zhao Wujia. At the same time, she gracefully floated away, increasing the distance between them. This palm strike was Tang Qingxi's true attack, and Zhao Wujia did not dare to treat it lightly. He immediately mobilized his soul power for full defense. The momentum of the palm wind was not great, even silent, but when it struck Zhao Wujia, it stirred up waves. Zhao Wujia let out a muffled groan and could not help but shiver. He could sense that Tang Qingxi's soul power level had not increased significantly, but its penetrating power and coldness were even greater than a year ago, enough to breach the defense of the unmoving king. This girl's strength cannot be judged by her soul power level. She is a monster that breaks the norm and should not be measured by conventional standards. Resisting the domain suppression, Zhao Wujia continued to use his 5th soul skill to limit Tang Qingxi and then activated his 4th soul skill for tracking. This time, the soul ring successfully locked onto Tang Qingxi, and as Zhao Wujia decisively jumped, Tang Qingxi remained calm and composed, standing still. With both palms raised, Tang Qingxi moved gracefully, appearing as if she were about to dance. As Zhao Wujia struck down, Tang Qingxi spun lightly, her body glowing red, and she effortlessly raised her hand to meet his attack. However, Zhao Wujia felt as if he had struck cotton or that his palm had plunged into water. It was deflected away by the flow, and he could not control himself. He could only watch helplessly as Tang Qingxi moved elegantly like a dance, her palm pressing against his wrist as if pushing him, guiding his large hand around in a half circle before striking his own chest. Zhao Wujia. For the first time in his life, he was injured by his own powerful Vajra palm. Cough. The power of the powerful Vajra palm was immense, and Zhao Wujia immediately felt a metallic sweetness rise in his throat, nearly spitting out blood. Teacher Zhao, you're taking this a bit too seriously, Tang Qingxi murmured helplessly. I just wanted to establish my authority. The new juniors are quite impressive. If I don't show some strength, I might not hold my position as the Shrek big sister. If you're this serious, it makes things very difficult for me. Dealing with Tang San was at least a matter of 1 soul skill at a time, but against him, Zhao Wujia had nearly used all his first 5 soul skills. This forced her to show some real strength. After returning Zhao Wujia's powerful Vajra palm with a skillful move, he was left feeling chest tight and in pain, and he retracted his other soul skills. Tang Qingxi did not take action again, but instead stepped back once more. Zhao Wujia clutched his chest, coughing repeatedly, and immediately waved his hand. No more fighting, no more fighting. You become even more fierce, Girlshi. It was indeed impossible to continue the fight. He only had 5 soul skills at his disposal, and using the 6th soul skill along with his martial soul's true form would be hard to control. All right, Tang Qingxi readily agreed and called out to Oscar, "Little A.O., bring teacher Zhao another sausage." Okay. Oscar obediently replied and hurriedly took out a sausage to hand to Zhao Wujia. He felt even more in awe of Tang Qingxi. Sister, she was just too formidable. Dai Mubai also gasped. Although Tang Sen had performed well before, he managed to hold on largely due to those strange weapons. Neither Tang San nor he dared to take Zhao Wujia's heavy golden palm head on. Yet, Tang Qingxi not only withstood it, but frighteningly countered it as well. Of course, Tang Qingxi concealed it well, and no one noticed. In reality, her soul power was still heavily depleted. The disparity in soul power was too great, and taking Zhao Wujia's heavy golden palm directly was no easy task. Her soul power was already running low. At this moment, Tang San was lost in thought. Although Tang Qingxi did not use Tang Sect's martial arts, but rather techniques from the Flower Transferring Palace and the 90 Manual, these were things that Tang San, who had only stayed in Tang Sect in his previous life, had never seen before. However, it ultimately belonged to that world, and that martial arts world, where all methods originate from the same source, and he could feel a sense of familiarity. Yet, beneath this familiarity lay a guess that left Tang San incredibly astonished. Tang San suddenly raised his head to look at Tang Qingxi, just in time to meet her gaze returning to him. Tang Qingxi had a slight smile in her eyes. Unnoticed by others, a flash of purple light flickered in her pupils, causing Tang San to widen his eyes in surprise. He almost knelt down to pay his respects. However, considering the potential speculation this action might provoke among others, which would be difficult to explain, Tang San suppressed the urge. He lowered his gaze slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. All right, Mubai, you go arrange for the 4 new students to move in. Tang San remembered to clear the weapons on the ground. Zhao Wuji frowned tightly, feeling quite frustrated. He dropped this remark and turned to leave directly. Tang Qingxi felt a slight sense of guilt and decided to send some good things to Zhao Wuji another day to comfort him. He had a bit of a rough day today. Watching Zhao Wuji walk away, Dai Mubai called everyone to leave. Let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory. As he spoke, he wanted to help Zhu Zhuqing, but she coldly avoided him. Tang Qingxi glanced at Dai Mubai, walked over, and supported Zhu Zhuqing. After she demonstrated her strength, Zhu Zhuqing admired her greatly, thanked her, and obediently cooperated. After waiting a moment for Tang San to finish packing the hidden weapons, everyone headed towards the dormitory area together. However, upon arriving at the dormitory area, Tang San and the others were momentarily speechless at the luxurious buildings that were completely out of place with the academy style. What was going on? Was the academy this poor because all the money was spent on renovating the dormitories? Noticing their strange expressions, Dai Mubai cleared his throat and explained, actually, the original dormitories were just a few simple wooden houses. When sister she came to the school, she found the dormitories too shabby, so she paid for these renovations herself. You all are benefiting from it. That small building over there is sister she's own residence, and these 2 large ones are for us. Each can accommodate about 5 or 6 people, which is just enough for us. The one on the left is for the boys, and the one in the middle is still empty, so you girls can move in. It hasn't been occupied for a long time, so it might need some cleaning. In response, Tang Qingxi simply took out a gold soul coin and threw it to Oscar, saying, "Little Oscar, go to the village and hire a few people to help the junior sisters clean up." Chapter 12. Tang San meets the young lady. There are only 3 people in total, and since Zhu Zhuqing was more seriously injured, Tang Qingxi didn't mind spending money and directly arranged for Oscar to hire people to clean. Oscar took the money and quickly ran to the village to hire people. Tang Qingxi took the white cat back into her arms. Seeing the reluctant look on the cat's face, she unceremoniously pinched its ear, earning a glare from the white cat. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong helped Zhu Zhuqing into the dormitory, first cleaning out a room for Zhu Zhuqing to rest. Tang Sen was also brought into the dormitory by Dai Mubai. After being settled in an empty room, he hesitated and came to the door of Tang Qingxi's residence. Gently knocking on the door, Tang Qingxi opened the door and saw Tang San, directly welcoming him in and casually closing the door. She asked, "So, what is your name in the Tang Sect?" Tang San knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "I've met the young lady. Why are you kneeling?" Tang Qingxi sidestepped directly, stood with her hands behind her back, and looked at Tang San. "Since you know me, you should know that I have betrayed the Tang Sect. So there's no need to follow the sect's etiquette. Where did you come to this world before I left the sect? I don't recall having a disciple named Tang San in the inner sect. Your level of martial arts practice is quite good. You shouldn't be without a reputation." Hearing this, Tang San hesitated and did not get up. After a moment, he bowed his head and said, "Tang San is an outer sect disciple." Outer sect disciple? Tang Qingxi was taken aback, then smiled. "You secretly learned the Xiantian treasure record? You have some guts. Get up. How's your overall learning? Tell me about it." As someone who had already betrayed the sect, she didn't care about the Tang Sect's rules. Tang San hesitated and said, mainly fearing that the young lady would not believe his words. Tang San had attempted to create the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, but for some reason, the Storm Pear Blossom Needle only took form and was not successfully completed. He had already learned all the other martial arts from the Xiantian treasure record, but in this world, he had not practiced them deeply. The Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus is indeed powerful. If you can create the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, then the Storm Pear Blossom Needle should not be a problem. However, this thing requires a blood sacrifice. You didn't know that, right? By the way, how did you come to this world? Tang Qingxi asked again. Tang San, as an outer sect disciple, was discovered for secretly learning the Xiantian treasure record, violating the sect rules, and then committed suicide at Ghostly Worry. Afterward, he came to this world. So you came here after death. But why didn't your father stop you from committing suicide? How could he allow you to do that? Tang Qingxi was astonished, since he had already created the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. What did it matter whether he was in the inner or outer sect? Tang Qingxi couldn't help but shake her head, smiling with a sense of sarcasm and helplessness. The Tang Sect is truly on the verge of decline. In the past 200 years, there have been only two who created the top-tier hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. One was forced to leave, and the other was forced to death. It's really laughable. If I were the sect leader and could create the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, I wouldn't care if you learned the Xiantian treasure record through theft, even if you stole from others. I would at least make you the grand elder of the inner sect. If I weren't in the Tang Sect, I would even make you the sect leader. Tang San found it completely impossible to respond to this, nor did he dare to, and could only silently stand up. All right, it's all in the past now. No need to dwell on it. Your Xiantian skill still needs improvement. You need to practice diligently. Although Tang Qingxi had gained martial arts techniques that surpassed the Xiantian treasure record after leaving the Tang Sect, she had not neglected the Xiantian treasure record. Yes, if the young lady has any commands in the future, you can always ask me, Xiao San, to carry them out. If it weren't for the young lady back then, I might not have been able to stay in the Tang Sect or have a place to call home. Tang San continued respectfully. Tang Qingxi looked at him twice again. What is this about? She had no impression of it. Tang San doesn't have much of an impression of Tang Qingxi, but thinking about it, he can probably guess what happened. It was just that he had to be expelled because of some messy rules of the Tang Sect. But there were quite a few people who were left behind by him, so it's hard to remember clearly. However, she didn't say anything and just nodded. This person has good talent, so maybe he'll be useful in the future. Why refuse? In that case, Tang San, I give you an order. Tang Qingxi said seriously. Protect Xiao Wu, and do not ask why. Tang San blinked in surprise and bowed his head. Don't worry, young lady. Xiao Wu is my sister, and I will do my utmost to protect her. That's good. Tang Qingxi waved her hand. You can go back and rest now. Yes. Tang San clasped his fists and exited Tang Qingxi's residence. As night fell, the entire Shrek Academy fell completely silent. In the daytime exams, apart from Tang San and his three companions, no other candidates managed to pass all four tests. However, this year marked the highest number of enrollments in Shrek Academy in many years. At this moment, Zhao Wujia, as the vice president, had his own residence and was feeling gloomy alone in his room. His chest was still faintly aching. It had endured a lot today. Not only was he injured by Tang San's hidden weapon, but he also received a powerful blow from Tang Qingxi's technique. Today's battle had a significant impact on him. He never expected that just a little itch to stretch his muscles would nearly cause him serious injury. In the past, both of the Tang family members would have perished at his hands. But now his identity was different. He was a teacher at the academy, while Tang San and Tang Qingxi were students, so he could only swallow his frustration. However, with someone as formidable as Tang Qingxi in the academy and the addition of the little monster Tang San this year, Shrek's future looked promising. Zhao Wujie felt quite gratified by this. These students would still need proper training in the future, especially Tang San. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem. Thinking of this, a somewhat wicked smile appeared on Zhao Wujie's face. But just thinking of Tang Qingxi made him curl his lip. It was too difficult to train that girl on his own. Little did he know that Tang Qingxi's appearance had helped him avoid a severe beating. In the shadows, Tang Hao held the Haotian hammer, his expression hesitant. Tang Qingxi and Tang San's conversation inside the room was unknown to him, but he secretly watched that duel during the day. The domain released by Tang Qingxi surprisingly merged with the Killing God domain. At such a young age, to possess the Killing God domain, what kind of identity does this person have? The City of Slaughter is not a place that just anyone knows about or can go to. He himself had a hard time breaking out of the City of Slaughter back then. But at that time, he was already not young. At the age of 13 or 14, the thought of venturing into the City of Slaughter was unthinkable. It was essentially seeking death. What kind of monster could obtain the Killing God domain at such a young age? And which force is behind her, who brought her to the City of Slaughter? Based on a martial soul he was not familiar with, Tang Hao could not determine Tang Qingxi's origins. Before Tang Qingxi, there were only 2 people in the world with the Killing God domain, one of them being him. He was worried that Tang Qingxi was related to the other possessor of the Killing God domain, which would pose a tremendous threat. Chapter 13. Fooling Xiao Wu. After Tang Qingxi sent off Tang San, he went to his room. The white cat was lazily lying by the window. When Tang San came earlier, it sensed something unusual and instinctively stayed away. Tang Qingxi walked over and gently stroked the white cat's fur, softly saying, "That Tang San is from the same world as me and can be considered my subordinate. His talent is quite good. It seems he genuinely cares for Xiao Wu, so it should be fine to keep him by her side. I also ordered him to protect her. Of course, if you have any objections, I can handle it." The white cat slightly raised its eyes and nodded. "As long as you believe Tang San won't harm Xiao Wu, that's fine. Also, I sense an unusual aura lurking in the shadows, very powerful." Tang Qingxi nodded in agreement, her expression calm and unconcerned. "Based on the information I gathered earlier, I should be able to guess who it is. This person does pose some threat to me, but having suffered a loss back then, he should have made some progress over the years. Essentially, I can't be considered his enemy, as long as I don't move against Tang San. He shouldn't take action against me. The path you two are about to take is too difficult. You need to be extra careful." The white cat jumped onto Tang Qingxi's shoulder and pressed its paw against her face. The place she was in had mostly unfavorable relations with the spirit hall, making it hard not to worry. "All right." Tang Qingxi smiled gently and readily agreed. "I will be careful." Morning. Tang Qingxi got up early in the morning, rolled over, and jumped onto the roof, exchanging a glance with Tang San, who was also on another roof. After practicing the purple extreme demon eyes, he jumped down from the roof. Tang Qingxi walked over and advised Tang San, "Don't expose our relationship in public, understand?" Little San understood and nodded in agreement. "By the way, do you still have a martial soul?" Tang Qingxi asked. Tang San looked at Tang Qingxi in astonishment. "How does the young lady know?" Tang Qingxi calmly replied, "I know your father, and given your background, there's no reason you wouldn't inherit the Haotian hammer. I myself am also from the Haotian Sect." "Haotian hammer? My martial soul is the Haotian hammer? Is my father from the Haotian Sect?" Tang San had only some guesses about his martial soul, but no one had ever confirmed it for him. Tang Qingxi raised her eyebrows. "You really don't know? Can a young lady tell me about my father?" Tang San asked eagerly. "Your father is quite a legendary person. It's better to wait for him to tell you himself, or I'll tell you when the time is right," Tang Qingxi said, not daring to say too much. She really couldn't afford to provoke Tang Hao, especially since Tang Hao might be paying attention to Tang San. Her own identity was quite special, standing on the opposite side. Discussing Tang Hao could lead to complications. Just remember not to use the Haotian hammer lightly. And don't add soul rings to it, Tang Qingxi could only remind him. Hearing this, Tang San could only sigh in disappointment. "My father and teacher have also said similar things to me. Your Haotian hammer will bring you trouble, so try not to use it in front of others. As for the soul rings, you can enhance your strength through blue silvergrass. When you reach levels 80 or 90, you can add a 100,000 year soul ring to the Haotian hammer as your first soul ring, instead of starting with a 100-year soul ring like other martial souls. By then, your Haotian hammer will be unprecedentedly powerful. However, it is quite dangerous. If a conflict arises, it could be deadly. At that time, I would do my best to help you," Tang Qingxi explained. If Tang San is really reliable, she will naturally do her best to help him at that time. In this way, Tang San nodded in understanding. Is that young lady also a twin martial soul? Tang Qingxi's martial soul is not the Haotian hammer. Tang Qingxi shook his head. I don't have the Haotian hammer, or rather, I could have possessed a dual martial soul. But for some reasons, the Haotian hammer cannot awaken. I don't know if you've noticed, but most people's awakened martial souls are in their right hand, while mine is in my left. The right hand was originally meant for the Haotian hammer, but this martial soul is wasted and cannot awaken. I specifically asked you to see if this situation only occurs for me, or if it's common among people from other worlds. It seems I'm just not very lucky. Why can't awaken? Tang Sin felt that the things he found puzzling were increasing. A flicker of cold light flashed in Tang Qingxi's eyes. There are many complicated reasons for that, but it doesn't matter. Given my current situation, I can achieve effects similar to those of twin martial souls. With a higher soul power level and adding soul rings, my strength will reach a new level. Tang Sin wanted to say something more, but Tang Qingxi raised her hand to stop him. Turning around, Xiao Wu had already gotten up early and was standing not far away, watching the two of them. Does she know you have twin martial souls? Tang Qingxi asked. Tang Sin nodded. I know. If she's confused about our relationship, just tell her we are siblings from the same family. Tang Qingxi said. She could tell that Xiao Wu had unusual feelings for Tang San. These two were not as young as they seemed on the surface. All right. It seems that the young lady is taking good care of Xiao Wu. Tang Qingxi clenched her right arm and smiled helplessly. There's no way around it. I owe her. The white cat on her shoulder stood up and rubbed against Tang Qingxi's cheek, showing its teeth as if it didn't quite agree with her words. Tang Sin didn't quite understand what it meant, but Xiao Wu had already walked over, reaching out to take Xiao Wu's hand and said, Xiao Wu, shall we go have breakfast together? Sure, Xiao Wu nodded, proactively linking her arm with Tang San's. She casually glanced at Tang Qingxi. She found Tang Qingxi somewhat familiar and friendly. However, seeing how close Tang Sin seemed to be with Tang Qingxi made her feel a bit uneasy. Let's go together. I don't even know where to eat in this school. Seeing Xiao Wu's conflicted expression, Tang Qingxi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and reached out to ruffle her hair. Xiao Wu wanted to dodge, but didn't he? She herself didn't understand why. We all share the surname Tang, coming from the same family. But Tang San's father left the family for some reason. Tang Qingxi didn't want to let the little girl be troubled any longer and directly revealed a layer of their relationship, which wasn't to frighten her, as the two already had this connection in this world. Huh? Xiao Wu was taken aback, looking up in surprise at the two of them. Tang Sin nodded as well. I just found out too, what a coincidence. So, does that mean Sister Shi is your blood-related sister? Xiao Wu blinked her eyes. That's right. Tang Qingxi looked at Xiao Wu with a meaningful gaze and said, Little San says you were his sister? Then that makes you my sister too? However, the meaningful look was not concealed at all, making Xiao Wu blush for some reason. Let's go. Tang Qingxi waved her hand and led them to the cafeteria. Looking at the simple wooden cafeteria, Tang Qingxi pondered, shouldn't the cafeteria be funded for reconstruction too? Chapter 14. Four-eyed cat eagle flander during breakfast. Seeing Xiao Wu staring eagerly at the white cat on her shoulder, Tang Qingxi handed the white cat over to her, watching her hold the cat with great affection. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Shi, this is the white knight spirit cat, right? It seems to be quite old. Upon learning that Tang Qingxi was Tang San's sister, Xiao Wu's attitude became even more friendly as she curiously asked, It is the white knight spirit cat, a soul beast over 10,000 years old, Tang Qingxi replied. Ah, it's actually over 10,000 years old? Xiao Wu was a bit surprised, and at the same time, a bit worried. Sister Shi, aren't you afraid of soul masters coming after it? I dare to take it out and about, because I have my own backing. A soul master who can't look down on a 10,000-year soul beast won't be able to touch it. If anyone dares to act, I can send them to their death. Tang Qingxi said confidently. She didn't have the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, nor was she bothered to make it, but she did have 2 Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, with one on her. In terms of single-target lethality, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle is the strongest among Tang Clan's mechanism-type hidden weapons, and it requires living flesh and blood for sacrifice. If they encountered a powerful opponent who couldn't deal with the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, she would just reveal her identity. She wanted to see how many would dare to provoke the Pope's personal disciple of the Spear Hall. If someone dared to provoke, the title Douluo could be invited for tea. Moreover, the true identity of this white knight spirit cat was not suitable to be revealed to Xiao Wu at this time. If someone really made a move, only the physical body of the white knight spirit cat would die. The soul she painstakingly nurtured through various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the spirit ring was not something that could be easily killed. If the white knight spirit cat died, the soul state of a Ruo could just find another place. Tang Qingxi pinched her right hand, feeling the soul bone that was embedded in her arm. This soul bone was her greatest support and trump card. Indeed, as one of the top 3 sects, the Haotian sect was known as the #1 sect in the world, and no one dared to provoke it. Tang San agreed with Tang Qingxi's words. However, Tang Qingxi directly refuted him. The Haotian sect is not my backing. I was born into the Haotian sect, but was expelled at the age of 6. Moreover, that cowardly sect, which even its own members do not dare to protect and can only hide from the world, is no longer worthy of being called the #1 sect. Tang San was taken aback and turned to look at Tang Qingxi. Seeing the undisguised coldness in her eyes, he immediately understood. The young lady had a strained relationship with the Haotian sect. It seemed that his father had also left the Haotian sect, which indicated that the Haotian sect was indeed not a good sect. Otherwise, why would his father and the young lady leave? Especially since the young lady was expelled from the Haotian sect at the mere age of 6. Tang San couldn't help but furrow his brow. Where did sister she go after leaving the Haotian sect? The young lady should be doing well. At least she wouldn't be lacking in money. Tang Qingxi shook his head. You will know about this later. The 3 of them chatted while having breakfast. Halfway through the meal, Dai Mubai arrived with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Where's Oscar? Still sleeping in? And Ma Hongjun, I didn't see him yesterday. With 2 people missing. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but ask. Dai Mubai immediately coughed. Little AO, he has always loved to sleep in. Ma Hongjun went out to hang out with his girlfriend yesterday. He should be with the villagers. His girlfriend is from the village, named Suihua. Shrek Academy is really too poor. It only rented a third of the area of this village as the academy zone, while the rest is the living area for the villagers. Tang Qingxi frowned upon hearing this, but said nothing. Dai Mubai, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief for the 2. Not long after everyone finished breakfast, a sudden sound of dong 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 came from outside. Dai Mubai quickly got up and called out to Tang San and the others. This is the bell summoned by the dean. Let's go. I'll take you to the playground. Tang San and the others all got up, while Tang Qingxi took her time and lagged behind. When they arrived at the large playground, the sleep-deprived Oscar was already there, eating a sausage he had made himself. When they saw him, Tang San and the others almost didn't recognize him. Oscar, now clean-shaven, looked completely different. Dai Mubai, already quite handsome, especially with his alluring eyes, was very attractive. However, in terms of appearance, he was still not as good-looking as the clean-shaven Oscar in front of them. Oscar had deep-set peach blossom eyes, a face like jade, handsome and harmonious, coupled with a roguish smile, making him seem like a dashing young nobleman. Where's your beard? Tang San asked curiously as he stood next to Oscar. Oscar chuckled, quickly finishing his sausage, and cautiously glanced at Tang Qingxi before whispering. Aren't there a few new beauties around? If I don't make myself look more refined, how can I attract their attention? At that moment, Tang Qingxi's gaze happened to glance over, causing Oscar to immediately fall silent. However, Tang Qingxi was looking at Ma Hongjun, a chubby boy who was approaching with a face full of fear, cautiously glancing at Tang Qingxi from time to time. Having heard that Tang Qingxi had returned to school, he was so scared that he didn't dare come back yesterday, but he could only face it today, as the dean had summoned them. Seeing Tang Qingxi looking over, Ma Hongjun's face turned pale as he timidly approached her, forcing a flattering smile. Sister, she is back. What is your soul power level now? Tang Qingxi asked, casually sizing Ma Hongjun up. Ma Hongjun shrank his neck and obediently replied, it's level 29. Tang Qingxi's gaze became a bit stern. Your soul power has been increasing somewhat slowly. It was understandable before due to the after effects of your martial soul. But your situation should be much better now, right? Ma Hongjun looked around with and said, Sister Shi, I've been trying really hard. Do as you wish. After all, whether you train or not is your own business. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, too lazy to say more, and walked away. All right. Ma Hongjun quickly hid beside Dai Mubai. Since everyone was gathered and the dean hadn't arrived yet, why not get to know each other first? Dai Mubai noticed the atmosphere had become stagnant and spoke up. He introduced Ma Hongjun to Tang San and the other 3 new students, mentioning their names and martial souls, emphasizing Tang San. Tang San is very impressive. He even made teacher Zhao suffer a bit yesterday. Then he said to the 4 of them, Oscar, you already know him. This is Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul is the Phoenix. Hearing the word Phoenix, the 4 of them looked at Ma Hongjun in surprise. My martial soul is called Black Jade Plum Blossom. You all saw my strength yesterday. Tang Qingxi also briefly introduced herself. Chapter 15. The Academy's courses after the introductions. Dai Mubai continued. Since you all will be living together in the future, there's no need to be too formal with the way you address each other. Plus, with the 4 of you newcomers, there are only 8 students in the Academy. Xiao Ao and Fatty call me Dai Lauda, because I'm the oldest among the students. You could just call me Mubai. We all call her Sister Shi. You could decide how to address yourselves. Ma Hongjun can just call me Fatty. As for Oscar, you can call him Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. Tang-san, how about I call you Xiao-san from now on? Tang-san nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Although he had not had much contact with Shrek Academy, an institution that could make a young lady willing to stay would undoubtedly be good. Dai Mubai and the others each had their own characteristics. Before Dai Mubai could finish speaking, Ning Rongrong cheerfully said, "You could just call me Rongrong. My family and friends all call me that." Her smile was always on her face, and with that simple sentence, she unknowingly closed the distance between herself and everyone else. However, Tang Qingxi glanced at her a bit more. This was truly a young lady, and it was uncertain how long this demeanor would last. Xiao Wu's title basically didn't need to change, while Zhu Zhuqing remained cold and simply said, "Just call me by my name." What are the rules and courses in the Academy? Tang-sen asked curiously. There aren't any special rules in the Academy. To put it simply, you can't commit crimes. But fighting and gambling are encouraged, Dai Mubai replied. The 4 of them had strange expressions on their faces. Gambling encouraged? Dai Mubai explained. The teachers believe that fighting is the best way to become proficient with your martial soul, and gaining practical experience is extremely important. Gambling involves psychological games, which can help enhance mental quality and greatly benefit observation and judgment skills. Of course, everything should be done in moderation. Fighting shouldn't lead to killing, and in gambling, just don't lose your pants. Tang Qingxi suddenly corrected. Look at the nature of the battle. In a spar, killing is naturally not allowed. But if you encounter someone who must be killed, then you must do it. As you grow with the passage of time, you will eventually have to kill. The world of soul masters is never short of conflicts. To this, Dai Mubai did not agree or refute, but continued. As for the course arrangement, I don't know either, as changes can happen at any time. After all, there are only 8 of us, and the number of teachers is much greater than that of students. So the Academy will adjust the courses based on our individual situations. I don't know today's lesson, which is collecting fees. The tuition fee for the Academy is 100 gold coins per year, but for you Soul Masters at the Great Soul Master level, it should be no problem. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but interject. Boss Dai, I've always been curious. Why is the school so poor? Even the dormitory was funded by Sister Shi. The teachers we encountered are all of such high rank. Shouldn't they receive a lot of subsidies from the Spirit Hall? Tang Qingxi rubbed Xiao Wu's head and said, the subsidies from the Spirit Hall are not unlimited. They only provide support up to the soul respect level. Beyond that, for soul zone and higher level soul masters, there are no subsidies. Otherwise, that astronomical figure would be unaffordable for both empires and the Spirit Hall. The subsidies are only meant to help low-level soul masters with their cultivation. Once a soul master reaches level 40 or above, their strength is already sufficient for them to earn a living based on their own abilities. However, most ways to earn a living will lead to soul masters losing a certain degree of freedom. The teachers at Shrek Academy are mostly above level 40, and they value freedom and dislike constraints, which is why they don't have much income. I see. Xiao Wu nodded in understanding. It's okay if the Academy is poor. Just let me know if there's anything you need. Tang Qingxi rubbed Xiao Wu's head again. While they were talking, a middle-aged man walked over from another direction on the playground. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, with a sturdy build and a very distinctive face. His chin protruded slightly, his face was flat, and he had a bit of a hooked nose, giving him a somewhat cunning appearance. Upon seeing this person, Tang San and Xiao Wu clearly froze. They had met this man before. Tang Qingxi stood beside Xiao Wu and said, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flandra, the founder of Shrek Academy. Rank 78 Soul Sage, with a flying beast martial soul. It's a good thing he's only rank 78, Xiao Wu murmured. Does our academy have any soul Douluo level experts? No. Tang Qingxi shook her head. If there were, she would have taken you away long ago. That's good. Xiao Wu sighed in relief. Tang Sen glanced at Xiao Wu and asked, Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu shook her head and said somewhat evasively, it's nothing. Tang San was somewhat confused. Combined with the young lady's strange attitude toward Xiao Wu, he felt that there was also some secret about Xiao Wu. However, he also had secrets he couldn't tell her. Since Xiao Wu didn't want to speak, he wouldn't ask. Flinder walked in front of the 8 students and spoke in his distinctive hoarse voice. This year is quite good. We have 4 more little monsters. I, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome you on behalf of the Academy. Later, remember to pay 100 gold coins each to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Qingxi, is there something? Tang Qingxi asked. You've made quite a bit of progress after being away for more than a year. You even injured Zhao Wuji yesterday. Flinder recalled Zhao Wuji's gloomy expression and smiled a little. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly and said, It's Teacher Zhao who hasn't used his full strength. If he did, it would really be bullying you all. Flinder laughed and said, Mu Bai. Dean. Dai Mu Bai stepped forward. He respected Flinder, even with a hint of admiration. Flinder continued, For more juniors have arrived. Remember to tell them the Academy rules later. Then everyone can rest and try to get back to your best condition. The first class starts tonight. Oscar, you, and Ning Rongrong are exceptions. Come with me. Upon hearing this, Oscar's face fell, and he unwillingly walked up to Flinder to salute. Seeing Ning Rongrong also come over, his expression improved a bit. Flinder waved his hand and said, The others can go rest. Remember to get yourselves in the best condition before dark. Our Academy's teaching is different from elsewhere. You may even face danger. Qingxi, you could train on your own, and you're welcome to come tonight if you'd like. Tang Qingxi has his own set of training methods that are far more brutal than the courses offered by the Academy. So Flinder simply chose not to interfere. All right. Tang Qingxi nodded in agreement. Tang Sen was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to see how the dean in front of him conducted his teaching. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were both support-type soul masters, which might be the reason they did not attend the evening classes. However, he also found it strange why the teaching was conducted at night. Chapter 16. If you don't run away, just leave the Academy. Tang San did not leave, and naturally, Xiao Wu was not in a hurry to go. The white cat was still in Xiao Wu's arms, and the soul inside, a Ruo, could not stray too far from Tang Qingxi, so Tang Qingxi simply stayed as well. Flinder didn't mind and said to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, Everyone has their own way of cultivation. With different martial spirits, the methods of cultivation also vary. What the Academy needs to teach you is not how to cultivate your martial spirit, but how to use it to better protect yourself and assist your teammates in future battles. Oscar seemed to have heard similar words before, lowering his head non-committally, while Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Flinder continued, As soul masters like you, whether on the battlefield or in daily life, you need the protection of partners around you. Otherwise, it'll be hard to survive. Oscar, tell me, as a support-type soul master, how can you better protect yourself on the battlefield? Oscar said without hesitation, Stay behind your partners as much as possible, using all available terrain and buildings to avoid risks and stay away from dangerous areas. Flinder nodded. Well said, but there is one point you didn't mention. As a support-type soul master, the ability to escape is essential. A support soul master who cannot run away is not a good soul master, and escaping requires stamina. Although you have your own soul power to assist you, your physical fitness should be stronger than that of ordinary people. However, the enemies you might face are enemy soul masters. You also need to train your physical strength. At a crucial moment, running one more step might just save your life. Your lesson today is physical training. From now on, run around the village 20 laps. If you don't finish before lunch, you won't get to eat. You can use your martial spirits for assistance. Now go. Oscar will lead the way. Yes. Ning Rongrong agreed and immediately ran outside. Oscar glanced at Tang San and the others with a hint of resentment before following suit. Although the village where Shrek Academy was located was not large, as Flinder mentioned, including the farmland in the village, one lap would be at least 3 kilometers. 20 laps was a terrifying number. Completing this task will be a torment for support-type soul masters. Tang San, you also go run. You're not allowed to use soul power or accept their assistance, Tang Qingxi suddenly said. You come with me. At the same time, Flinder pointed at Tang San. Tang San looked at Tang Qingxi, who waved his hand. Go ahead. Remember to run when you come back. It's also 20 laps. Flinder looked at the two with curiosity, wondering if they knew each other. Tang Qingxi didn't say anything. Tang San nodded, waved his hand to Xiao Wu, and followed Flinder into the academy. What did the dean want with Tang San? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang Qingxi said, You should know the master. He is an old acquaintance of Flinder, probably catching up. Oh, Xiao Wu nodded in understanding, not expecting that the master also knew Soul Sage. I need to go for a run. Will you join me? Battle Spirit Masters need to pay more attention to physical training. Tang Qingxi asked, with your strength, even if you're not in your best condition. Handling tonight's class shouldn't be a problem. Cherish your time. Getting stronger as soon as possible is the truth. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Tang Qingxi placed the white cat back on his shoulder and started a run with Xiao Wu. Flander's office, which was also his residence, was simply decorated. with only some necessary items present. Flander sat down behind his desk, a complex light flashing in his eyes as he looked at Tang San. Is the master doing well? Tang San nodded. The teacher is very good. Flander was somewhat surprised. You are a student? No wonder he even gave you this belt. Back then, he once told me that one day he would cultivate a genius soul master. It seems that you are his choice. Tang San raised his hand and wiped it across his belt, handing a letter to Flander. Before departing, the teacher asked me to give this letter to the dean after I was admitted. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a trace of sadness and a hint of a smile flashed in Flander's eyes. This guy finally knows to contact me. As he spoke, he slowly opened the envelope and took out the letter. Tang San clearly saw that Flander's hands were slightly trembling while opening the letter. After that, his expression kept changing, and he suddenly raised his head and stared at Tang San. Since you were his proof, you must not let him down. By the way, do you know Qingxi? Tang San nodded. Yes. But he didn't say much more, only mentioning that the young lady could tell Xiao Wu about their background in the Yihua Sect. Seeing this, Flander didn't ask any further. You can go now. Prepare well for tonight's class. It's not easy. As for the matter of Tang Qingxi making him run laps, Flander remained non-committal. Tang San was also thinking about Tang Qingxi's instructions. After leaving Flander's office, he coincidentally saw Tang Qingxi and the others finishing a lap. So he started running after them. At this moment, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had not yet completed their lap. Oscar, how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong asked with some helplessness. Not long ago, she had already been surpassed by Tang Qingxi and Xiao Wu, and now she could no longer see their figures. At the beginning, she was full of confidence. Despite being a support-type soul master, her father had always urged her to exercise at home, saying similar things to Flander. Therefore, her physique was not bad, and she considered herself good at running. However, since leaving the academy, she had not completed a single lap, and quite a bit of time had passed. Let alone lunch, it was questionable whether she could even have dinner. Oscar smiled wryly and said, I mentioned when we came out that this was simply impossible to complete. There's nothing impossible. It's just that your physical fitness is too poor. At this point, Tang Qingxi had already completed her second lap and overtook them. Hearing Oscar's dejected words, she coldly tossed out a remark and led Xiao Wu and Tang San past them. Oscar and Ning Rongrong wondered, why is the gap between people so big? After running a few laps, when Tang Qingxi caught up with Oscar and Ning Rongrong again, she saw that Ning Rongrong had stopped running and was walking out with a look of impatience. What's going on? Tang Qingxi gestured for Tang San and Xiao Wu to continue running while she stopped in front of Ning Rongrong. Oscar quickly ran over upon seeing this. I'm not running anymore. The distance is too long, and I'm hungry, Ning Rongrong said unhappily. Okay. Tang Qingxi nodded and said, then you can go back to the dormitory and pack your things. It's better to leave on your own than to be expelled by the dean later. Expelled? Ning Rongrong frowned. The school will expel me? I already said that the school doesn't accept pampered young masters and young ladies. Running is to enhance your physical strength so that you have a higher chance of survival on the battlefield in the future. If you can't even stick to this, no matter how good your talent is, it will turn to waste. The academy doesn't want people like that. There have been students expelled in previous years. Tang Qingxi said coldly, this isn't a battlefield. It's just an academy. Ning Rongrong's lips curled slightly, and her expression revealed a hint of disdain. But this is Shrek Academy, and someone like you is unworthy of the title of a monster. Either keep running to prove your eligibility to stay here, or pack your things and leave. Tang Qingxi was not polite at all. Due to a certain person's influence, she had high hopes for Ning Rongrong, who came for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. But unfortunately, if this person continued like this, she would inevitably become someone who couldn't be supported. Ning Rongrong, however, smiled, her expression filled with a sense of superiority. Tang Qingxi, who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? The young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the daughter of the sect master Ning Qingxi, I know all too well. Tang Qingxi's expression turned colder, and she sneered, when Ning Qingxi comes, he has to show me some respect. Who do you think you are? In this academy, there are many people whose status can match or even surpass yours. With your talent, you are the most gifted among the younger generation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. But you are simply ruining the future of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda and bringing shame to your martial spirit. You're talking nonsense. Ning Rongrong was furious at Tang Qingxi's words, her chest heaving violently. But Tang Qingxi was no longer interested in wasting words with her. Oscar, if she can't finish 20 laps, go find Dai Mubai and the others to help her pack her things and send her away. I will inform the dean about the situation. After saying this, Tang Qingxi turned and continued running. Ning Rongrong was filled with anger, but couldn't catch up, watching as Tang Qingxi disappeared into the distance. Oscar remained silent for a moment and said helplessly, "Sister, she has invested a lot of money in the academy and has never asked the deans for anything. In this academy, she has real power. So you'd better think it over carefully. If she says so, not running really will get you expelled." How high is Tang Qingxi's prestige among these old students? It's rare to see such a strong attitude, and even if Oscar had once had a slight thought about Ning Rongrong, he wouldn't have a word of rebuttal at this moment. After a reminder, Oscar set off running again. As night fell, Flinder was standing on the large playground, looking at the 8 students in front of him. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were already prepared for the evening class, each one full of energy. Although Tang San and Xiao looked a bit tired, their spirits were still good. Zhu Zhuqing also appeared somewhat fatigued. She had heard that Tang Qingxi and the others were also running, so she took the initiative to join them for exercise. Tang Qingxi had something to attend to in the evening and greeted Flandre before heading directly to the teaching location to meet them. So she was not on the playground at the moment. However, Flandre's attention was not on them, but rather on the other 2 students. "Oscar, have you finished running 20 laps?" Flandre's gaze was sharp, making it hard for anyone to meet his eyes. Oscar coughed and nodded. "Dean, I finished." Flandre snorted coldly. "I wasn't asking you, I was asking them." Oscar turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was also looking at him with a pair of beautiful eyes full of innocence. Thinking of what Tang Qingxi had said earlier and Ning Rongrong's attitude, Oscar remained silent for a long time before saying, "Dean, you should ask Ning Rongrong." "All right." Flandre nodded and looked at the seemingly innocent and somewhat pitiful Ning Rongrong. "Tell me, did you finish running 20 laps?" Ning Rongrong honestly shook her head. "I didn't. It was too long and tiring, and I was hungry, so I couldn't keep going." Flandre smiled slightly. "So, despite Qingxi already reminding you, you went to Soto City alone for a big meal and then strolled around the commercial street before coming back, right?" Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes. "You were monitoring me?" Flandre's expression turned cold. "As the dean, I am responsible for every student in the academy. You left the academy without permission and did not follow the academy's arrangements. These are not mistakes an excellent soul master should make. Do you think you still have the right to stay at Shrek Academy? Qingxi's decisions are my decisions. Now, please pack your things and leave the academy." Ning Rongrong sneered. "You want to drive me away? It's not that easy." "Flandre, I advise you to mind your own business, and the same goes for that Tang Qingxi. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can afford. You really don't take my words seriously." Tang Qingxi, who had finished her tasks early, arrived at the playground to meet them and couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, "Mubai, Tang San." The 2 responded in unison. The other students looked at Ning Rongrong with disbelief, not expecting her true nature to be like this. Tang Qingxi glanced at Flinder, who spoke up. "You all go and fetch Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room, and then escort her out of here. If there is any resistance, you are allowed to use any means necessary. As for the consequences, feel free to give it a try." Tang Qingxi added without hesitation, "Whether you invite Ning Fingji or those 2 titled Douluos here, it's all fine. Let's see who can't bear the consequences, me or the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Flinder smiled indifferently. "I'm not afraid of any consequences. This is my territory, and I have the final say. Take her away." "Do you dare?" Ning Rongrong shouted, hands on her hips, exuding an extremely fierce aura. "I've grown up this big, and no one has dared to treat me like this." Flinder replied disdainfully, "Just because your elders are reluctant to discipline you doesn't mean we are. You are not a treasure here. Any student present is stronger than you." Ning Rongrong retorted unwillingly, "I am an auxiliary soul master. I cannot compare in combat power to these battle soul masters. But my role on the battlefield is greater than theirs. You can only be cannon fodder on the battlefield," Tang Qingxi said mercilessly. "Don't think too highly of yourself. Without anyone to protect you, you are nothing. Anyone can kill you. With your impulsive and arrogant personality, who would want to protect you? Should your 2 titled Douluos from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School abandon your father to protect you? You have been spoiled by them to the point where you can't tell sky from earth." Ning Rongrong was completely stunned. The exchange between Flinder and Tang Qingxi pressured her to the point where she didn't know how to argue back. However, although their words were harsh, she understood their meaning. Chapter 18. Ning Rongrong, the weakest in the academy. Flinder slowly walked in front of Dai Mubai and the others. Due to their verbal sparring, Dai Mubai and Tang San had yet to fetch Ning Rongrong's belongings. Flinder pointed at Dai Mubai. He is 15 this year with a white tiger martial soul, a battle-type soul master. He has a soul power of 37, with 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. He is the youngest student in the history of Shrek Academy to reach the rank of Soul Ancestor at 30. He broke through the 30-level bottleneck when he was only 13. Ask yourself, can you break through the 30-level bottleneck at 13? If someone could surpass Mubai, it definitely wouldn't be you. Tang San and Xiao Wu reached the level of 29 at 12 years old. They're the ones who could surpass Mubai. As for Qingxi, her soul power level is not high, but that's because she has her own ambitions. She accomplished something no soul master has ever done in history, breaking through soul master levels without relying on soul rings. This took her 6 years, but when she came to Shrek Academy at 12, her soul power level was 23. Do you understand what that means? And you should be clear about the gap between a great soul master and a soul sage. Even though Zhao Wujin did not use his full strength, Tang Sin still had to rely on external means, while Qingxi relied solely on her own strength to injure Zhao Wujin. Qingxi also possesses the god of death domain. Currently, only 3 people in the world have the god of death domain, and the other 2 are titled Douluos. Do you understand what that means? Even I am not sure about Qingxi's background, but I can tell you clearly that her status is certainly not inferior to yours. With her god of death domain, the 7-treasure glazed tile school truly wouldn't dare to provoke her. With her genius and status, her efforts still surpass all the students in the academy. So we do not require Qingxi to follow the curriculum, but she will still come. She will only practice more outside of class. All these individuals are far stronger than you. Flinder then turned to Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, his age is similar to yours, and his soul power is also 29. He has a mutated martial soul. Although it is a top beast martial soul with unique advantages, it has its flaws, and he once needed to expend effort to compensate for those flaws. Even so, his soul power is still higher than yours. Zhu Zhuqing has a soul power level similar to yours, but what distinguishes her from you is her steadfast and dedicated heart, and she works very hard. When you left the academy without permission, she actively followed Qingxi to train and completed 20 laps. Oh, by the way, Qingxi ran 30 laps. And they did not use soul power. Ning Rongrong. Ask yourself which of them you can compare to. Here, you are already the weakest presence. What qualifications do you have to be proud? I dare say that if you continue like this, in 20 years, each of them will achieve far greater accomplishments than you. Tang Qingxi added, the dean didn't mention Oscar, so I'll tell you about him. Just one sentence. He has a food-type martial soul with innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. This is impossible. How can an auxiliary martial soul have innate, full soul power? Therefore, Oscar is also an unprecedented existence, and his future achievements are limitless, Flander said. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze. From childhood to adulthood, she had been raised in care and being a genius. She was even pampered to the extreme. She had always believed she was the most outstanding. But at this moment, every word from Flander and Tang Qingxi pierced her heart like a sword, completely shattering the pride she held most dear. Ning Rongrong's face looked extremely pale, and suddenly she cried out, turning and running towards the dormitory. Tang Qingxi's expression was calm as she turned to Flander and said, it's troublesome, Dean, to talk so much nonsense with this little girl. A hint of pride appeared on Flander's face as he replied, a 12-year-old girl, there's nothing she can't handle. It's not troublesome. After all, she is a student of the academy. Besides, I have a letter from a master of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school in my hands. A letter that can serve as a sort of authority. Even without Tang Qingxi's request, I would educate Ning Rongrong in this way. But why is she so concerned about Ning Rongrong? How many connections does this girl have? She seems quite familiar with Tang San and Xiao Wu as well. Considering her status as a senior, Tang Qingxi waved her hand, unwilling to say more. All right, let's get to class. Good. Flander nodded while putting his hands behind his back, ready to set off. You all saw the outcome for Ning Rongrong. If you want to stay at the academy to study, you must follow the school's rules and attend every class properly. My words here are orders. Only for Qingxi, I won't interfere. If you all want such freedom, first deal with Qingxi, and then I won't interfere with you either. Tang Qingxi, what does it have to do with her? She didn't skip classes when she was in school either. Tang San and the others shook their heads repeatedly, unable to fight back. They didn't want to provoke someone who could injure a soul sage. Next, you will start your first class. Don't blame me for not giving a heads up. If you don't perform well enough, you might not die, but you'll certainly suffer. After Flander finished his warning, he waved his hand and said, let's go, follow me. With that, he lightly tapped his toes and swiftly dashed out towards the direction of the academy. Everyone quickly followed. Flander maintained a speed that was quite fast for them. And at this moment, the gap between the students became evident. Tang Qingxi gracefully followed beside Flander, looking quite relaxed. Close behind the two was Dai Mubai, whose soul power was the most profound. Behind Dai Mubai was not Tang San, but Zhu Qing. Tang San's ghost shadow Misty Steps excels in its intricacy, but it is not omnipotent. In terms of straight-line acceleration, it cannot match Zhu Qing, who is a speed-oriented agile attack soul master. Therefore, he and Xiao Wu are tied for third place, while Ma Hongjun, despite being last, is not far behind Tang San. Along the way, no one spoke. Only Tang San felt immense pressure from Tang Qingxi's glance back and silently resolved to train his speed. Soon, they discovered that Flinder's destination was Soto City. Shrek Academy is not far from Soto City, and it didn't take long before they could see the southern city gate. At this point, Flinder slowed down to allow the students to catch up. The city gate of Soto City is open 24/7, and the 7 of them entered the city smoothly. Although it was already dark, Soto City was even livelier than during the day, with bright lights lining the streets. Arriving in front of a large, tall building, Flinder stopped. "We've arrived." Dai Mubai's expression changed slightly. "Dean, are we bringing them here on the first day? It's good to come here and broaden their horizons." Tang Qingxi said. Chapter 19. Soto City Great Soul Arena. Flinder said solemnly, "What the Academy can teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls. Help you obtain soul rings more effectively, and develop your potential as much as possible. Among all the things you need to learn, practical experience is of utmost importance. With the same level and strength, practical experience will determine the key to victory or defeat. Only through continuous practical combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle as much as possible. Your first lesson is practical combat, and this place is your classroom." Seeing that Tang San and Xiao Wu looked somewhat confused, Tang Qingxi explained, "This is the Great Soul Arena, where soul masters battle, and there will be many people watching and even betting on the outcomes." Tang San couldn't help but frown. Isn't being a soul master the noblest profession? Why is there a place like this, where people watch soul battles as if they were monkey shows? Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi shot Tang San a cold glance. Her voice icy. "Don't let me hear such statements or know that you have such thoughts again. There is no distinction between nobility and non-nobility. No matter how noble one's status, when dead, one is just a speck of dust. The Great Soul Arena is the best place for you to gain practical combat experience, where you can face various opponents with different soul skills, and they will show you no mercy. You might even encounter life and death battles, which you cannot experience in the Academy." "I understand." Tang San saw Tang Qingxi's cold expression and hurriedly responded respectfully. Flinder looked at the two with curiosity and nodded. "Qingxi is right. I have a task for you, which is to obtain at least a silver soul badge before graduation. Initially, you will receive a badge, and for each victory, you will earn points, and once you reach a certain threshold, the badge's level will increase. The badge levels are classified according to the quality of minerals, starting from the lowest iron badge, then copper, silver, gold, and purple gold, with 3 more levels above that, but you don't need to know about those for now. Obtaining a silver badge will already be quite challenging for you. Mubai, please share with them the requirements for badge level upgrades and your record." Dai Mubai said, "I started participating in the Great Soul Arena battles at level 29 with a total of 56 battles, achieving 29 wins and 27 losses. My current points are 2. To upgrade from Iron Badge to Copper Badge requires 100 points. For each victory, you gain 1 point, and conversely, losing will deduct 1 point. After winning more than 5 consecutive matches, each match's points become 10, and after 10 matches, it becomes 100. Upgrading from Copper Badge to Silver Badge requires 1,000 points, but the base points per match become 10, and the points gained for consecutive wins are also increased." Tang San was aware of Dai Mubai's strength and was somewhat surprised. "Mubai, with your strength, how come you only have 29 wins and 27 losses?" Dai Mubai sighed with a bitter smile. "The Great Soul Arena is not easy to navigate. The battles are grouped by rank according to the number of spirit rings. Once you have 1 more spirit ring, you must participate in the next group of battles. I had 4 consecutive wins at level 29, but then my strength increased to level 30, and I subsequently lost over 10 matches. How could I, just reaching level 30, defeat opponents who are level 38 or 39? It would have been best to pause participation after reaching level 30 to increase my spirit power before returning. But our goal is to train our combat abilities, so we naturally cannot do that, resulting in a poorer record. My points are even lower than Fatty's." Ma Hongjun chimed in. "I have 33 battles, with 25 wins and 8 losses. What about Sister Shi?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang Qingxi said calmly, 11 consecutive victories, copper badge. I left the academy afterwards to train and didn't come back to compete. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both showed surprised expressions. The gap between this record and Dai Mubai's was too large. Before entering the academy, Qingxi already had very rich practical combat experience, and her strength made it too easy for her to compete in the two-soul ring category. Flender helplessly said, "Qingxi, your graduation requirement has been raised to the gold soul badge." He even suspected that Tang Qingxi left the academy because she felt that the practical training provided by the academy was too weak for her. This girl was fierce enough to survive in the Slaughter City. Battles in the Great Soul Arena were like child's play for her. No problem. And today I will challenge the three-soul ring category, Tang Qingxi said. Fighting opponents with only the strength of Great Soul Masters is indeed too boring. Dai Mubai's expression immediately became serious, and he silently prayed that the two of them would not run into each other. "Let's go in," Flender waved his hand, leading everyone inside. The Great Soul Arena surprised Tang San and the others. They hadn't been to this area before and had no idea that Soto City had such a magnificent building. The entire Great Soul Arena was oval-shaped, over 100 meters high, divided into one main arena and 24 sub-arenas. It could accommodate 60,000 spectators and had 100 VIP boxes. As they walked in, Flender briefly shared some remaining information with Tang San and the others. Here, soul battles were divided into 3 categories. One was the sparring that Dai Mubai mentioned, mainly for mutual practice, generally prohibiting killing. The second was life and death battles, where life and death were determined once on the arena. Lastly, there were gambling battles, where the winner would receive everything in the bet, and many gambling battles were also life and death battles. The forms of competition were also divided into 3 types: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with group battles generally limited to a maximum of 7 participants on each side. As they passed a huge stone tablet engraved with densely packed names, Flender told Tang San and the others that these were the names of the deceased in soul battles. Registering for a soul battle here was simple. Fill out a form with name, age, and martial soul. Pay a registration fee of 10 gold coins, and one could receive the initial iron badge. A soul power test was also conducted to determine their levels and groupings. After registering, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others were quickly assigned to the 14th sub-arena, and after giving Dai Mubai a few instructions, Flender left them. Tang Qingxi followed closely and walked out. She was not assigned to the 14th Soul Fighting Arena. In the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, those who have more than 5 consecutive wins or have higher soul fighting badge levels are generally assigned to the main soul fighting arena. Moreover, since Tang Qingxi requested to compete at a higher level, she was naturally assigned to the main soul fighting arena. Newbies like Tang San and the not-so-high-scoring Dai Mubai could only compete in the division soul fighting arena. Tang Qingxi's match wasn't scheduled too early, so he didn't rush to the main battle arena, but instead found Flender, who had not yet left the arena. "What is up? Do you need something?" he asked. Tang Qingxi planned to conduct individual training with Tang San, and if Xiao Wu was willing to join, he would bring her along, meaning the two of them would not participate in the academy's courses afterward. In Tang Qingxi's eyes, the courses at Shrek Academy were still not challenging enough. Chapter 20. Tang Qingxi's rank-skipping battle spirit. What is your relationship with Tang San? Flender was extremely curious. "We both share the surname Tang. Even if we don't reveal our signature martial spirits, you should be familiar with the Tang surname, right?" Tang Qingxi replied directly. After all, the existence of Yihua Sect indeed helped to conceal their true relationship. "All right," Flender nodded in response, but he still couldn't understand Tang Qingxi's identity. He had guessed about the Yihua Sect, but he had previously happened to see the bishop of the Soul Hall branch in Suatawa City being extremely respectful towards Tang Qingxi. He had heard about the conflict between the Yihua Sect and the Soul Hall, which made it difficult for him to understand. Moreover, the city of Slaughter was indeed not a place that just anyone could enter. He had been struggling yesterday about which of the 2 titled Douluos, who happened to be related to the Soul Hall and the Yihua Sect respectively, and also possessed the domain of the god of slaughter, was connected to Tang Qingxi. After mentioning it to Flandra, Tang Qingxi headed towards the main soul fighting arena, but he ran into Zhu Zhuqing at the entrance. "Are you here to find me?" Tang Qingxi asked her. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment. Although Xiao Wu was very close to Tang Qingxi, she did not find him to be someone easy to approach. Each soul master could participate in only one competition of the same category per day, but they could participate in different types simultaneously. Tang San and Xiao Wu had signed up for a 2-on-2 match again, Zhu Zhuqing said softly. Tang Qingxi raised her eyebrows, probably understanding Zhu Zhuqing's intention for coming over. You want to ask me to participate in a 2-on-2 match? Yes. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I don't really want to team up with Ma Hongjun, nor do I want to team up with Dai Mubai. And the gap in our strengths makes it impossible for us to form a team. So she could only come to find Tang Qingxi. That's fine. Tang Qingxi had a good impression of Zhu Zhuqing. She always had more fondness for those who were determined and worked hard to become stronger. I will hold back a bit and give you space to practice your combat abilities. Your opponent will be a bronze badge level Great Soul Master, so be prepared. Thank you very much. Zhu Zhuqing sincerely expressed her gratitude. Tang Qingxi was indeed a choice made out of helplessness, and although she was of the same level as herself, her strength was excessively powerful. If she were to go all out, even a competitor with a bronze badge would not give her a chance to intervene. Thus, Tang Qingxi signed up for a 2-on-2 match with Zhu Zhuqing. After paying the registration fee, the staff said, "Please give your team a name." "We have to come up with a name?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, somewhat puzzled. The 2-on-2 match requires a team name for the convenience of the Seoul Arena host introduction. You think of one. Tang Qingxi wasn't inclined to waste brain power on such trivial matters. As for naming issues, she would not admit to being incompetent. How about Tangzhu? Qingzhu? Zhu Zhuqing also didn't seem very good at naming, directly pulling 2 characters from their names. Then let's go with Qingzhu. Tang Qingxi casually chose one. All right, the Qingzhu team has been registered. Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing's badges are often engraved with a line of 4 characters. In terms of order, Zhu Zhuqing's one-on-one soul fight is in front, while Tang Qingxi simply went back to the 14th soul fight area with her. However, what was unexpected was that this would turn out to be an internal battle within Shrek Academy, with Zhu Zhuqing's opponent being Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing's expression suddenly became more serious. "Come on," Tang Qingxi said lightly. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and directly went to the soul fight passage. Just as Tang San was about to catch up, he was grabbed by the shoulder by Dai Mubai, who whispered, "Brother, take it easy." Tang San smiled slightly and was about to nod when Tang Qingxi's voice came. "Don't pay attention to him. Experiencing the gap will make people strive harder." Hearing this, Tang San could only look apologetically at Dai Mubai. The two stepped onto the stage, and the audience erupted in cheers. The host briefly introduced both sides' martial souls and names, then indicated that the soul battle could begin. "Please," Tang San politely gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to go first. Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, "Please give it your all. I want to see the difference between us." All right. The match between the two was not intense. Tang San won quite easily. As a control-type soul master, in this simple terrain that was not suitable for agility-type soul masters to perform in a direct arena battle, he completely restrained Zhu Zhuqing, whose attacks could not break through Tang San's control at all. Tang San only used his first spirit ring skill, Bind, to tightly bind Zhu Zhuqing, and the paralysis attached to the first spirit ring directly caused Zhu Zhuqing to lose enough combat ability. Zhu Zhuqing simply walked off the stage. "Let's go." Tang Qingxi was not surprised by this result, and took Zhu Zhuqing to the main battle arena. The next 2 matches for Tang Qingxi were also in the main battle arena. I will conduct special training for Tang San next. He will train with me and will not participate in the Academy's courses. If you're interested, you can join as well, Tang Qingxi suddenly said on the way. Remembering how Zhu Zhuqing had proactively joined during the morning running session, he thought that this girl could also be supported. Although Zhu Zhuqing's identity likely wouldn't benefit him much, having one more person wouldn't hurt. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. She had heard more than once that Tang Qingxi's training was quite brutal, and Tang Qingxi's strength proved the value of that training. So she, eager to become stronger, certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Then I'll trouble you, Sister Shi." Zhu Zhuqing sincerely called out to Tang Qingxi as Sister Shi. Upon arriving at the main battle arena, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly had a question. "Sister Shi, you've already achieved 11 consecutive wins, and the base points for the bronze badge are higher, so if you win this match, won't you directly be able to advance to the silver badge? 12 consecutive wins for the bronze badge could directly earn 1,000 points, which would allow her to advance to the silver badge." Tang Qingxi shook his head and said, "Not really. After the badge is upgraded, the winning streak will reset to 0. At the copper badge stage, there haven't been any wins yet. However, we're only one 11-game winning streak away from the silver badge." Hearing Tang Qingxi speak so lightly about the winning streak, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but show a hint of a smile in her eyes. Although this sounded overly confident, Tang Qingxi indeed had enough strength to be this confident. Tang Qingxi's one-on-one duel was about to begin, and not long after. She took the stage while Zhu Zhuqing stayed in the audience, watching intently. The host on stage introduced with fervor, "Next, We will have the 8th match of our main Soul Arena's one-on-one soul battles. Coming to the stage are a great soul master and a soul venerable. That's right. Today we will witness a level-up challenge. The challenger, Tang Qingxi, who has been away from the Grand Soul Arena for over a year and boasts an impressive 11 consecutive victories with her plant martial soul, the Ink Jade Plum Blossom, will face Fong Lin, who has won 5 consecutive matches with his martial soul, the Blazing Wolf. Upon hearing the host's words, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but furrow her brow. Chapter 21. Battle against the Blazing Wolf martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing was well aware that Tang Qingxi's strength was formidable, but she had to admit that fire-type martial souls indeed countered most plant-type martial souls. However, from her observations, Tang Qingxi was not one to easily leave herself with weaknesses. She wondered how she would respond. Zhu Zhuqing had never fought against Tang Qingxi, so she was unaware that Tang Qingxi's soul power also contained an extremely chilling force. The host continued passionately. Will Tang Qingxi recreate the glory of a year ago and achieve 12 consecutive victories, or will Fong Lin win and break her winning streak myth? Let's wait and see. Please welcome both competitors to the stage. The audience in the stands erupted in cheers, as a 10-game winning streak was something that rarely occurred in the Grand Soul Arena. And even though Tang Qingxi had not appeared for over a year, many still remembered her terrifying record of 11 consecutive victories from a year ago. Especially this time, she had chosen to challenge a well-known competitor in the Grand Soul Arena, Fong Lin. This battle was undoubtedly highly anticipated. Listening to the cheers that seemed to break through the dome, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit surprised. She had not seen such a scene at the 14th Soul Arena. The competitors from the main Soul Arena were indeed extraordinary. Fong Lin quickly walked onto the battle stage, sporting a wild hairstyle, his eyes fierce and sharp, exuding an extremely strong aura. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi approaching leisurely, he showed a hint of disdain. Little girl, your ability to achieve 11 consecutive victories is indeed impressive, but you seem to be a bit intoxicated by your winning streak, daring to challenge a soul venerable with your great soul master strength. Your winning streak is destined to end. Let's see if you can say that after you win. Tang Qingxi replied, not fond of the pre-battle trash talk. Heh. Fong Lin chuckled. You will realize the difference between a great soul master and a soul venerable. As the host announced the start, Fong Lin appeared dismissive. But in reality, reaching the copper badge and achieving 5 consecutive victories was not the result of mindless arrogance. He immediately activated his martial soul, flames erupting from his hair, making his already strong physique appear even taller. He respected the legendary existence of 11 consecutive victories, even in the great soul master category. Harsh words aside, practical combat was what mattered. His hands transformed into claws engulfed in flames, sparks flying as his claws rubbed together. With 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, hovering around him, Tang Qingxi did not release her martial soul in a high-profile manner. Instead, a few pieces of black jade plum blossoms swirled in her palm. Then, with a sudden movement, Tang Qingxi dashed towards Fong Lin. Upon witnessing the speed displayed by Tang Qingxi, which was surprisingly not slower than his own, Fong Lin's expression became serious. As expected from someone who could achieve 11 consecutive victories and dare to challenge at higher levels, she indeed had some backing. Fong Lin's first soul ring lit up, and flames ignited all over his body. Then his second soul ring glowed as he opened his mouth to let out a wolf howl, with flames gathering in his mouth. And a fireball was shot towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi dodged the fireball effortlessly with a sidestep, only feeling a hint of its heat. As Tang Qingxi approached, Fong Lin also moved forward, raising his paw to attack her. Fong Lin had only added a long-range attack ability with his second soul ring. In reality, he primarily focused on melee combat. Tang Qingxi's direct attack was exactly what he wanted. He also struck with full force, and the third soul ring lit up. A circle of flames suddenly ignited around his feet, and he smiled with satisfaction. In the past, his opponents rarely dared to come close. But this Tang Qingxi was too bold. What surprised him, however, was that Tang Qingxi stepped into the fire circle and directly extinguished the flames at his feet. At the same time, Tang Qingxi raised his hand and directly met Fong Lin's fiery claws head-on. Tang Qingxi gathered cold air in her palm, and the flames on her sharp claws seemed to wither as if encountering something terrifying, extinguishing completely upon contact. Feeling the returning chill from the claws, Fong Lin's eyes widened. You actually have ice attributes. It had been over a year since Tang Qingxi last appeared in the Grand Soul Arena. And today, a sudden appearance left Fong Lin unable to gather complete information about her martial soul. He only knew it was a plant-type martial soul, which should give him an advantage as a fire attribute user. However, he didn't expect it to also have ice attributes. What puzzled Fong Lin was that even though ice and fire counter each other, the difference in their soul power should mean he had the upper hand against Tang Qingxi. Why was it that his flames were completely suppressed instead? Moreover, as a Grand Soul Master, Tang Qingxi's strength was not any weaker than his. With just one clash, Fong Lin was pushed back 3 steps by a single palm strike from Tang Qingxi, while she remained steady in her position. After their first exchange, Fong Lin seemed to be at a disadvantage, prompting another round of cheers from the stands. His palm was frozen with a bone-chilling cold, causing him to retreat cautiously a few more steps before unleashing a fireball. Tang Qingxi seemed to not dodge this time, which surprised Fong Lin a bit. But as the fireball directly passed through Tang Qingxi's figure, Fong Lin's pupil shrank. A chill came from his side as Tang Qingxi lightly struck Fong Lin's shoulder with one palm. He didn't feel much force, unlike the first strike that could push Fong Lin back. However, this strike left his entire arm unable to lift, and it was difficult to repel the invading chill with his soul power. "This is impossible," Fong Lin shouted in disbelief. He had been defeated before, but even the soul masters who had beaten him couldn't easily disable an arm in just 2 moves. Now he truly understood why Tang Qingxi dared to challenge those at a higher level. With one arm immobilized, Fong Lin's combat power decreased a bit, and he could only raise his other claw in an attempt to block Tang Qingxi. But with a simple pull from Tang Qingxi, Fong Lin was uncontrollably pushed forward, and then a finger tapped on his other shoulder. After being gently pushed back a few steps, Tang Qingxi crossed his hands behind his back and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Fong Lin's face turned red. He couldn't believe he had lost so easily. Now, both of his arms only felt the coldness, making resistance impossible. He couldn't help but lower his head and said, feeling greatly defeated, "I admit defeat." Zhu Zhuqing in the audience stared wide-eyed. Tang Qingxi was truly too strong. The stands fell silent for a moment, and everyone was a bit surprised that this highly anticipated challenge ended so quickly. But soon, a thunderous cheer erupted. Tang Qingxi was a legend of the Soto City Soul Arena. "You're very strong," Fong Lin admitted sincerely, still unable to lift his arms, which made his expression somewhat gloomy. Tang Qingxi waved his hand and said, "Remember to use soul power to nourish your joints. You have fire attributes, so your recovery is relatively fast." All right. At this moment, the host stepped onto the battle platform and excitedly announced, "Congratulations to the Battle Soul Master Tang Qingxi for winning. With a record of 12 battles and 12 victories. This is the only 12 consecutive wins in our great Battle Soul Arena in 100 years. Chapter 22, 2 verses. 2. The Duel of Cat Martial Souls. Tang Qingxi walked down the Fighting Soul platform amidst cheers and saw Zhu Zhuqing's eyes shining brightly. "Sister Shi, I also want to become as strong as you," Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but say, perhaps influenced by the festive atmosphere of the Grand Fighting Soul Arena. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat excited, no longer the icy figure from before. She looked quite like a girl, gazing at Tang Qingxi with admiration. "Being as strong as me? That's probably impossible." However, Tang Qingxi was unrelenting. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze dimmed a little, and then she heard Tang Qingxi say, "But I can help you become stronger. Do you want to train with me? I'll talk to the dean, and you won't have to worry about the academy's courses." "Can I?" Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat astonished to hear this, not knowing that Tang Qingxi was already planning to give private lessons to Tang San and the others. Tang Qingxi nodded slightly. "If you're willing, that's fine. I'm willing, no matter what kind of training it is. I can accept it." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was incredibly firm. The teachers at the academy were strong, but their soul power was too high to directly observe their combat strength against opponents of the same or higher rank. On the other hand, Tang Qingxi was clearly formidable, and her training was evidently recognized by the academy. It seemed that because it was too brutal, the academy only allowed her freedom. Otherwise, they would have adopted Tang Qingxi's training methods long ago. Zhu Zhuqing just wanted to become stronger. She wasn't afraid of brutal training. "All right, I'll mention it to the dean tomorrow." After Tang Qingxi agreed, she couldn't help but think that she could be considered a teacher at the academy now, with quite a few students under her name. While waiting for the 2-on-2 rankings, Dai Mubai and Tang San approached them. Their matches had all concluded smoothly, and they had won. "Sister Shi, have you finished?" Dai Mubai asked as he leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been by Tang Qingxi's side, listening to her explain the matches on the Soul Battle platform, had softened her expression but it turned cold again at that moment. However, she still gave a little face and responded. The one-on-one matches are over. The two-on-two mainly depends on Zhu Qing's performance. Tang Qingxi said. She was primarily worried about the upcoming two-on-two, fearing that their opponents would concede right away. After all, their opponents were great soul masters, and she had won against soul kings so easily. Would any great soul master dare to fight against her in this grand soul arena? After watching a few more soul battles, it was finally time for Tang Qingxi and Zhu Qing's two-on-two match. The host's voice was noticeably more excited than in the previous matches. Now we are about to begin the fifth two-on-two match, featuring the Qingzhu combination against the Maoxiong combination, one cat and one bear, with a sensitive attack type paired with a power type. Tang Qingxi felt fairly satisfied with this combination and said to Zhu Qing, "I'll try to make them willing to stay in the ring and fight you." Zhu Qing replied, "Teaming up with Tang Qingxi is indeed not a very wise choice. Whether the opponents dare to take the stage is a question." However, it was unclear if the Soul Battle Arena thought the same way, as the host did not provide detailed introductions of the members and their martial souls. When both combinations took to the stage, Tang Qingxi clearly saw the expressions on the faces of the petite and the robust individuals opposite them were uniformly one of despair. As the two seemed about to say something, Tang Qingxi spoke first. "Come practice with my little sister here. No need to hold back, and after the match, I'll give you 50 gold soul coins." Many soul masters who came to the soul arena were there for their livelihoods. The dignity of a soul master was nothing compared to the gold soul coins that Tang Qingxi was throwing down. Upon realizing that it was Tang Qingxi facing them, the two members of the Maoxiong combination had initially prepared to concede and leave the stage. After all, someone who could easily defeat a soul king would be playing with them. So what was the point of fighting? They didn't want to end up like the unfortunate Fong Lin, who couldn't even lift his arms and didn't know how long it would take to recover to continue battling. That would be too painful. However, upon hearing Tang Qingxi's words, their expressions relaxed considerably. Although the implication of her words was clearly that she looked down on them, Tang Qingxi was offering money, and it was a substantial amount, so that was no problem. "All right, no problem." The Maoxiong combination agreed in unison. "Host, Zhu Qing." Tang Qingxi had a new idea at this moment. The purpose of coming to the Great Soul Arena was to gain practical combat experience. But wasn't it troublesome to come here every night? She wasn't short on money, so why not just hire a few people to practice with her at the academy? Let's go, just don't lose too badly. After reaching a consensus with money, Tang Qingxi waved her hand and stepped back a couple of steps. She didn't expect Zhu Qing to win. After all, she was just a young girl, and her soul power was 2 levels lower than those two. The opponents matched to her were far from her level, but the Great Soul Master level, they wouldn't be weak. With Zhu Qing's strength, it would be difficult to fight even one opponent of the same rank with a bronze badge, let alone 2. "I will get my all." Upon hearing that Tang Qingxi didn't expect her to win at all, Zhu Qing's competitive spirit was ignited. Faced with this somewhat unusual duel, the host was also somewhat helpless. Hastily announcing the start before stepping off the stage, Zhu Qing's expression became serious as her martial soul, the dark spirit cat, manifested. Her eyes changed color simultaneously. With her left eye turning dark green and her right eye becoming clear blue. A pair of cute cat ears perked up and her 10 fingers stretched out, revealing sharp, claw-like spikes. Watching Zhu Qing's martial soul manifestation up close, Tang Qingxi's gaze brightened a bit. She had always liked cats otherwise. She wouldn't have deliberately used the body of the White Knight Spirit Cat for Eru at the beginning. Eru, who was lying on her shoulder, actually knew her thoughts and showed her teeth with a grin. Tang Qingxi casually took out a small dried fish and held it to the white cat's mouth, receiving a disdainful glance in return. She then pulled out a carrot. The white cat, Eru, raised a front paw, its sharp claws extending from the paw pad, silently intimidating Tang Qingxi. This little girl really dares to treat herself as a pet. It's outrageous. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but curl her lips as she put away the carrot and dried fish. At that moment, Zhu Qing had already rushed out bravely. The cat and bear combination understood Tang Qingxi's intention, and, after roughly estimating Zhu Qing's strength, Xiong Chun, who possessed a bear martial soul, took 2 steps back, leaving only Bai Ling, who had a cat martial soul, to face Zhu Qing. 2 agile figures collided in the central area of the soul fighting platform. Zhu Qing's first soul ring lit up, and the Phantom Strike was activated, doubling her speed in an instant as her sharp claws lunged toward Bai Ling. Bai Ling suddenly leaped sideways to avoid Zhu Qing's claws, and then turned around, also manifesting sharp claws as she lunged at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing deftly dodged. and the two passed each other, locking eyes. Chapter 23. Tang Qingxi begins the class. The two faced off for a moment before leaping into the air again. The two figures, dazzling to behold, collided, and the sound of their claws clashing echoed continuously. Tang Qingxi stood with his arms crossed, watching Zhu Zhuqing's every response. Below the stage, Tang San had silently activated his purple extreme magic eye, observing the duel between the two on stage. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, Ghostly Claw, and the sound of claws clashing grew more intense. However, her opponent was also a soul master, making it difficult for her to find a good opportunity to strike. While she had to concentrate to prevent her opponent from finding an opening. Due to the disparity in soul power and physical strength between the two, Zhu Zhuqing gradually began to be unable to withstand the pressure and was forced to retreat. Her opponent pressed on relentlessly, not even giving her a chance to catch her breath. As the frequent exchanges took a toll, Zhu Zhuqing's stamina also declined rapidly. She is still holding back. Tang Qingxi murmured softly. It was clear she was still wary of him, not daring to injure Zhu Zhuqing, but gradually pushing her towards the edge of the fighting stage, attempting to force her off. Although both were cat martial souls, Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly spirit cat was stronger, yet she was only 12 years old. Her combat experience and physical strength were far inferior to Bai Ling, who was over 20 and had long been immersed in the Great Soul Arena, facing battles almost every day. When Zhu Zhuqing stepped onto the edge of the fighting stage, Bai Ling halted and stepped back. Zhu Zhuqing realized she had lost. Her stamina depleted, bending slightly at the waist and gasping for breath. Tang Qingxi decisively handed over the gold coins, and the panda duo admitted defeat and left the stage. She then walked over to the silent Zhu Zhuqing, noticing the sweat on her face, and patted her shoulder. There's still more practice to do, but don't worry. With me around, it won't be long before she will be completely powerless in your hands. I will definitely train hard and strictly follow all of Sister Shi's requirements. Zhu Zhuqing said, panting and gritting her teeth. Let's go. Tang Qingxi waved her hand. Get a good rest tonight. Cherish the days when you can return to the dormitory by yourself. After tomorrow, it will be impossible for you to walk back upright. Be mentally prepared. After hearing Tang Qingxi's words, Zhu Zhuqing was not afraid at all and nodded firmly. Okay, this girl is on the right track. Tang Qingxi was very satisfied, even feeling that Zhu Zhuqing would be even more hardworking than Tang San at that time. Sister Shi, is there no one daring to fight you on the field now? Dai Mubai was also extremely surprised by the situation of this soul battle, as he had never seen such a soul battle before. Tang Qingxi chuckled lightly. Is the competition over? Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then let's head back. The dean instructed us to return directly after the soul battle. Tang Qingxi then led the group outside. As the six of them exited the soul battle arena, they could still hear the cheers rising and falling. Today's soul battle was quite beneficial for Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others. How was the battle? On the way back, Tang Qingxi asked Tang San, who had appeared somewhat pale earlier, seemingly showing signs of injury. Tang San's face looked a bit unpleasant. He had seen the one-on-one match with Sister Shi, and in the subsequent two-on-two match with Xiao Wu, they almost lost due to underestimating their opponents. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi asked lightly, Did you learn a lesson? Yes. Tang San nodded, deeply reflecting on himself. We were up against a pair of brothers with a hammer martial soul. I didn't expect their second soul skill had tracking effects. I could only protect Xiao Wu and took the hammer hit myself, resulting in backlash. Still angry, Xiao Wu used her silent wrist crossbow, almost injuring the opponent fatally. Using hidden weapons against opponents of the same level? Regardless of who used it, Tang San, that really shouldn't have happened. It's a bit of an overreaction. Listening to Tang San's description, Tang Qingxi was indeed very dissatisfied with his performance. Yes, I was wrong, Tang San admitted with his head bowed. Seeing Tang San being scolded by Tang Qingxi, Xiao Wu couldn't help but pout. They hurt third brother. I was just too angry to use it. It's okay, Xiao Wu. It's my fault, Tang San comforted her. With my strength, I shouldn't have been injured. If I hadn't been injured, you naturally wouldn't have had to use the wrist crossbow. Tang San, you'll train with me directly tomorrow. Xiao Wu, if you want, you can come too, but the training will be very harsh. Seeing Tang San's attitude was quite good, Tang Qingxi did not criticize him too much and directly spoke about the matter at hand. This surprised Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Sister Shi, you want Tang San to train with you? Isn't that asking for his life? Can a person endure the intensity of Sister Shi's training? Except for Sister Shi, of course. Yes, Tang San replied immediately. If he was going to train with Tang Qingxi, Xiao Wu naturally wouldn't miss out. Then I'll join too. You too can come if you want. Tomorrow I will discuss with the dean about whether to open the course as an elective. Remember to mention it to Oscar and Ning Rongrong as well. It was clear that the training intensity would be much higher than the academy courses. Whether they came was up to them. If they did, they would gather at the cafeteria entrance after lunch. Tang Qingxi merely mentioned it to Dai Mubai and the others. They could choose to come or not. And if they did, she would teach them as well. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun both shivered in unison, looking resistant. Zhu Zhuqing coldly glanced at Dai Mubai. Her eyes filled with disappointment. The next day, Tang Qingxi sought out Flandre early in the morning to express her desire to start course. Flandre naturally didn't say anything against it, only reminding her that the students were still young and the training intensity should be appropriate before agreeing. Then Tang Qingxi left Shrek Academy to prepare for the course. She first hired several chefs from Soto City and arranged for daily ingredients to be delivered to Shrek Academy, as the original meals were insufficient to supply the energy needed for high-intensity training. The food wouldn't cost much, and Tang Qingxi kindly provided it for all the students. Later, she spent money at the blacksmith shop to urgently create several sets of training gear. As for training partners, she had that in mind, but didn't need to arrange it now. First, she would enhance their physical strength and then train their practical combat experience. They had already seen the world in the Great Soul Arena. After a period of training, engaging in real combat would allow them to see their improvements directly. Then, they would be severely beaten, which would motivate them to participate in the subsequent training. At lunch, the Shrek Academy students were served food that was several levels better than before and tasted great, prompting everyone to cheer. However, as soon as Tang Qingxi entered the cafeteria, the cheering suddenly stopped. Finish eating and come out to gather. Tang Qingxi had already eaten, leaving behind a sentence before walking out of the cafeteria to wait in the open space outside. Before long, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu came out. Behind them followed a figure that surprised Tang Qingxi a bit. Ning Rongrong, wearing a white dress, came out with a determined look, following Tang San and the others. Glaring at Tang Qingxi, I heard you're starting a course. Aren't you very strong? I want to see what kind of improvement you can give me. Chapter 24. Course objective, 10,000-year fourth soul, ring change out of your dress first. Tang Qingxi only glanced at her lightly. Speed, we want to wait for you. Okay, Ning Rongrong readily agreed and ran back to her dorm. While they waited for Ning Rongrong, the bell for the dean's class rang. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun hurried out of the cafeteria towards the playground. Seeing Tang San and the others gathered together, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but curl his lip. How did Sister Shi come back and recruit 4 new students? But in the end, it's still just us in class. What else? Do you want to be tortured by Sister Shi? Dai Mubai shot him a glance. The Academy-S courses are already terrifying enough. Tang Qingxi's training intensity is much more frightening. He felt that Tang San and the others wouldn't last long. Zhu Zhuqing silently watched Dai Mubai walk away, then averted her gaze, no longer looking at him. There was no point in hoping for someone unreliable. It was a waste of time to look more than once. Better to focus on strengthening herself. Soon, Ning Rongrong returned after changing into pants. Line up, stand in a row. Tang Qingxi, dressed in a black and red outfit, surveyed the 4 in front of her. Let me say this up front. My course allows you to withdraw at any time because the training you're about to face will be extremely harsh, far beyond what ordinary people can endure. However, once you withdraw, I will not accept you again. As for the upcoming courses, they would focus on enhancing various aspects such as physical strength, stamina, speed, reaction, willpower, mental strength, combat skills, and practical experience. Your graduation goal will be to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring after reaching level 40. A 10,000-year soul ring? Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were dumbfounded. The upper limit for a 4th soul ring is generally around 4 to 5,000 years. And Tang Qingxi's goal for them was actually to exceed that limit by double and absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. They had never heard of soul masters absorbing 10,000-year soul rings for their 4th soul ring. Ning Rongrong looked incredulous, thinking Tang Qingxi was too bold. Xiao Wu expressed strong disapproval. The endurance required for a 10,000-year soul ring is extraordinary, and there could be backlash. If you fail, you could die. Tang Qingxi remained calm. As long as you follow my training, I can guarantee that you will be able to reach this step, whether you're a battle soul master or a support-type soul master. However, if you attempt to cut corners and fail to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, the consequences, as Xiao Wu has already stated, will be severe. Those who are not willing to take the risk can choose to withdraw at level 40. Opting not to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring but those who successfully graduate will receive a reward, a very precious one. If you have any questions now, feel free to ask. If you wish to withdraw, you can leave directly. Is there any problem? I have no problem. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent until now, spoke up first. Tang Sect also shook his head to indicate there was no problem, but he looked worriedly at Xiao Wu. He wouldn't question the young lady's words, but he was unsure if Xiao Wu could handle the young lady's training. The young lady's fierce reputation was well known to Tang Sect, having once made many inner disciples feel like they were living in hell. The young lady had once been responsible for teaching the disciples of the Tang Sect, but due to too many complaints, including from several elders' offspring, she eventually stopped teaching inner disciples. However, those who had experienced her training generally had stronger abilities than other inner disciples. Later, when it was heard that the young lady would come to teach the outer disciples, Tang Sect was quite happy. However, before the training could begin, a storm broke out in the Tang Sect. The young lady had defected. As for the reasons, only a few people within the inner sect knew, and Tang Sect, as an outer disciple, was unaware. When Xiao Wu saw Tang Sect's gaze, she smiled slightly, indicating that she had no problem. Ning Rongrong, who was already unwilling to back down, naturally refused to concede and grit her teeth, insisting on participating in the training. Good. Tang Qingxi nodded, raising her hand to sweep over her wrist, and 4 iron armor-like objects fell in front of the 4 of them. Put them on, and from today onwards, unless you are bathing or sleeping, you cannot take them off without my permission. Because your basic body strength differs, each person's weight will also differ. So take what is in front of you. With time being tight, they would first use this iron armor, and later, more refined weighted inner armor would be sent. The thickness of the iron armor was visibly different. The armor in front of Tang Sect was the thickest, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, while Ning Rongrong's armor was the thinnest. Without saying a word, Zhu Zhuqing picked up her armor and put it on, and Tang Sect and Xiao Wu followed suit without hesitation. Only Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat hesitant. Is this how you trained back then? Tang Qingxi didn't even lift her eyelids. She simply opened her fitted jacket and pulled out a piece of golden inner armor. The armor looked quite thin, and as Tang Qingxi relaxed her grip, it fell into the mud with a dull thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ning Rongrong was somewhat surprised, and then curiously stepped forward to try to pick up the armor, but she couldn't lift it with one hand. She widened her eyes in shock. Did Tang Qingxi always wear such heavy armor? Did she wear this when she fought against teacher Zhao yesterday? Is that even possible? Tang Qingxi gave her a look as if she were foolish and took the armor back to put it on. Did she think she was a deity? How could she fight Zhao Wuji while wearing such a burden? Ning Rongrong fell silent and quietly put the iron armor on herself. Regardless of whether Tang Qingxi wore it yesterday or not, just the weight of the armor she was wearing today made it clear that Ning Rongrong had completely missed how Tang Qingxi managed to endure such a load. At your age, enduring such weight for long periods will put a strain on your bones. We will arrange medicinal baths for you every night, Tang Qingxi added, and prepared to start training with them. However, at that moment, Flander approached with Dai Mubai and the others. Tang Qingxi turned around and looked at Flander, who pointed at Oscar. This kid is already level 30. Tomorrow, I'm planning to have Zhao Wujia take him to the Stardo Forest. This is also a form of training. Zhao Wujia won't easily make a move. I hope you all will go along and help Oscar hunt for soul rings. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi thought for a moment and nodded. All right, it's good for them to see the world in the Stardo Forest. After agreeing, Tang Qingxi ignored the curious gazes from Dai Mubai and the others as they looked at Tang Sect and the others, and waved to Tang Sect and the others. Let's continue the lesson and start running laps around the village. After saying that, Tang Qingxi led them out to run. Wow, how heavy must that armor be? Oscar looked at the armor on the 4 and couldn't help but exclaim. Are we still continuing the training? Will we even be able to get up tomorrow? Dai Mubai also looked stunned. This training really seemed a bit harsh. Ma Hongjun shivered. Those 4 are really brave. They actually dare to train with Sister Shi. Chapter 25. Ning Rongrong's grievance. How many laps do we have to run? Seeing that they were going to run around the village again, Ning Rongrong recalled her experience from yesterday and couldn't help but ask. Tang Qingxi wasn't running fast, maintaining a steady pace in front leading the team. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, he didn't even look back. You can talk after you finish a lap. You're allowed to use soul power, but the other 3 are not. My iron armor is already the lightest, and I'm still allowed to use soul power? Ning Rongrong was a bit surprised and felt a little pleased inside. Tang Qingxi still knew how to take care of her. Tang Qingxi spoke in a cold tone. There's no way around it. Your physical condition is really too poor. Without this, you wouldn't even be able to keep up. I actually don't want to take you along, The three of them have similar physical capabilities and strong wills, and with you added in, I have to adjust the curriculum for you. Tang Qingxi did not hide her disdain at all. Ning Rongrong was spoiled too much. If she didn't face some challenges and get stimulated, she wouldn't know the difference between heaven and earth, and there was a high probability she would give up halfway. Ning Rongrong, you really look down on me too much. Ning Rongrong was so angry that she gritted her teeth at these words. If she wanted people to respect her, she needed to do things that were worthy of respect and speak less. Tang Qingxi, without turning her head, slowly increased her speed. At first, Ning Rongrong was stubborn and didn't use her soul power either, but soon she felt herself struggling to keep up with Tang Qingxi and the others. Feeling humiliated by Tang Qingxi's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't let herself fall behind after just a little running. She had to silently use her soul power. Ning Rongrong even rushed ahead of Tang San and the others, but was immediately doused with cold water by Tang Qingxi. Don't accelerate too much. It's a waste of energy. Use your soul power wisely. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth. After running a lap, even though she could use her soul power, Ning Rongrong felt somewhat exhausted, and the armor on her body felt increasingly heavy. However, seeing that Tang San and the others remained unfazed, Ning Rongrong continued to follow them in silence. She wanted to prove herself that she was not the worst in the academy. After 2 laps, Ning Rongrong was already drenched in sweat. At the village entrance, 2 tables had appeared out of nowhere, with chefs invited by Tang Qingxi sitting behind them. Tang Qingxi raised a hand, signaling everyone to stop. 3 minutes break. Have a drink of water. Tang San walked to the table and picked up the water cup that had already been placed there, only to be taken aback by the green color of the water inside. Drink, it's to replenish your energy, Tang Qingxi said, leading by example. Although she didn't actually need to replenish anything, she walked over, picked up a cup, and drank it down. The taste was indeed not great. A mix of vegetable and fruit flavors with a hint of saltiness. In fact, it could have been made to taste better, but Tang Qingxi wasn't ready to give them that treatment yet. Tang San took a big gulp, and the taste almost made him spit it out. When he caught a glance from Tang Qingxi, he quickly covered his mouth, his face flushed as he swallowed it down, then turned his back to Tang Qingxi, his entire face scrunching up. The taste was just too strange. If he had to say it was inedible, that wouldn't be accurate, but it was so odd that it made him feel a bit nauseous. Seeing Tang San's reaction, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were both taken aback. What kind of water was this? Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, remained mostly silent, quietly picking up the cup to drink. Although she swallowed a mouthful of water, her hand trembled slightly. After forcing down a cup of water, Zhu Zhuqing also raised her fist to press against her mouth. The taste was truly uncomplimentary. In contrast, Xiao Wu was the one with the highest tolerance, calmly finishing her drink. Ning Rongrong wore a mask of pain, yet stubbornly insisted on taking another sip, gulping it down. And afterward couldn't help but retch a few times. 3 minutes passed quickly. For Tang San and the others, it was fine. But Ning Rongrong didn't feel much rested before they had to start running again. However, once they began running, Ning Rongrong could still feel that the rest and the water had helped restore and replenish her stamina. But by the 5th lap, Ning Rongrong's speed gradually slowed down, and she felt her legs growing heavier. Tang Qingxi also slowed down according to her situation, but by the 6th lap, Ning Rongrong's speed had obviously become much slower. After finishing this lap, you are allowed to rest for 1 lap, but the armor cannot be taken off. Accelerate and catch up. This time, Tang Qingxi did not slow down to wait for her, but sternly urged her. Ning Rongrong felt her vision starting to darken, and amidst the dizziness, she heard Tang Qingxi say she could rest, which made her a bit clearer. She could see that Tang San and the others were already sweating profusely but still maintaining their speed, unlike herself who was in such a miserable state. Tang Qingxi, on the other hand, maintained her calm demeanor, only unbuttoning her jacket. But it wasn't to cool down. It was just to let them see that she was also wearing weights. Ning Rongrong really thought Tang Qingxi was a monster. She had also exercised before. She just couldn't understand how long and how intense Tang Qingxi had to train to run so effortlessly under such weight. Along the way, Ning Rongrong wanted to give up countless times, but she gritted her teeth and persisted, stimulated by Tang Qingxi's disdainful words. However, at this moment, the idea of resting was what truly ignited Ning Rongrong's fighting spirit. Hearing Tang Qingxi say that after finishing this lap, she could rest for a whole lap, Ning Rongrong almost burst into tears. So even though she felt a bit dizzy, she actually picked up her speed, thinking only of quickly finishing this lap. Zhu Zhuqing, Seeing Ning Rongrong catch up again, couldn't help but admire Tang Qingxi for a moment. This person had a terrifying skill in understanding people's hearts, always managing to make Ning Rongrong persist despite different times and levels of fatigue. When they finished this lap and returned to the village entrance, Ning Rongrong immediately collapsed there. She really could not run anymore. However, the next moment, she was yanked up by Tang Qingxi, who was holding her armor. Stand up and rest. Ning Rongrong felt like crying. Her throat was burning and she couldn't say anything, but she really wanted to lie down. Watching her, Tang Qingxi ordered the chefs waiting nearby mercilessly. She can't sit down until the time is up. Among those chefs, some were spirit masters, although their levels were not high. Dealing with an auxiliary type Ning Rongrong was still very easy. Ning Rongrong was watched, unable to sit down or rest, only able to stand. The armor on her was especially heavy, and she couldn't hold it in anymore, bursting into tears. Meanwhile, after Tang San and the others finished drinking the replenishing water and rested for a moment, Tang Qingxi took the group and left without caring about Ning Rongrong. As for the chefs, Tang Qingxi had already informed them. They just watched Ning Rongrong stand, not giving her even a glance no matter how much she cried. Although extremely wronged, Ning Rongrong, ignored by everyone, cried for a while before stopping with sniffles. When she finally could sit down, she hugged her knees and curled up to the side, silently feeling wronged. She truly understood now that in this academy, no one would treat her with the same adoration and pampering as in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 26. Heading to the Stardow Forest when Tang Qingxi led the team back after finishing a lap. Tang San and the others were also allowed to rest for a bit longer. They all took a look at Ning Rongrong, whose eyes were red. Although she looked quite pitiful, no one said anything. Their bodies were also exhausted. After all, the armor they wore was heavier than what Ning Rongrong had on, and their physical consumption was no less. No one wanted to waste even a bit of energy by saying an extra word. However, Ning Rongrong was very calm at this moment. After crying and feeling wronged, she had calmed down and thought about many things. Although she had been spoiled, Ning Rongrong was not a true fool. She was quite clever. Looking back, she could actually understand Tang Qingxi's intentions. Although she felt extremely tired and was both angry and wronged while running, she felt a bit grateful to Tang Qingxi after resting and calming down. Her emotions were truly complex. Continuing, Ning Rongrong kept up. After resting for a while, Tang Qingxi led the team to set off again. On this day, Tang Qingxi continued running until everyone collapsed on the ground, unable to move, before ending the class. If it wasn't for going to the Stardow Forest the next day, Tang Qingxi was prepared to train them until they fainted. The chefs Tang Qingxi invited were quite versatile and could also act as caretakers. They took Tang San and the others back to the dormitory and arranged for medicinal baths. Tang San was last to fall behind, and Tang Qingxi quietly reminded him, "Don't slack off. You should take this time to practice the Xiantian skill." Tang San understood. Although he was too tired to move, he still obediently responded to Tang Qingxi's instruction. The four were sent back to rest. In the Shrek boys' dormitory, Oscar and Ma Hongjun stared dumbfounded at the Tang San being carried back. They had guessed correctly. Sister Shi's lessons were terrifying. Tang San's physical fitness is actually not much different from Dai Mubai's. Both could be trained to this extent. If they were to undergo such training, they might lose consciousness directly. When Dai Mubai saw them being sent back, he ran to the girls' dormitory to check on Zhu Zhuqing. However, he was stopped at the door by Tang Qingxi's people, as it was time for the medicinal bath, and boys were not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory. Upon learning this, Dai Mubai had no choice but to return to his dormitory. In the boys' dormitory, Ma Hongjun and the others surrounded Tang San, who was waiting for the medicinal bath to be ready and could hardly lift his arms, and asked with glee, "Little San, how do you feel? Are you still going to take Sister Shi's class next time?" "Of course I will," Tang San replied. "Although the training is brutal, it also means a great improvement for us. Don't you really consider joining in?" Tang San awkwardly moved his arms, preparing to take off the iron armor he was wearing. Ma Hongjun was the most resistant, shaking his head repeatedly. "I definitely don't want to be tortured by Sister Shi. Is Ning Rongrong really keeping up with you all?" Oscar asked curiously. He was quite surprised by Ning Rongrong's true nature revealed yesterday, but today's Ning Rongrong surprised him even more. Tang San nodded. He even fainted for a moment on the way, but after waking up, he still got up and continued to run with us. "My goodness, Sister Shi is really terrifying. How did Sister Shi manage to make Ning Rongrong, who resisted the training so much yesterday, accept her brutal training?" The boys' dormitory was lively, discussing today's training, while in the girls' dormitory, everyone was too exhausted to want to talk. Tang Qingxi ran a few more laps before returning to her residence. In her bedroom, there was a pervasive chill. A cold jade bed that exuded frostiness was placed on the floor. After washing up, Tang Qingxi practiced the Huagong martial arts for a while before going to sleep. At midnight, the cold reached its peak, and she naturally woke up, sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed in the five hearts towards heaven position, circulating her inner energy for cultivation. The cold gradually rose, enveloping Tang Qingxi as if she were surrounded by mist, with strands of cold energy swirling and being absorbed into her dantian. Within Tang Qingxi's body, her soul power merged with the absorbed cold energy, making her soul power even more chilling and profound. Tang Qingxi still had one aspect that had not yet been revealed, which was her soul power, and it had become even sharper. The white cat lay on the windowsill, silently watching Tang Qingxi practice. Sometimes, she couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly disciplined this girl was. She would get up in the middle of the night and then wake up again before dawn. She also couldn't quite understand how Tang Qingxi could sleep on such a cold jade bed. Perhaps it was this ability to endure what others could not that had forged the strong Tang Qingxi of today. The next morning after breakfast, the Shrek Academy students gathered on the playground. Tang Qingxi saw that Tang San and the others were all following her previous instructions, wearing armor, and couldn't he help but nod in satisfaction. Zhao Wujia soon arrived at the playground. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi and Tang San, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhao Wujia's face. He cleared his throat and called everyone to prepare to leave. All right, everyone, let's go. Qingxi, you lead the team. Tang Qingxi nodded and said, the Stardo Forest is a primitive forest and one of the three most famous soul beast habitats on the continent. It is not a royal breeding ground. The soul beasts are extremely abundant, but the terrain is complex and the danger level is very high. Remember not to let your guard down. Unless we encounter a particularly powerful soul beast, neither I nor teacher Zhao will intervene easily. You must resolve it on your own. As for the formation arrangement, Dai Mubai will lead the way at the front, followed by Oscar and Ning Rongrong, with Ma Hongjun alongside them, always ready to protect them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing will be on the left and right sides, while I and Tang San will bring up the rear. Although we have just set off and haven't even reached the Stardo Forest, we must remain vigilant at all times. Sometimes, soul masters can be more terrifying than soul beasts. Do you understand? Understood, Sister Shi. Everyone replied in unison, and then quickly adjusted their formation. Tang Qingxi is not only the strongest among the Shrek students, but also the most mature in temperament. Regarding her arrangements, Zhao Wujia would not utter a word. As everyone walked out of the academy, Tang Qingxi said to Tang San and the others, we need to hurry today to avoid affecting the speed of the entire team. You're allowed to take off your armor and use your soul power. Oscar, get ready to prepare recovery sausages. Ning Rongrong, you don't need to use your soul skills for assistance. Now let's set off and run forward. The Stardo Forest is not far from Soto City. And even though Flender gave Tang Qingxi a sum of gold soul coins when she went to find him yesterday, it doesn't change his stingy nature. And the academy did not arrange for any carriages for everyone. Tang Qingxi didn't mind taking this journey as part of their training and didn't arrange for a carriage, just to avoid moving too slowly and consuming too much energy. In case of unexpected situations where their strength might not be enough, Tang San and the others were allowed to take off their armor. Subsequently, everyone, led by Dai Mubai, ran towards the direction of the Stardo Forest. Chapter 27. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre with Oscar's assistance in restoring sausages. The members of Shrek Academy arrived at a small town not far from the Stardo Forest as night fell. Given their combined speed, they wouldn't be able to reach the Stardo Forest in a single day, and Tang Qingxi also didn't plan to travel at night. So they decided to rest and resupply in this small town. Although the town was not large, it was quite lively. The streets were lined with shops selling products related to soul masters, such as weapons, armor, potions, and so on. What a prosperous little town. Tang San was somewhat surprised by the bustling streets. This town, close to the Stardo Forest, often saw soul masters coming in and out for supplies and rest. Hence its natural prosperity. Tang Qingxi remarked without surprise. Tang San was a bit surprised. Isn't the Stardo Forest nearly 100 kilometers away? Can such a prosperous place really rely on the Stardo Forest from such a distance? Hearing this, Tang Qingxi glanced at Tang San, thinking that this kid probably hadn't traveled much and lacked experience. But wasn't this trip meant to broaden their horizons? Oscar, who overheard Tang San's astonishment, smiled and explained, You've mostly been to the soul beast forests in the country, right? Those domesticated soul beasts are relatively gentle, won't actively attack humans, and won't easily leave their enclosures. However, the Stardew Forest, as a habitat for wild soul beasts, is different. The soul beasts, they're not only fierce, but also often venture out of the forest. If a town is too close to the Stardew Forest, it can't thrive. Rather, it needs to be heavily guarded. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Once you become stronger in the future, you'll have the opportunity to walk the main roads and expand your knowledge, Tang Qingxi remarked while looking at the diverse passers-by on the street. Tang Sen nodded sincerely. Yes, coming out, you can indeed learn a lot. The white cat, lying on Tang Qingxi's shoulder, quietly raised its head, gazing towards the direction of the Stardew Forest. At this moment, Zhao Wuji pointed to a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead and said, "Let's stay here, rest for the night, and set off tomorrow morning." Tang Qingxi didn't have much requirement for where to stay, as long as it wasn't too bad. After taking a glance at the hotel, she walked over first. Tang San and the others followed suit. "Let's eat first." Upon entering the hotel, Tang Qingxi led the group to a round table that could accommodate all 9 of them. He then called over a waiter to order food. "Feel free to order whatever you want, just be mindful of the quantity and don't order excessively." At the dining table, everyone behaved properly, and their orders were quite modest. Tang Qingxi knew that with her presence, these people wouldn't be lively. She also wasn't the type to play around with them. Having left enough money to cover the bill, she booked a room and went upstairs to her room first. Zhao Wuji also didn't join them in the fun and went upstairs as well. Tang Qingxi and Zhao Wuji left, and Ma Hongjuan's spirits noticeably lifted as he began ordering dishes with enthusiasm. "The menu here seems quite comprehensive, but I wonder how the food actually tastes." Dai Mubai glanced at him helplessly. "Let the fatty order. He really knows how to eat." At this moment, the restaurant was already about 60 to 70% full. Suddenly, a group of 8 people walked in from outside. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, somewhat handsome, with slick-back hair. He wore a meticulously crafted moon-white soul master robe, decorated with silver thread embroidery that shimmered as he moved. Following the middle-aged man were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all appearing to be around 20 years old, dressed in the same moon-white soul master robes, but without the exquisite silver thread embroidery. Each of the 8 had a blue circular mark on their left shoulder, embroidered with 2 characters of the same color, Sanghui. When the restaurant owner saw them enter, he quickly welcomed them, bowing and being exceptionally polite. This small town essentially relies on soul masters for its livelihood. To the townspeople, soul masters are not only noble, but also wealthy, so the owner naturally dared not be careless. "That girl is quite pretty, Boss Dai. These guys should be from Sanghui Academy, right?" Ma Hongjuan's small eyes were fixed on the only girl in the group of 8. It must be said that the girl had a decent appearance, ranking above average. Due to the side effects of his martial soul, Ma Hongjun was already experienced and had a fondness for beauty. Seeing such a fully developed young girl, he naturally couldn't take his eyes off her. Dai Mubai curled his lips. "It's just a small Sanghui Academy. What else there to boast about?" Neither the fatty nor Dai Mubai could lower their voices. Soul masters naturally have better hearing than normal people, and despite the noise in the restaurant, the middle-aged man among the 8 still turned his gaze over. His brows furrowed, and upon seeing that the Shrek Academy table was just a group of kids, his expression became even more unpleasant. Oscar, sitting next to Tang San, chuckled softly. "Looks like there's a good show to watch." Tang San looked at him with some confusion and asked, "What good show?" Oscar replied in a low voice, "This is also part of our cultivation. The dean has said that a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Moreover, provoking people from the Soul Master Academy is the safest. At most, it's just a fight. Why did Sister Cece come down?" Tang Qingxi quietly appeared near Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai while they were talking. She originally came down to call Zhu Zhuqing up, intending to arrange a set of hidden weapons for her to prevent any accidents in the Stardew Forest for self-defense. Among those training with her, Tang San was not a concern, as he was arranged with Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong's personality was unpredictable, making it unsafe to give her the weapons. However, Zhu Zhuqing had a stable and determined character, making her a suitable candidate for the arrangement. As a result, when she came down, she indeed witnessed a good show, causing her to frown. What had Flander been teaching during her absence from the academy? However, Tang Qingxi did not say anything and simply called out to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, come up with me." "Okay," Zhu Zhuqing replied and followed Tang Qingxi back upstairs. Once they returned to the room and closed the door, Tang Qingxi took out a pile of hidden weapons, startling Zhu Zhuqing. This is a major benefit for you as my student, Tang Qingxi said. I'll teach you how to use them. Don't use them lightly on a daily basis. They're mainly for self-defense in case you encounter danger. You should have seen Tang Sect use some of these. These weapons must be quite valuable, right? Zhu Zhuqing felt embarrassed to accept them without giving something in return, so she took out a gold soul coin. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. I said it's a benefit, so just accept it. Chapter 28. Causing trouble aimlessly is foolishness. Tang Qingxi arranged a set of mechanical concealed weapons for Zhu Zhuqing. Generally speaking, the operating threshold and difficulty of mechanical concealed weapons are not high, yet their power is considerable. He roughly taught her the usage methods and how to conceal the weapons on her body as much as possible. The rest of a specific usage was planned to be tested in the Stardow Forest for Zhu Zhuqing to adapt. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and Zhao Wujia's voice came from outside. Xiaoxi, come out with me for a moment. What's going on? Tang Qingxi asked loudly, sensing that something was wrong. He then frowned and went outside. Zhao Wujia seemed to have no intention of saying much, just waved his hand and led the way downstairs. Tang Qingxi led Zhu Zhuqing to follow Zhao Wuji, watching as Zhao Wuji took the lead and walked towards the outskirts of the town. Once they reached outside the town, they saw not far away on an open space, Tang San and the others were engaged in battle with a middle-aged man who had a Xiangui martial soul. Tang Qingxi had some impression of him. She had seen him before when she went downstairs. Daimu Bai and the others were there provoking a group of people from the Tsanghui Academy, and this person seemed to be the leader of those from that academy. She wasn't there, so she didn't know what exactly happened, but they had already engaged in a fight with the leader. Although it was 6 against 1, it was clear that the Shrek side was at a disadvantage. Tang Qingxi saw Xiao Wu holding her arm, seemingly injured, while Tang San had already placed his hand on the soul guide on his waist, looking like he was about to use a hidden weapon. She noticed that their opponent had 5 soul rings, was a soul king, and at that moment, the 4th soul ring lit up, indicating that he was about to use his 4th soul skill. Tang Qingxi's expression suddenly turned cold. Her figure moved, leaving several afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, she had already appeared between the two groups. She casually caught the hidden weapon sent by Tang San with a raised hand, then turned to the middle-aged man from the Tsanghui Academy and unleashed a domain pressure. The intense killing intent immediately dimmed the 5 soul rings on the man's body, and his previously rising momentum instantly wilted, his face becoming incredibly pale. The middle-aged man retreated several steps, looking at Tang Qingxi with astonishment. This suddenly appeared girl looked young, but the threat she posed was undeniable, as the thick killing intent made him feel the threat of death. However, seeing him retreat, Tang Qingxi did not strike again and retracted her domain, looking at the Shrek members who had also stopped. Tang San, Xiao Wu, you two come over. Tang San's eyes were still filled with anger. Xiao Wu's injury made him feel extremely guilty. Hearing this, he lowered his head in shame and walked up to Tang Qingxi. Xiao Wu also came over, hugging her own arms. Tang Qingxi first lifted the arm that Xiao Wu was holding, noticing it was frostbite. She realized that the middle-aged man had a Xiangui martial soul, and it seemed that he had been injured by his soul skill. Tang Qingxi placed her hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, channeling her energy to help her treat the frostbitten arm and dispel the cold energy from her bones. Then she took out a box of ointment and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, help Xiao Wu apply this, and Xiao Ao, give Xiao Wu a recovery sausage. After giving her instructions, Tang Qingxi coldly looked at Tang San and said, Tang San, explain what happened. How did a meal turn into a fight? Tang San was about to speak when the leader of Tsanghui Academy, who had recovered from the domain that Tang Qingxi had unleashed, walked over. Are you a teacher from Shrek Academy? I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. Just now, a few students from your academy insulted our Tsanghui Academy. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Tang Qingxi couldn't even be bothered to give him a glance and coldly said, if you don't want to die, get lost. You. Yi Zhiqiu was enraged upon hearing this, his whole body exuding a chilling aura. Just as Yi Zhiqiu was about to make a move, a plum blossom made of black jade appeared in Tang Qingxi's palm. However, in the next moment, a hand directly slapped Yi Zhiqiu's face, sending him flying. It was Zhao Wujia who made the move. He could clearly see the impatience in Tang Qingxi's eyes. This girl was never one with a gentle temperament. If he didn't intervene, and Tang Qingxi really took action, Yi Zhiqiu would definitely end up severely injured. Moreover, Zhao Wujie didn't dare to confirm whether Tang Qingxi, who had gone through the city of slaughter, would be even more ruthless and decisive now. It was better for things to be resolved lightly when it came to disputes between academies. Get lost when I tell you to, Zhao Wujie said quite rudely. With the help of other students from Tsanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu barely managed to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with horror. To be injured like this with just a casual strike, the difference in strength must be no less than 15 levels. With such a disparity, Yi Zhiqiu could only cast a resentful glance at the Shrek Academy crowd before leaving with his fellow students in a dejected manner. Let's go back and sleep. What are we doing out here this late hour? Zhao Wujie said lazily as he turned to head back. Tang Qingxi didn't rush to leave. Watching Tang San and waiting for him to answer a question, she remained still, and Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong also stayed put. Even Dai Mubai and the others who wanted to leave had to wait, and even Zhao Waoqi remained in place. Tang San lowered his head and briefly recounted everything that had happened before. It was due to the provocation from Dai Mubai and the others that the Tsanghui Academy retaliated. However, in terms of the strength between the students, Tsanghui Academy was naturally no match. After taking a beating, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer tolerate their contemptuous attitude towards Tsanghui Academy. After several verbal exchanges, he ran outside the town to fight. Tang Xin said, bending down, I misjudged it. I didn't expect that the Xian Gui, as a defensive martial spirit, would have such a chilling soul skill, which led to Xiao Wu getting hurt. Tang Qingxi nodded after listening. Flander teaches well what is saying that not daring to cause trouble is a mediocrity. He has raised a group of thuggish fools who get into trouble and can't handle it, and yet still need me and teacher, Zhao, to clean up after you. Speaking of which, Tang Qingxi's cold gaze turned towards Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Hearing Tang Qingxi's words, although the two were intimidated by her overwhelming aura, they still felt somewhat unconvinced, thinking they were hiding it well. However, their thoughts were completely transparent to Tang Qingxi. What's wrong? Still unconvinced. They didn't come to provoke you, but you were quite imposing in your verbal provocations. With such bravado, why couldn't you bring the Yi Zhiqiu down and instead got Xiao Wu hurt? Or do you only bully those weaker than you? Is this how you use your talents? You can't even beat me together and then go provoke the Soul King. Do you think all the Soul Masters outside are like Teacher Zhao, just playing house with you in battles? Handing your lives over to the mercy of opponents who may not even have any? Tang Qingxi spoke without any politeness, with a cold glance and an imposing aura. Even Zhao Wujie didn't dare to rebut a single word. Seeing Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also lowering their heads, Tang Qingxi impatiently waved her hand. Teacher Zhao, take them back. Tang San stays. Chapter 29. Tang San, how old are you? Tang Qingxi made a statement, and although Zhao Wujie hesitated a bit, he silently gestured for the other students to follow him. Xiao Wu noticed that Tang San was somewhat reluctant to leave, but Tang San waved his hand at her and left, looking back 3 times. Once everyone had left, Tang San directly knelt down on the ground. He raised his head, but this time Tang Qingxi did not let him get up. She simply squatted down and looked directly at Tang San. It's understandable that you accidentally let Xiao Wu get hurt during the battle with the Soul King. The injury isn't severe, so I don't blame you for that. After all, it was Xiao Wu's choice to fight, and she's not a child anymore. She should bear the consequences herself. I can't expect you to protect her in every aspect. But Tang San, you are still quite young, and in your teenage years, it's natural to have some youthful spirit and not consider things fully. But how old are you? I don't mind you two sparring to gain some practical experience, but when acting outside, you should at least be cautious. Make sure to leave yourself a stable way out. At least inform me and Zhao Wujie beforehand. You have options. Generally, battles between Soul Master Academies won't easily cost lives. This is indeed an unwritten rule. Many martial arts exchanges between sects in the Jianghu follow this as well. But do you know how many people have died? Don't entrust your life to vague rules and the mercy of your enemies. Tang Qingxi spoke every word with conviction, causing Tang San to not even dare to meet her gaze, only deeply lowering his head. Then, Tang Qingxi's tone softened considerably as she earnestly said, also, I don't want you to cause trouble recklessly. Of course, if someone comes to provoke you, feel free to fight back. If you can't handle it, I'll help you out. Learn what the teachers have taught you. What you shouldn't learn, don't. The idea that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity is nonsense. Instead of listening to that, you might as well memorize the key points from the Xintian treasure record. Why do people like Flinder gather at Shrek? Why is Shrek in such a poor state? Generally speaking, giving them face and putting it nicely is a longing for freedom. In reality, Many of the teachers at the academy are those who caused trouble years ago and couldn't survive, now huddling together for warmth, like that Zhao Wujia. Of course, now the troubles are smaller, and most of these people have gotten used to staying here. But if you behave like they did back then, don't blame me for disregarding our brotherhood. Remember this lesson today. There are many truths you should understand. You really let your guard down. After saying this, Tang Qingxi stood up. Little San knows his mistake. Little San will remember the young lady's teachings. Tang San responded loudly. Tang Qingxi reflected as he spoke, acknowledging that he had indeed been careless. He had misjudged both Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul combat power and the strength disparity between the two sides. Since they did not have absolute confidence in confronting the enemy, and given that they had their own backing, it would have been wise to inform teacher Zhao and the young lady before engaging. This way, Xiao would likely avoid injury. As for this matter, it had already occurred, and since they were all from the same academy, he couldn't just ignore it. Let's go. Tang Qingxi sighed softly and turned to head back. Today's incident wasn't a big deal, but if he didn't address it, these kids might truly become unruly. It was clear that Yi Zhiqiu wasn't of particularly good temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have meddled in the conflicts among students. Fortunately, his strength wasn't that formidable. If it weren't for the fact that they discovered the relationship between Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the master, knowing they were likely to come, he wouldn't have bothered with the elders from the spirit hall who had grievances against him, betting on the outcome of the Soul Master competition and needing to form a team. She was also too lazy to come. Although it seemed that they had trained many capable students, in reality, the academy only accepted talents who were 1 in 1,000, individuals who could shine anywhere. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already late, and the other students had been sent to rest by Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia was waiting at the hotel entrance, and when he saw Tang Qingxi and Tang San return, he turned to head upstairs. After bringing Tang San back to his room, Zhao Wujia glanced at Tang Qingxi. Qingxi, nothing serious happened today. Did you perhaps speak too harshly? At this age, you should have some youthful vigor. Emblem. Tang Qingxi nodded, his expression still somewhat cold. What youthful vigor? That belongs to them. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I really dislike it when my own people create it for me. After saying this, Tang Qingxi returned to her room, not wanting to elaborate further. She was indifferent to how Flandra and the others chose to teach. After all, she had her own methods for her students. The next day, just as dawn broke, Zhao Wujia used his loud voice to wake everyone up. During breakfast, the atmosphere was a bit heavy, but Tang Qingxi didn't mind. She just checked Xiao Wu's arm, and the injury had basically healed. Afterwards, everyone left the small town and sped towards the Douluo Forest. The Douluo Forest is located directly south of the Tiando Empire, straddling two major empires. No one could say how many years the forest had existed on the Douluo Continent, but as they approached it, the dense vegetation that blocked out the sun proclaimed its ancientness. When the group arrived at the Douluo Forest, the towering trees were at least 30 meters tall, and this was just the outermost layer. Inside the dense forest, there were no paths. The shadows of the trees were heavy, obscuring the view of the scenery within. A refreshing breeze carrying the fragrance of plants brushed against them, and the surrounding temperature felt a few degrees cooler. Stop! Zhao Wujia spoke up. The group halted, and Oscar quietly chanted a spell, handing each person a sausage. As they consumed the sausages, their physical strength was restored, and everyone's spirits began to lift. Zhao Wujia looked at them seriously. Listen carefully. The Douluo Forest is not a place where the country raises soul beasts. The soul beasts here are extremely dangerous, and you may face attacks from 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts at any moment. Once we enter the forest, do not stray more than 20 meters from my side. No one is allowed to attack soul beasts without my command. Is that clear? Understood. Oscar quickly chanted the spell again, and soon he had a large handful of sausages and dried sausages in his hands, distributing 2 to each person. The sausages could maintain their restorative effects for 12 hours in the air, and eating them within that time would provide healing and stave off hunger. The main purpose of the dried sausages was to detoxify. Tang San and the others each took one, and Tang Qingxi kept one for herself. In the face of crisis, Oscar might not have time to give sausages to everyone, so he first gave him some. The continuous release of soul power made Oscar's face a bit pale. The sausages he conjured only had 1/3 of the effect on himself, which was basically balanced with the consumption of soul power. Therefore, he generally could only recover his soul power through meditation after it was depleted. Zhao Wujia glanced at everyone and saw that they were all ready, then waved his hand. Let's go. The overall formation followed the arrangement made by Tang Qingxi earlier, with Dai Mubai leading the way and her following behind Tang San. Zhao Wujia assessed the situation and also walked ahead. And everyone took their first step into the Stardow Forest. Chapter 30. Entering the Stardow Forest. After entering the Stardow Forest, the most excited was still Xiao Wu. She seemed to feel no danger at all and was bouncing around, unable to contain her happiness. Zhao Wujia frowned at this sight. But since Xiao Wu did not exceed his limits, he said nothing. Tang Sect also glanced at Tang Qingxi several times with concern. Yesterday, Tang Qingxi had just taught him to be cautious when going out, worrying that Tang Qingxi would be unhappy with Xiao Wu's behavior. However, Tang Qingxi did not show any reaction, only occasionally scanning the surroundings with vigilance. For Xiao Wu, coming to the Stardow Forest was basically like returning home. So it was normal to be a bit happy, as long as she didn't completely lose her composure. The white cat on Tang Qingxi's shoulder also seemed to be in high spirits, unlike its usual lazy self, as it sat up and looked around, its tail swaying left and right, brushing against Tang Qingxi's back. Tang Qingxi reached out and tapped the white cat. The terrain inside the Stardow Forest was very complex, with no clear paths, which was why Tang Qingxi had arranged for Dai Mubai to lead the way. He was responsible for clearing the path. Dai Mubai activated his martial soul, and the blades on the white tiger's palm sliced through the thorns in their path as he swung his arms. Soon, they encountered soul beasts, and it was a group of them. Zhao Wujia silently signaled everyone to stop. Ahead was a group of weasel-like soul beasts. These creatures were not large, their attack power was average, but their teeth were sharp enough to bite through metal. They appeared to be 10-year-old soul beasts, and although they had clearly noticed the group, they seemed uninterested and did not attack. Tang Qingxi walked to the front row and waved to signal everyone to detour from the side. Dai Mubai obediently cleared a path to the side. The Stardow Forest was indeed too dense. The phrase, blocking the sky and shading the sun, was not an exaggeration at all, and it was not easy to see any sunlight. After about an hour of walking, they had reached noon. All right, everyone take a break for a while. Zhao Wujia's voice relaxed the tense group. Dai Mubai cleared a circle of thorns around them, creating an open space for everyone to rest temporarily. Zhao Wujia ordered a 1-hour break. They were still on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, where high-level soul beasts were rare, making it relatively safe. Their goal was to help Oscar hunt suitable 1,000-year soul beasts, and they needed to continue deeper. The further they went in, the more dangerous it became, and there would be less time to rest. Therefore, they needed to adjust to their best state in a safe area. Xiao Wu leaned on Tang San's shoulder. For some reason, she who had been so cheerful before seemed a bit listless after encountering a soul beast for the first time, as if she had something on her mind. Just as everyone had been resting for about half an hour, Zhao Wujia, Tang Qingxi, and Tang Sect all turned their gazes toward a certain direction. Be alert. Something unusual is coming. Tang Qingxi called out, and the group immediately lined up, protecting Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the middle while releasing their martial spirits at the first opportunity. The rustling sound grew louder, and everyone could clearly feel how quickly the unknown creature was approaching. Zhu Zhuqing, come, Tang Qingxi said, leaping up and deftly climbing higher into the trees with a few pushes against the branches. Zhu Zhuqing extended her claws and followed Tang Qingxi, quickly scaling the large tree as if it were flat ground. What do you see? Tang Qingxi asked her. Cats have excellent vision. And Zhu Zhuqing focused her gaze. It seemed to be a flying snake, but it was not flying high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It had a bright red fleshy crest on its head, which looked larger than its head, and its tail was quite strange, fan-shaped. This is a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. A 1,000-year soul beast, non-toxic. This soul beast has acceleration abilities, suitable for Oscar. Having a speed-related auxiliary soul skill should be good, Tang Qingxi said, her eyes glowing purple as she spoke loudly downward. It's coming towards us, and it looks injured. Take it down and secure Oscar's 3rd soul ring. Hearing this, Oscar's eyes lit up. Had he found a suitable soul beast so quickly? Sister, she is very knowledgeable. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Qingxi in surprise. This person not only had strong abilities, but also seemed to have considerable knowledge about soul beasts. You will have theoretical lessons on this aspect later, Tang Qingxi said lightly. Prepare for battle. I won't intervene unless there's an unexpected situation. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was not a very difficult soul beast to deal with, and since it was injured, Tang Qingxi naturally wouldn't help them. Below the tree, Tang San was also arranging a battle strategy. Any snake is afraid of aggressive birds. Ma Hongjun, your phoenix is the king of birds and should be able to exert some pressure on the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. This old beast is not very aggressive, so be careful not to let escape. As the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake drew near, Zhu Zhuqing directly swooped down from the air, her claws and first soul ring glowing simultaneously as she activated her ghostly piercing strike. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake, which appeared quite large to Tang San and the others, was about 6 or 7 meters long and looked somewhat ferocious. Zhu Zhuqing collided directly with its swiftly moving body, and her ghostly piercing strike aimed at its fleshy crest on top of its head. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake reacted quickly. In a hurry, it turned its head, and Zhu Zhuqing's claw only struck its body, but it still reduced its speed somewhat. At that moment, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake tilted its head and suddenly opened its mouth to spray a colorful mist at Zhu Zhuqing, while its bright red, fleshy crest shone, instantly boosting its previously slowed speed. Seeing this, Dai Mubai almost instinctively shouted, "Be careful." The saying goes that concern leads to chaos, in a mix of anger and fear. He immediately used his 1,000-year soul ring ability, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His body suddenly grew larger as he charged towards the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out just in time. Dai Mubai felt his body lighten, and his forward speed increased again, blocking the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. With a loud bang, Dai Mubai let out a muffled groan as his body was pushed back nearly 10 meters. And the phoenix tail coxcomb snake also came to a sudden halt, crashing to the ground. Tang Qingxi watched their battle from the tree and couldn't help but smile, wondering why Zhu Zhuqing was so nervous and what she had been doing earlier. The mist it sprayed was just meant to scare people. It was harmless. At the same time, Tang San's voice rang out at the right moment. Meanwhile, the blue silver grass that had been prepared on the ground suddenly rose up, tightly wrapping around the fallen phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake, especially its wings, preventing it from flying again. At this moment, Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was also exerting pressure to the fullest, and the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake seemed to sense the aura of the phoenix, trembling slightly. Chapter 31. Phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake. However, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was, after all, a 1,000-year soul beast, and it was impossible for Ma Hongjun to completely suppress it. Although it could not fly temporarily, it did not completely affect its movements. Tang Sen felt that the phoenix tail, chicken crown, snake's body suddenly became slippery, and the spikes on the blue-silver grass could not penetrate its scales. With a rapid twist, it burrowed out from the blue-silver grass. The speed at which the phoenix tail chicken crown snake slid along the ground was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10 meters away. Teacher Zhao, go ahead. The speed of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake was indeed difficult for Tang San and the others to handle, so Tang Qingxi, feeling lazy, called for Zhao Wujie. Try to run away isn't that easy. Zhao Wujie's deep voice immediately sounded. At the same time, his third spirit ring lit up, significantly slowing down the phoenix tail chicken crown snake, thanks to Zhao Wujie's third spirit ability, gravity enhancement. Then, Zhao Wujie's fourth and fifth spirit rings also lit up simultaneously, easily catching up to the phoenix tail chicken crown snake and rendering it unable to move. Tang Sen now completely understood why Tang Qingxi said that the battle with Zhao Wujie was just child's play. This series of soul skills combined together. If it were his own, he wouldn't even have the chance to release a hidden weapon. It also shows the terrifying power of the young lady. Not only did she withstand it, but she was also able to counterattack. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had already grasped the snake head of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, directly flicking it to knock it unconscious. It's done. Tang San and the others cheered excitedly, and Oscar ran towards Zhao Wujie in excitement. Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, her head lowered, her eyes filled with reluctance. Do we really have to hunt the soul beast? Tang San sighed lightly. The law of survival is survival of the fittest. If this snake is stronger than us, do you think it would let us go? Xiao Wu did not speak again, only lowering her head, her face a bit pale. Tang Qingxi floated down from the tree and looked at Xiao Wu curiously. What's wrong? In a world of soul beasts, there is no shortage of the law of the jungle and mutual slaughter, let alone between soul beasts and humans. Soul masters need soul rings to advance. Although I do not, I will eventually hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. And the speed at which soul masters increase their strength is much faster than that of soul beasts. The rules given to soul beasts on this continent have never been fair. As she spoke, Tang Qingxi glanced at the white cat on her shoulder. She had noticed the changes in Xiao Wu since she entered the forest. It was quite strange. How did this girl survive for 100,000 years? Shouldn't she have seen through this kind of thing long ago? Over there, Oscar was preparing to hunt for his soul ring. To obtain a soul ring, it had to be personally killed by him, So Zhao Wuji had only knocked out the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Just as everyone was relaxing, Tang Qingxi raised her voice and shouted, "Everyone, stay alert. Why are you relaxing? Oscar, act quickly." They were still in the Stardo forest. Moreover, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had been injured before and had been acting very erratically, as if it were being chased. So, there might still be trouble. They didn't know what had injured the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The next moment, Tang Qingxi looked in the direction from which the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had come, and a flash of purple light appeared. "Someone's coming. Stop." The next moment, a hoarse shout suddenly rang out. Two figures sprang out and appeared in front of everyone. One was an old woman and the other a young girl. The old woman looked to be in her 60s or 70s, with neatly combed white hair and a spirited demeanor. Her eyes sparkled with energy, and she held a snake-headed cane in her right hand, with 6 soul rings moving rhythmically around her. The girl beside the old woman looked to be around 16 or 17, with large deep brown eyes fixed firmly on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in Zhao Wuji's hand, also holding a snake-headed cane. "What is the matter?" Seeing this, Tang Qingxi stepped forward and said to Oscar, "What are you staring at? Get your soul ring." The old woman looked a bit anxious upon hearing this, but she saw the 7 soul rings on Zhao Wuji's body and was quite apprehensive. Ignoring Tang Qingxi, the old woman looked at Zhao Wuji and said, "Hello, esteemed soul saint, you cannot give this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to this child." Zhao Wuji, holding the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, gave Oscar a look, signaling him to wait, and turned to ask, "Why? That snake is injured. It was probably wounded by them." Tang Qingxi shot a speechless glance at Zhao Wuji. "Well, if he wants to wait, let him wait." No matter what, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was subdued by Zhao Wuji. "That's right. We found the snake first and initiated the hunt. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it here?" The old woman nodded in agreement. "My granddaughter has just reached level 30 and really needs this soul ring. Can you let us have this soul beast?" "Sorry, we subdued this soul beast. If you had subdued it, it wouldn't belong to us. But since you let it escape, this soul beast has nothing to do with you. Our team also needs this soul ring." Tang Qingxi would never agree. Suitable soul rings were always hard to come by. Who knew how long it would take to find the next suitable one? It could take 10 days or half a month. "Do you have a say in this, little one?" The old woman glared at Tang Qingxi. Seeing the old woman being so impolite, Zhao Wuji smiled coldly. This elder should be more courteous. "May I ask for your name?" Apprehensive of Zhao Wuji's strength, the old woman's expression softened considerably. "I dare not. I am Yihua Palace. Friends in the Soul Master world have given me the title of Snake Granny. My husband is Meng Shu, known as Dragon Lord. We came to the Stardo Forest to find a suitable 3rd soul ring for my granddaughter. I see that these children around you do not seem to be able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring." In Yihua Palace's view, the oldest among these children, Dai Mubai, seemed to be younger than her granddaughter. She had great confidence in her granddaughter's talent and did not believe that these children could reach level 30. Hearing the old woman's introduction, Zhao Wuji was surprised. "You are the legendary Snake Granny among the dragon and snake?" Yihua Palace smiled lightly. "I dare not. It is indeed so. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Soul Saint?" Seeing that these two were chattering away, Tang Qingxi clicked her tongue. But it didn't matter. Zhao Wuji could handle it, and if he couldn't, she would step in. When necessary, she would let Yihua Palace know if she had any say in this matter. Tang Qingxi simply walked to the side and leaned against a tree to rest. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly. He had heard of the reputation of the dragon and snake. The snake lady was not particularly concerning, but the dragon master was a different matter. He had already reached the soul sage level, and Zhao Wuji had no idea what his current strength was. Even if he had reached the soul Douluo level, he would not be surprised. The couple had a very good relationship, and with the snake lady here, the dragon master was surely not far away, making it impossible for him to deal with the dragon master. Chapter 32. Assessing the situation. I am Zhao Wuji. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's expression softened a bit as he introduced himself. Chao Tianxiang's expression also changed slightly. "No wonder you look so young. It turns out you are the famous, immovable king of the Soul Master world." Zhao Wuji smiled awkwardly. His fame was probably infamous. "I dare not take any credit. I have been living a reclusive life these years, teaching some students at the academy. This time I came to the Stardo Forest to obtain a spirit ring for one of them, and I didn't expect to encounter Senior." Chao Tianxiang didn't want to continue to entangle with Zhao Wuji and directly got to the point. "I'm a bit older than you, so I will take the liberty to call you Brother Zhao." Brother Zhao, this 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake is extremely important to my granddaughter. We were the ones who first discovered and injured it, but unfortunately, we let it escape by accident. Could you please facilitate the return of this spirit beast to us? I will certainly remember this kindness, and I will repay you in the future. Sister Chao, this matter might not be so easy to handle. Zhao Wujie showed a troubled expression. Internally, he was sneering. Did they think they could take the 1,000-year spirit beast he had captured with just a few words? It wasn't that simple. The girl standing next to Chao Tianxiang couldn't help but speak up. What is so difficult about it? If we hadn't already injured this 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake, would you have been able to capture it so easily? Hurry up and return it to us. Or we want to be polite. As she spoke, she had already raised her snake-headed cane. Chao Tianxiang also frowned, staring at Zhao Wujie and saying, Brother Zhao, does this mean you do not wish to return this phoenix tail coxcomb snake to us? After going back and forth for so long without reaching a clear understanding, Tang Qingxi scoffed and walked over to Oscar, whispering, let us just take action and deal with the phoenix tail coxcomb snake directly. Zhao Wujie could hear her words and looked at Tang Qingxi in surprise. Taking advantage of the Dragon Master's absence to directly deal with the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Even if the Dragon Master came afterward, he would not be unreasonable enough to confront them over a spirit ring he could not obtain. The Douluo Forest was not home to just this one spirit beast. Fighting would only lead to losses. The more you talk, the more hope she feels. If this drags on, the Dragon Master will arrive, and then it might really come down to a direct confrontation for the spirit beast. Tang Qingxi was truly speechless. There was no reason for Zhao Wujie to be in such a predicament. Zhao Wujie was still hesitating, but Oscar, looking at the dagger that Zhao Wujie had given him earlier, decisively plunged it into the head of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Ko Xiangxiang thought they were discussing whether to return the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, but in the blink of an eye, she saw the snake die and immediately erupted in anger. What is wrong with you? This spirit beast was caught by us. Let Xiao Ao absorb the spirit ring. Tang Qingxi looked at Ko Xiangxiang confidently. Ko Xiangxiang's face turned extremely ugly. She knew the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was in their hands, and it wouldn't be easy to get Zhao Wujie to spit out. She initially wanted to leverage the name of the great dragon, serpent, to pressure him, but she didn't expect him to be so unyielding. The spirit ring of spirit beast can only be absorbed by the spirit master who killed it. And since the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was dead, there was naturally no possibility of obtaining that spirit ring. Moreover, she was not Zhao Wujie's opponent, and without the Dragon King present, there was nothing she could do. Staying any longer might even pose a danger. She had heard of Zhao Wujie's infamous reputation. Let us go. After speaking, Ko Xiangxiang waved her sleeve and took her still unwilling granddaughter away. Watching the two figures disappear into the vast forest, Tang Qingxi glanced at Zhao Wujie and then went to rest on the side. Qingxi, what you did will bring enmity with the great dragon serpent. Trouble is likely to follow, Zhao Wujie said, somewhat headache-stricken, surprised that Oscar had acted so decisively. I might not even be a match for the Dragon King, and besides, the two of them possess extremely domineering martial soul fusion skills. Unless one has the strength of a titled Douluo, it would be difficult to resist. Yesterday you said causing trouble was not good. Why are you stirring up such a big mess today? Tang Qingxi sighed, clearly puzzled as to why Zhao Wujie still hadn't figured out something that even Oscar understood. It was them who came to cause trouble first. And I've said before that I'm not afraid of trouble. They are here to hunt soul rings for their granddaughter. And Long Gong is not easy to deal with, nor are you. If they have the time to find trouble with you, they might as well focus on finding other soul beasts. The martial soul fusion skill? This thing consumes a lot for soul masters. They must be risking their lives to use it in the Douluo Forest. What are they afraid of? Tang Qingxi is not mindless. She chose this plan after assessing the situation. If Oscar had acted earlier, you would have stopped him, and there wouldn't have been so much unnecessary talk. We didn't know they were pursuing soul beasts, and when we were attacked by the soul beasts, we struck back directly. What could they do? Moreover, if they really came back looking for trouble without thinking, I can handle it. I had Oscar take action, and I will naturally deal with any consequences that arise. Since she has stepped in, Tang Qingxi will not ignore it. If she hadn't intervened, then if the Dragon King came, Tang Qingxi would truly not care. And at that point, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake would just be given away. In that situation, she couldn't use her trump card just for Oscar's soul ring. The Douluo Forest has more than just this one soul beast. Sister Shi, how powerful is the Dragon King? Are you confident in dealing with him? Tang Sen approached Tang Qingxi and asked in a low voice. Tang Qingxi lifted her eyelids, the rainflower needle. Of course, in reality, facing such a famous soul master generally means they are knowledgeable as well. Revealing one's domain could solve the problem. The killing god domain has little effect on them, but it is quite intimidating. However, that might require more explanation. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a lower voice, "Miss, can you show it to me?" He had never seen the fully formed rainflower needle before. After returning to the academy, "Thank you, Miss Xia." Tang Qingxi waved her hand dismissively. As someone who has a pursuit for hidden weapons, she naturally supports it. After all, she is a disciple of the Tang Sect. "Did you learn anything from this incident?" Tang Qingxi asked again. Tang Qingxi doesn't have much impression of Tang San, nor does she know how he lived in his past life. She only vaguely feels that this guy is somewhat innocent. Could he be just burying himself in researching hidden weapons in the Tang Sect? Sometimes he seems to have a somewhat naive appearance. Tang San nodded. When acting outside, one should not take the initiative to cause trouble, but also must not be afraid of it. Caution is necessary, but when the time is right, one must be decisive and not hesitate. Very good. Tang Qingxi nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the thorough understanding. What should we do next? Tang Qingxi asked for further clarification. Tang San thought for a moment. After Xiao Ao absorbs the soul ring, we should leave, even if we are confident in dealing with it. It's better to avoid subsequent troubles if we can. After all, the creation of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle is not easy. Chapter 33. I'm also a school teacher. Yes, but I don't plan to leave just yet. It's not easy to come here. So let us practice in the Star-Do Forest for a few days and increase our knowledge of the many soul beasts, especially for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Since we are here, Tang Qingxi has made a plan to train in the Star-Do Forest for a few days. Moreover, Aro hasn't been back for many years, so let her stay a bit longer. Of course, Tang San has no objections to this. About half an hour passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Oscar woke up after absorbing the soul ring. 3 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, in addition to the original 2 yellow soul rings. A bright purple soul ring indicated that Oscar had finally entered the Soul Sage realm. At this time, Zhao Wujia had understood Tang Qingxi's decision and, considering Tang Qingxi's not-so-simple background, he didn't worry too much. He smiled at Oscar and said, "Congratulations, Xiao Ao." After obtaining the 3rd soul ring, Oscar underwent some subtle changes. He seemed to have grown a bit taller, looking more spirited. His peach blossom eyes sparkled with 7 colors, reminiscent of the energy released when the wind-tail rooster snake intimidated everyone earlier. Dai Mubai's cheerful laughter came. "Xiao Ao, let's see what your 3rd soul skill is." Oscar was particularly excited after obtaining the 3rd soul ring, but when it came to mentioning his 3rd soul skill, he seemed a bit embarrassed. "Let us talk about this when we get back," Ma Hongjun said with irritation. "What are you afraid of, Xiao Ao? Your 3rd soul skill S soul curse 1 be funnier than the first 2, right? Show us what you have." Tang Qingxi also spoke up, saying that we are still in the Star-Do Forest, and we might need it for something, so it's essential to understand. Tang Qingxi has spoken, and Oscar can only helplessly agree. It's a promise. You mustn't laugh when you hear it. Dai Mubai and the others nodded in unison. Oscar raised his right hand and recited his 3rd soul spell. "I have a mushroom sausage." Upon hearing his words, Dai Mubai and the others burst into laughter at the same time. Even Zhu Zhuqing had a speechless expression on her face. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but pout. This unfortunate kid's soul skill really left her speechless. "Oscar, tell us about the effects." "Sister, she is nice. She doesn't laugh at me. I don't want to be like this either." Oscar looked at Tang Qingxi with gratitude, hearing about his own soul skill. Tang Qingxi had always been the most indifferent one. "My mushroom sausage's effect is flight." The laughter abruptly stopped, and everyone looked at Oscar with astonishment. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened even more, feeling even more devastated. A food system soul master with innate full soul power, reaching the soul sovereign realm at 14. Now actually possessing a flight effect for his 3rd soul skill. This was simply unbelievable. Among support-type soul masters, there were indeed those with the ability to assist in flight, but they were extremely rare. Even among the support-type soul masters Ning Rongrong knew, the flight support skill typically appeared at least at the 6th soul skill level. Yet Oscar's was only the 3rd. The potential for future development could only be described as limitless. Ning Rongrong now genuinely realized that among the Shrek students, she was truly the weakest one. She couldn't help but cast her gaze toward Tang Qingxi, her determination growing stronger. She indeed couldn't live in the past. Back in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the outside world was vast, and there were many powerful individuals. She absolutely refused to be the weakest one. Compared to everyone's shock, Tang Qingxi remained calmer. The specific effect of the third soul skill can't be complete flight ability. What are the limitations? Ahem. Hearing Tang Qingxi stated directly, Oscar awkwardly coughed twice. I can only fly for 1 minute. What the hell? Dai Mubai directly scolded. Little Oscar, are you kidding? 1 minute of flying is useless. 1 minute? Tang Qingxi frowned at this. It couldn't be that useless, right? Are there other effects? What about speed, the inherent speed? The colorful light in Oscar's peach blossom eyes seemed even more pronounced. Look at how shocked you all are. Can you learn from Sister Shi? My 1 minute is based on the speed of the windtail rooster snake. Oh, that's not bad. Tang Qingxi nodded. It wasn't a waste of the soul ring I fought for you. What about soul power consumption? Be straightforward. Don't make me ask one by one. Grasping the benefits comes with risks too. If it's really a useless skill, then she'd be in trouble and would have taken the risk for nothing. All right, Sister Shi. Oscar obediently responded. The consumption is much greater than the first 2 soul skills. With my current soul power, I can produce at most 10 at once. Okay. All right, everyone. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's move to another place to rest, Tang Qingxi said. Teacher Zhao, I plan to take Tang San and the others to continue training around the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Do you want to follow us? Or should we take Dai Mubai and the others back first? What? Zhao Wujia looked at Tang Qingxi in surprise. Qingxi, the Stardew Forest is not a place to play. The objective has already been completed. We must return to the academy as soon as possible. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, how will I explain to Flender? I'm the teacher, I decide. No one rests. Well, it's not completely dark yet. We will set off immediately. Tang Qingxi shrugged calmly. I am now also a teacher at the academy, and I have full authority to arrange the courses for Tang San and the others. The training for the next few days will take place in the Stardew Forest. Zhao Wujia gasped. Do you know how dangerous the Stardew Forest is? We only operate on the outskirts and generally won't encounter any fatal dangers. Even if there are, as long as they aren't at the level of the tidal Douluo, I can keep them safe, Tang Qingxi said confidently. Zhao Wujia looked at Tang Qingxi, speechless. He knew that Tang Qingxi wouldn't easily say something reckless. Someone who could survive in the city of slaughter must have capabilities beyond his imagination. However, it was also impossible to let him leave at ease. Then let's extend our stay for a few more days before heading back. Tang Qingxi led everyone to move a distance before stopping to rest. Teacher Zhao, let's take turns keeping watch at night. You can take the first half, is that okay? Tang Qingxi took the tent out of her bracelet and handed it to Tang San and the others to set up. Zhao Wujia was about to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he agreed. Resting more to conserve energy was a good idea. In case of any unexpected events, he could ensure he was in good condition. Before it was time to rest, Tang Qingxi taught everyone what they needed to do to spend the night in the Soul Beast Forest. After arranging everything, she called Tang San and the others over. Zhu Qing, let us have you try out the weapon I equipped for you, Tang Qingxi said, then turned to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, pay close attention and learn. Once you can earn my recognition through your own abilities, you will also be equipped with a set. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression dimmed a bit. She regretted her previous performance. By now, she could sense that the other students' attitudes towards her were different, carrying a hint of distance. Tang Qingxi has already adopted the most ordinary attitude. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing take out the hidden weapon at Tang Qingxi's gesture, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with some surprise. Tang San nodded. Sister Shi is better at this than I am. Is this the weapon of the Haotian sect? Xiao Wu asked curiously in a low voice. Tang San was silent for a moment, unsure whether to answer. Yes, Tang Qingxi nonchalantly encouraged. Come on, you try this first. It's called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang Qingxi had Zhu Zhuqing hold a black box in her hand and guided her on how to operate it. Remember to hold it steady. The recoil is very strong. Fire. At Tang Qingxi's command, Zhu Zhuqing activated the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in her hands, and with a series of explosive sounds, dark shadows shot out rapidly. Oomph. Zhu Zhuqing grunted softly, straining to stabilize the black box in her hands. Tang Qingxi chose a very close distance, although there was some deviation due to the recoil. Most of the crossbow bolts hit the nearby tree trunk. Zhu Zhuqing heard the sound of the crossbow bolts piercing through the tree and hitting the next tree, and couldn't help but gasp. This power is impressive. Let's switch it up. Tang Qingxi then replaced Zhu Zhuqing's hidden weapon with another one. After letting Zhu Zhuqing personally test the various hidden weapons and witnessing their power, Tang Qingxi reminded her. These types of weapons are collectively called hidden weapons, with an emphasis on the hidden aspect. When using them, Remember to maintain secrecy and surprise to ensure maximum lethality. Also, be careful not to injure yourself, especially with these hidden weapons, as they are coated with poison and the toxicity is extremely strong. If injured by these hidden weapons, unless you're a high-level poison attribute soul master, there's no chance of survival. This is truly meant for your self-defense, so don't use it lightly. I've also given you the antidote. If you accidentally injure yourself or someone else, take the antidote immediately. The hidden weapons equipped for Zhu Zhuqing did not contain the strongest poison. The truly powerful poison has no antidote and can seal the throat with just a drop of blood, leaving no chance for detoxification. Good. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing became much more cautious. As she spoke, Tang Qingxi suddenly remembered something and looked at Tang San. Tang San, let me see the hidden weapon in your hand. It seems like this kid doesn't have any powerful poison. Tang San took out several of his hidden weapons, and upon seeing them, Tang Qingxi confirmed, is there really no material? There isn't even any powerful poison. Tang San nodded awkwardly. I'll provide you with a batch when we get back, and you can equip them yourself. Tang San's skill with hidden weapons was quite good, so Tang Qingxi didn't help him do it all, casually handing the hidden weapons back to him. Tang San, thank you, Sister Shi. Ning Rongrong looked at them silently, then glanced at the huge tree trunk in the distance that had been pierced through, feeling shocked by the power of the so-called hidden weapon. Tang Qingxi looked at Ning Rongrong and said, remember the method, be ambitious and eager to improve and train hard, and you'll have your share. Ning Rongrong nodded seriously. Let's all go back and rest, conserve our energy, because tomorrow I'm going to push you all. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, preparing to go back and rest herself. Then she planned to get up at midnight to practice and keep watch. At midnight, after finishing her training, Tang Qingxi sat on a big tree by the tent. She gently stroked the back of the white cat in her arms and asked, do you want to go back and take a look? It's rare to come here. I can let them go back first. It's all right, the white cat softly replied. Even if you have a trump card, walking deep in the Stardew Forest is still too dangerous. After being apart for so many years, I'm not in a hurry. Okay, Tang Qingxi nodded, gently scratching the white cat's chin, and received a light paw in return. However, it was just a soft pat, without revealing any claws. The forest was pitch black at night, and from the shadows, there were occasional rustling sounds. Tang Qingxi sat quietly, always attentive to the noises in the forest. There were no unusual sounds in the forest, but a tent below rustled, and soon Ning Rongrong emerged from it. After coming out, Ning Rongrong looked around as if searching for something. She was looking for Tang Qingxi, but since Tang Qingxi was sitting high up in the tree, she couldn't find her. Tang Qingxi casually plucked a leaf and let it fly down. The sound of rushing wind startled Ning Rongrong. She almost cried out, but then thought of something and quickly covered her mouth. Looking up, Tang Qingxi rummaged through her bracelet and found a glowing gemstone that she had casually tossed him before. She took it out and shook it. Ning Rongrong saw this and came to the tree. Fortunately, she was mischievous as a child and had climbed the trees of the Yihua Sect, so she clung to the bark and climbed up. What's up? When Ning Rongrong reached the top, Tang Qingxi made some room for her to sit down and asked. Ning Rongrong hugged her knees against the trunk. Watching Tang Qingxi leisurely playing with a cat, feeling a bit down. I can't sleep. I want to talk to Sister Shi. What do you want to talk about? Go ahead. Seeing Ning Rongrong's confusion, Tang Qingxi knew that feeling lost was the beginning of change. So she naturally wouldn't refuse to talk and wanted to take the opportunity to help Ning Rongrong change her mindset. Am I really that useless? Ning Rongrong asked in a low tone. You're okay. Your personality has indeed been spoiled too much, but it's not beyond saving. Your talent is outstanding. But talent doesn't mean everything. Without hard work, even the best talent means nothing, Tang Qingxi replied fairly. In terms of talent, Ning Rongrong was indeed high. The 7-treasure glazed tile is inherently a flawed, or rather incomplete, martial soul. Given her age and the pampering she had received, having this level of soul power was actually quite good. However, if Ning Rongrong continued like this, she would be wasting her talent. Ning Rongrong had been a Shrek for a few days, and the people from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect had shown no signs of action, which suggested they understood this point. Ning Rongrong fell silent. Do you like those hidden weapons? Tang Qingxi asked her again. Ning Rongrong quickly nodded, but seemed hesitant to speak. As she thought of more things regarding the hidden weapons Tang Qingxi had shown her. I know that your 7-treasure glazed tile sect has a method of distraction control, divided into 5 levels, and I can see that you haven't fully mastered even the most basic level, the 3 apertures heart control. Once you master it, I will provide you with a set. Moreover, after improving your collective physical fitness, I will also arrange the most suitable enhancements for you. And you, Do you want to have combat power? To truly motivate Ning Rongrong, Tang Qingxi needed to provide enough stimulation, and she threw her a bombshell. Which support-type soul master doesn't want to have combat power? However, for most support-type soul masters, this is something they can only hope for but can't achieve. No matter how hard they try, their soul skills are all support-type. But for Tang Qingxi, this was not a problem. She was not restricted by soul rings or soul skills. Chapter 35. Shrek only needs 5 monsters. How can a support-type soul master possess combat power? Unless it's a particularly rare soul ring. Other soul rings will always enhance support soul skills, right? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong asked incredulously. Tang Qingxi merely glanced at her and said, "Do I have a soul ring? Do you think I'm using a soul skill?" Ning Rongrong was stunned and asked, "You mean, can you teach me those techniques?" "Of course not. I can't teach you my skills, but I can teach you something else that will give you some combat ability. The martial arts of the Yihua Palace are not something everyone can learn, but as the leader of the Yihua Palace, I naturally have more than just a few sets of internal martial arts." "Really? What do I need to do to learn from you?" Ning Rongrong instantly became excited. "Just attend the classes properly, and when I think you're ready, I will naturally teach you." After saying this, Tang Qingxi lightly waved her hand, and a white satin wrapped around Ning Rongrong's waist and abdomen, sending her down from the big tree. After putting away the white satin, Tang Qingxi leaned against the tree trunk, bent one leg, rested her arm on her knee, and slightly lifted her head to gaze at the sky. The white cat arrogantly climbed onto Tang Qingxi's head, casually tucked its paws in, and closed its eyes to rest. When Tang Qingxi saw the sky begin to brighten, the forest below was still in complete darkness. Tang Sect had already gotten up early and jumped onto a tall tree. After a period of cultivation, a look of joy appeared on his face. Seeing this, Tang Qingxi lightly tapped her toes and landed beside him. "What's wrong? Have you made some progress?" "Mississippi." Tang Sect smiled slightly, then thought of something and asked, "I have broken through to level 29 and reached level 30. Should we take the opportunity to hunt for the 3rd spirit ring while we're still in the Douluo Forest?" "The 3rd spirit ring." Tang Qingxi pondered for a moment. "Sure, your physical quality is already quite good, so you can slightly exceed the limits to absorb the spirit ring. The difference for the 3rd spirit ring won't be too great. If you can find a suitable one, you can absorb it. If not, it's fine to wait. We can always come back later." As daybreak approached, everyone was called up by Tang Qingxi and gathered together. "Originally, I planned to take you to the outer area for training, but since Tang Sect reached level 30 this morning and coincidentally Teacher Zhao is here, I plan to stay in this area to see if I can find a suitable spirit ring for Tang Sect. Is that okay, Teacher Zhao?" "What?" Zhao Wujie stiffened for a moment, his eyes wide as he stared at Tang Sect. "You are level 30? "Yes, Teacher Zhao." Tang Sect nodded. The members of Shrek Academy were all in shock. Tang Qingxi furrowed her brows slightly. Why were these people so surprised? Tang Sect had already reached level 29 earlier. So what was there to be surprised about when he broke through to level 30? Shouldn't they have been somewhat mentally prepared? "Is there a problem?" Tang Qingxi asked again. Zhao Wujie's expression became serious. "Tang Sect, tell me, how old are you this year? Be precise to the month." Tang Sect was momentarily stunned before saying, 12 years and 7 months. "Let's go find the soul ring." Tang Qingxi was not going to stand here in surprise and waste time. Qingxi, achieving level 30 at 12 years and 7 months means Tang Sect will be the earliest student to reach Soul Master in Shrek's history. Zhao Wujie didn't quite understand how Tang Qingxi could be so calm. Was it because she already knew? "Oh, then remember to note it down when you go back. Let's go." Tang Qingxi casually brushed it off and directly waved her hand to signal departure. The light in the Douluo Forest was dim, and the time available for activities was already short. As soon as she moved, Tang Sect and the others immediately followed. At this moment, Zhao Wujie faintly sensed something was off. Was Tang Qingxi forming factions at the academy? The academy's students were supposed to be united. It was now clearly divided into 2 groups. He probably needed to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Tang Qingxi about this matter. "Bro, congratulations." Xiao Wu leaned close to Tang Sect and whispered. At this moment, she was excitedly hugging Tang Sect's right arm. "But I will catch up to you soon." Tang Sect had no doubts about Xiao Wu's words. After knowing each other for so many years, although he was always the first to break through, it seemed that Xiao Wu, who didn't appear to work hard, would always catch up to him in a short time. Tang Sect has always believed that if Xiao Wu practices a bit harder, her strength will definitely surpass his. As for his choice of the 3rd soul ring, Tang Sect has some plans and has also discussed it with Tang Qingxi. Tang Sect thought that it shouldn't be too difficult to find. After all, some of the choices were quite common, as long as the age was sufficient. However, Contrary to his expectations, 2 full days had passed, and despite carefully searching under the guidance of Tang Qingxi and Zhao Wujia, they still hadn't found a suitable soul beast. The 1,000-year soul beasts they encountered were not suitable for Tang San, and those that were suitable did not have the right age. Zhao Wujia appeared somewhat frustrated. Tang Qingxi remained calm, continuously educating Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong about the various soul beasts they encountered along the way. He also guided Tang San and the others in working together to battle the soul beasts, fostering their combat synergy. Although Dai Mubai and the others sometimes fought together, most of the time, it was the 4 of them working in unison, with Tang Qingxi assisting and providing guidance from the side. Once again, as night fell and it was time to rest, the students collaborated to set up tents and prepare their food before getting ready to rest. Tang Qingxi is still taking turns with Zhao Wujia to keep watch at night. After dinner, Zhao Wujia asked everyone to go into the tent to rest, but called Tang Qingxi aside. Qingxi, haven't you noticed that the students have clearly divided into 2 factions now? The Shrek students should be united. Aren't you planning to participate in the Soul Master competition? How can you improve the collaboration among you few like this? Zhao Wujia said earnestly. Tang Qingxi looked at Zhao Wujia in surprise. Why do we need to be a team? For the Soul Master competition, as long as Tang San and a few others can complete my course, they can participate with any 2 teammates. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia frowned. Are you saying you want to give up on Dai Mubai and the others? They're not my students. What does it have to do with me? Tang Qingxi shrugged his hands. Am I the one giving up on them? Didn't I remind and help Dai Mubai and Oscar more than a year ago? Didn't I help Ma Hongjun solve the flaws in his martial soul? But what do they repay me with? Those who have fallen continue to fall, and those who are lazy remain lazy. Even if the flaws in their martial souls are resolved, they still have nothing but women on their minds. I really don't need such teammates. I still have others to fill the remaining positions. Tang Qingxi never fully relied on Shrek Academy from the beginning. After all, they only taken a few people each year, and those selected only have talent. She herself has a private force and has trained a group of talented and well-rounded young men and women. Chapter 36. Titan Great Ape. In the past 2 years, I have invested a considerable amount of money into the school, all for the Soul Master competition. Flinder had promised me that I would have full control over everything regarding the competition. After all, I am responsible for the quotas for participation. Ultimately, I decide who will participate. Once the students graduate, they will all go their separate ways. What is the point of being unified? Tang Qingxi spoke very bluntly. At least when it came to selecting participants for the Soul Master competition, no one from Shrek Academy could say anything. She spent her money and did not ask Flandra and the others to do anything for her. She simply borrowed Shrek as people to participate in the competition. Flandra also agreed and granted her the authority. If there were any objections, she could leave Shrek and form a new team, and the biggest benefits, which were the fame and fortune gained from the Soul Master competition, would no longer be related to Shrek. Given her relationship with Tang San and Xiao Wu, promising benefits to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, these 4 would still be the fixed team members. If teacher Zhao really has issues, he could discuss it with Dean Flander first and then come to me. Tang Qingxi's words left Zhao Wuji speechless. All right, I'm going to rest now. Tang Qingxi waved his hand and was about to return to the tent to rest. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Zhao Wuji's expression also changed. An extremely cold aura erupted from Zhao Wuji, accompanied by a low growl as he directly summoned his martial soul, the mighty Diamond Bear. Tang Qingxi did not reveal his martial soul, but directly took out the Storm Pear Blossom Needles. Qingxi, take them away. Everyone out. Zhao Wuji roared, his deep voice resonating inside the tent. Being in the Stardow Forest, the students were all on high alert and had not yet gone to sleep. Upon hearing the voice, they quickly crawled out of the tent. When Tang San saw Tang Qingxi holding the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle, his pupils suddenly constricted. Sister Shi, what's wrong? The Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle could be said to be Sister Shi's trump card, and the fact that she took it out directly indicated that a huge crisis was about to arrive. Gather, stand behind us, and if anything happens, run. Tang Qingxi approached Zhao Wuji, holding the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle in her left hand. Her right palm faintly glowed, with a hint of red light mixed with some inconspicuous colorful light. Dai Mubai and the others didn't understand what was happening, especially since it had made the usually unflappable Tang Qingxi and the always composed Zhao Wuji so tense. The white cat on Tang Qingxi's shoulder suddenly swiped at his ear. Tilting his head slightly to meet the cat's gaze, Tang Qingxi took a few steps aside while listening to the cat whispering in his ear. I sense Erming's presence. The Titan giant ape? What does it want here? Looking for you or for Xiao Wu? Tang Qingxi was also taken aback. Our rose aura should be well hidden. Is it looking for Xiao Wu? What kind of big guy comes over here to stir up trouble? Just then, in the direction where Zhao Wujie and Tang Qingxi were looking, two tall trees suddenly began to slowly part ways, and a massive figure quietly walked out from behind them. Tang Qingxi put away the rainstorm pear blossom needle but felt a severe headache. Upon seeing the figure that appeared, Dai Mubai and the others seemed to hold their breath, finally understanding why Zhao Wujie and Tang Qingxi were so tense. It was a towering presence, as tall as a mountain, with every part of its body covered in terrifyingly strong muscles. At first glance, it resembled both a monkey and a chimpanzee, completely black except for its lantern-sized eyes that glimmered with a yellowish sheen. In the night, it was difficult to see its body unless it was moving. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Tang San recognized the colossal creature, his voice trembling. The Titan Great Ape was a dominant existence in the Soul Beast Forest, possessing unparalleled strength and speed, with nearly no flaws in attack or defense. The most frightening part was that they could also unleash skills similar to soul techniques. No one knew the true skills of the Titan Great Ape, as those who had seen them were already dead. Zhao Wujie and the others could never have imagined why a Soul Beast King, which should live in the core of the Star Doe Forest, appeared here. Respected King of the Forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to leave immediately, Zhao Wujie said in a deep voice, knowing that the Titan Great Ape could understand human speech, especially since this massive creature clearly had a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years. The Titan Great Ape ignored Zhao Wujie, taking a step forward that made their hearts leap to their throats. Do you have a way to communicate with it and make it leave? Tang Qingxi quietly asked the white cat. The white cat shook its head, unless we directly reveal our identities. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie's mind raced, but he could only think of 3 words: what to do. He could clearly sense the immense pressure the Titan Great Ape exerted on him, which was far more terrifying than the dragon and snake couple, and was definitely something he could not handle. In front of it, Zhao Wujie understood that even self-preservation was a problem. But at this moment, how could he possibly retreat? Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujie said in a deep voice, "I'll hold it off. You all immediately take Oscar's mushroom sausages and leave here. Qingxi, you too. Move quickly. I can't hold on for long." After saying this, Zhao Wujie took a deep breath, and the 7 soul rings on his body shone brightly. "Don't rush." Tang Qingxi couldn't help but call out loudly. Zhao Wujie's current approach had some merits, but he was too anxious. Then Tang Qingxi looked at Tang San and the others. "All of you, step back and spread out." Knowing the situation, Tang Qingxi understood that running was impossible. They just had to see what the Titan Great Ape was here for. If a fight broke out, she could only temporarily let Tang San and the others retreat to avoid being caught in the battle. Zhao Wujie charged directly at the Titan Great Ape. "Tang San, cover everyone as they leave. I'll help Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai instructed before charging forward with a roar. However, just as he activated the White Tiger transformation and was about to rush out, Tang Qingxi kicked him away, saying, "I told you to step back and spread out. If anyone is to help, it won't be you, aside from Zhao Wujie. I'm the strongest here. Don't come up and cause trouble. Ning Rongrong, assist me and Teacher Zhao. Everyone else, step back. Oscar, summon and distribute the mushroom sausages." "Yes." Ning Rongrong immediately agreed, her soft yet firm voice ringing out. 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The second is speed. The dazzling 7-treasure glazed tile spun out from Ning Rongrong's palm, with 4 beams of light simultaneously shooting out to land on Zhao Wujie and Tang Qingxi. "Tang San, keep an eye on them." After saying this, Tang Qingxi had no choice but to leap toward the Titan Great Ape. Tang San was originally ready to take action, but upon Tang Qingxi's order, he directly blocked the way in front of the other students. "Everyone, listen to Sister Shi." Chapter 37. Both taken away, Zhao Wujie had already used all his strength, and with Ning Rongrong's support, his power reached a new level. He jumped high and struck down with the heavy Vajra palm on the top of the Titan Giant Ape's head. However, a terrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. After Zhao Wujie's palms hit the Titan Giant Ape, his entire body was blasted away like a cannonball. The Titan Giant Ape seemed to have underestimated Zhao Wujie's strength. Its entire head was thrown back from the impact, followed by a thunderous roar. At this moment, Tang Qingxi had also arrived nearby, her martial soul manifested, and her domain activated. She could see a layer of black energy erupting from the Titan giant ape, and it was this energy wave that had sent Zhao Wujie flying. Tang Qingxi's expression was solemn, her eyes shimmering with purple light. In a flicker, she leaped into the airwaves, using the Titan giant ape's body to propel herself, and circled around to its back, jumping upwards. However, the shockwave's force was difficult for Tang Qingxi to fully resist, making her upward movement rather challenging. Tang-san, how can we just watch Teacher Zhao and Sister Shi hold off the Titan giant ape and do nothing? Dai Mubai, after being kicked hard, stood up with a pale face. Sister Shi must have her own plans. If we act rashly, we might just complicate things for her. Tang-san insisted. He knew that Tang Qingxi had the rainstorm pear blossom needle, and perhaps she was looking for the right moment to strike. Against a soul beast as defensively sturdy as the Titan giant ape, even the rainstorm pear blossom needle needed to find a weak point to attack. If they intervened and made the situation more chaotic, the young lady might find it inconvenient to act. I trust Sister Shi. Just stay put and don't cause trouble. Zhu Zhuqing rarely took the initiative to speak to Dai Mubai, but her tone was not pleasant. Dai Mubai was extremely anxious. Zhao Wujie had slammed hard into the ground, creating a deep pit. However, at this moment, the Titan giant ape did not seem to attack them. It was circling in place, trying to reach behind itself to grab Tang Qingxi. Although this prevented Tang Qingxi from climbing smoothly, it also temporarily held her in place. After realizing that Tang Qingxi couldn't hold on, the Titan giant ape chose to abandon the small ant on its back and focused its gaze on Tang San and the others, specifically on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's expression was also not good. She frowned tightly. The Titan giant ape extended its massive paw toward Xiao Wu. Just then, Tang Qingxi climbed onto the Titan giant ape's shoulder and said to it, "Don't hurt anyone, or you will definitely regret it." Seeing that the Titan giant ape's target was Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes immediately turned red. He kicked the ground hard and leaped into the air. His hands flashed like lightning, sending over a dozen cold beams toward the Titan giant ape's eyes. Zhao Wujie also quickly climbed out of the pit, activating his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. This was his most domineering soul ring skill, but it had the greatest side effects. Once Martial Soul True Body was used, he could use all 7 ring and below soul skills without restriction for 30 minutes, with a power increase of 150%. However, each time he used Martial Soul True Body, his attributes would weaken by 50% and take 7 days to recover. Zhao Wujie would not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. But the Titan giant ape was quick in both speed and reaction. Before Tang San could stop it, it had already grabbed Xiao Wu. As for Tang San's hidden weapons, the Titan giant ape simply closed its eyes and blocked all the projectiles. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to charge again, the Titan giant ape prepared to counterattack. Tang Qingxi sighed, "Aro." The white cat Aro released a hint of aura, and the Titan giant ape suddenly stood upright. Aro immediately said, Ming, don't be dazed. Don't hurt anyone. Don't say anything, just leave." With Xiao Wu captured, there was no way to let the Titan giant ape just release her. There was no time for explanations. Since Tang Qingxi was also present, they could only take her away and find a reason to regroup later. The Titan giant ape completely ignored the charging Zhao Wujie and the fully unleashed Tang San, leaping into the air and, in a single bound, disappeared into the woods with Xiao Wu and Tang Qingxi. "Xiao Wu," Zhao Wujie called out desperately, wanting to chase after them, but realized the speed was far too inferior to catch up. "Xiao Wu, young lady." Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, and he even forgot to address her properly. Ning Rongrong was exhausted. Assisting Zhao Wujie had taken a toll on her, and she slumped helplessly to the ground, murmuring, "Sister Shi Xiao Wu." Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others were also left dumbfounded. Zhao Wujie retracted his martial soul true body, his face pale with anger. How could the Titan giant ape appear on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest? "I'm sorry, everyone. It's all my fault for not being able to stop it from taking Xiao Wu and Qingxi. It's not your fault, and Sister Shi is still here." While the others did not notice the situation on the Titan giant ape's shoulder, Tang San was able to see it clearly with his purple extreme magic eye. Tang Qingxi was not restricted, perhaps still searching for the right moment to strike. Dealing with a being like the Titan ape, it's likely that the young lady had to be cautious in her actions. Or perhaps there are limitations preventing her from taking action. Tang San's voice was calm, but upon closer inspection, one could still see his entire body slightly trembling. "Let's take a break first, and then we'll find another place to discuss in detail." Zhao Wujia sighed and said. Tang Sect was about to voice his thoughts, but hesitated again. He wanted to chase after them, not necessarily to catch up with the Titan giant ape, but if the young lady could really save Xiao Wu, they could provide support. However, he also considered a possibility, whether the young lady had already successfully climbed onto the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, but chose not to act because it wasn't the right moment. Or perhaps it was inconvenient for her to act in front of others. Tang Sect asked Oscar for a recovery sausage, which was the mushroom sausage that Tang Qingxi had instructed Oscar to make earlier. Tang Sect had received one in his hand. After eating the recovery sausage, Tang Sect looked around and found Zhu Zhuqing. I will go to assist Sister Shi. You take them to retreat from the Douluo Forest first. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. What about Sister Shi's arrangements? Tang Sect paused for a moment, although Tang Qingxi didn't have time to give him any further arrangements. At this moment, Tang Sect took the initiative to nod. He really couldn't feel at ease without going there himself, and moreover, he had once vowed to protect Xiao Wu. How could he just wait here at this moment? All right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Tang Sect stood behind Zhu Zhuqing, using her cover to eat the mushroom sausage. And 6 illusory wings appeared behind him. Tang Sect, what are you doing? As Zhao Wujia's surprise shout rang out, Tang Sect's body rose into the air. Chapter 38. The faceless demon spider. With Zhao Wujia's shout, everyone turned to look, seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Sect standing together. Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed to understand something and locked eyes with Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing said. Understanding, 7 treasures are famous. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong had just eaten a recovery sausage and had slightly regained her strength. Immediately, a brilliant light fell on Tang Sect. Tang Sect, the speed boost effect can only last for 1 minute after leaving my soul power range. Okay. Tang Sect looked deeply at Ning Rongrong, then, with the flying effect of the mushroom sausage, quickly flew in the direction where the Titan giant ape had disappeared. You guys. Zhao Wujia looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, so angry he was almost speechless. Zhu Zhuqing said expressionlessly, it's Shiji's arrangement. Her gaze, however, was fixed on the direction Tang Sect had flown away, hoping that Tang Qingxi and the others could really return safely. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Tang Qingxi were standing on either shoulder of the Titan giant ape. Although the Titan giant ape was moving quickly, it was extremely stable, and the two of them felt no shaking while standing on its shoulders. However, Xiao Wu occasionally glanced curiously at Tang Qingxi, and Aru's control over her aura was so good that Xiao Wu did not notice her. At this time, Xiao Wu was somewhat puzzled about the Titan giant ape's attitude towards Tang Qingxi. Almost stop. If we go in further, it will be hard for us to go back. After seeing that they were far enough away and there were no other soul masters around, Tang Qingxi whispered in the Titan giant ape's ear. Hearing Tang Qingxi's words, the Titan giant ape hesitated for a moment but still stopped and crouched down. Tang Qingxi landed lightly, and Xiao Wu immediately jumped down as well. Her gaze still fixed on Tang Qingxi, clearly filled with many questions. However, Tang Qingxi was momentarily too preoccupied with the Titan giant ape, frowning as she asked, what are you doing here? Do you want to get Xiao Wu killed? How will she explain how she escaped from you when she goes back? If her identity is exposed now, no one can protect her. Xiao Wu's pupils suddenly contracted. Tang Qingxi's words seemed to imply that she knew her identity. Yet, there was also a hint of protectiveness in her tone. This left Xiao Wu's mind in a bit of chaos. The Titan giant ape, listening to Tang Qingxi's words and recalling the aura she had previously emitted, couldn't help but lower its head in guilt, looking like a well-behaved child awaiting a scolding. With her mind still in a muddle, Xiao Wu instinctively replied to Tang Qingxi's stern tone, Ming is also worried about me. Wait, Sister Shi. What exactly do you know? Turning around, she asked urgently. Don't ask for now. I'll tell you when the time is right. Just know that I won't harm you. If I wanted to hurt you, you would already be a soul ring by now. Also, Tang Sect doesn't know, and I won't say anything here. You can decide when to tell him yourself. It seemed that Aro had no intention of revealing herself to Xiao Wu right now. So Tang Qingxi didn't bring it up, casting a discreet glance at the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape obediently lowered its head, curiously observing Tang Qingxi and the white cat on her shoulder with its big eyes. Xiao Wu wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Tang Qingxi's hand gesture. We need to catch up quickly and head back. I don't have time to discuss further arrangements, and I don't know what they will do. I'm afraid they might come after us. The dangers in the depths of the Douluo Forest are indeed too many, and Zhao Wujia has used his martial soul avatar, lacking in combat strength. I'm worried something might go wrong. Xiao Wu had too many questions, but was not allowed to ask, feeling very uncomfortable. However, Listening to Tang Qingxi's words, she nodded in agreement. Though she hesitated and quietly said, I'm also at level 30. You don't need to hunt soul beasts for your soul ring, so there's no need to rush. We'll find an opportunity for you to complete your soul ring later. Xiao Wu's soul ring was indeed the least urgent. They just needed to find a place without people. Okay, Xiao Wu nodded. Tang Qingxi looked at the Titan giant ape and reminded it, and also tell that sky blue bull python not to wander around in the forest. If the spirit hall people discover it, there'll be big trouble. The Titan giant ape nodded obediently. Are you like me? Do you know my mother? With such a clear understanding of the soul beasts around her, Xiao Wu couldn't help but suspect that Tang Qingxi was also a 100,000-year soul beast like herself. Although Tang Qingxi said she was born in the Haoyan clan, she had never shown her Haoyan hammer martial soul. Had she? Moreover, the inexplicable sense of closeness she felt from Tang Qingxi indeed made Xiao Wu think of this point. I'll explain this to you later. Just know that I'm not your enemy. Tang Qingxi said, let's go back first. Okay. Xiao Wu turned to bid farewell to the Titan giant ape, Ming. You and Ming must take care, okay? I'm afraid the others will worry, so I'll head back now. The Titan giant ape nodded. Then it let out a deep, muffled roar, the sound not loud, but traveling over 1,000 meters. All the soul beasts within this range seemed to be struck by the most terrifying fright, quickly fleeing outward. There were still some relatively powerful soul beasts in this area, and the Titan giant ape helped drive them away to facilitate their return. Thus, Xiao Wu quickly followed Tang Qingxi, retracing their steps. On the other side, Tang San, having consumed the flying mushroom sausage, could only fly for 1 minute. Even with Ning Rongrong's martial soul assistance, he barely traveled less than 3,000 meters. During the flight, Tang San pushed the purple extreme magic eye to its limit but still couldn't find the Titan giant ape's figure. He could only track based on some traces he discovered along the way. Fortunately, the Titan giant ape was huge, and with each leap, he could see areas where trees and vegetation had been destroyed. After tracking for a while, Tang San stopped, leaned against a large tree, and sat cross-legged to recover his strength. He couldn't be sure if Tang Qingxi could really handle an existence like the Titan giant ape, but he needed to see a result regardless. After regaining some strength, just as he was about to continue tracking, a peculiar sound suddenly caught Tang San's attention. It sounded like leaves rustling, and he became alert, slowly standing up in a defensive posture, cautiously looking in the direction of the sound. A black figure suddenly appeared. It was a spider with a body diameter of over 1.5 meters, and its 8 spear-like legs were over 3 meters long, with a glossy black shell. Tang San discovered it, and it also noticed Tang San. With 8 long legs moving swiftly, it appeared before Tang San in the blink of an eye. 2 of its front legs were raised high, directly stabbing towards Tang San's head. Chapter 39. Tang Qingxi's Strength. As the spider's body rose, Tang San caught a glimpse of its abdomen, allowing him to identify its species. Tang San quickly rolled to the ground to evade the attack of the long-legged spider. But his expression was particularly grave. He did not expect to encounter this spider in this place. The spider's lower abdomen had some white patterns that formed a sinister human face, with 8 eyes glowing with a faint purple light closely attached to its lower abdomen. However, 2 of the eyes seemed to be smashed by something, a bloody mess, and there were several cracks in the shell on its lower abdomen. This was the human face demon spider, a terrifying existence among soul beasts. It had a solid shell, swift speed, and 8 sharp spider legs that were highly venomous. Its web, which it spat out, was also very tough and sticky, carrying neurotoxic venom. However, it must be said that the human face demon spider was also one of the recommended soul ring choices by Ms. Tang Qingxi among the targets given to Tang San for his 3rd soul ring. But this soul ring was not so easy to obtain. Even the young lady had instructed that if they encountered the human face demon spider, she would personally step in to help. Tang San did not expect to encounter a face spider in such a situation. Judging by its appearance, it clearly exceeded 1,000 years of cultivation, making it extremely difficult for him to deal with. The webs spat out by the face spider were instantaneous and could cover an area 10 times its own size. Even with his ghost shadow, Misty Steps, it was highly likely that he would be unable to evade them. Generally, those caught in the webs would be killed by the face spider before they even had a chance to break free. However, given the current circumstances and the speed of the face spider, he might not be able to escape. Considering the injuries under the face spider's abdomen, it was not in its optimal condition, and it had only used its web spitting 3 times in a day. Furthermore, it had not used its web spitting upon seeing him for the first time. Tang San could only take a gamble. The face-devouring spider had experienced battles and had already finished spitting out its webs. He did not seek to kill the face-devouring spider. He only wanted to inflict more damage on it, so he could escape. He had no time to waste here. Even if the young lady could escape from the Titan giant ape with Xiao Wu, they might encounter other spirit beasts on their way back. He didn't know how many hidden weapons the young lady had. It was better to find the trace of the Titan giant ape as soon as possible. Therefore, after dodging the face-devouring spider's attack, Tang San released the binding skill of the blue silver grass. Of course, with the strength of the face-devouring spider, breaking free from his blue silver grass was no problem, and as a creature of extreme poison, the paralysis toxin attached to the blue silver grass would be ineffective. So, while releasing his martial soul, Tang San took out a black box, which was the Zhuge divine crossbow. He quickly manipulated it with his right hand, producing a series of mechanical sounds. At that moment, Tang Qingxi directly picked up Xiao Wu in her arms and, using her lightness skill, swiftly moved through the forest. Leaping among the tall trees, Tang Qingxi unleashed her true speed, which surprised Xiao Wu. She couldn't understand how someone who was merely a great soul master could move so swiftly. When she landed on a tall tree, Tang Qingxi paused her steps and listened carefully. Then she activated her purple extreme demon eyes and heard the sounds of battle. Initially just passing by to take a glance, she ended up staring in disbelief as she saw Tang San engaged in combat with the human-faced demon spider. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow. This was just right. Tang San's soul ring had a target. Tang Qingxi immediately jumped down. As she got closer, Xiao Wu also saw Tang San, its third brother. That's the human-faced demon spider. Xiao Wu's heart tightened instantly. The human-faced demon spider was not easy to deal with. Stay here and don't come closer. I'll go help him. Tang Qingxi roughly assessed the age of the human-faced demon spider, which was likely over 2,000 years. The soul ring might be a bit beyond Tang San's ability to absorb, but for now, she wouldn't think about whether he could absorb it. Saving him was the priority. A 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was not something Tang San could easily handle. She was somewhat surprised that Tang San was not entangled in the spider's web. At this moment, Tang San was using hidden weapons to deal with the face-devouring spider, buying time to quickly finish loading the Zhuge divine crossbow. Facing the hidden weapon aimed directly at its vital eye, the face-devouring spider swiftly crawled on the ground, and the weapon struck its shell, creating a shower of sparks. Just then, out of the corner of Tang San's eye, he caught sight of some familiar dark petals rushing towards him, hitting the face-devouring spider's shell. The spider let out a howl, seemingly in great pain. "Miss!" Tang San exclaimed excitedly, and, turning his head, he saw Xiao Wu's figure also appearing in his line of sight, which made Tang San smile with relief. Indeed, there was no doubt about the young lady's strength. She had safely returned with Xiao Wu. Tang Qingxi didn't waste any words, not holding back her strength at all, and directly flashed close to the human-faced demon spider. Her palm transformed into a claw, her skin pale as bone and exuding a chilling aura. The nails at the tips of her 5 fingers became extremely sharp, and she pressed one claw directly onto the shell of the human-faced demon spider. The shell that Tang San couldn't break was easily torn apart like a piece of paper under Tang Qingxi's claw. With a quick grasp of her 5 fingers and an upward lift, a mass of what seemed to be some internal organs and flesh was directly pulled out. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. She was very aware of the defense power of the face-devouring spider's shell. The fact that Tang Qingxi could break through the shell of the face-devouring spider with just her hands was truly terrifying. Tang San also experienced the hardness of the shell. Looking at Tang Qingxi's moves, he truly realized the gap between them. He pursued the Xiantian treasure record of the Tang Sect, but of course, practicing the Xiantian treasure record had already cost him too much time. Unlike the young lady, he couldn't go out and experience the vastness of the martial world. He couldn't even recognize the martial arts moves used by the young lady. In their shocked contemplation, the painful roar of the human-faced demon spider grew louder. It quickly turned around and raised its claws to attack Tang Qingxi, but Tang Qingxi's figure flickered, leaving behind 3 afterimages, making it difficult for the spider to determine which one to attack. Tang Qingxi also saw the wound on the abdomen of the face-devouring spider, which didn't seem to be inflicted by Tang San. This explains why they hadn't seen Tang San wrapped in spider silk. This kid was quite lucky. If the face-devouring spider had been in its prime, by the time she and Xiao Wu arrived, they might only have a chance to collect Tang San's corpse. Tang Qingxi unceremoniously transformed her claws back into palms, taking advantage of the moment when the human-faced demon spider attacked her. She raised her body, moving directly closer to the human-faced demon spider. The evil face formed by the white patterns on the spider's abdomen loomed large in front of Tang Qingxi, its 6 purple. Ghostly eyes wide open and filled with hatred. Tang Qingxi, with an unchanging expression, struck out with both palms, carrying the inked jade plum blossom, directly hitting the eyes of the humanoid spider. Amidst another painful roar from a humanoid spider, she quickly spun away and delivered a knife-hand strike at the joint between the spider's leg and body. Her soul power was already incredibly sharp, and with her soul power turned into a blade, she directly severed a segment of the spider's leg. The heavy leg fell to the ground, and the surrounding plants were contaminated by the toxins on the leg, gradually wilting and rotting. Chapter 40. The Soul Bone of the Humanoid Spider. Tang Qingxi calmly glanced, and then floated back. Tang San will take over, so you should be able to handle it. Since he intended to leave the soul ring for Tang San, Tang Qingxi naturally couldn't directly kill the man-faced demon spider. So with a few swift moves, he severely injured the man-faced demon spider, rendering it unable to exert much strength, making it not difficult for Tang San to deal with. Yes, Tang San also understood Tang Qingxi's intention, and the blue-silver grass wrapped around the spider again. At this moment, the man-faced demon spider, with only 2 pairs of eyes left, was in pain and fear, with its spider legs and back shell severely injured. It already had the thought of wanting to escape, but was blocked by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Tang San, can you use the chaotic wind? Bring out your Haotian hammer to play. Anyway, there are no outsiders, and Tang Qingxi is just in time to see if Tang San can use the ultimate technique of the Haotian clan. Tang San naturally obeyed the command and directly put away the Zhuge divine crossbow and blue silvergrass. He then stood in front of the human-faced demon spider, holding a small black hammer in his hand. The chaotic cloak hammer technique was taught to him by his father. Sister Shichi, you are so strong. Xiao looked at Tang Qingxi with a hint of admiration. Is this Tang Qingxi's true strength? Such a fierce attack power and sharp soul power. During the battle against Zhao Wujia, Tang Qingxi had not even used her full strength, originally just following Tang San to participate in the lessons. Xiao was now genuinely looking forward to Tang Qingxi's class. She needed to become stronger, strong enough to protect herself. Moreover, Tang Qingxi clearly knew her identity, but did not make any moves to harm her and even showed some signs of protection. Although Tang Qingxi did not explicitly say it, Xiao was basically certain that Tang Qingxi was a being similar to herself. It's just that Tang Qingxi's cultivation method was somewhat different from her own. Xiao had more trust in Tang Qingxi now. At this moment, Tang San's expression was serious. The young lady had already injured the faceless demon spider to such an extent, so he naturally could not perform poorly. He absolutely could not let the young lady down. Holding the Haotian hammer, Tang San firmly planted his feet on the ground, suddenly exerting force in his calves. With power surging up, his body turned halfway, and the small yet heavy Haotian hammer swung in a wide arc in the air, striking heavily on the faceless demon spider. With a loud crash, the faceless demon spider's body sank down from the blow, and immediately following the rebound of the Haotian hammer, Tang San executed a quick turn. The Haotian hammer swung up again, and with another loud bang, it fell even heavier onto the faceless demon spider than before. Tang San's movements were quick. Taking advantage of the fact that the faceless demon spider was bound by the blue-silver grass and hadn't reacted yet, he switched to the Haotian hammer and swung it. The first strike landed heavily, causing the faceless demon spider to become dizzy from the impact. With each successive strike, the increasing weight of the blows rendered the already severely injured faceless demon spider almost powerless to resist. Moreover, due to the immense force of the Haotian hammer, the 2 fresh wounds created by Tang Qingxi continued to spurt blood and flesh from the violent shaking. By the time the 9th strike fell, the areas hit on the faceless demon spider were already a bloody mess, and the entire spider was smashed into the ground, barely able to breathe. Tang San spun in place a few times with the Haotian hammer, dissipating the impact force from the hammer, and then immediately retracted the Haotian hammer martial soul. By using an ordinary hammer, he could strike more times. However, the burden of the Haotian hammer on his body and soul power was indeed too great, and at this point, it was already enough. The faceless demon spider had no way out. As the life force of the faceless demon spider fell and disappeared after being smashed into the ground, specks of blue-purple light began to gather above its body. It was time to absorb the soul ring. However, Tang San was not in a hurry. He first sat cross-legged to recover his soul power. After 1,000-year soul beast dies, the soul ring can be maintained for an hour, and as long as it is absorbed within this time, it can be taken in. The faceless demon spider was not a gentle soul beast. On the contrary, it was a very evil and violent existence. Absorbing its soul ring was not an easy task, and Tang Sect needed to ensure that his condition was restored to a good level. Otherwise, he might not withstand the impact of the violent energy during the absorption, which could lead to a fatal backlash. Indeed, seeing that Tang Sect prioritized recovering his state and did not directly absorb it, Tang Qingxi nodded in satisfaction. Tang Qingxi brought Xiaowu to Tang Sect's side, preparing to assist him in absorbing the soul ring. Tang Sect, get mentally prepared. You must focus completely when absorbing the soul ring. This is a soul beast that is over 2,000 years old. I hope your willpower won't let me down. With your body strength, you are capable of absorbing it. It all depends on whether your will can withstand the backlash of this soul ring. Tang Qingxi also made sure to clarify the situation, emphasizing that Tang Sect must not let his guard down for even a moment while absorbing this soul ring. Tang Sect didn't have time to judge the exact age of the face-sucking spider, but when he heard it was over 2,000 years, he was taken aback. However, since the young lady said her body was strong enough to absorb it, Tang Sect nodded firmly. I understand, Xiao-san. Huh? The sharp-eyed Tang Qingxi vaguely saw a faint blue-purple light emanating from something within the blurred flesh of the face-sucking spider. She casually drew a long sword from her bracelet and stirred through the flesh. Then her eyebrows raised slightly, her expression turning somewhat incredulous. Was this something that could be nurtured within a soul beast body that was only 2,000 years old? Squatting down, her palm turned white as jade. She reached into the flesh to explore and confirm, and Tang Qingxi's expression became serious. While she didn't care much about soul rings, soul bones were something she coveted greatly, even more so than others. Xiaowu also sensed something from Tang Qingxi's actions and immediately glanced at the two. Although the face-sucking spider was killed by Tang Sect, it was because it allowed him to kill it for the sake of obtaining a soul ring. Essentially, this face-sucking spider was subdued by Tang Qingxi. What's wrong? Noticing the atmosphere was off, Tang Sect, who had recovered somewhat, asked. Tang Qingxi also glanced at Xiaowu, knowing that she understood the situation as well, and then asked Tang Sect, do you know about soul bones? Soul bones? Tang Sect was puzzled. Although the master had taught him a lot about identifying soul beasts and soul rings, as well as various methods of martial soul cultivation and their applications, he had never mentioned soul bones to him. Tang Qingxi was silent for a moment before explaining to Tang Sect. Soul bones are a very special kind of object, also derived from soul beasts, but their appearance rate is extremely low. Generally, a person can absorb up to 6 soul bones, which correspond to the head, torso, and forelimbs. In addition, there's a more special and rare type known as external soul bones. Many powerful soul masters, even those who are titled Douluo, rarely manage to gather 6 soul bones, let alone obtain external soul bones. Moreover, what makes soul bones even more precious is that they are not limited by the age of the soul beast from which they are produced. They possess growth potential and will evolve as the soul master's strength increases. Unlike soul rings, soul bones can be used by anyone, not just the one who killed the soul beast, and they can even be sold. However, soul bones are a valuable yet scarce existence. Chapter 41. The shameless ultimate dragon snake listening to Tang Qingxi's explanation of soul bones. Tang Sect immediately understood their preciousness and also realized that this soul bone couldn't be absorbed by him alone. Since soul bones are so valuable, they should be used by the young lady. Wait. Tang Qingxi suddenly stopped Tang Sect from speaking, her expression turning exceptionally cold, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Both of you, don't say a word. She quickly covered the flesh of the man-faced demon spider, ensuring that the soul bone inside was not revealed, then took out a handkerchief to wipe her palms, her gaze icy as she looked towards the deep forest. This journey in the Stardow Forest had indeed been full of twists and turns, as if it were forcing her to use the rainflower needle. Soon, 3 uninvited guests swiftly emerged from the forest, 2 of whom were familiar faces. Upon seeing these 3 people, Tang Sect and Xiaowu both felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The visitors were 3 soul masters, 2 of whom were the familiar snake lady Zhao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Mangaran, whom they had encountered just a few days ago. The third person beside them was a tall, thin old man, appearing to be over 70 years old, with a full head of silver hair. He held a bright silver dragon-headed cane, the dragon head at the top vividly crafted and looking quite splendid. 8 soul rings moved rhythmically around him, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. Although this was not the best soul ring configuration, having 8 soul rings indicated that he possessed the cultivation level of an 80-level soul Douluo. Tang Qingxi didn't need to guess to know that this person was the husband of the snake lady, Long Gongmeng Shu. The three of them had finally gathered together. When the powerful Long snake family arrived here, Long Gong was somewhat surprised to see how young Tang Qingxi and the others looked. His attention then fell directly on the bloodied and mangled body of the human-faced magic spider, which could only be identified by its spider legs, and his expression changed slightly. Meng Yiran, upon seeing the three of them, was even more furious. How could this happen? Why? It's you again. What's going on? Long Gong, noticing Meng Yiran's reaction, asked curiously. The snake lady explained that these three were among the group she had mentioned before, the ones who took away the wind-tailed chicken crest snake. Now, looking at the situation, Tang Qingxi even had blood and flesh from the human-faced magic spider that hadn't been cleaned off, and there was no doubt that this was the human-faced magic spider they had been tracking all along, which had been intercepted by the same group. What a coincidence! This human-faced magic spider is also your target? Tang Qingxi continued to wipe the stains on her hands leisurely, but in reality, she was ready to pull out the rainstorm pear blossom needle at any moment. Sorry, but we've already killed it. Long Gongmeng Shu's tone was extremely cold. Do you know that we've been chasing this human-faced magic spider for a whole day? If it weren't for its annoying web, it would have already become my granddaughter's soul ring. The human-faced magic spider was extremely rare, much more precious than the wind-tailed chicken crest snake. Long Gongmeng Shu exuded a strong oppressive force, but Tang Qingxi maintained a calm demeanor. There's nothing we can do about it. Not to mention that we didn't even know you were hunting this human-faced magic spider beforehand, and when we encountered it, we couldn't just let it attack and kill without fighting back. Besides, this human-faced magic spider is over 2,000 years old. Didn't you take a good look when you were hunting it? Can your granddaughter absorb this soul ring? Is she looking for death? Upon hearing that it was a soul beast over 2,000 years old, Long Gong's imposing aura softened somewhat. But then he questioned, how do you know this human-faced magic spider is over 2,000 years old? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? What responsibility do we have? You didn't carve your names on the human-faced magic spider, did you? As she spoke, Tang Qingxi picked up the spider leg she had previously cut off and threw it between the two groups. Look for yourselves. The cultivation level of a human-faced magic spider is generally judged by the length of its spider legs, and this leg is over 3 meters long. That's a sign of a cultivation level exceeding 2,000 years. Since it's among your granddaughter's soul ring choices, you couldn't have done any research on it, right? Long Gong measured the length of the spider leg with his gaze, and Tang Qingxi's words were indeed accurate. Grandpa, they also stole my wind-tailed chicken crest snake before. Since this soul ring was indeed something she couldn't absorb, Meng Yiran didn't dwell on it too much, but there was still an old score to settle. If they hadn't stolen her wind-tailed chicken crest snake, why would they have gone through the trouble of chasing this human-faced magic spider, only to end up empty-handed? Long Gong patted his granddaughter's head to comfort her and turned to Tang Qingxi. Did the three of you work together to kill this human-faced magic spider? He had heard the snake lady mention that the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujia was their leader, but despite the conversation going on for a while, Zhao Wujia had not appeared. Even though the human-faced magic spider had been severely injured by him before, a 2,000-year-old human-faced magic spider was still not easy to deal with. The three of them could kill the human-faced magic spider, and judging by the state of the corpse, the soul skills they used were quite powerful, indicating that the three of them were quite strong. During the earlier confrontation over the wind-tailed chicken crest snake, it was this girl who decisively determined its ownership. One had to admit that in that situation, her decision was very wise. Smart and capable, Meng Shu appreciated the abilities of these three. That's right, Tang Qingxi nodded. She was gradually becoming impatient. She wanted to send these three away peacefully, but it seemed they were dragging their feet. The soul ring was gone, so why were they still lingering? There was a piece of soul bone buried in the body of the human-faced magic spider, which was extremely dangerous. Once discovered, it would cause a lot of trouble, and she would have to reveal all her trump cards. If things didn't work out, Tang Qingxi was already considering whether to use her identity to pressure these three into leaving. After all, you stole my granddaughter's wind-tailed chicken crest snake's soul ring. This matter can't just be let go, Long Gongmeng Shu said. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi's expression completely turned cold. Then what do you suggest? Long Gong replied, I give you two choices. The first choice is to join my family, and then the previous conflicts will be considered resolved. The second choice is that each of you leaves behind an arm as compensation for my granddaughter, and then you can go. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi couldn't help but smile in anger. This was quite the audacity. Tang Qingxi showed a contemplative expression. Without discovering the soul bone, There was no need for her to reveal her cards and create a confrontation. She only chose to use her status to pressure others. But with Xiao Wu present and without clarifying the situation, it was indeed not appropriate to casually reveal her identity. However, it was precisely because Xiao Wu was present that she had another option. Tang Qingxi's martial soul appeared, and the killing god domain was instantly unleashed. At the same time, he said, "Tang San, show the hammer." Yes, Tang San nodded in response, raising his hand to reveal the pitch-black Haotian hammer in his palm. Killing god domain. Haotian hammer, martial soul? Long Gong Meng Shu exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 42. The Master's theory is just a joke. Are you sure you still want us to choose? Tang Qingxi already had killing intent in his heart, but still maintained a calm demeanor. It is reasonable to think that as a soul, Douluo, the senior must have some insight. You should understand what this means. He holds the Haotian hammer, and we come from the Haotian Sect. The unfortunate incident that disrupted your granddaughter's acquisition of a soul ring is regrettable for us as well. However, there is nothing we can do about what has already happened. As juniors, we do not wish to conflict with seniors. We suggest that you take the time to continue searching for a soul ring for your granddaughter in the Stardew Forest. If you insist on making things difficult for us, it would also be extremely perilous for you, senior. Tang Qingxi unceremoniously borrowed the name of the Haotian Sect, which was certainly better than revealing the identity of the martial soul hall. A wary look appeared on Long Gong's face. The Haotian hammer signified a direct disciple of the Haotian Sect, and there was also one with the domain of the god of killing. The domain of the god of killing. A person like that holds immense significance for a sect. Although the Haotian Sect has been reclusive for a long time, this very fact makes it hard to gauge their current strength. Originally, Long Gong relied on the possibility that these three might have become separated from Zhao Wujia, trying to force them into a corner. But now this had turned into a double-edged sword. Even if he silenced the three and destroyed their bodies, Zhao Wujia and the others would not know who was responsible. However, there had already been conflicts between Shi Pe and Zhao Wujia's group, and with two such valuable individuals involved, even a hint of suspicion would be enough for them to face the wrath of the Haotian Sect. Truly, they are disciples of the top three sects. It is we who have offended them. Long Gong was very adaptable and decisive, saying, "We will leave now." After speaking, he directly flew away with the equally shocked Shi Pe and his granddaughter Meng Ran, disappearing into the dense forest. Tang Qingxi stood with her hands behind her back, and after confirming that the three presences had indeed left, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, she revealed a look of great annoyance. With a stern expression, she directly instructed Tang San. Tang San absorbed the soul ring immediately, and at the same time sensed the location of soul bone. Secretly absorb the soul bone as well. Sister Shi, Tang San hesitated. He could sense that Tang Qingxi had intentions regarding this soul bone. If the eldest young lady needed it, then this soul bone should rightfully be for her use. No questions, just absorb it. Tang Qingxi's expression was particularly stern. This was an order. Yes. Tang San quickly lowered his head in agreement, feeling somewhat confused. The reason Tang Qingxi acted this way was that Zhao Wujia had come looking for them. In front of the soul bone, Tang Qingxi had not the slightest bit of trust in Zhao Wujia. She had not spent much time at the academy and did not have much trust in the teachers there. She was very aware of how terrifying the allure of a soul bone was for a soul master. Moreover, while arguing with Long Gong, Tang Qingxi had been contemplating the ownership of this soul bone. She indeed coveted the soul bone, but after careful consideration, she realized that it was not a soul bone suitable for her. The enhancement and effects of a soul bone are also related to the soul beast. In the future, if she encounters a soul ring from a human-faced demon spider over 10,000 years old, she could consider it, as the toxicity of the human-faced demon spider would be somewhat useful to her. However, based on the other characteristics of the human-faced demon spider, the potential effects of this soul bone, as she analyzed, were indeed not very compatible with her. Furthermore, with Zhao Wujia arriving, the risk of absorbing or collecting the soul bone in front of him was not small. After all, she was not someone lacking in soul bones. She already had one. Weighing the pros and cons, it seemed a bit unwise. Although Tang San is a bit naive and inexperienced, he seems to be quite loyal to the Tang Sect and himself. Knowing the value of soul bones, he is unhesitant in using them, and his expression shows that this is not a decision made by weighing pros and cons, but rather from the heart. Soul bones can only exert their maximum effect when paired with soul rings, so what does it matter if the soul bone is given to Tang San? The enhancement it brings to him can at least be utilized to some extent for himself. However, just in case, she needs to find an opportunity to talk to Tang Hao. A series of figures approached rapidly, with Zhao Wujia leading the way, followed closely by other Shrek Academy students. They all appeared somewhat fatigued. Tang San's sudden departure meant Zhao Wujia could not leave him alone in the Stardow Forest. So he brought people along to search and track him down without stopping. Qingxi, Xiao Wu, are you okay? Upon seeing the figures of Tang Qingxi and Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujia breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out you really had a plan, Qingxi, but it was too dangerous to let only Tang San come for support. Zhao Wujia said casually. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi glanced at Tang San. But Tang San was already starting to absorb the soul ring and was completely unaware of what was happening. Tang Qingxi had no plans. Xiao Wu's identity was special, and she didn't want anyone following her. She found it strange that Tang San was alone here. Previously, she had been distracted by the man-faced demon spider and its soul bone and hadn't had the chance to ask about this. It seemed that this kid had taken the initiative to chase after them and had been stopped by the man-faced demon spider along the way. Fortunately, the man-faced demon spider had been injured by the supreme dragon snake, or else it would have been quite unfortunate for him. Tang Qingxi naturally wouldn't say this out loud. She just nodded and said to Zhao Wujia, "Please assist me in protecting Tang San. He is currently absorbing his soul ring." Zhao Wujia looked at Tang San, who was shrouded in purple-black light, his figure flickering in and out of visibility, and couldn't help but be taken aback. What a strong fluctuation of soul power. How many years of cultivation does this soul beast have? Zhao Wujia quickly looked at the corpse beside him. What kind of soul beast is this? He could only recognize it as a spider. The man-faced demon spider, with over 2,000 years of cultivation, posed a significant challenge for Tang San, and they needed to ensure he wasn't disturbed. Tang Qingxi said. Zhao Wujia exclaimed. A 2,000-year man-faced demon spider soul ring? This exceeds the absorption limit for someone above level 30. How could he be allowed to absorb this soul ring? Tang Qingxi glanced at him with difficulty. Have you also read the theories of that so-called master? The concept of absorption limits is just a joke. I estimate that he calculated this value based on the years of soul rings absorbed by soul masters over the years. It's not completely useless, but it doesn't have much practical value either. The limit on the years for absorbing soul rings depends on the physical strength and mental strength of the soul master. If someone has the physical and mental strength of a title Douluo at the 10th level of soul power, they can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. That so-called absorption limit is just for some ordinary soul masters to look at. Every major sect has its own research. Tang San and the others can be considered geniuses. So if we follow this absorption limit, it would be a waste of talent. Tang San's physical strength is enough to absorb this soul ring. But the power of the man-faced demon spider is indeed a bit violent, which will make it somewhat difficult and quite painful. As long as his willpower can withstand it, there won't be any issues. When investigating Tang San, I found out that this guy is a disciple of that master, which I found quite amusing. However, after knowing Tang San's identity, it made sense. The master's theories are just meant to fool this kid who came from another world and was left in a small broken village by Tang Hao, clueless about everything. Chapter 43. Absorbing Soul Rings and Soul Bones. When Tang San began to absorb the soul ring, he felt a massive wave of heat suddenly surge into his body. And then the heat began to burn his body like scalding flames. The dominance of the man-faced demon spider itself determined the ferocity of its soul ring, and as the powerful aura entered Tang San's body, it forcibly began to transform him. Under the intense fluctuations of soul power, Tang San felt as if his body was about to explode, and the excruciating pain caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone surrounding him was taken aback. They had all absorbed soul rings before, but they had never encountered such a situation. One by one, their gazes involuntarily turned towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi remained calm. Don't worry about Tang San's situation. Pay attention to the surroundings. It's just a normal situation. Tang San's soul ring is indeed quite extreme. And with the absorption of the soul bone, it will naturally be more painful. It's time to temper his willpower. Tang San was gradually enveloped by a layer of light red mist, which was his blood. Fine droplets of blood seeped from his skin, evaporating into the air with his soul power, forming the light red mist. His brows were tightly furrowed, his lips pressed together, and his body was constantly convulsing, enduring intense pain. Tang Qingxi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Tang San, observing his every move. Sister Shi, if this continues, Xiao San will be in danger. right? Dai Mubai said with some concern. Tang Qingxi remained expressionless. So what? The process of absorbing the soul ring cannot be interrupted. It depends on whether he can withstand this test. To gain extraordinary strength, one must endure some trials and risks. As she spoke, she gave Dai Mubai a meaningful glance. At this moment, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's situation with great concern and couldn't help but grab the corner of Tang Qingxi's clothing. Tang Qingxi glanced at her, stuffed the white cat into her arms, and then forcibly changed her direction. There's no need to be so tense, as there is no life-threatening situation yet. As the blood mist thickened, the bones in Tang San's body began to emit a dense cracking sound. However, the soul rings remained in an absorbing state and gradually began to merge with the energy within Tang San's body. The increasingly fine blood beads no longer overflowed, and Tang San's expression appeared less painful, with a faint blue light quietly emanating from his body. Tang Qingxi's mouth slightly curled up. Tang San had managed to endure it. Accompanied by the release of blue light, strands of blue-silver grass began to grow around Tang San. The originally blue-black blue-silver grass turned into a bluish-purple color, and its stems sparkled as if coated with a layer of glaze. "It's done," Zhao Wujing exclaimed in surprise. However, Tang Qingxi continued to closely watch Tang San. As the soul ring absorption was only completed, there was still a soul bone, and the effect after Tang San absorbed it was still unknown. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, Tang San suddenly let out a scream, his body convulsing violently, his chest thrusting forward, his upper body arching in a terrifying manner. Brother Xiao Wu turned around and saw this scene, calling out urgently. But the next moment, Tang Qingxi pressed down on her shoulder and gently patted it to soothe her. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, Tang San's clothing was ripped apart, and some hidden weapons fell to the ground, while 4 fist-sized bulges appeared on either side of his spine. Soon after, the bulges burst open, and 8 spider legs grew at an incredible speed, stopping only when they reached over 3 meters in length, their entire bodies shining purple, looking extremely smooth, and the tips appearing exceptionally sharp. Zhao Wujing, who had seen many soul masters absorb soul rings, had never encountered such a scene before. Looking at the corpse of the man-faced demon spider beside him, Zhao Wujing furrowed his brows. Aren't those the legs of a man-faced demon spider? At this moment, 4 spider legs from Tang San's back pierced into the ground, lifting his body into the air, while the previously extended blue-silver grass wrapped around him, forming a large cocoon. This scene was utterly incomprehensible to the Shrek crowd. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say, "Tang San isn't going to turn into a big spider, is he? Impossible." Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare. Knowing there was still a soul bone, she could naturally see what was happening with Tang San. However, the next moment, Tang Qingxi pressed down on her shoulder again, stopping Xiao Wu from speaking further, and said lightly, "It's probably a mutation of the soul ring. It's not a big deal, just wait and maintain vigilance." But this waiting turned out to be quite lengthy. After a full 12 hours, the cocoon made of blue-silver grass burst open, and the blue-silver grass gradually unraveled. By this time, the vigilance had already changed to shifts. But Xiao Wu refused to rest, and Tang Qingxi continued to pay attention to Tang San's condition. When he saw the blue-silver grass disperse and caught a glimpse of the situation through the gaps, he casually threw a large cloak over to cover Tang San before the blue-silver grass completely unraveled. Tang San slowly opened his eyes, still a bit dazed, when a cloak suddenly covered his head, making him feel much more awake. Tang Qingxi shifted her gaze and reminded, "Put away the spider legs, and then put on your clothes." Tang San realized the changes in his body only after hearing Tang Qingxi's words. The spider legs had now become a part of him, and with a thought, he retracted the spider legs. However, as he was still in midair, retracting them caused him to fall immediately. "Be careful," Xiao Wu exclaimed as she caught Tang San's body. Once they landed steadily, Tang San hurriedly put on his clothes. "I offended Sister Shi," Tang San said somewhat nervously. "It's fine," Tang Qingxi replied without much change in expression. She had seen this many times before while testing medicines at Tang Sect. Seeing that Tang San was fine, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, who were on watch duty, called up the others who were resting. As they prepared to leave the Star Doe forest, they asked about his spider legs, and he said he didn't know or that it was a soul ring mutation, but not to mention soul bones. As the group was getting ready to gather, Tang Qingxi directly instructed Tang San and Xiao Wu in a low voice. Tang San and Xiao Wu both nodded obediently. Upon hearing that Tang San was safe, Zhao Wuji quickly approached. "Is Xiao San okay? By the way, what about the spider legs? I asked him to put them away." Tang Qingxi said, then changed the subject. Tang-san, what effect does your third soul skill have? It's the web that the man-faced demon spider is best at. My blue silver grass should have undergone some mutation as well. We need to experiment slowly to find out the specific changes. By the way, I feel that my soul power has increased quite a bit, seemingly beyond level 30, Tang-san replied after meditating for a moment. Then what was the deal with your spider legs before? Zhao Wuji asked. Tang-san looked at Tang Qingxi and shook his head, saying, it might be a mutation, but I'm not too sure. Tang Qingxi thought about the previous situation. From now on, your clothes will have to be customized. At least there should be an opening at the back. One can't just ruin a piece of clothing after one use. Chapter 44. Tang-san. Things don't happen more than 3 times. The situation with the spider legs will be researched slowly when I return. It's time to leave the Douluo Forest. I had used quite a few trump cards to save Xiao Wu before, and now my combat power is insufficient. Teacher Zhao has also used his martial soul true form, so it is not convenient to stay in the Douluo Forest for long. Tang Qingxi was not interested in getting entangled in these topics. As for fighting the Titan giant ape, that was naturally nonsense, but she couldn't say that she easily brought Xiao Wu back. Fine, everything would be discussed when they returned. Zhao Wuji looked at Tang Qingxi in surprise. What kind of trump card did this girl have in her hands to deal with the Titan giant ape? Fortunately, Tang Qingxi had previously crafted an image of being sufficiently mysterious and confident, so Zhao Wuji didn't think too much about it. Thinking of the gains from this trip to the Douluo Forest, a smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's face. After all, everything was fine now, and his mood relaxed. Although they encountered quite a bit of trouble and danger this time, Oscar and Tang-san had successfully obtained their spirit rings and become spirit elders, which was a good harvest. It was time to go back, heading towards Shrek Academy. They would return. At this moment, Tang Qingxi also revealed a slight smile. Indeed, there were some ups and downs, but fortunately, the outcomes were all acceptable. The others cheered as they could finally go home. After experiencing so much, all the students now wanted to return to the academy, lie comfortably in their beds, and have a good sleep. However, since both Zhao Wuji and Tang Qingxi were not in their best condition, everyone was still very cautious during the process of leaving the Douluo Forest. Once they finally exited the Douluo Forest, it felt as if everyone had shed a layer of pressure and felt much more relaxed. Let's hurry a bit more, and we can have a good rest in the town, Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Tang Qingxi gently stroked the back fur of the white cat on his shoulder and looked back at the starry forest with it, giving the cat's head a gentle tap. Let's go. After that, the group rested in the small town for a full 2 days. The recovery of soul power and physical strength didn't require this much time. It was just that the spirit, which had been in a tense state, needed to relax. Tang Qingxi actually didn't care much, but these students were still just kids, so it was rare to indulge them a little. However, seeing that Tang Qingxi had really brought Xiao Wu back safely, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were extremely curious and amazed by her strength. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were having fun drinking and playing in the town, and while Ning Rongrong also wanted to join in, Tang Qingxi had been cultivating in her room the entire time, along with Tang-san, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were all working hard and not going out to play. In this atmosphere, Ning Rongrong was also gradually changing her mindset and thoughts, becoming particularly diligent. Even Zhao Wujie found it a bit hard to watch, but since it wasn't Tang Qingxi forcing them to work so hard, he couldn't say anything. Tang Qingxi was very pleased to see the efforts of the four. 2 days later, everyone set off again, traveling all day to return to Shrek Academy. Finally back. The feeling of home was great. Oscar exclaimed loudly. Tang Qingxi shot him a cold glance, and Oscar immediately fell silent. Zhao Wujia also glared at him. Keep it down. Can't you see it's dark? You all go back to your dorms to rest. I need to report to the dean. After a long day of travel, everyone was tired and headed towards their dorms. Tang-san, come with me for a moment. Just as Tang-san was about to return to his dorm, he was called by Tang Qingxi. Tang-san was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Sister Shi. Tang Qingxi directly took Tang-san back to her residence. Her own place was naturally well decorated. She collapsed onto the soft couch, leaning against it, propping her chin up with one hand, and fixed her gaze on Tang-san. Guess what I called you here for? Tang Qingxi appeared calm and even somewhat lazy, but back in the day, Tang Qingxi had a remarkable reputation and strength in the Tang Sect. Tang-san was completely in awe of her, so he naturally had some understanding of her. With such an expression, Tang-san directly knelt down, and as he recalled all that had happened before, his scalp tingled. Tang-san was wrong. He shouldn't have acted on his own, which had instead put him in danger. It's good that you know, Tang Qingxi said lightly. Considering that Tang San had suffered quite a bit, Tang Qingxi also gave him ample time to rest and recover, only settling the score once they returned to Shrek. You could say you have a strong fate. If it weren't for that human-faced demon spider being injured by the peerless dragon snake and exhausting its web, do you think you would have had any chance of survival? Tang San lowered his head. However, Tang Qingxi didn't really intend to punish Tang San. She just wanted to give him a reminder. In the end, the result was still somewhat good. Get up. You need to be calmer in the future and don't use my name lightly. Understand? Tang Qingxi waved her hand. I won't punish you this time either, but Tang San. This is the last time. Tang San's pupils instantly dilated, and his expression became extremely serious. He immediately replied in a deep voice, Tang San understands. How did you catch up at that time? Oscar sausage? Tang Qingxi asked again, noting that based on the distance, Tang San had run quite far. Tang San answered truthfully, yes, and Rong Rong also helped me increase my speed. Oh, all right, you can go back. After you finish your training with the purple extreme magic eye tomorrow, come find me. At that time, we'll take a look at your soul bone and help you quickly familiarize yourself with its use. Also, bring Ning Rong Rong along. Understood. Tang San exited Tang Qingxi's residence. Soon, Ning Rong Rong received Tang San's notification and immediately ran to Tang Qingxi's residence. Sister Shi. Tang Qingxi took out a booklet and handed it to Ning Rong Rong. This is the cultivation method of the improved distraction control technique. I hope to see you master the 3 apertures heart control soon. The improved distraction control technique cultivation method. Ning Rong Rong's eyes widened in surprise, feeling a bit confused. Tang Qingxi knowing the method of distraction control is one thing, but why does she even have the cultivation methods? Although this isn't unique to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it's not something that can be found everywhere. Moreover, Tang Qingxi can actually improve upon it. Ning Rong Rong subconsciously started flipping through it, but just looking at the content didn't reveal much. There were indeed some differences from the cultivation method she knew. It won't harm you, so feel free to practice. If you're really worried, you can take it back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for your father to take a look. Tang Qingxi didn't mind her hesitation and said this. Ning Rong Rong pondered for a moment. Sister Shi, I trust you, but since this is an improved method, can I take it back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for the people there to use? She was willing to trust Tang Qingxi for her own cultivation. But since it was an improved method, why not try to let everyone in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School use it? However, this would definitely have to go through her father's approval. That's fine, just pay me. Tang Qingxi agreed readily. In fact, it could be given for free. But if it were given for free, Ning Fengji probably wouldn't dare to accept such a favor. People at that level understand the principle of not receiving benefits without contribution. It would be better to symbolically charge a fee, as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School certainly isn't short on money. Chapter 45. Angry confrontation with Master Yu Shaojiang. Hearing Tang Qingxi agree, Ning Rong Rong smiled happily. But the next moment, she hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. If there's nothing else, you can go back and rest. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Recently, Ning Rong Rong's performance had indeed been quite good. So Tang Qingxi's patience was even better. Ning Rong Rong rubbed her hands together. Sister Shi, I'm not looking for hidden weapons, but as you know, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has a high status. However, the direct disciples of the sect are all support-type soul masters. While the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower has strong support abilities, it isn't enough to protect ourselves. In battle, as you mentioned before, we will be the first targets of the enemy's attack. Your mechanical hidden weapons would indeed be a great help to us, allowing the people of the sect to have self-defense capabilities. So I want to ask, can I place an order for a batch of mechanical hidden weapons through the sect? Tang Qingxi smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. You've started to consider your own sect. This little girl has good potential. Ning Rong Rong sighed. I didn't think of this at first, but Sister Shi's hidden weapons are indeed quite powerful. Our sect actually has many affiliated sect disciples, specifically to protect the sect as support-type soul masters. But that's still external power, not truly belonging to us, and we can't guarantee that there won't be betrayal. Yes, once the affiliated sect betrays us and allies with some capable battle soul masters, you won't be able to resist at all, Tang Qingxi said meaningfully. Hearing this, Ning Rong Rong nodded in strong agreement. I have heard my father mention that many years ago there was indeed an incident in the sect. The losses seem to be quite severe, and my father and the others in the sect are unwilling to discuss it in detail. Even I don't fully understand it. The losses were indeed very heavy. Tang Qingxi silently thought for a moment, then took out a set of hidden weapons and handed them to Ning Rong Rong. Tomorrow, you find Tang San and let him familiarize you with them again. Then you can take them back to the sect. I can sell them, but only to the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. The quantity of hidden weapons needed for such a transaction is not something you could decide. If you want to buy them, have Sect Master Ning contact me then. Thank you, Sister Shi, Ning Rongrong said excitedly as she took the hidden weapons. Tang Qingxi waved her hand. There's no need to thank me. This is a transaction. Who would refuse a profitable business? If there's nothing else, you can go back now. I need to cultivate. All right. See you later, Sister Shi. Watching Ning Rongrong cheerfully run out the door, Tang Qingxi's faint smile gradually faded. She stroked the white cat beside her and murmured to herself, I wonder how the material collection for the Buddha's Fury, Tonglian, and the Storm Pear Blossom Needle is going. If it's enough, I can make a bit more as gifts for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Once I reach level 30, I should visit the Spirit Hall. After that, Tang Qingxi got up and returned to her room. While other Shrek students, including Tang San, chose to rest, Tang Qingxi continued to cultivate. Before dawn the next day, she planned to use the transition time between day and night to practice outdoors. However, just as she stepped outside, she noticed a figure standing outside the boys' dormitory not far away. The silhouette didn't look like Tang San, and it wasn't time for the cultivation of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye yet. Tang Qingxi opened his Purple Extreme Magic Eye, and his gaze instantly became a bit more piercing. He stepped forward and stood with his hands behind his back 3 steps away from the person, saying, Master Yu Xiaojiang, I've long admired your name. The sudden voice startled Yu Xiaojiang, and turning around to see Tang Qingxi, he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't noticed anyone approaching and hadn't heard any footsteps. When did this person arrive? Additionally, Tang Qingxi's words seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm for some reason, causing Yu Xiaojiang to furrow his brows. Are you the student Tang Qingxi from this school? Yu Xiaojiang had arrived at Shrek Academy a few days ago, and at that time, the students had just gone to the Stardow Forest. However, Yu Xiaojiang had heard about the various students from Flandra, so he could guess the identity of the young girl in front of him. That's right, Tang Qingxi nodded. Yu Xiaojiang tried to soften his stiff face. I heard that your martial soul is very special, a martial soul that Flandra and the others have never heard of, and it can break through without relying on soul rings. May I take a look? Sure. Tang Qingxi readily raised his hand to showcase his martial soul. It was a dark-colored flower, exuding a chill. Yu Xiaojiang carefully examined Tang Qingxi's martial soul. It was likely a new type of mutated martial soul, and it was quite special, as it could actually break through without relying on soul rings. But it must be said, this was very powerful. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly. Sorry, this is not a mutated martial soul, and the fact that it does not rely on soul rings to break through has nothing to do with martial souls. Please do not evaluate me based on a theory you synthesized from a pile of existing theories. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. Indeed, his previous feeling was not wrong. This girl seemed to have some aversion towards him. I heard that you made Tang San absorb a soul ring that exceeded the limit. Do you know how dangerous that is? Thus, Yu Xiaojiang became less polite. He came today to check on Tang San's situation. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi found it even more amusing. Limit? Yu Xiaojiang, can you guess why all major sects scoff at your theory? The methods of soul master cultivation have actually been summarized by many in the major sects long ago, but they're just not publicly shared. And the so-called soul ring limit is even more of a joke. Of course, it has some use for common soul masters, but it is not applicable to geniuses. The limit of a soul ring essentially depends on the physical strength and mental power of the soul master. Throughout history, there have been numerous individuals whose soul rings exceeded the limits you set. However, all these individuals were geniuses, and information about such people is often not easy to obtain. Yu Xiaojiang, you probably have no access to that, right? Using this theory to train Tang San, you're really putting him in a difficult position. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang's face had become quite ugly. I heard from Tang San about some of your matters. You deduced that he has twin martial souls based on his innate full soul power from blue silvergrass, right? Tang Qingxi asked again. Yu Xiaojiang finally gained some confidence. I once investigated 647 people with blue silvergrass as their martial soul, and only 16 of them had soul power, with none exceeding level 1. He has innate full soul power, and innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Blue silvergrass clearly cannot satisfy this, so he must have another martial soul. If the quality of the parent's martial souls differs too greatly, it cannot inherit twin martial souls. Even if it is inherited, the weaker martial soul will be devoured, and ultimately only one can awaken. In today's world, there are only 2 twin martial souls, including Tang San. And you probably haven't received the information about those twin martial soul masters throughout the ages, have you? Your knowledge is too shallow. However, you were lucky to stumble upon a disciple with twin martial souls. Do you really think Tang San's martial soul is blue silvergrass? Tang Qingxi retorted without any courtesy. Chapter 46. Tang San, I am currently following Sister Shi as a direct disciple of the Pope. And with the Pope Bibi Dong strongly supporting her idea of breaking through without relying on soul rings. When Tang Qingxi needed to study martial souls, Bibi Dong granted her access to information equivalent to that of the Pope. Before being expelled from the Tang Sect, Tang Qingxi naturally needed to have a sufficient understanding of this world and had studied various texts stored within the Tang Sect extensively. Combining both, the richness of the information Tang Qingxi could access was far beyond what Yu Xiaojiang could have anticipated. The information he had come into contact with during his time at the Spirit Hall was nothing compared to that. Tang Qingxi articulated every word and sentence, completely exposing Yu Xiaojiang's past predicament, making him extremely uncomfortable. However, he was unwilling to concede. That martial soul of Tang San, which is identical to blue silvergrass. Isn't it blue silvergrass? It's called Blue Silver Emperor, the king among blue silvergrass, a top-tier martial soul on par with the Haotian hammer. Otherwise, a twin martial soul wouldn't even be possible. If it were ordinary blue silvergrass, it would just be devoured by the Haotian hammer, ultimately awakening only the Haotian hammer martial soul. Tang Qingxi played with the black jade plum blossom in her hand, looking at Yu Xiaojiang with a half-smile. If you don't believe it, you can ask Tang San's father, the dignified titled Douluo Tang Hao. Tang Hao is quite impressive. As a titled Douluo, he raised a son who knows nothing and let him be easily deceived. Who exactly are you? She directly revealed Tang San's background, leaving Yu Xiaojiang momentarily in a state of uncertainty. Tang Qingxi did not answer Yu Xiaojiang's question, but instead asked again, I heard you once said a famous saying, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? That's right. I will prove this saying to the world. Tang Qingxi tilted her head. Are you using yourself? Then how come your useless martial soul hasn't improved at all over the years? So it's you. No, Xiao San is my proof to the world. Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly explained. Haha. Tang Qingxi rarely laughed out loud. This person was indeed a bit amusing. You use a rare twin martial soul to prove your theory? What? Do you want Tang San to hide his Haotian hammer for a lifetime? Use the Blue Silver Emperor to pretend that the widely known useless martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, proves he is not trash? What are you doing at Shrek Academy then, being invited by Flander to teach? You keep saying there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. So why are you only willing to teach geniuses with top martial souls? The more Tang Qingxi spoke, the paler Yu Xiaojiang's face became. After talking for a long time and seeing that dawn was almost breaking, this guy had delayed his own cultivation, so Tang Qingxi turned to leave. You are from the Spirit Hall, right? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly said, when he heard Flander mention that Tang Qingxi possessed the domain of the god of killing. Yu Xiaojiang had his suspicions, and from Tang Qingxi's tone, it was clear he showed no courtesy towards Tang Hao, with such hostility directed at himself. Yu Xiaojiang could only think of the Spirit Hall. However, Tang Qingxi didn't say anything. At that moment, Tang San happened to walk out, and was somewhat surprised to see Yu Xiaojiang. But seeing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, which seemed quite unpleasant, and Tang Qingxi's cold demeanor on the other side, he felt something was off. Tang San paused at the door, feeling for a moment that he shouldn't have come out. You came out just in time. Your teacher is here. Let him help you understand your third soul skill and that external soul bone on you, which will save me a lot of trouble. Tang Qingxi said, and then directly returned to her residence. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was even more shaken. Tang Qingxi indeed had an extraordinary understanding of everything related to martial souls and soul masters. The external soul bone she mentioned should be the 8 spider legs he heard about last night from Flinder and Zhao Wujia. He was still just guessing, yet Tang Qingxi could directly assert that it was an external soul bone. However, Yu Xiaojiang also breathed a sigh of relief that Tang Qingxi did not say those words in front of Tang San. Tang Qingxi holds a strong dislike for Yu Xiaojiang, but she doesn't intend to say anything in front of Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang does use Tang San, but there is some goodwill as well. It's just that he is too ineffective himself to offer much meaningful kindness. As for herself, considering that Tang San is a disciple of the Tang Sect, she does take extra care of him, but it's also because Tang San is useful to her. To put it bluntly, there isn't much difference between them, so there's no need to interfere in the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Given her position, as long as she doesn't ask Tang San to kill Yu Xiaojiang or Tang Hao, he will still listen to her. After Tang Qingxi finished cultivating the purple extreme demon eyes and practiced internal skills for a while, she arrived at the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, waiting quietly. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong all came out. Upon seeing them, she put on her armor, and Tang Qingxi smiled. Meanwhile, there was still no movement from the boys' dormitory. Xiao Wu was about to go find Tang San when Tang Qingxi jumped down from the eaves. Tang San's teacher is here. Let's head to the cafeteria directly. Unexpectedly, the master had come, and Xiao was slightly surprised. Since the master always had something to discuss with Tang San, she nodded and followed Tang Qingxi. Sister Shi, I want to return to the sect today. I might not be able to participate in training. Is that okay? Ning Rongrong asked. Having talked about the hidden weapons yesterday, and knowing what she intended to do, Tang Qingxi naturally nodded. Of course, the earlier you go, the earlier you come back. All right. At this moment, outside the academy, Yu Xiaojiang, having understood Tang San's third spirit skill and the changes in the blue-silver grass, signaled Tang San to release his spirit bone. 8 spider legs unfolded behind Tang San, with purple light flowing on them. Yu Xiaojiang examined the spider legs and asked Tang San curiously, Little San, I heard Zhao Wujia mention these spider legs yesterday. He said Tang Qingxi indicated that this was a mutation of the spirit ring. Why is it now referred to as an external spirit bone? Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, Sister, she said that soul bones are very precious and doesn't want me to easily reveal the matter of obtaining a soul bone. This soul bone was originally supposed to belong to Sister Shi. You have already absorbed this soul bone, and she can't take it even if she wants to. Regardless of who Tang Qingxi is, since she knows my father's identity, she wouldn't dare to snatch this soul bone. Tang San shook his head before absorbing the spirit bone. Sister, she had already discovered it. Later, perhaps out of concern for teacher Zhao and the others, she simply let me absorb it together when I was absorbing the spirit ring. Besides, the man-faced demon spider was defeated by Sister Shi. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily speechless. How could Tang Qingxi actually give up the spirit bone? In any case, I now have a training task for you, which is to quickly master the use of the external spirit bone. I understand. Sister, she has mentioned this before. Tang San nodded and said. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent for a moment. Let's go eat first. Starting today, I will rearrange a training schedule for you. Hearing this, Tang San hesitated and said, I am currently training with Sister Shi. Chapter 47, My Students, My Arrangements. She is still young. Although she may have an extraordinary identity and possess a lot of information, her arrangements for training may not necessarily be reasonable or suitable for you. Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but frown. I will stay at the academy to guide you in your training, and your partners in the academy. Each of you can be described as a genius. If there are no suitable training methods, then the talent will be wasted. Tang San felt a bit awkward upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words. He naturally understood the young lady's talent for training people. Moreover, the young lady's training arrangements involved the Xintian treasure record, the existence of which he could not disclose to Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San also realized that his teacher's theories had certain limitations, which he could understand. Although he did not know the young lady's identity in this world, it was clearly very high, allowing her access to more information than ordinary people. Additionally, the young lady was a top genius in the Tang Sect, and she had not changed since coming to the Douluo Continent. For Yu Xiaojiang, as an ordinary person, to possess and impart so much knowledge was already quite impressive. Teacher, you can rest assured that the training methods arranged by Sister Shi are very suitable for me. And several other students in the academy are also following the courses arranged by Sister Shi for their training, Tang San said after considering it. Yu Xiaojiang's brows furrowed even tighter. Hadn't Tang San just arrived at the academy a few days ago? How could he have such trust in that Tang Qingxi? Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang didn't say much. He would mention this matter to Flandra later. As the principal, Flandra could make the arrangements. After attending his classes, they would naturally know whose training methods were more reasonable. On the way to the cafeteria, Tang San put on his armor. Having returned to Shrek Academy, he naturally needed to wear it. The reason he hadn't worn it in the morning was that the young lady had said she wanted to see his soul bone, and it was inconvenient to release the soul bone while wearing armor. What is this? Yu Xiaojiang asked, puzzled when he saw Tang San's armor. This is required by Sister Shi. We have to wear it every day except when we sleep to strengthen our physical endurance, Tang San explained. How can this be? Although it is necessary to train with weights, you cannot bear such a heavy load for such a long time. It will affect your bone development, Yu Xiaojiang said anxiously. Tang San quickly comforted, Teacher, don't worry. Sister Shi has arranged a medicinal bath for us, which will eliminate the negative effects. Sister, she herself has been bearing a much heavier burden than we have, and it hasn't affected her at all. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily at a loss for words. He even felt a hint of crisis. When a master and disciple arrived at the academy cafeteria, Tang Qingxi and the others were having breakfast. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at everyone's meals and nodded in satisfaction. Flander did well. The food arrangements are great. Tang Qingxi snorted upon hearing his words. This is my arrangement. Flander is very stingy. How could he be willing to spend? Yu Xiaojiang's expression stiffened, and at that moment, Flander walked in with an awkward smile. The academy's expenses for a year are quite considerable, and there are indeed some areas that are lacking. Seeing Flander appear, Yu Xiaojiang's expression softened a bit, and he quickly said, Flander, I plan to stay here for a while. For Tang San and these little monsters you've recruited. In order for them to become a strong group in the future, we must start now by guiding them with the best cultivation methods. You told me before that as long as I'm willing to stay, you can delegate power to me. Is that right? Flander understood Yu Xiaojiang very well and realized his determination to make significant changes. Although he didn't show much on the surface, he was already overjoyed inside. Fearing that the master might regret it, he quickly replied, No problem, you just need to inform me first about what you want to do. The academy's teachers are at your disposal. However, for expenses, you need to talk to Qingxi. The academy's financial situation isn't great. Yu Xiaojiang frowned again. Fine child? Tang Qingxi also raised an eyebrow. Flander, I am now considered a teacher at the academy. Can I also be assigned by him? Don't worry. Qingxi, he is a master, with theoretical knowledge unmatched in the world. Flander said cheerfully, still immersed in the joy of the master being willing to stay. Tang Qingxi's face immediately darkened. Flander, let me put it this way. My courses and my students are arranged by me alone and will not be interfered with by others. You can arrange others however you like. Otherwise, I will withdraw all financial support and take my people away from the academy. With this harsh statement, Flander's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Qingxi. This is a disaster. The two major figures of the academy actually can't get along. You are still young. Can you guarantee that the training methods you arrange for them are reasonable? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Tang Qingxi cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojiang, wondering how this person dared to question her. My strength can prove that my cultivation method is sound. As for my understanding of martial souls, I have a wealth of information, some of which is confidential and inaccessible to ordinary people. This includes in-depth data on the geniuses and top martial souls over the years. Considering my foundation and physical qualities, I managed to survive and leave the killing city at such a young age. What do you have to prove yourself? Tang Qingxi stared at Yu Xiaojiang with an imposing aura. Tang San is my proof. I can make the blue-silver grass martial soul possess such combat power. Yu Xiaojiang began, but suddenly stopped, recalling Tang Qingxi's remarks about Tang San's martial soul. In any case, the current combat power of Xiao San can be attributed to my teachings. First of all, he is not as strong as I am. Secondly, Tang San, is your current combat power entirely reliant on this person? Tang Qingxi's gaze coldly swept over Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang also turned his gaze toward Tang San. Tang San's scalp suddenly tingled. His teacher had indeed taught him a lot about this world. However, a significant portion of his current overall strength still relied on the Xiantian treasure record, and even his strongest combat power was almost entirely dependent on it. He couldn't possibly erase the existence of the Xiantian treasure record in front of the young lady. Seeing Tang San momentarily silent, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze gradually turned incredulous. Sighing, Tang San chose to speak the truth. Teacher, you have indeed taught me a lot of knowledge, which has greatly helped in the enhancement of my martial soul. But my strength does not solely rely on my martial soul. Are you talking about those hidden weapons? To me, they seem somewhat frivolous. But the power of some hidden weapons is indeed astonishing, which is why I didn't intervene. You cannot rely solely on these. Yu Xiaojiang sighed as he said this. Tang San shook his head. No, I have previously demonstrated some combat techniques beyond soul skills, and in fact, there are even more than these. The enhancement of soul power also relies on these, but I cannot speak about the specifics with you. P.S. Give the author some comments to liven up the comment section. Chapter 48. The Tang Sect's hidden weapons cannot be provoke something that leads to loss of ambition? Tang Qingxi sneered. Is this how you evaluate the Tang Sect's hidden weapons? Are you making such rash judgments without knowing the whole picture? Have you ever considered that there are more terrifying hidden weapons that you haven't encountered? Is there no rigor in your theoretical research? Tang San's lack of support and Tang Qingxi's doubts made Yu Xiaojiang even more embarrassed. Seeing this, Flinder had to speak up to ease the conflict on both sides. Qingxi, As a junior, you should still show some respect to your elders. And Xiaojing, why don't you first take a look at the training that Qingxi has arranged for them? If you still find it inappropriate, we could discuss it further. Huh. Tang Qingxi let out a sarcastic laugh and said to Tang San and the others, "You can decide who to follow. If you follow this master, then take off your armor. If you follow me, finish breakfast and run 20 laps around the village. For specific rules, ask the chef in the cafeteria. I'm going out today and will make other arrangements when I return." "All right, Sister Shi," Zhu Zhuqing immediately responded. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang and nodded in agreement as well. Ning Rongrong didn't say anything because she was going back to her sect today and wouldn't be training. Her armor would stay on anyway. Tang San didn't say anything at the moment. He had to give his teacher some face, but the armor was still worn on his body. Tang Qingxi put down her utensils and was ready to leave. However, before walking out, she glanced at Tang San and said in a stern tone, "Tang San, although I have left the Tang Sect, I will not allow anyone to provoke the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Since he is your teacher, I won't do anything today. But if there's a next time, don't say it's you Xiaojiang, even if the Golden Iron Triangle comes together and uses their martial soul fusion technique. The Tang Sect's hidden weapons can still kill in an instant. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing this, Tang San felt a chill in his heart and quickly bowed his head to indicate that he understood. Although he didn't quite understand what the Golden Iron Triangle was, he clearly grasped Tang Qingxi's meaning. If Yu Xiaojiang continued to belittle the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, he would be seeking death. "Sister Shi, wait for me. Let's leave the academy together." Ning Rongrong also wanted to go out, so she directly followed Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi slowed down her pace and waited for Ning Rongrong to catch up before heading out together. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, and Zhu Zhuqing silently finished her breakfast before going out to start her warm-up jog. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, who indeed had some things to say to Yu Xiaojiang, so he first sent Xiao Wu out. In the blink of an eye, only Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang were left. And Flinder sighed heavily, feeling quite troubled. He initially thought it was a good thing for Yu Xiaojiang to stay, but he didn't expect Tang Qingxi to be so resistant. "Do you two have a grudge? I don't know why she came to Shrek, but it's very likely that she is that person's disciple, which is why she is so hostile towards me." Yu Xiaojiang's expression was solemn. Flinder had also had this suspicion and understood who Yu Xiaojiang was referring to, but she is connected to the Haoyan sect, and her killing god domain might also be. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. "Tang San is his son. I've met him, and he has never mentioned Tang Qingxi." "Does Tang Qingxi have the Haoyan hammer? Tang San's father?" Flinder said in surprise. "That indeed doesn't exist. To be honest, I know that Tang Qingxi has contact with the Spirit Hall, and the Pope respects her very much. But if she is that person's disciple, how could she get along so harmoniously with Tang San? I don't know what she is plotting." Yu Xiaojiang truly couldn't understand, especially after learning that Tang Qingxi had given her soul bone to Tang San. With such a valuable existence, how could Tang Qingxi bear to give it to Tang San? At this moment, Tang San returned to the cafeteria. "Teacher." Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat sad today, his expression a bit dejected. "Tang San, do you trust that Tang Qingxi so much?" "Teacher, there are some matters between us that I'm sorry I can't explain to you clearly. You can rest assured. The training methods she arranged for me and the other students are indeed suitable," Tang San said apologetically to Yu Xiaojiang and reminded him, "Teacher, please don't say that concealed weapons are frivolous things next time. My concealed weapons, like other techniques, also have a lineage, and so does Sister Shi. Her accomplishments in this area far exceed mine and can provide me with more improvement. Moreover, Sister Shi does not tolerate anyone provoking this. How powerful can your concealed weapons be?" Yu Xiaojiang, hearing Tang San's reminder, felt even more incredulous. "They can't be provoked? Well, I can't make stronger concealed weapons right now, but Sister Shi has some. I can't be sure how strong they are, but previously, Sister Shi saved Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape, which should have relied on concealed weapons." Tang San indeed didn't know how strong the rain pear blossom needles in the young lady's hands were, but he could make an estimate. "By the way, does teacher know about the Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, both Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder's expressions changed. "Why do you ask about the Golden Iron Triangle?" "Just curious about how strong this martial soul fusion technique is," Tang San said. Indeed curious about the strength of the martial soul fusion technique that the young lady specifically mentioned. The two exchanged glances, and Flinder said solemnly, "The Golden Iron Triangle is me, Xiaojiang, and another partner. Our martial soul fusion technique can contend against titled Douluos." Tang San was surprised. He originally planned to convey what the young lady said, but then he thought that since the young lady specifically forced Ian to speak in a line, It would be better not to say it directly, so he mentioned the Titan giant ape instead. Now he was extremely glad that he hadn't directly relayed her words. However, he still said, the hidden weapon in Sister Shi's hand can counter your martial soul fusion skill, and that is still not the strongest hidden weapon. It merely ranks among the top. Now, he was even more determined to create the top hidden weapons of Tang Sect in this world. What? Yu Xiaojiang was so surprised that his voice changed a bit. He then fell into a silence, his momentum becoming even lower as he said, it seems that there are indeed many things I don't know about this world. Although he wasn't very inclined to believe the statement about countering their martial soul fusion skill. The Titan giant ape was indeed a presence that their martial soul fusion skill might not be able to counter. The fact that Tang Qingxi was able to safely escape from the Titan giant ape with Xiao Wu was a solid proof of that. Xiao Gang, your theory is already very impressive, Flinder quickly comforted him. It was hard to see Yu Xiaojiang regain some spirit, but now he was struck down by Tang Qingxi's words and looked unwell again. He couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy and even began to contemplate whether it was a good thing to keep Tang Qingxi in the academy. If Tang Qingxi's identity was indeed related to the spirit hall, or even to that person, keeping her might not necessarily be a good thing, as there could be some conspiracy behind it. Chapter 49. New Training. Tang San was grateful for the teacher's care over the years. You will always be Xiao San's teacher. However, seeing Yu Xiaojiang in such a low mood made Tang San feel a bit troubled. Let's go train. I'll take a good look at the training arrangements Tang Qingxi has set for you. Yu Xiaojiang weakly waved his hand. Tang San hesitated a bit when he saw Yu Xiaojiang, but Yu Xiaojiang insisted that he go out and participate in training first, so Tang San walked out. Xiao Gang and Flandra looked at Yu Xiaojiang with concern. Yu Xiaojiang forced a strained smile and said, I'm fine, I just want to be alone for a while. Yu Xiaojiang's back was slightly hunched as he slowly walked out under Flandra's worried gaze. Flandra furrowed his brow. Perhaps he should have a talk with Tang Qingxi. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi and Ning Rongrong parted ways upon arriving in Soto City, with Ning Rongrong being picked up by someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And Ning Fengji had people arranged nearby to look after her. Tang Qingxi arrived at an inconspicuous blacksmith shop on the outskirts of Soto City. There were no customers in the shop, and even the 3 staff members showed no interest in attending to the store. Each of them was engrossed in their own cultivation. Upon hearing footsteps and seeing Tang Qingxi enter, the 3 immediately stood up and knelt on one knee. Saying, "Greetings, young lady," Tang Qingxi took out a piece of paper and handed it to a middle-aged man behind the counter. According to the requirements on this order, produce a large batch of hidden weapons. Although Ning Rongrong had not yet returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Tang Qingxi believed that as long as Ning Fengji wasn't foolish, he would choose to procure the hidden weapons. The middle-aged man was somewhat excited upon hearing this. Is the young lady finally going to start selling these weapons? Allowing ordinary people to have weapons capable of killing soul masters and soul beasts will surely cause a sensation on this continent. No, this is just an order. Don't expose anything related to hidden weapons in the shop. What about the weighted inner armor I asked you to make before? Tang Qingxi decisively shook her head. She wasn't planning to let Tang Sect's hidden weapons become widespread on this continent. This blacksmith shop was merely established for her convenience and communication. She couldn't run to the mountains every time something came up. When money was tight, she would send those little ones to the major cities to have fun at the soul fighting arenas. Understood. The middle-aged man could only respond respectfully and quickly walked into the warehouse inside to bring out the inner armor. He felt very regretful that the young lady was still unwilling to sell those magical weapons. Tang Qingxi casually stored the inner armor into her bracelet and said, "Notify those children that there will be assessments soon. I will choose 2 or 3 of them to follow me for work." After taking the inner armor and conveying her orders, Tang Qingxi walked out. Tang San has always had the intention to revive the Tang Sect in this continent, but he grew up in a difficult environment and lacked the resources and abilities. Now, he no longer needs to do this, as Tang Qingxi has already accomplished it. Tang Qingxi's sharp rebuttal of Yu Xiaojiang is not solely based on the superior information she possesses compared to him. Yu Xiaojiang only has theory, while Tang Qingxi has a wealth of practical experience. During the entire 6 years, she attempted to break through levels without relying on soul rings. She wasn't just working in isolation. Instead, she read a vast amount of materials, conducted theoretical research, and gathered many soul masters, whether strong or weak, and even those without soul power for practical studies. Her achievements are not limited to breaking through levels without soul rings. She agrees with the saying that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, and she has truly put this into practice. Even if her accomplishments are based on the things from that world, at least she has achieved results. If Yu Xiaojiang had chosen anyone other than Tang San as his disciple, he wouldn't have been looked down upon by Tang Qingxi to such an extent. Unfortunately, he chose the one person who couldn't prove his theory and arrogantly wanted to prove himself to the world. Without Tang San, he would have been acceptable. While his martial soul and cultivation might be lacking, at least he has a martial soul fusion skill, which could prove something. Yet, he insists on shouting that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, and then chooses a soul master with 2 top-tier martial souls as his disciple. Isn't that ridiculous? It's also his fault for provoking those he shouldn't have. People's hearts are often biased, and she had no good impression of Yu Xiaojiang from the start. When they returned to the academy, Tang San and the others were still running laps. Tang Qingxi and the others were waiting at the entrance. When they finished a lap and returned, he called them to a stop. He then took out similar weighted inner armor that he was wearing himself. The inner armor is ready. Change into it, and then follow me. With the inner armor, their movements wouldn't be hindered by the heaviness of the iron armor, so Tang Qingxi naturally had to arrange for other training. The 3 were panting and had consumed quite a bit of energy, but they quickly changed out of their iron armor without any delay. Run, let's go. Tang Qingxi waved his hand and led the 3 of them out of the academy. The few people Tang Qingxi had hired also picked up tables and drinks and followed behind the group. Tang Qingxi led them to a cliff on the edge of the forest outside the academy. The cliff wasn't very high, but there was a waterfall in the middle that had smoothed the cliff face considerably. Below the waterfall was a deep pool. The water flowed into the pool and then out through a gap at the edge, forming a small river that rushed away, winding into the distance. Tang Qingxi arrived at the riverbank, about a kilometer away from the deep pool, where the higher personnel had set up tables and drinks in the open area. From here, the goal is to wade across to the deep pool, then swim through the deep pool and climb up the cliff under the waterfall without using soul power. This is your training objective. However, today, you are allowed to use soul power, and after swimming across the deep pool, you will first climb up the cliffs on either side of the waterfall. After climbing up, return the same way and continue. Tang Qingxi instructed, recently, you will run around the village in the morning and come here for training in the afternoon. Today is for you to adapt, and tomorrow there will be requirements for the number of repetitions. If you don't meet them, the training time will be extended. Initially, you are allowed to use your soul power during training. Otherwise, I'm worried that you might sink too deep into that pond, and I would have to exert effort to rescue you. Tang San and the others nodded in agreement. With a wave of Tang Qingxi's hand, they each entered the water. Although the current was swift, they were able to stand relatively firm in the river with their added weight, and the water was not deep, only reaching their abdomen. However, moving forward was not an easy task, as the mud at the riverbed and the incoming current were both obstructing them. Seeing that the 3 had started, Tang Qingxi instructed the higher personnel to keep watch along the way, while she herself went to the edge of the deep pool. She took out a piece of cold jade from her bracelet and sat down on it, beginning to cultivate her inner strength. Her soul power level was due for a boost. Regardless of how strong she was, as a teacher, she couldn't always have a lower soul power than her students. The sooner she broke through, the stronger her own abilities would become. Chapter 50. Night talk. Not long after Tang San and the others began their training, Flandra, Yu Xiaojiang, and the other 3 students from Shrek came over. Tang Qingxi has changed training locations, and Dai Mubai and the others are a bit curious. Flandra accompanied Yu Xiaojiang to take a look at how Tang Qingxi's training is going. Can you tell us about your general training plan? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Tang Qingxi stopped her training when they arrived and said, first, there will be a series of training to improve physical fitness, including strength, speed, stamina, and so on. Then, we will focus on mental strength and reaction time. After comprehensive improvement, we will start teaching combat skills and practical fighting. So what level of strength do you ultimately want them to achieve? Yu Xiaojiang asked. The training goal for physical fitness and mental strength is level 40 with a 10,000-year soul ring. The goal for combat training is to win the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi said lightly. However, upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang gasped. Level 40 with a 10,000-year soul ring? This could be deadly. As long as they can train according to my requirements, there will be no problem, Tang Qingxi said calmly. She looked at Tang San and the others struggling in the river, clearly in pain, but wanting to become strong. They couldn't avoid the grind. Without polishing, there can be no jade. Yu Xiaojiang was still somewhat puzzled. He had indeed guessed that Tang Qingxi was from the Spirit Hall and was quite sure of his assumption. But why did she want to form another team to compete in the Soul Master competition, since the Master has come to the Academy to teach? Aren't these three just right? They don't want to participate in my course anyway. We can compare the teaching results from both sides. Yu Xiaojiang thought about it. But Tang Qingxi didn't want someone she found unpleasant to be hovering under her nose all the time. Dai Mubai and the others only chose not to attend her class. They still had to take the academy's courses. Tang Qingxi looked down on Yu Xiaojiang, but she thought teaching Dai Mubai and the others should be enough. So it was better to let him take them away and not have him hovering around her. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang didn't oppose her statement. He indeed wanted to prove himself. If the results he produced were better, wouldn't that also prove his ability? All right, Flinder. I will be responsible for teaching the three of them from now on. Dai Mubai and the others were a bit stunned, clearly being assigned in such a straightforward manner. Flinder had no objections to what Yu Xiaojiang agreed to, so it would be left like this for now. After that, Tang Qingxi lost interest in them. She still had to focus on her training. Yu Xiaojiang observed Tang Qingxi's training state carefully again. It seemed quite different from the usual meditation state of soul masters. He could vaguely observe that beneath Tang Qingxi, the cold jade, exuding chill, was having strands of cold air absorbed by her during her training. Tang Qingxi is a presence that makes him very curious. The fact that he broke through without relying on soul rings is indeed a unique case throughout history. How exactly did he achieve this? If Tang Qingxi is truly a member of the Spirit Hall, such a genius could elevate the Spirit Hall to unimaginable heights. However, the relationship between Tang Qingxi and the Spirit Hall is not very clear. What are the people from the Spirit Hall doing in Shrek? And why would they give the soul bone to Tang San? Since they know the identity of Tang San's father, there is no reason to give it away. Starting tomorrow, there will be special training for the three of you. Yu Xiaojiang advised Dai Mubai and the others that he did not continue to watch. He indeed needed to think things over carefully. Today, there will be no classes arranged. You can relax, but starting tomorrow, there will be no more easy days. Seeing this, Flinder also advised them. He wanted to talk to Tang Qingxi, but now was obviously not the right time. Tang Qingxi, come to my office tonight. Tang Qingxi slightly raised her eyes to glance at the somewhat serious-faced Flander and nodded. Got it. The way he addressed her had changed, indicating that he was wary of her. It didn't matter to her. Even if she couldn't stay, it was no big deal. She could just leave. She had her own complaints about the environment at Shrek anyway. Soon after, Flander left, while Dai Mubai and the others lingered a bit longer. They were also hesitant, secretly discussing whether to train with Tang Qingxi. After all, they were students of the same academy, and if things continued like this, they would be separated for a long time. They weren't foolish. They sensed that if this continued, they would have nothing to do with the Soul Master competition. However, Flander had given a new arrangement, and it was evident that Tang Qingxi's training was incredibly brutal. After a while, the three of them quietly left. Tomorrow's class with that master would likely not be easy, so they needed to cherish this little time today. Finally, things quieted down. Tang Qingxi watched as Zhu Zhuqing fell into the rushing water, got up with a tear in her sleeve, blood oozing out. She must have been cut by the stones or something below. Her expression remained unchanged as she withdrew her gaze and continued to train. By evening, the three of them, covered in mud and looking extremely disheveled, were carried back to the dormitory. Tang Qingxi finished her training and went to find Flander in Flander's office. Without waiting for Flander to greet her, Tang Qingxi pulled a chair over and sat down, directly asking, "Principal, what is the matter?" "Tang Qingxi, what exactly is your background?" Flander asked with a serious expression. Tang Qingxi tilted her head and looked at Flander. "What's wrong? Doesn't the academy never inquire about a person's background during admissions? When someone might become an unstable factor for the academy, I have to ask a few questions." Tang Qingxi supported her head with one hand and absent-mindedly replied, "Have I become an unstable factor? Flander, you should think carefully. Without me, how many more years can your academy's financial situation hold up?" Flander was silent for a moment. He indeed couldn't refute this point. Thanks to Tang Qingxi's investment over the past 2 years, the academy had been relatively stable. However, this was just an academy, and your purpose for being here is to learn, right? Isn't my purpose already very clear from the beginning? It's just to gather people to participate in the Soul Master competition. Tang Qingxi shrugged. Just for the Soul Master competition, and not to win over the academy students? Flander's gaze sharpened a bit. Tang Qingxi's expression remained unchanged, even showing a hint of amusement. "First of all, what does this have to do with you? Graduates of the academy will find their own paths after leaving. They can go wherever they want. Secondly, most of the academy students have considerable backgrounds. And you know it too. Who do you think I can win over? As for those two without backgrounds, I haven't even bothered with them. If it's just about this matter, I can just leave. I'm busy cultivating. If you can't tolerate me, just say so, and I'll leave the academy on my own. Chapter 51. Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Tang Qingxi's background was not important to Flinder. It was merely for the sake of Yu Xiaojing. If she acted as if nothing had happened and kept to herself, she would have no issues with them and would continue her teaching. However, if she wanted to stir up trouble, she would leave without hesitation. The fact that Flinder specifically sought her out made Tang Qingxi less polite. She already had significant grievances against Flinder. The academy's rules were indeed quite unfair, and she didn't understand what Flinder was thinking when he established those rules. A lot of money had been spent, and yet they still had to pay to recruit someone. Many of the students were still young and naive, and they were taught to create unnecessary trouble. Considering his position as the principal, Tang Qingxi had already given him enough face. Otherwise, she would have confronted Flinder long ago. After speaking, seeing Flinder fall silent again, Tang Qingxi simply stood up and left. Flinder really couldn't do much. He was unwilling to face the consequences of a falling out with Tang Qingxi. Once Tang Qingxi leaves, it is hard to say how many students can truly remain at Shrek Academy. It's important to note that the few students under Tang Qingxi were just recently admitted to the academy and already have a low sense of belonging. In the end, Flinder can only helplessly let out a long sigh. Tang Qingxi returned to the dormitory and continued his cultivation. By the next day, after giving them a chance to adapt, Tang San and the others were no longer allowed to use their soul power. The training situation became even more chaotic. After half of the afternoon training, Tang Qingxi even specifically called a teacher from the academy to guard by the deep pool, asking him to retrieve those who were gradually sinking while swimming. In the meantime, Xiao Wu surfaced and found Tang Qingxi. Seeing that Tang San and the others were far away, she asked, "Sister Shi, when should I generate my soul ring?" Your soul ring, in theory, is also generated based on the limits your body can withstand. The strength of your body can enhance the lifespan of the soul ring, so there's no need to rush. The cultivation you've done during this time won't be in vain. Having a soul ring will naturally be an enhancement after your promotion. Tang San's physical condition was good, and since he happened to be in the Stardow Forest, he simply let him obtain a spirit ring. Otherwise, frequently traveling back and forth to the Stardow Forest would be quite troublesome. As for Xiao Wu, there was no need for her to go back and forth to the Stardow Forest. She could hold back for now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded and returned to the river to continue her training. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong hurriedly ran to find Ning Fengji as soon as she returned. She burst into the hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and saw the sect master, Ning Fengji, dealing with affairs. Ning Rongrong quickly ran over. "Dad, the little demoness is back. What happened? Couldn't stay at Shrek Academy?" Ning Fengji was somewhat surprised that Ning Rongrong returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School so quickly. Ning Rongrong playfully pouted and pretended to be angry. "What are you talking about, Dad? I was doing just fine at Shrek. I'm back this time to discuss something important that will greatly benefit the sect." "Oh, what great benefit?" Ning Fengji asked with a chuckle. Ning Rongrong quickly took out the modified version of the distraction control training method given by Tang Qingxi. "Dad, take a look at this." Ning Fengji curiously took it and looked at it. "This is the training method for distraction control." "No, it's a bit different. This is the version modified by Sister Shi. I tried it before I came back, and it is indeed easier to understand than our training method, and the training speed is faster." "I didn't find any issues," Ning Rongrong said excitedly. "Dad, do you think this training method can be promoted in the sect?" "Sister Shi? Who is that? Your teacher from the academy?" Ning Fengji had a general understanding of Shrek Academy, but hadn't specifically investigated the students. "She's a senior, named Tang Qingxi, who entered school 2 years earlier than I did. And she's really impressive." When mentioning Tang Qingxi, Ning Rongrong became even more enthusiastic. "Actually, she's also a kind of teacher. I'm currently training with Sister Shi. This distraction control method is something Sister Shi asked me to master the 3 apertures heart control as soon as possible." Ning Fengji carefully looked over it and indeed felt that this modified version was feasible. "Did your senior just give you the training method like this and allow you to bring it back to the sect?" In that case, that Tang Qingxi was quite generous. This training method would be of great use to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "If we promote it within the sect, we need to pay," Ning Rongrong said. "Oh." Ning Fengji nodded. Some compensation was indeed needed. "How much?" Ning Rongrong shook her head. "Dad, wait a moment. I have more things here. If you have any thoughts after you look at them, you can find Sister Shi to discuss the price." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong took out the hidden weapons given by Tang Qingxi. These are called hidden weapons, made by Sister Shi. They have quite a good power, and even those without soul power can use them. Our sect's direct disciples are all support-type soul masters. I think we can equip them with these to have a certain level of self-defense capability. Hidden weapons? Tang Qingxi casually picked up a black box from the table and examined it. How do you use this? Rong, my little treasure is back. Did you suffer any grievances outside? At that moment, an old man in white entered the hall. Grandpa Jian, I missed you. Rong ran over directly and threw herself into his arms. This old man in white was one of the 2 titled Douluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sword Douluo Continent. He was known as the strongest attacking titled Douluo with a soul power level of 96. However, Rong quickly remembered that Tang Qingxi was still examining the hidden weapon she brought back and hurriedly said, Dad, don't move around. Let me demonstrate the power of these hidden weapons. Hidden weapons? Sword Douluo was somewhat curious about this term. Rong ran back, took the black box from Tang Qingxi, which was the Yihua divine crossbow, looked around, and fixed her gaze on Sword Douluo. Grandpa Jian, would you like to give it a try? You're so strong. It won't hurt you, and you can evaluate the power of these hidden weapons after testing them. This little box is a weapon. Sword Douluo also scrutinized the black box and then nodded. All right, girl, you go ahead and use it. I'll just defend. Actually, the true use of these hidden weapons is to be concealed and attack unexpectedly. However, Sister, she required me to master the 3 apertures heart control before she would truly equip me with a set. This set was something I wanted to buy for the sect, and Sister, she gave it to me. Since I hadn't used it much, I only knew the basic usage. I was just going to see the power of it. Rong loaded the Yihua divine crossbow, and the metallic sound rang out as she explained. Tang Qingxi's gaze remained on Rong. He was also quite curious about the power of this weapon that made Rong specifically bring it back to the sect. Chapter 52. The divided Shrek Academy with a loud roar accompanied by clanging metallic sound. 16 black iron crossbow bolts shot out from the Yihua divine crossbow. However, the Yihua divine crossbow given by Tang Qingxi had also been enhanced by her, making it more powerful, but the recoil was not weak either. Rong was still unskilled in its use. Her wrist shook due to the recoil, causing the direction of the crossbow bolts to be slightly misaligned. However, since she was not far from Sword Douluo, the deviation wasn't significant, and the bolts quickly reached Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo was slightly startled and instinctively raised his right hand. Decades of rich combat experience allowed him to immediately sense the intensity of the incoming attack. He pointed like a blade, and his right palm flipped up, as if the air was being torn apart, with a white airflow swirling out from his palm. In that moment, it was as if a massive sword was blocking in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sounds of explosions followed one after another, and the white light cut by Sword Douluo splashed up several ripples. A few crossbow bolts had deviated, and Sword Douluo did not deliberately block them. With a sound of breaking air, they deeply embedded themselves into the wall of the hall. Goodness! Sword Douluo exclaimed. The power of these hidden weapons was indeed remarkable. With strong impact, soul masters below level 40 could not withstand them at all. Those above level 40 could also be seriously injured if they weren't careful. Not bad, right? This isn't even the strongest state of these hidden weapons. Because I'm still not skilled at using them, and I'm afraid of injuring myself. Sister, she didn't poison the bolts. If poisoned, the power would be even more terrifying. Moreover, the more people use the Yihua divine crossbow simultaneously, the greater its power. In Sister Shi's words, this Yihua divine crossbow is very suitable for defensive use in the sect. However, for ordinary self-defense, she recommends other hidden weapons. The Yihua divine crossbow is more of a backup for dealing with strong enemies, while many other hidden weapons can be fired silently, and if used skillfully, they can kill without a sound. Rong spared no effort in promoting the hidden weapons for Tang Qingxi. After that, she also conducted experiments with the other hidden weapons one by one. Sword Douluo nodded repeatedly. These hidden weapons are indeed quite good. How about it, Dad? Think about it. If our sect's direct disciples are attacked, having these hidden weapons on them, who would guard against support-type soul masters? A sudden attack, unless it's an extremely powerful presence, would easily allow the sect's disciples to escape danger. Rong looked at Tang Qingxi with anticipation. Tang Qingxi was indeed surprised by the power of these hidden weapons, and at that moment, Sword Douluo also looked at Tang Qingxi. Sect Master, if possible, do everything you can to get the person who made these hidden weapons to join our sect. Douluo's words were serious, and his address became formal, indicating his importance to the matter. Rong blinked upon hearing this. Although she didn't know Sister Shi's background, recalling Sister Shi's previous comments, she probably wouldn't be able to recruit her. However, She didn't say anything, as her father would discuss it later. Ning Fengji nodded seriously. Ning Rongrong's words were very reasonable, and these hidden weapons were indeed suitable for the disciples of the sect. Ning Fengji could be considered a wise sect leader. He made a decisive decision and said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, for the time being, don't mention this to anyone in the sect. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to Shrek Academy to meet this sister she you mentioned. Ning Rongrong rubbed her hands together and shyly asked, if Dad isn't busy, why not set off today? What? After leaving the sect, your heart is already flying and you don't want to stay another day in the sect? Ning Fengji looked at Ning Rongrong with amusement. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. No, Dad. I just asked for leave to come back for this matter. And I've already missed 2 days of training. My physical fitness was already the worst, and if I fall behind more, I won't be able to catch up with them. Regarding what Tang Qingxi had said about potentially teaching her useful combat abilities if she performed well, Ning Rongrong didn't mention it, planning to give the sect a big surprise later. Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, looked at Ning Rongrong in disbelief. What had she experienced at Shrek Academy to change so much? Ning Rongrong had grown up spoiled, and Ning Fengji had once been worried that her personality was not beneficial for cultivation. But now, with such a change as a father, he certainly had to support her. After arranging some internal affairs of the sect, Ning Fengji left Qibao Liuli's sect with Ning Rongrong under the protection of Douluo. At Shrek Academy, aside from Ning Rongrong, who was on leave, the other students began their special training. Yu Xiaojing decided to teach Dai Mubai and the others, and quickly made preparations to start the training. Sometimes, one could see Tang San and Dai Mubai running around the village. However, there was still a gap between the two groups. Tang San and his companions were neatly dressed, with weighted inner armor worn underneath that was hardly noticeable. In contrast, Dai Mubai and the others could only pitifully carry bamboo baskets filled with stones, which shook as they ran, and the baskets were quite constricting, making it a painful experience. With only 3 students, Yu Xiaojing found it challenging to implement his original teaching plan. He had initially designed the training plan for all students, which also included random sparring among students. Now, with just 3 people, it was no longer feasible. Only Ma Hongjun could pair up with Oscar and Dai Mubai for practice. He couldn't bring himself to ask Tang Qingxi for cooperation, and it was clear that Tang Qingxi hadn't started practical training yet, focusing entirely on training Tang San and the others' physical fitness. To provide richer practical training, Yu Xiaojing could only take them to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. But Oscar, as a food-type soul master, found himself in a rather awkward position. In one-on-one matches, he, as a support soul master, couldn't fight at all. And in 2-on-2 matches, he could only team up with Dai Mubai. His soul skills wouldn't help Dai Mubai much, and Dai Mubai couldn't handle 2 opponents alone either. Thus, Oscar could only watch from the sidelines as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun participated in one-on-one duels. Soon, Ning Fengji brought Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy. Where's Sister Shi and Xiao Wu? By the afternoon, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong only saw Dai Mubai and the others running with bamboo baskets and did not see Tang Qingxi and the others. When Ning Rongrong asked, Oscar, panting, stopped and said, Sister Shi took them that way, training near a cliff. All right, Dad, I'll take you there. In fact, regardless of her identity, as a junior, Ning Fengji coming to find her meant she should come back to the academy to see Ning Fengji. However, Ning Rongrong didn't care about that. She was eager to go train. Ning Fengji didn't mind and followed Ning Rongrong in the direction pointed out by Oscar. Oscar stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, remembering Ning Rongrong's identity as the one who called her dad, the renowned top support soul master and the sect leader of Qibao Liuli's sect. Chapter 53. Ning Fengji arrives at Shrek. Sister Shi, upon seeing the cliff from a distance, Ning Rongrong quickened her pace and ran over to Tang Qingxi, who was sitting cross-legged by the waterfall at the cliff, practicing. Tang Qingxi raised her eyes and saw the person following Ning Rongrong stepping down from the cold jade pedestal. The white cat, which had been napping on the grass nearby, was suddenly awakened. Upon seeing Ning Fengji and Douluo, it immediately stood up and gracefully jumped onto Tang Qingxi's shoulder, casting several furtive glances at Xiao Wu. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu had just climbed up the cliff and was somewhat curious to see that Ning Rongrong had brought 2 people with her. Tang Qingxi glanced at Xiao Wu and gestured for her to stay on the cliff for now before approaching. You're back. She first greeted Ning Rongrong, then handed over the weighted inner armor to her, saying, you can wear this for training from now on. No need for the heavy iron armor anymore. Okay. Ning Rongrong took the inner armor and quickly changed into it. How do we train, Sister Shi? Today, you should get used to it first. You can use your soul power. Start from over there. That table looks familiar, right? Cross the river by wading through it. Then swim across this deep pool. Climb up the cliff and return the same way. Repeat. Do you understand? Tang Qingxi turned to point out the positions to Ning Rongrong. Understood. Ning Rongrong nodded. Then she looked at the two people in the river, their bodies covered in mud, only recognizable by their shapes, and she frowned. However, she didn't say anything more, just greeted Ning Fengji and Jianduo before preparing to leave. Dad, Grandpa Jian, I'm going to train now. You could discuss your matters. All right, go ahead. Seeing Ning Rongrong's obvious reluctance mixed with her enthusiasm, Ning Fengji couldn't help but chuckle. Jianduo looked a bit reluctant as well. After all, Ning Rongrong had never undergone such a messy and difficult training before. Ning Zhongzhu, Senior Jianduo. Tang Qingxi cupped her hands and slightly bowed as a gesture of respect. After all, in terms of status, they were indeed seniors, and Jianduo's strength was enough to earn her respect. However, she was quite surprised that Ning Rongrong brought them here so directly. These two should at least be entertained. But this place was obviously not suitable for hosting guests. You're Tang Qingxi? I've heard Rongrong mention you quite a bit. At such a young age, you possess such abilities. Your future achievements are limitless. Seeing Tang Qingxi, who remained calm and unflinching in front of both him and Jianduo, Ning Fengji generously praised her. Ning Zhongzhu, you flatter me. I assume you came here for the hidden weapons and distraction control techniques. This place is not suitable for discussions. It would be better to return to the academy first. Tang Qingxi couldn't leave these two here. Xiao Wu's strength was still low, and it wasn't very safe for her to stay under the watchful eye of a titled Douluo. All right. Ning Fengji looked at Ning Rongrong, who was struggling to walk through the water in the river, and nodded in agreement. The three of them immediately returned to Shrek Academy, and Tang Qingxi led them directly to her residence. After all, this was the best building in Shrek Academy, and as her private guest area, it was the most suitable place. Once away from Xiao Wu, the white cat on Tang Qingxi's shoulder returned to a lazy state, curling up with its paws tucked in and casually flicking its tail behind it. Upon reaching the residence, the white cat jumped onto a nearby shelf and lay down. Tang Qingxi brewed a pot of tea and invited Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo to sit, while she took a seat opposite them. All the way there, Ning Fengji had been observing Tang Qingxi and could tell that this young woman was extraordinary, suggesting that she had some family background. It seemed she wouldn't be so easy to recruit into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Meanwhile, the sword Douluo's attention was more focused on the white cat on Tang Qingxi's shoulder. He could naturally tell that it was a 10,000-year-old beast. Keeping a 10,000-year-old beast as a pet and having it behave so well was indeed something that not just anyone could accomplish. Ning Zhongzhu, I am usually quite straightforward. Since you are here, you must have the intention to purchase hidden weapons and the training method for the improved distraction control technique. Why not quote a price first? Tang Qingxi said directly after taking a sip of tea. Ning Fengji, however, smiled slightly and did not rush to discuss the price. Although he sensed it wouldn't be easy to recruit Tang Qingxi, he still wanted to give it a try. Rest assured about the price. The financial strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ranks among the top in the entire Spirit Master world. However, I would like to ask first, are you willing to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The sect will provide you with the best training resources and the highest, and your status could even be higher than Rongrong's. The status promised by Ning Fengji were basically second only to the two titled Douluos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and to some extent, could even be on par. It was just that some resources Tang Qingxi might not be able to use yet. On the way here, Ning Rongrong had shared a lot about Tang Qingxi, who could defeat opponents with more than 10 levels of spirit power difference without relying on spirit rings to break through spirit master levels, and could even withstand a soul sage's soul skill. She had both strength and the ability to refute the master theoretically, along with the skill to create those exquisitely crafted hidden weapons. She was undoubtedly a genius. Ning Fengji couldn't even comprehend how someone of Tang Qingxi's age could achieve such accomplishments. Ning Fengji's attempt to recruit her was indeed unexpected, yet reasonable for Tang Qingxi. It seemed that Ning Rongrong hadn't mentioned much about her identity to Ning Fengji. But then again, Ning Rongrong didn't know her specific identity, and her remarks that hinted at her extraordinary background were indeed somewhat impolite and not suitable to be relayed to Ning Fengji. Tang Qingxi could only respond with a smile. I'm sorry, Master Ning, but I can't possibly join the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The forces behind me won't allow it either. Ning Fengji was not surprised by Tang Qingxi's straightforward refusal, although he couldn't understand how someone so young could achieve such accomplishments. He knew that without the backing of a major power, no matter how talented or intelligent one was, reaching this level was impossible. He had come all this way and didn't want to give up easily, so he was just trying to make an attempt to recruit her. Seeing that Tang Qingxi didn't explicitly mention the forces behind her, Ning Fengji didn't ask further. All right, that's a pity. Let's discuss the matter of hidden weapons. Sure, go ahead. I wonder if you would be willing to sell us the methods of making hidden weapons. You can set any price and I won't haggle. Ning Fengji spoke very generously. Although he appeared handsome and refined, his words carried a grand and imposing tone, reflecting the demeanor of a sect leader. In response, Tang Qingxi could only shake her head again to refuse. I cannot sell the methods of making hidden weapons. I only sell the already made hidden weapons, guaranteeing both quantity and quality, and I will also provide a complete set of instructions on how to use and combine them. Chapter 54. Discussing business with Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji did not expect Tang Qingxi to refuse so decisively. Hidden weapons would inevitably get damaged and consumed. If they could indeed play a significant role, wouldn't the Seven Treasures Glazed sect have to rely on Tang Qingxi in this regard in the future? Seeing Ning Fengji lost in thought, Tang Qingxi maintained her calm demeanor. The set of hidden weapons I gave to Rongrong is quite suitable for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. If you're interested in a long-term partnership, I can offer one free repair for any damage. Ning Fengji came back to his senses and could tell from Tang Qingxi's tone that the methods for making hidden weapons were clearly not negotiable. Although Tang Qingxi looked only in his teens, the calmness and composure he displayed, along with the part of his temperament that Ning Rongrong had learned about before coming, made it clear that he was not easily shaken. At that moment, Ning Fengji could only ask, what about the consumption of hidden weapons? For example, the crossbow arrows of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. When purchased, an extra set of loaded crossbow arrows will be provided, and the loading method will also be taught. However, you will need to continue purchasing afterwards. The price is not high, so you can rest assured, Tang Qingxi said. Ning Fengji then asked, I heard from Ning Rongrong that your hidden weapons can all be poisoned? Yes, you can poison them yourself, or you can buy poison from me. I only sell lethal poisons here, the kind that can seal the throat upon blood contact. The price of the poison depends on the level of soul master it is effective against. For Contra level and above, it is not currently for sale. Tang Qingxi took a sip of tea and added that the price of the poison would be quite high, and it is not recommended to purchase it now. If you're interested, you can wait until the sect members become proficient with the hidden weapons before contacting me. Otherwise, it is easy to accidentally harm oneself. Ning Fengji was a bit surprised to hear this. Judging by Tang Qingxi's tone, the poison in his hands could even deal with a Contra. However, Ning Fengji was indeed just curious. He could prepare the poison himself. After a moment of thought, Ning Fengji said, I have seen all the hidden weapons that Rongrong brought back to the sect. Let us purchase a set according to that. I want 500 sets, and I will pay 10,000 gold soul coins for each set. What do you think? Tang Qingxi nodded. The price is fine, but making the hidden weapons will take time. I will deliver them in batches, 100 sets each month. You need to pay a deposit of 1 million first, and then pay upon delivery. Is that okay? No problem. Ning Fengji did not oppose. It was clear that Tang Qingxi already had a mature method for selling hidden weapons. But there was one thing that made Ning Fengji curious. Your hidden weapons are quite powerful, yet I've never heard of them in the mainland. The sales of hidden weapons should be good, right? The hidden weapons have not been publicly sold yet. The only sect currently purchasing them in large quantities is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and I'm selling them only because of Rongrong. Although hidden weapons are a good source of profit, as a new foreign item, having them in hand means a significant combat advantage. If too many people buy them, that advantage will diminish. Moreover, weapons that allow ordinary people to have the killing power of soul masters, once they become widespread, will inevitably cause a stir. No matter how profitable hidden weapons are, they can't be sold indiscriminately. As for money, as long as it's enough to spend, just one Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School can earn me quite a bit. Ning Fengji pondered. He could indeed foresee the impact of hidden weapons appearing on the market. Not making them publicly available is also good. This way, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has an extra card for self-protection. By the way, since that's the case, the improved version of the distraction control method should also be given as a gift. No need to discuss it further, Tang Qingxi said. She never intended to profit from this, and since there was a reason, she might as well give it away. Ning Fengji did not refuse. Since Tang Qingxi was generous, and if the hidden weapons were useful, it would definitely be a long-term business. and he would need to send money to Tang Qingxi in the future. Tang Qingxi was only responsible for one repair. If there was further damage or even total destruction, he would undoubtedly have to buy from Tang Qingxi again. Ning Fengji directly took out a gold soul coin store value card. All right, here is a deposit of 1 million gold soul coins. Good. Tang Qingxi took the card, then took out a piece of paper to write 2 agreements, signing his name on them and stamping them with a Tang Sect seal. Tang Sect? Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. Was this the force behind Tang Qingxi? But he had never heard of it before. Tang Qingxi did not explain anything, and Ning Fengji also stamped the seal representing the 7 treasure glazed tile school. And both of them kept their agreements. All right, Sect Master Ning, I have another business matter I would like to discuss with you. After putting away the agreements, Tang Qingxi brought up a new topic. What business? Is there something else good you want to sell? Ning Fengji asked curiously. Tang Qingxi shook his head. No, it's not that. I want to buy some ores from the 7 treasures glazed sect. I know that the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's martial soul has a strong ability to identify treasures, so I thought I could collect quite a few top-quality ores. Could you sell me a batch? The hidden weapons at the top, especially the rainflower needle, require materials that are really hard to come by. Even for a powerful force like the Spirit Hall, the materials they can obtain for themselves are limited. In fact, the core material for the rainflower needle was picked up by chance, and no one recognizes it when taken out. Tang Qingxi had to try to rely on the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Those top-notch ores, like the core material for the rain pear flower needle, Ning Fengji probably wouldn't recognize, but his martial soul characteristics could discern the value of these materials. If there was a chance to come into contact with them, they might be reclaimed by the sect. Given the historical background of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, over the years, they might really have the materials she needed. If they could acquire them, it would be much more convenient than sending someone to search. Ning Fengji silently looked at Tang Qingxi for a moment and nodded with a smile. Okay, but you need to specify what ores you need. And the sect still has a batch of ores that feel extremely precious to me, although no one recognizes them. Of course, Ning Fengji wanted to take this business. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect was one of the richest on the Douluo Continent, largely relying on selling precious treasures that disciples retrieved, but the sect had no use for. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi's expression remained unchanged, but she felt a surge of joy in her heart. She had a premonition that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect definitely had the top-notch ore she needed. Then, on a chosen day, or when the hidden weapons are delivered, I will make a trip to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to see if they have what I want. At that time, we can discuss further. How about that? Tang Qingxi wouldn't explicitly state what ore she wanted. Ning Fengji was well aware of the value of those unrecognized ores, but if no one recognized them, they naturally couldn't be sold. This way, Tang Qingxi might be able to acquire them at a relatively low price. By educating Ning Fengji about them, he would have the potential to sell them at a high price. Currently, they were negotiating as business people, so complete honesty was not possible. She could even be certain that after receiving the hidden weapons, Ning Fengji would definitely arrange for someone to find a way to dismantle them and seek methods of production. Chapter 55. Tang Qingxi at level 30. Good. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. After the negotiation, Tang Qingxi still needed to train, so Ning Fengji left with the sword Douluo. Ning Rongrong was training, so Ning Fengji didn't disturb her and prepared to return to the sect with the sword Douluo. Tang Qingxi needed to investigate her background and that of the Tang Sect. Ning Fengji was genuinely curious about what kind of force could cultivate such descendants. During the negotiation, he treated Tang Qingxi as an equal, unable to see her as a junior at all. Her demeanor, abilities, and intellect were all exceptionally outstanding, and with her extraordinary talent, it wouldn't be long before the name Tang Qingxi would be renowned across the continent. Once Ning Fengji left, Tang Qingxi did not return to the cliffside. As there were people watching, she simply stayed at her residence to train. Regarding the production of hidden weapons, she had already arranged for someone to make 100 sets beforehand, and Ning Fengji did not change her arrangements, saving her an extra trip. 3 months later, under Tang Qingxi's training, Tang San and the others underwent significant changes. Everyone's physical fitness improved noticeably and comprehensively. Ning Rongrong completely mastered the 3 apertures heart control and received a set of hidden weapons equipped by Tang Qingxi, training even more diligently. In between, Tang Qingxi took Xiao Wu out, and upon returning, she reached the Soul Master realm. Flinder even scolded her for not giving a heads up before going out to hunt for soul rings, taking Xiao Wu with her directly. Tang Qingxi certainly wouldn't greet him, as they weren't truly hunting for soul rings. Bringing them along would be quite a hassle. On Yu Xiaojiang's side, Ma Hongjun had also broken through to level 29 in these 3 months, which Yu Xiaojiang took very seriously. He accompanied Ma Hongjun to the Star Dough Forest to hunt for soul rings together with Flender. After breakfast that day, Tang Qingxi didn't rush to have Tang San and the others train. Instead, he called everyone together to announce something. I've reached level 30 and need to enter closed-door training for a while to break through, so I will be leaving the academy. Tang San and the others widened their eyes upon hearing this. Sister Shi, you leveled up 5 levels in 3 months? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. Zhu Zhuqing's expression also changed noticeably. This was just too strong. Originally, Tang Qingxi had the lowest soul power level, and now she had reached level 30 so quickly. Her combat strength was already formidable, and after breaking through to Soul Master, her power would be unimaginable. Although they had primarily focused on physical training during this period and had little energy for soul power training, even if they were fully dedicated to cultivation during this time, it would be impossible to level up by 5 levels. Tang Qingxi had even been training with them from time to time. This speed of cultivation was simply terrifying. Tang Qingxi ignored their surprised expressions and said directly, during the time I left the academy, training continued as usual. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, keep an eye on them. Tang San, yes. Zhu Zhuqing, okay, Shijia. After I come back, I will change the training method to be more targeted. I will also bring 2 to 3 people to train with you, who will be your companions, preparing together for the Soul Master competition and getting ready mentally. At this point, Dai Mubai and the others just finished eating and came out. Upon hearing this, they all looked at Tang Qingxi. Dai Mubai asked in confusion, Shijia, are those the reserve participants for the Soul Master competition? Tang Qingxi glanced at him without responding. All right, everyone go train. After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the academy. Tang San and the others immediately jogged out of the academy. Dai Mubai and the others had a day off today and planned to rest after eating. Oscar's expression was somewhat solemn. It had been 3 months, and he could basically confirm that Shiji was going to distance herself from him. The Soul Master competition had nothing to do with them anymore. This was actually understandable, as they hadn't trained with Shiji from the beginning. Training separately would definitely lead to problems with their cooperation, and it was clear that Shiji did not like Master. Initially, they thought that with the 8 of them, no one would be left out, but now Shiji had directly added more people, clearly giving up on them. Oscar couldn't help but ponder whether they had truly disappointed Shiji. Now, Tang Qingxi hardly paid any attention to Dai Mubai and the others, who secretly envied Tang San and his group. After all, they all had their own hidden weapons for self-defense, while Dai Mubai and the others had nothing. Regarding the Soul Master competition, Dai Mubai and the others hadn't realized something important. They all thought that the competition was fought under the Academy's name, and no matter what, it would be them, as the Dean wouldn't separate them. But Oscar now realized that the Soul Master competition was originally prepared for Shiji to participate in. Flandra and the others had no such plans at the beginning. This matter was entirely under Shiji's control, and who would participate was decided by her. Furthermore, Shiji herself wasn't very concerned about Shrek Academy. It was just a temporary place for her. This was evident from the earlier conflict between Tang Qingxi and Yu Xiaojiang, where she could leave whenever she wanted. After leaving the academy, Tang Qingxi arrived at the blacksmith shop she opened in Suatoa City. The young lady has arrived. Chang Zong, who was in charge of looking after the blacksmith shop and was the nominal shop manager, quickly came out to welcome Tang Qingxi inside. Have the 100 sets of hidden weapons been completed this month? Tang Qingxi asked. They have been completed and will be sent to the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, Sect tomorrow. Tang Qingxi nodded. Okay, this time I will go to the Qibao, Liuli Sect. Tang Qingxi didn't just reach level 30 recently. She did so a few days ago, but didn't rush to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. During this time, her main focus has been on cultivation, which has now been completed, and there are some matters that need to be addressed. For example, the purchase of top-quality ores that she previously discussed with Ning Fengji. I will be leaving Soto City for a while, approximately half a month to a month, and when I return, I will conduct assessments on those children to select candidates. Tang Qingxi had mentioned this earlier, but did not provide a specific timeline, giving them the opportunity to focus on their cultivation. This time away from the academy also serves to take care of this matter. Since I will set off tomorrow, Tang Qingxi decided to stay in Soto City instead of going back to Shrek. In the evening, she was admiring the night view of Soto City through her window when she suddenly caught sight of 3 familiar figures out of the corner of her eye. It was Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Ma Hongjun, with a bruised face, was striding ahead, looking quite aggressive. The direction the three were heading seemed to be towards a secluded corner of Soto City. Tang Qingxi had heard about that corner and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 56. The Unhappy Uncle. TSK. If it weren't for Ma Hongjuan's battered appearance and his aggressive demeanor, Tang Qingxi would have thought he was leading Dai Mubai and Oscar to indulge in some fun. Of course, Dai Mubai wouldn't be interested in such places. Tang Qingxi only took a glance and decided that whatever they were going to do was none of her business. However, just as she was about to look away, she spotted Tang San and the other three walking a short distance behind, following Dai Mubai and the others. Seeing this, Tang Qingxi slightly narrowed her eyes and simply jumped out of the window. With a couple of agile leaps, she landed in front of Tang San and the others. Sister Shi. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi, Tang San and the others were taken aback. Didn't Sister Shi say she was going into seclusion? I'll leave tomorrow. Tang Qingxi lifted her chin to indicate the direction in which Dai Mubai and the others were leaving. It was clear that the four of them had followed, but it seemed that Dai Mubai and the others were unaware. What was going on? Tang Sin showed an awkward expression, feeling somewhat helpless. Today, Ma Hongjun and the others had a day off, and he went to a place in Soto City with shady bars to compete for a girl with a man called Douluo. He couldn't win and ended up getting into a fight. That man was from the Soul Sect, and Ma Hongjun was no match for him, so he got beaten badly. After losing, he was also insulted by that uncle and returned to the academy. After Dai Mubai and the others learned about it, they wanted to avenge Ma Hongjun, considering they were from the same academy. I just came along with them to see what was going on. He actually didn't want to get involved much, and they were already tired from training all day. However, since they were from the same academy, he was worried about what might happen to the three of them. So he discussed it with Xiao Wu and secretly followed them to observe the situation. Tang Qingxi frowned upon hearing this. Ma Hongjun really couldn't be changed. Go ahead. Assess the situation and consider whether to take action. Tang Qingxi waved his hand and did not stop them. Yes, Tang Sin nodded in agreement. After that, Tang Qingxi walked away directly, not accompanying them. With Tang Qingxi's permission, Tang San felt more at ease following them. However, he maintained a distance so that Dai Mubai and the others wouldn't notice him. If they didn't need him to take action, he didn't plan to reveal himself. He would act as if he hadn't come at all. Tang Qingxi wasn't completely ignoring everything. She didn't plan to intervene, but quietly followed Tang San and the others after circling around. She wanted to see how the four of them would handle the situation. Before long, Ma Hongjun brought Dai Mubai and the others to a location, in front of a row of low houses in a corner of Soto City. Dai Mubai frowned as he looked at the houses, which were only a little over 3 meters high and had several damaged areas. A few pink lanterns hung at the entrance, and several heavily made-up women of considerable age stood there, trying to sell themselves to passers-by. Oscar couldn't help but twitch his lips, not complimenting Ma Hongjun's taste. Ma Hongjun just chuckled awkwardly, saying, "It's cheap here, high cost-performance ratio. And you must believe that there are indeed golden phoenixes in the grass nest, although it depends on luck. Is it really necessary?" Oscar said helplessly. "Didn't Sister Shi help you solve your fire problem? You don't seem to need it as much as before." Dai Mubai shot him an annoyed glance and said, "Don't say you know me when you go out. I know you're desperate, but I didn't expect you to come to such a low-class place. Those golden phoenixes are old enough to be your aunts. Come on, Dai, don't belittle me," Ma Hongjun said somewhat embarrassedly. "Let's get down to business first. You guys wait here. I'll go ask if that bastard has left." While speaking, Ma Hongjun quickly walked towards his grass nest. Oscar looked around and said, "This place is quite remote, suitable for action." Saying that, he began to chant a soul spell and prepare for battle. Tang San and the others stood at a corner, hiding their figures, watching the situation at the entrance of the grass hut from a distance. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and said, "Ma Hongjun often comes to places like this?" They didn't train together in the first place, and with the male and female dormitories separated, Zhu Zhuqing really didn't know much about Ma Hongjun and the others. Tang San pursed his lips and said, "He doesn't come here often, right? He was training before, and I didn't see him go out. Today they have a day off. To be honest, I don't know them very well. When I get back to the dormitory every day, I'm so tired that I just want to rest. And we don't communicate much." In a moment, Ma Hongjun ran out excitedly and said to Dai Mubai and the others, "Great. That guy hasn't left yet, but he's already checking out and will be out soon. Brothers, if I succeed in getting my revenge this time, I'll treat everyone to a good meal later." Dai Mubai waved his hand at him. "Stop the nonsense. We won't dare to join you for a meal. Let's forget about your taste." Just as they were speaking, a person walked out from the grass hut. Dai Mubai and the others were in a dark corner opposite the grass hut, and it was difficult to see this side in the darkening sky. "It's him." Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and said. The person who walked out from the grass hut was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a short stature. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, and he was swaying as he walked down the street, humming a little tune. "Should we go?" Ma Hongjun's fists were already clenched tightly. "Let's go." With a command from Dai Mubai, he rushed out with Ma Hongjun. Oscar himself didn't have much combat power, and since he had already given them the sausage, he stayed in the shadows. The two directly blocked the middle-aged man's path, and Ma Hongjun sneered. "You dare to hit me. Now I've brought my brothers to get revenge." "Oh, isn't this the little kid from before? This isn't a place for you." The middle-aged man smiled upon seeing Ma Hongjun. "I can come whenever I want, and it's none of your business." Ma Hongjun retorted rudely and released his martial soul directly. But the middle-aged man waved his hand. "All right, you want revenge, huh? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play with you. It's not suitable to fight here. Let's change places?" "Okay." Dai Mubai nodded. The middle-aged man didn't take the two seriously and cheerfully led them to a nearby, secluded alley. He didn't rush to release his martial soul, just beckoning to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. "Come on, let me see what you two can do." "Can they win?" Tang San and the others were still watching from a distance, and Ning Rongrong whispered. The middle-aged man is said to be from a soul sect. But Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shouldn't be weak either, even though they're only soul respect level. I don't know. This middle-aged man seems to be a control-type soul master, and his defense seems pretty good. He might restrain Ma Hongjun. It depends on whether Dai Mubai can handle him. Tang Sen said, having heard Ma Hongjun talk about their previous encounters and knowing a bit more. At this moment, Tang Qingxi was standing on a rooftop where no one noticed, her eyes shimmering with purple light, looking indifferently at the three in the alley, ready to explode. Chapter 57. Completely abandoned Dai Mubai's eyes gradually turned red at this moment, facing an opponent whose soul power level was uncertain, and who had easily defeated Ma Hongjun. He didn't dare to be careless. A pale white light suddenly burst forth from Dai Mubai, his arms extending at the same time, chest puffed out. His bones crackled, and his muscles instantly swelled. Dai Mubai's martial soul, the white tiger, had completed its possession. Ma Hongjun quickly completed his own martial soul possession as well. A strong purple flame suddenly rising, and the intense heat spread through the air. Noticing that Dai Mubai's soul power level was not low, the middle-aged man's expression grew serious. Looking at the young boys, each of their soul power levels was quite high. The middle-aged man then released his martial soul, which was two dome-shaped, bun-sized shields. Once summoned, he casually placed them on his head. Having fought before, Ma Hongjun knew that his Phoenix Fire line was restrained by the middle-aged man, so he didn't rush to attack. Dai Mubai directly released his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His body, made robust by the martial soul possession, swelled again, and bright silver blades emerged from his tiger paws, his whole body enveloped in a layer of intense golden light. With a low roar, Dai Mubai charged towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man immediately used his second soul skill, enlarging the two shields to directly trap Dai Mubai inside. Taking advantage of their engagement, Ma Hongjun promptly used his first and second soul skills, shooting the Phoenix Fire line, amplified by the Phoenix Bathing Fire, towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reacted quickly, hiding behind his martial soul. Dai Mubai, who had activated White Tiger Diamond Transformation, wasn't trapped for long and quickly broke free from the middle-aged man's martial soul. But in the next moment, the two shields grew larger again, directly trapping both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, pressing them to the ground. Even with Dai Mubai exerting all his strength to unleash his soul skill, he couldn't break free, feeling as if his attacks were hitting cotton. Still playing, little brothers? The middle-aged man could sense the two struggling under his control, smiling from the outside. My Heavenly Net double shield is not easy to deal with. It looks like they haven't fought before. Ning Rongrong watched from a distance, somewhat sighing. Not only have they not fought, but they are also losing quite decisively. This uncle looks a bit sleazy, but his strength seems quite good. Tang San observed a lot from the brief confrontation. That martial soul is of the control type, but it indeed possesses considerable defensive capabilities. It not only restrains Ma Hongjun's fire, but also has a certain ability to dissipate force, making it difficult for Dai Mubai to exert his strength. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and asked, "Third brother, do we need help?" Tang San glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Shijia had instructed them to work together. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't voice her opinion and merely coldly stared at the barrier enveloping Dai Mubai. "I'll go help." Tang San sighed and said, if he hadn't come, it would have been fine, but since he was already here, he couldn't just watch these two being pressed to the ground without doing anything. At first, Ma Hongjun had asked him to join as well, but he had trained all day and was physically exhausted, not in good shape. Moreover, it wasn't a very serious incident. To put it simply, it was just a case of two people competing for attention, and Ma Hongjun was simply outmatched, with no clear right or wrong. Tang San refused to help, but to his surprise, Dai Mubai readily agreed and dragged Oscar along with him. He had initially considered that they might not be able to win, and with Oscar's mushroom sausage, they could fly away, but unexpectedly, they were directly pinned to the ground, leaving the mushroom sausage unused. Then, Tang San walked into the alley, releasing his blue-silver grass martial spirit. While Douluo was still teasing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun verbally, he directly shot a web binding towards Douluo. Tang San deliberately controlled his footsteps, and by the time Douluo noticed someone was attacking, it was already too late. At the same time, Tang San released his first soul skill, and the blue-silver grass quickly wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to dodge. As a result, Douluo was tightly bound by Tang San's web. As a control-type soul master with decent defensive capabilities, his martial soul's attack power was not impressive, and once controlled, he had no way to resist. Moreover, his defense relied heavily on his martial soul, and his physical defense was not very strong. The toxin attached to the web quickly infiltrated Douluo's body, and before long, he was unable to maintain his martial soul. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun broke free from the control and were about to counterattack when they saw Tang San standing still and Douluo tied up on the ground by the blue-silver grass. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. Third brother, you're here. You're amazing. Thank you, Xiao San. Dai Mubai looked a bit embarrassed. He had some confidence before he came, but he didn't expect to lose so quickly. Fortunately, Tang San arrived to help, with Douluo already losing the ability to resist. Tang San withdrew the blue-silver grass. Are you okay? Then let's go. Ma Hongjun was still not satisfied, as he hadn't even touched Douluo. The guy was defeated by Tang San. He ran over to Douluo, kicked him a few times with force, and while kicking, he angrily said, let you hit me, let you hit me, let you say I'm weak. Oh right. Suddenly seeming to think of something, Ma Hongjun chuckled. You guys go ahead, I'll be right there. Dai Mubai frowned. Don't do anything reckless. Got it. After leaving the alley, Dai Mubai realized that Xiao Wu and the others had all arrived, with Oscar walking behind. Joining them first, Dai Mubai's gaze instinctively fell on Zhu Zhuqing's face. However, Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained unchanged, and she didn't look at him more than once. Once the matter was settled, she turned and left. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also said nothing, as they just wanted to hurry back to the academy to rest. As Dai Mubai and Tang San disappeared around the corner, a strange smile appeared on Ma Hongjun's face as he raised his right hand, and a ball of purplish-red flame erupted from his palm. Tang San and the others had not gone far when they heard a scream that did not sound human. Soon, they excitedly caught up with him. Without waiting for anyone to ask, don't worry, I didn't do anything to him. Anyway, he's not dead, and killing him would just dirty my hands. Tang San was somewhat lost in thought at this moment. With such a terrible cry, Ma Hongjun must have done something significant. If it was just a minor conflict from before, they could have left it at that. But now he felt it was even more necessary to root out the problem completely. Just as he was considering whether to return and handle the matter, Tang San suddenly stiffened, and with a movement of his hand, a piece of paper was pinched between his fingertips. The paper had appeared silently, unnoticed by anyone else. Tang San was taken aback. This technique must belong to the young lady. Has she also come here? He walked to the edge and looked at the card in his hand. From now on, regardless of life or death, I will no longer concern myself with their matters. Tang San turned his head to look in the direction from which the paper flew, giving a slight nod. He sighed inwardly, realizing that Ma Hongjun and the others had been completely abandoned by the young lady. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi lightly landed in the alley, observing the disheveled and pain-racked Knoll, who was curling up and moaning in agony as he regained some mobility. With a flick of her hand, a silver light flashed at her fingertips, and she turned to step into the darkness, the cries behind her gradually fading away. Chapter 58. Knoll's miserable end, just as Tang San said. They were all from the same academy. No matter how unimpressed she was, Tang Qingxi still helped to clean up the aftermath. Of course, this was also because it involved Tang San and the others, but there wouldn't be a next time. Not long after the alley returned to silence, a series of footsteps approached, gradually drawing nearer. The old madam of the chicken coop mentioned that someone was looking for trouble with Knoll, and that he had run this way to settle a score. Why hadn't he come back yet? Knoll wouldn't have been caught, would he? The speaker had a magnetic and deep voice. This guy insisted on acting alone, and now he wanted us to look for him. Why was it so quiet? Not a sound at all. Is it this direction? Another voice croaked like a duck. The two were searching as they walked into the alley, but saw nothing at first glance. What is that smell? One of them sniffed the air, as if detecting something unusual. It was a bloody scent, but mingled with a foul stench of decay. Stepping into the thick pool of blood, the one with the duck-like voice immediately exclaimed, "Why is there water? Which bastard is pissing around?" But his companion said nothing, just gasped. This is no less clothes and belongings. Among the indistinctly colored but foul-smelling liquid, no less clothing looked severely torn and hard to identify. Yet there were still accessories he wore. Shining a faintly glowing stone down, the two suddenly changed their expressions and rushed to the corner, unable to hold back their retching. That can't be Noel, can it? The one with the duck-like voice trembled as he spoke. The pool of blood still contained bits of flesh and shattered bones. And with no less clothes and his disappearance, the answer was obvious. Noel was in deep trouble. The man with the magnetic voice felt a chill down his spine. Did he encounter a poison-type soul master, or some kind of martial soul effect? He has been completely obliterated. Wasn't he that old madam saying there were just 2 kids in their teens? How could they do this to Noel? There must have been others involved. Seeing such a gruesome scene, the two didn't dare linger in the alley, fearing that whoever killed Noel was still nearby. Out of long-standing acquaintance, they reluctantly picked up a few of Noel's accessories and quickly left the alley. However, they didn't go far. After resting nearby for a night, they returned to observe the situation around the alley. They saw people from the spirit hall had appeared, cleaning up the alley thoroughly. The two felt another chill run down their spines. For the spirit hall to be here cleaning up, it was clear that whoever had acted was connected to them. What on earth did Noel do to provoke someone from the spirit hall? Who knows? The two were initially considering reporting it to the soldiers in the city, as someone had died, but now, seeing the situation, they didn't dare make a sound and quietly left Soto City. On the other side, Tang Qingxi had already followed the cargo convoy, departing from Soto City towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ma Hongjun had also become more restrained because of this incident and hadn't gone back to Soto City during the following days of rest. A few days later, Tang Qingxi arrived at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. She frequently exchanged hidden weapons with the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Tang Qingxi was directly welcomed into the school. The main building of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was castle-like, constructed in a grand and luxurious manner. Tang Qingxi was welcomed into the hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. After 3 months, seeing Tang Qingxi again, Ning Fengji's expression was somewhat complicated. He had arranged for someone to investigate Tang Qingxi earlier, after she achieved a breakthrough in Soul Master rank without relying on soul rings. The Spirit Hall had highly restricted information about her. However, before that, some rumors had leaked out, and they came in the form of a joke. Pope Bibidong had accepted a disciple with innate full soul power. But this disciple had not broken through to the Soul Master realm for many years because she fancifully wanted to advance without absorbing soul rings. After that, there was no further news. Regarding Tang Qingxi, Ning Fengji had not uncovered any particularly useful information. He only found that she might have some connection with the Spirit Hall, including her affiliation with the Tang Sect, but there were no concrete leads. However, recalling the rumors he had heard in the past and the current situation of Tang Qingxi, it was highly likely that not only did she have some connection with the Spirit Hall, but she was also the disciple of the Pope who had been mentioned as a joke by someone from the Spirit Hall back then. It was precisely for this reason that her identity was so well protected now that he could not investigate further. At the same time, it was no wonder that Tang Qingxi was completely unmoved by his invitation. With such talent and ability, she would undoubtedly become the Pope's successor. The conditions offered by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were indeed not impressive. Even if he promised her the position of sect master, it might not sway her. However, he found it puzzling why she didn't cultivate diligently in the Spirit Hall and instead went to Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji had heard from Ning Rongrong that Tang Qingxi was gathering people to prepare for the Soul Master competition. With her strength, participating alongside the people from the Spirit Hall, no academy would be able to rival them in the next Soul Master competition. There were many aspects he couldn't understand, and it might even involve some internal matters of the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji was very eager to learn more through Tang Qingxi. Unfortunately, after interacting with her, he realized that although this child looked young, she was not easy to fool. Ning Sect Master. As Tang Qingxi entered the hall, she looked at the sword Douluo Continent, who was on high alert beside Ning Fengji, and another person who was extremely tall, but as thin as a skeleton. Presumably, that was the other title Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bon Douluo Guro. Junior pays respects to Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. Tang Qingxi wasn't very good at calling Tang Qingxi senior, but he could still manage it. After all, they were indeed much older than him when their ages were combined. However, it seemed that these two were somewhat guarded towards him. Tang Qingxi could guess what was going on. For someone like Tang Qingxi, who was at such a level, how could he not investigate when considering a long-term partnership, even if it was just out of pure curiosity? They could only speculate about her identity. But with the power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, it was unlikely they wouldn't find any clues. Please take a seat. Tang Qingxi invited Tang Qingxi to sit down, and immediately someone brought tea and snacks. Regardless of Tang Qingxi's identity, the current transaction had benefits for him, and the method he had repeatedly tested and verified for controlling distractions was indeed flawless. The business that needed to be discussed could still proceed. Master Ning is being polite. Tang Qingxi took a seat and asked, I wonder if Master Ning could show me some top-quality ores, including those ores that even you might not recognize. I would like to see them. She actually sounded more like someone wanted to pick through the warehouse of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, but that was clearly unlikely. The top forces on the continent were somewhat wary of each other. It was already good that Tang Qingxi hadn't directly terminated the transaction. Chapter 59. The abundant treasures of the Seven Treasures. I've already arranged for someone to fetch them. Just wait a moment. Seeing that Tang Qingxi seemed interested in those unnamed ores, Tang Qingxi was also curious to see if she recognized them. If she truly did recognize them, it would be quite astonishing. At such a young age, she possessed knowledge that surpassed her years. All right. Thus, Tang Qingxi leisurely enjoyed her tea and snacks while waiting. May I ask a question that I'm quite curious about? Tang Qingxi looked at her, trying to appear as warm and curious as possible. Please ask, why did you go to Shrek Academy? With your strength and abilities, any academy would be eager to have you, even the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi maintained a pose of pure curiosity. Tang Qingxi gently shook the teacup in his hand. I heard that Shrek specializes in recruiting monsters, so I went there to find a few monsters to compete in the Soul Master competition. But Shrek Academy doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in the Soul Master competition. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly upon hearing this. Just buy a spot, or bring people to find a college with available slots. I am confident in the growth potential and strength of the chosen team members. No college would refuse a team that has a chance of making it to the finals. Originally, Tang Qingxi planned to buy a slot, but now her plans have changed. Flender is disappointing. Why should he still give the title of champion of the Soul Master competition to Shrek? Over the past 2 years, she has supported Shrek quite a bit, and it is Flender who owes her, not the other way around. It just depends on which fortunate college gets this opportunity. With more than 2 years until the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi is not in a hurry about the slots. This is indeed something to consider. We can think about the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy. I can help you make connections, Tang Qingxi tentatively asked. The Tiando Royal Academy is good. They have slots for 2 teams anyway. If Sect Master Ning is willing to help, I thank you in advance, and I will trouble you when the time comes. Tang Qingxi agreed directly. Tang Qingxi readily agreed, and it seemed that her proposal was quite good, which made her somewhat happy. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Didn't this slap the face of the Spirit Hall? Was this really the Pope's direct disciple? Had he guessed wrong? Participating in the name of the Heaven Do Royal Soul Master Academy was indeed beneficial for Tang Qingxi. It was truly like slapping the Spirit Hall in the face. Anyway, Bibi Dong wouldn't care about this. She intended to slap Qian Douluo in the face, tearing off the Spirit Hall's facade to make him understand that the era of the Qian family should have long passed. Why couldn't she just train peacefully in the Spirit Hall? Why force her to come out and tear the Spirit Hall's facade? Although this meant Tang Qingxi couldn't help Bibi Dong gather power to undermine Qian Douluo within the Spirit Hall. Coming out would facilitate her actions and allow her to win over other forces. Seeing Tang Qingxi's confused expression, Tang Qingxi just smiled and didn't say anything further. Soon, the ore samples were delivered, and Tang Qingxi opened the boxes one by one, her pupils momentarily dilating. Quickly, her excellent emotional control allowed her to regain her composure as she casually examined the ore samples. They were indeed all top-quality ores, and recently she was preparing to develop more powerful hidden weapons, needing better ores for experiments. As she spoke, she picked up a seemingly ordinary gray ore, asking what it was as it looked quite plain. Tang Qingxi shook his head. I don't recognize it either. Although it looks ordinary, My martial spirit tells me this ore is extremely valuable. However, it is indeed unrecognized, and the ore is very tough, seemingly difficult to forge. Interesting. I'll take 2 pieces back for research, Tang Qingxi said casually. This one should be hard to sell, right? No one recognizes it, and it's tough to forge. So let us price it a bit lower. An unmarketable ore, no matter how high its intrinsic value, has no meaning. I'll see if I can research something from it that could help Sect Master Ning raise the price of this, or how could she not recognize this, but how could she let Ning Fengji know that she did? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School really didn't come here in vain. They had almost all the top quality ore she needed, especially this one in her hand, the core material for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, the silver mother of deep sea sink silver. The only piece she had previously obtained was a lucky find. There were only 2 pieces of this ore in total, both stored in the warehouse for over 100 years. Ning Fengji said, then hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, it had been unsold for over 100 years. No matter how precious it was, the fact remained that it couldn't be sold, and currently, the wealth of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School didn't depend on the value of this one treasure. Tang Qingxi selected several types of ore again, and, after stating the quantity she wanted, Ning Fengji arranged for it. The overall quantity was not large. Concealed weapons like the Storm Pear Blossom Needle could not be mass-produced, as making one required considerable effort. Thus, there was no need to purchase large quantities of such premium ores. And the reserves of deep-sea silver and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect were also limited. With core materials being scarce, there was naturally no need to buy many other materials. What is the approximate price? Tang Qingxi asked. 1 million, Ning Fengji estimated and quoted. Tang Qingxi nodded and replied decisively. Since collaborating with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School on a big deal was truly not a problem at $1 million price tag, then let's not settle the bill for the hidden weapons delivered today. Just bring the ores directly to me. All right. A pleasant cooperation, Master Ning. Tang Qingxi was indeed very pleased. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had not come in vain. As she spoke, when the ores were delivered, Tang Qingxi directly stored them in her bracelet and prepared to take her leave. Are you heading back to Shrek? I'll arrange for someone to take you back, Ning Fengji said. Tang Qingxi smiled meaningfully and said, no need. I need to return to the Spirit Hall, so there's no need to trouble Sect Master Ning. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was directly stunned. Even though he had held a high position for a long time, he couldn't hide the astonishment on his face at that moment. He had cautiously tested the waters for quite a while, but didn't manage to uncover anything. Yet, Tang Qingxi turned around and directly revealed everything. What was the point of his previous probing? Sect Master Ning must be very curious about why I would go to Shrek. The Spirit Hall is not a monolithic entity. There is a constant struggle for power between the Pope and the Grand Priest Douluo. As the Pope's personal disciple, I have faced numerous obstacles from the Grand Priest in my desire to become the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. However, if I can win the Soul Master competition after leaving the Spirit Hall, then I will be the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. After saying this, Tang Qingxi waved her hand and walked out. For someone like Ning Fengji, the more secrets there are, the more he will be on guard. It's better to clarify things to avoid having Ning Rong taken away from me later. As for the internal conflicts within the Spirit Hall, they will eventually come to light, and Ning Fengji is a smart person. After hearing it, he will keep it to himself. Chapter 60. Returning to the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi left just like that, leaving Ning Fengji with even more questions in his heart. Is there really internal discord within the Spirit Hall? What does it mean for Tang Qingxi to reveal this information to him? However, with a clearer understanding of Tang Qingxi's identity, Ning Fengji felt somewhat reassured. After all, the unknown is more unsettling. After finding Chang Zong, who had completed the delivery, it was confirmed that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School did not have to pay this time, and Tang Qingxi took the convoy out of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Afterwards, Chang Zong returned to Suotawa City, while Tang Qingxi headed toward Spirit City. The distance from Tiando to Spirit City was not short. Even with all his effort, it took Tang Qingxi 7 days to arrive. Compared to Tiando City, Spirit City was much smaller, even less than 1/10 of its area. However, it was a place that most soul masters on Douluo Continent greatly yearned for. Although Spirit City was not large, its city walls were built according to the standards of the imperial capital, towering at 80 meters and over 30 meters thick. Entirely constructed of granite, this city did not originally exist. It was completely funded by the Spirit Hall for its construction. Interestingly, Spirit City was not a square like ordinary cities, but hexagonal, meaning it had 6 walls. The patrolling personnel on those 6 walls were all soul masters dressed in the Spirit Hall's exclusive uniforms. On each of the 6 walls, there was a huge relief sculpture representing 6 powerful soul masters that were highly esteemed on the road. Spirit City appeared quite empty, with few pedestrians on the streets and few shops. The shops mostly sold items needed by soul masters, including even spatial storage soul tools, though their quality and capacity were just average. Tang Qingxi entered the Spirit City and headed towards the hill in the center of the city. The Spirit City was built around this hill, on which stood 2 very prominent buildings. The most magnificent one, located halfway up the hill, was a columned structure with a dome, its surface covered in a golden material that shimmered in the sunlight. This was the Hall of the Pope. The Pope of the Spirit Hall resided there, and of course, Tang Qingxi's residence was also there. The other building, located at the top of the hill, was about 1/3 the size of the Hall of the Pope and had a surface as white as jade. This was the highest existence of the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Hall. To the outside world, it was a place where only deceased titled Douluos could reside, effectively serving as the tomb for titled Douluos. However, there actually lived a person inside, someone who had long since retreated from the outside world, known only to very few high-level soul masters who were quite elderly. The father of the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall, the Grand Offering, Qian Daolu. Looking at the Douluo Hall, Tang Qingxi's gaze turned cold for a moment. Qian Daolu's cultivation was indeed very high, and his strength was extremely formidable, but unfortunately, his family education was lacking, resulting in his son being what he was. Retracting his gaze, Tang Qingxi walked directly towards the Hall of the Pope. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference hall of the Hall of the Pope was solemn. Tang Qingxi walked to the outside of the conference hall and saw many vigilant palace guards guarding the hall, realizing that a meeting was taking place inside. She had no interest in participating or disturbing them, so she directly bypassed the conference hall and walked inside. Upon reaching the Pope's chamber, Tang Qingxi casually placed the white cat on the table and threw off her outer garment, collapsing onto the soft couch. After traveling for 7 days, she was a bit fatigued and decided to take a nap. The white cat sat on the table for a while, and seeing that Tang Qingxi's breathing gradually stabilized, it looked around and jumped onto the soft couch, curling up on the wide armrest and closing its eyes. By the time Tang Qingxi woke up, it was completely dark outside, and a soft, comfortable blanket had been draped over her. The hall was very dim, with only a lamp embedded with night glow gems on the table, covered by a shade that emitted a very weak light. Bibi Dong, having shed the luxurious papal robes of the day, wore a white gauze dress, her long hair cascading down, her expression gentle as she sat by the table, flipping through books in the faint light. The white cat was lying beside Bibi Dong, peering at the contents of the book. Tang Qingxi turned over, stretched lazily, and didn't get up, still lying there in a relaxed manner, saying, "Take off the cover when reading. What can you see with this little light? Awake?" Bibi Dong turned her head at the sound and said softly. As she spoke, she put down the book in her hand and walked over, sitting sideways beside the soft couch, reaching out to tuck the messy hair on Tang Qingxi's face behind her ear. Tang Qingxi immediately yawned, her body demonstrating that she hadn't had enough sleep. Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh, rarely seeing Tang Qingxi so relaxed. However, Tang Qingxi didn't let herself remain lax for long and soon sat up on the soft couch. "How's your internal skill cultivation?" "The Mingyu divine skill has already reached the 6th level," Bibi Dong replied. Tang Qingxi raised her eyebrows and smiled upon hearing this. "No wonder they're trying every means to control you. Your martial arts talent is not much inferior to mine back in the day, although you're still a bit slower than I was. I had the foundation of the Tang Sect at that time, while you, having never been exposed to it, can achieve such a cultivation speed. Truly remarkable." Bai Dong sighed lightly, forcing a smile. If she could, she would rather not have such talent. "I asked you to prepare earlier. Have you gotten ready?" Tang Qingxi decisively changed the topic. Bai Dong nodded. "It's all set. Are you at level 30 now?" "Yes," Tang Qingxi nodded. "You said I cultivate quickly, but you just came out of the city of slaughter a few months ago, and now you're already at level 30. Bai Dong smiled and ruffled Tang Qingxi's hair, then quickly withdrew her hand. Although she knew Tang Qingxi's background and understood that this person before her had lived as many years as she had, it was hard to ignore that Tang Qingxi still had a somewhat youthful face, exuding a sense of obedience when quiet, making her want to ruffle her hair again. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but glance at Bibi Dong. "You go and deal with Aru." "Aru." Then Tang Qingxi took out the top grade, or he had bought at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and placed it on the table. This is what I bought from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Saying this, he glanced at BB Dong. I sold a batch of hidden weapons to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which can help them have more self-defense capability. I also bought these from them. You can use the materials to make the guaranteed components for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Okay. BB Dong nodded and collected all the ores. That son of Tang Hao is indeed a bit interesting. Tang Qingxi leaned back against the soft couch and talked about his experiences during this period. BB Dong raised her eyebrows in curiosity. What do you mean? He comes from the Tang Sect, Tang Qingxi said directly. An outer sect disciple with decent talent, but he probably hasn't been out of the Tang Sect much. And his personality is quite naive. However, he shows great respect for my identity and is obedient. Chapter 61. Using Tang San to control Tang Hao. Tang San is from the same place as you and was once from the same sect? BB Dong exclaimed. She and Aru both knew about Tang Qingxi's past, but they didn't expect there to be another person from another world in this realm. Well, that's not bad. This guy could be used. We could try using Tang San to control Tang Hao. Tang Qingxi nodded and calculated. My identity information has been somewhat exposed during this time. I can sense Tang Hao's presence, but he hasn't acted against me. Perhaps we could talk. We need more strength. Besides, the troubles from back then don't concern us. Our opponent is Qian Douluo, and he harbors resentment towards Qian Xuanji. We could take him along to seek revenge against the Qian family. You can try if you have ideas, but be very careful. That Tang Hao, no matter what, won't have a good impression of the Spirit Hall. BB Dong had no expectations for Tang Hao and was more worried about Tang Qingxi getting into trouble. Seeing her concern, Tang Qingxi smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Besides, if we can't reach an agreement, I have my means of self-defense. With that, Tang Qingxi moved his body a bit. All right, I need to go prepare for the breakthrough. Not gonna rest a bit? BB Dong asked. No. Okay, I'll take you over. BB Dong led Tang Qingxi out of the sleeping quarters and arrived at a nearby room that had been specially constructed in the past 2 years. The walls of this room were pitch black, and its exterior clashed with the architecture of the Pope's Hall. The door was made of dark mineral stones. BB Dong pressed a mechanism on the wall, and the stone door slowly opened. A chilling cold swept in, and the ground at the entrance immediately covered with a layer of thin ice. This was a specially made room, with surfaces made of extremely tough and temperature-insulating minerals. And there was another layer of minerals inside the room. The materials were all collected from extremely cold regions, possessing extremely low temperatures. And in the center of the room was a cold jade bed dug from deep within an iceberg. Tang Qingxi felt the extreme cold and nodded in satisfaction. This is troublesome. Then I will go into seclusion first and strive for an early breakthrough. After saying this, Tang Qingxi waved her hand and walked inside, quickly closing the stone door to prevent anyone passing by from getting frozen. The temperature inside was such that even Tang Qingxi, who had been cultivating on the cold jade bed for years and had a very strong ability to withstand the cold, found it a bit unbearable, let alone others. Tang Qingxi sat cross-legged on the icy jade bed, beginning her cultivation. The room was filled with a biting cold, and tendrils of icy air swirled around Tang Qingxi, gradually being absorbed into her dantian. A cold mist began to envelop her, thickening until she was completely submerged, her figure obscured from view. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Tang San and the others trained independently for several days, supervised by Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. The training intensity remained high. Even after 3 months, they had already learned to find their limits and strive to push beyond them with extra practice. However, they were called to stop by Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Before leaving, Tang Qingxi had made some arrangements, but she didn't express them openly for fear that they would slack off too soon. After 3 months of high-intensity physical training, the cultivation training was expected to follow suit. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing instead reduced the training intensity, canceling the morning running session and replacing it with soul power meditation in the morning. In the afternoon, they continued with water training, but the intensity was not maintained as before, allowing them to avoid losing their ability to act for a period of time after training. Instead, they would engage in soul power cultivation in a state of extreme fatigue. In the evening, after finishing training, Tang San was just about to start his cultivation when Oscar, who had been troubled for a long time, knocked on his door. What's wrong? Tang San asked as he opened the door and saw Oscar. Oscar rubbed his hands together and said, Little San, no, I mean San Ge. When sister she comes back, could you ask her if I could train with her? Tang San was a bit surprised. Weren't you complaining about being too tired before? Why are you thinking about joining now? Don't be fooled by the fact that our training intensity has decreased in the past 2 days. It's just that Sister, she wants us to catch up on our soul power levels. Once Sister Shi returns, the training will definitely be further intensified. Tang San was very clear about this, as Tang Qingxi had mentioned that the subsequent training will be targeted and would certainly not be easy. Oscar didn't actually come, just because he saw the training intensity of Tang San and the others decrease. He had been in this school for a long time, and his feelings were much deeper than those of Tang San and the others. He knew that Tang Qingxi was likely to have disagreements with the principal, and he was very conflicted about whether to come over. The way Tang Qingxi was gradually changing and becoming increasingly distant from them, along with her earlier rude and even disdainful attitude towards Yu Xiaojiang, made him understand that if he continued to train under Yu Xiaojiang, he would definitely miss out on the Soul Master competition. As a Soul Master, he still had some thoughts about the competition, but the decision-making power was in Tang Qingxi's hands. No, third brother, I just want to train under Sister Shi. No matter how tough or difficult the training is, I will endure it. Training under Yu Xiaojiang is not easy either. Although the intensity is not as high as that of Tang Qingxi, it's still hard, and the conditions can't compare to those on Tang Qingxi's side. Moreover, the training methods of the two are different. Yu Xiaojiang focuses on combat experience and physical ability. But for Oscar, the improvement is not as comprehensive as it is under Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi's training is not just about physical fitness. Although there is no combat experience training, he still can't learn much about combat experience. Yu Xiaojiang took them to the Great Soul Arena for training. But as Ma Hongjun reached level 30, the combat experience training mainly focused on Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai. Oscar had few opportunities to participate and usually ended up just being beaten. He could only take part in 2-on-2 matches, which was somewhat better when following Dai Mu Bai, as he had relatively stronger strength and could contend with the two opponents. However, when following Ma Hongjun himself couldn't handle the opponents, and in a fight, the opponents would prioritize dealing with him, the support-type Soul Master. With Ma Hongjun unable to protect himself, he often got injured or knocked off the stage at the start. Hearing that Tang Qingxi would have targeted training later, Oscar felt there was still some hope. Tang Sen pondered for a moment and said, I can help you ask, but I can't guarantee that Sister Shi will be willing to take you. All right, thank you. Oscar certainly didn't expect to succeed, but he wanted to give a try. Then you continue your training. I won't disturb you. Regarding finding Tang San, Oscar didn't make a fuss. He was quite clever, and since that Tang Qingxi had an even worse attitude towards Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, he still had a slight hope. But it was hard to say about those two. Chapter 62. The God Craftsman Building at the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi had been in the stone room for a full 10 days. Bibi Dong, holding a white cat, arrived at the entrance of the stone room. It's been 10 days already, and I don't know how many more days Qingxi will need to break through this time. It shouldn't take too long. She's been at level 30 for a while now, and this step is just her final breakthrough, she said. The white cat, Aru, had been following Tang Qingxi and knew the situation more specifically, but how long it would take was still hard to say. Let's just wait slowly. Bibi Dong nodded. She just passed by to take a look. She was never worried about Tang Qingxi's abilities. This person had accomplished too many things she never dared to imagine. Just as Bibi Dong was about to turn and leave, the stone door behind her moved, and Tang Qingxi stepped out with a chilling aura and sharp breath. She first closed the stone door behind her, and then, as she stepped out, her aura gradually retracted. By the time she reached Bibi Dong, her aura had completely subsided, calm and tranquil as usual. Oh, did you know I would come out today? You were actually waiting outside? Tang Qingxi was quite surprised to see Bibi Dong there. No, just came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. You broke through smoothly? Bibi Dong said leisurely while petting the white cat in her arms. Aru tilted her head in thought. Although having a cat's body made it quite comfortable to be petted like this, she always felt that the thoughts behind the arrangement of this body by these two were not entirely simple. That's right. This breakthrough was smoother than Tang Qingxi had imagined. However, since it was a redoing for her, having gone through it before, it was naturally much smoother than in my last life. Saying this, Tang Qingxi also reached out to pet the white cat a couple of times. Aru, how's the production of the concealed weapon parts going? Tang Qingxi flicked Aru's ear and withdrew her hand before Aru could swipe with her claws and asked, I've already made everything I was confident about. The rest has been handled by the God Craftsman Building and has been completed. I'll take you over to take a look. Bibi Dong said as she led the way ahead. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You invited Lu Gao over? Tang Qingxi had previously thought that relying solely on herself to create hidden weapons was too exhausting, and her strength was insufficient to forge weapons like the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Bibi Dong had the strength, But it was not suitable for her to spend too much time researching hidden weapons. She should focus more on improving her own strength. These hidden weapons were not something just anyone could make. Among the 3 great craftsmen on the continent, 2 had enmity with the Spirit Hall, and only Lu Gao could be considered worth trying to approach. After all, simply manufacturing parts for hidden weapons could not grasp the core of Tongmen's hidden weapons. She had invited Lu Gao once, but was refused, as he also had a poor impression of the Spirit Hall. However, Tang Qingxi didn't have the time to entangle herself with Lu Gao. Since he refused, she didn't pursue it further, just giving BB Dong the chance to try inviting him again. Well, I showed him a small part of your hidden weapon blueprints. He was interested in hidden weapons and came here, and he is only responsible for manufacturing hidden weapons, clearly stating that he is only seeking to explore higher levels of forging, not to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Saying this, BB Dong led Tang Qingxi to find Lu Gao. Furthermore, BB Dong handed the white cat to Tang Qingxi to hold, and as she turned around, her originally gentle expression transformed into one of authority and superiority. The hidden weapon forging room was right next to Tang Qingxi's residence in the Spirit Hall, but she didn't particularly like living there. Sometimes she would even go directly to Bibidong's place to lounge on the soft couch. As they entered the forging room, hot air rushed towards them, but it was very quiet inside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, an elderly man, who was studying something on the table, turned around with an impatient expression. "Didn't I say not to disturb me easily?" The old man was short and stout, looking about 6 meters tall, considerably shorter than Tang Qingxi. His messy short hair appeared as if it hadn't been washed in a long time. He wore a loose robe, and his face was smeared with some metallic powder. Tang Qingxi caught a glimpse of the hidden weapon parts on the table, disregarding Lu Gao, and placed the white cat on her shoulder before walking over to the table to start inspecting them. Truly a master craftsman. Well done. She had been invited to forge these parts, yet this person casually waved about without the Pope saying anything. Lu Gao looked at Tang Qingxi with some suspicion. "Who are you?" "My disciple, and also the one I told you about, the one who drew the blueprints." BB Dong answered for Tang Qingxi. 3 years ago, I sent someone to invite you. They should have brought the hidden weapon blueprints at that time," Tang Qingxi casually remarked. Seeing that the parts had no issues or missing pieces, she took out a completely black box that subtly reflected golden light under the illumination and began to put the parts inside one by one. "Where did you learn the method to manufacture such weapons?" Lu Gao couldn't believe that Tang Qingxi could create such weapons. Tang Qingxi smiled upon hearing this. "Is it possible for you to tell me?" Lu Gao fell silent for a moment, and then stopped dwelling on the question. "I have seen the finished product of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and tried to assemble these parts. But why can't I succeed in assembling it? Can I take apart that Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and have a look?" Lu Gao had a great curiosity about this hidden weapon and just wanted to explore everything clearly. Tang Qingxi almost rolled his eyes. "It's impossible. This Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle cannot be restored once disassembled. Do you want to take it apart? Give me double the materials used to make this hidden weapon, and I'll let you disassemble one. Or, if you guarantee that it can't be restored, then you need to compensate me with double the materials. If you can restore it, then I'll admit you're impressive. Dismantle whatever you want." Lu Gao instantly fell silent. The preciousness of the ores needed for this hidden weapon surprised him greatly. With his status, he couldn't easily provide double the materials, and he wasn't confident he could restore it for sure. "Can you assemble these? Do you have the assembly instructions? Can I see them?" "Not at all. If I didn't have confidence that you possessed the schematics and that you couldn't create a finished product on your own, I wouldn't even let you touch the schematics. You should understand the importance of such weapons. Without loyalty, how could you access the core?" In fact, most people wouldn't be able to learn her assembly techniques just by watching, but Tang Qingxi still wanted to show some respect for Lu Gao's level. After all, he was reputed to be a master craftsman, and the parts were made so perfectly that he couldn't underestimate him. "It doesn't matter if you won't pledge loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Just be loyal to me. If you're willing, I will teach you everything." Lu Gao had already demonstrated his substantial value with the parts he had made. Tang Qingxi didn't mind being refused. Such talent was worth pursuing. "Only loyal to you?" Lu Gao glanced at BB Dong, whose expression showed no signs of change. Could he really say that in front of the Pope, directly dismissing the Spirit Hall? "That's right. You won't have to stay in the Spirit Hall anymore. I have another place where you can access and study other types of hidden weapons. You can dismantle those as you like." Tang Qingxi had already stored the parts and directly closed the box. Chapter 63. 1,000 searches for death. I'll think about it. Lu Gao hesitated for a moment, choosing to explore other questions first. "What do you plan to do with that box?" He was quite interested in the black box in Tang Qingxi's hand. It was also made from a type of, or that couldn't be easily forged. And he noticed a bloody smell when the box was opened. What do you think? Since I need to consider, why should I tell Lu Gao? Then, what about the knife blank said to have been smelted for several years under that furnace? How many people did you sacrifice for that knife blank? It's quite sinister. Why do you want to create such a sinister weapon? Lu Gao asked again. I haven't sacrificed anyone. It was just nourished with blood. As for why I want to make it, would you believe me if I said it's to slay gods? Tang Qingxi smiled and looked up at Lu Gao. Just using blood to nourish it. How could it possibly be so sinister? Lu Gao couldn't believe that at all. And what about slaying gods? Are you joking? Fine. If you don't want to answer, I won't ask. That depends on whose blood it is and the strength of that person. But indeed, sooner or later, I'll need to sacrifice 2 living people, and they need to be at the title Douluo level. After saying that, Tang Qingxi smiled meaningfully and walked out. I'm going to assemble. Keep the fire in the furnace going for me. You can continue forging the parts with the remaining materials. Such a short time is simply not enough to forge a rainstorm pear blossom needle. It's only because some parts were already made with leftover materials that all the necessary parts for a rainstorm pear blossom needle could be gathered. Bibi Dong followed Tang Qingxi out and arrived at Tang Qingxi's own residence next door. Tang Qingxi sat at the table and began assembling the parts in the box. Her hands moved at lightning speed, creating afterimages. Bibi Dong sat nearby, and the white cat that jumped onto the table after Tang Qingxi took her seat both stared intently without blinking. Tang Qingxi gradually assembled the parts in her hands, and the hidden weapon began to take shape, becoming complete piece by piece. After a long time, a complete rainstorm pear blossom needle appeared in Tang Qingxi's hand, exuding sharpness and danger. The white catarou's gaze became somewhat dazed as she stared blankly at Bibi Dong. Can you understand it? Bibi Dong nodded, but it will take time to fully learn. Aru slumped onto the table, weakly saying, I really don't have this talent. It makes me dizzy. Each has their strengths, and it's unnecessary to force understanding. Ning Fengqin's talent is indeed rare. Tang Qingxi examined the rainstorm pear blossom needle in her hand, confirmed there were no issues, and then placed it back in a box. Bibi Dong fell silent. It was this kind of talent that transformed her from Ning Fengqin into Bibi Dong, trapping her in the spirit hall. All right, I'll go get the blood, Tang Qingxi said as she stood up. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, and she sneered, Go ahead. Tang Qingxi took out a short knife, weighed it in her hand, and then walked towards the wall with the box. Why did she always dislike living in her own place? It was because there was something in that residence that she couldn't stand. But there was no choice. For safety and to avoid being discovered, she could only choose between her own place and Bibi Dong's. Keeping it at Bibi Dong's was simply too repulsive for her. So she kept it on her side instead. Tang Qingxi stepped on the ground tiles according to a specific pattern, and after some operations on a nearby cabinet, managed to unlock the complicated mechanism. A whole wall rose half a meter, and behind it was another wall. Tang Qingxi pushed open the stone door on the wall and entered the secret chamber. The secret chamber was very dim, with only a faintly lit, everlasting soul guide lamp hanging on the wall, emanating a putrid and unpleasant odor. The entire wall of the secret chamber was covered with a layer of special material that blocked any probing. The structure of the secret chamber was quite simple, with only a jade bed placed inside, on which lay a ragged person. Chains made of special material were wrapped around the person's neck and limbs, with nails thicker than fingers, over half a meter long, driven through the person's shoulder blades, wrists, and ankles, deeply embedded into the stone bed, with almost ink-like blood clots on the nails. Tang Qingxi walked up to the stone bed, her gaze cold as she looked at the lifeless person on the bed. It's been a long time, and I'm back, she said, revealing the short knife in her hand. Want to take a guess where this knife will land today? At this moment, the person on the bed finally showed some reaction, displaying an extremely complicated expression, a mix of regret and resentment, but ultimately only fear remained. Tang Qingxi placed the box on the ground and swiftly cut open the person's wrist. Blood immediately flowed out, pooling in a small pit beneath the wrist, then trickling down a groove to the edge of the bed, and finally dripping into the black box on the ground. Not allowing you to die easily was indeed an incredibly correct decision made by Fengqin. Blood of the title Douluo level is extremely useful. In the past, making the rainstorm pear blossom needle required the blood sacrifice of at least one person, but with your blood, only one box is needed, and it can be recycled. Tang Qingxi's merciless strikes stimulated this person. However, feeling the blood draining from his body, the person on the stone bed gradually sank into despair, staring silently at the dim ceiling. He could hardly speak anymore. Years of living in darkness had left him with no opportunity to communicate with others. Even when someone occasionally came in to feed and clean, they would first knock him out. The visitors were like phantoms, and he never even had the chance to see their faces. He knew who they were. They were once his subordinates. He just never expected that the title Douluo he had sent to Bibi Dong's side would ultimately become her most loyal supporter, indifferent even to seeing him imprisoned here. He never imagined he would end up in such a situation. Tang Qingxi patiently waited, occasionally adding another cut to his wrist. When the blood in the box overflowed and filled it completely, he took out a bottle of powder and poured it over. This powder had excellent hemostatic effects and could work on a title Douluo without issue, though it did sting a little. The person on the stone bed immediately began to convulse in pain. But that wasn't the end. Tang Qingxi then casually sliced a piece of flesh from his abdomen and used a short knife to drop it into the black box, making sure not to touch the person at all. After sprinkling some more powder, Tang Qingxi turned and walked out. He didn't provide any further treatment for the wound. The title Douluo at level 95 had strong recovery abilities, and it wasn't necessary, nor did he deserve it. Upon leaving the secret chamber, he watched the door close. Qian Xuanji's gaze returned to a state of dead silence. I forced this character to come alive. I was unwilling to let him simply die in a background story, even if it was very illogical. This is my personal will, so readers who see this, please don't discuss the logic or reasonableness here. Chapter 64, titled Douluo, Blood Sacrifice for Hidden Weapons. As Tang Qingxi exited the secret chamber, the mechanism of the door gradually returned to its original state, and he made sure to erase all traces. Bibi Dong stood up from the table and followed Tang Qingxi back to the forge. At this time, Lu Gao was not making parts, but was still studying the blade blank hidden beneath the flames in the furnace. Although it was called a blade blank, it didn't even resemble a knife. It was just a piece of, or that Tang Qingxi had been melting and nurturing at the bottom of the furnace. This was a piece of, or even more difficult to process than deep-sea silver mother, requiring a long period of calcination. Furthermore, this furnace was also used for the calcination and smelting of other ores for hidden weapons, with some scraps from other high-quality ores also mixed in. Tang Qingxi let him study, as long as he didn't touch the knife blank. Don't easily move that knife blank, or I'll send you in. After speaking, Tang Qingxi threw the black box in as well, and poured a bottle of blood into the furnace. This was the blood of a 10,000-year fire, a tribute soul beast, which could increase the temperature of the flames. Take the box out at this time tomorrow, and the stormy pear blossom needle will be completely finished. After a brief reminder, Tang Qingxi left the forge again. While Bibi Dong went to handle matters of the Spirit Hall, Tang Qingxi went to the warehouse to get some things. As she waited for the stormy pear blossom needle to be completed, she had nothing to do, so she took a row to wander around the Spirit Hall. While Qingxi was strolling, a voice calling her came from behind. Tang Qingxi turned around and saw a person approaching, their gaze calm. Is there something you need? The newcomer was dressed in the standard uniform of the Spirit Hall disciples, with long hair neatly styled behind them. Their enchanting, captivating eyes quietly gazed at Tang Qingxi, and then they smiled slightly. Long time no see, Qingxi. You finally returned. Don't hold a grudge against the elders. Now that you're back at the Spirit Hall, our golden generation will become even stronger. No team in the Soul Master competition will be able to rival us. Tang Qingxi was silent for a few seconds. Hulaina, you are overthinking it. The bet that has been established will not be changed. It not only represents my credibility as a disciple of the Pope, but also the credibility of the elders in the Elder Hall. I have only returned for a short matter and will leave soon. I have also prepared a team to participate in the Soul Master competition. And you have Xiaoyu and the others. You should work harder. Hulaina was taken aback. So you're just temporarily back? Quand we reconcile? We are both from the Spirit Hall, and I don't want to face you in the Soul Master competition. Moreover, you are a few years younger than me, and you had nearly 6 years of stagnation at level 10. Even if you were to participate in the Soul Master competition, it should be after my year. Not this one. You have accomplished what no Soul Master has done throughout history. Your talent is beyond doubt. The elders may just have some opinions about your initial insistence on not absorbing soul rings. Once your soul power cultivation rises, they will likely no longer feel this way. Hulaina said sincerely. Tang Qingxi smiled and waved her hand, saying, you won't be able to understand the real reason behind this. Instead of getting tangled up in these matters, it's better to focus on your own training. Those elders are forcing me to go out and form a team to confront the Spirit Hall, and whether we can maintain the Spirit Hall's dignity depends on you all. We may be a few years apart, but don't let that make you complacent and give me a chance to surpass you. Although the two of us are rivals, Tang Qingxi still generously offered words of encouragement. Hulayina was merely pushed out by the Elder Hall to stand against her. She wasn't necessarily leaning towards the Elder Hall. At least not before. Her talent is decent, so there is room for negotiation. As for whether she can defeat Hulayina, Tang Qingxi has absolute confidence. She already has the ability to fight above her level, and as one of the top powers in the martial world, she wouldn't be weaker in this realm. Moreover, Hulayina is inherently restrained by her. With the control-type Sky Fox spirit, her main ability is enchantment, which is nothing in front of Tang Qingxi. Just the purple extreme demon eyes of the Tang Sect can resist enchantment to some extent. And there is also a soul-shifting technique in the Nine True Classic that can directly counter it, which means Hulayina is thoroughly restrained. Sigh. In response, Hulayina could only let out a sigh. Tang Qingxi waved her hand and returned to Bibi Dong's residence. She casually took out the cold jade base and placed it on the ground, then sat cross-legged on it to consolidate her newly broken-through internal power. As the sky gradually darkened, Bibi Dong returned and saw that Tang Qingxi had just exited her cultivation state. She couldn't help but sigh. You really don't allow yourself a moment of relaxation. No, I also took a stroll around the spirit hall earlier, Tang Qingxi replied, although she had only wandered for about 10 minutes. By the way, how are those little ones from the so-called golden generation of the spirit hall, especially Xiaoyu and Hulayina? Have they shown any inclination towards Qian Douluo? Well, no, Bibi Dong shook her head. I usually take care of them. Qian Oliu's subordinates seem to have a hard time letting go of their pride. I haven't seen them do much. Pay more attention to them. After all, Tang Qingxi spends most of her time away from the spirit hall, and it's hard to say how much influence she has over them. We need to observe closely. After arranging the soft couch, Tang Qingxi chose to relax for a while and decided to sleep early, lying down directly on it. You might as well come sleep in a bed. I see you can't stretch out on the couch. I should have gotten you a bigger one, Bibi Dong remarked as she saw Tang Qingxi lying there with her legs slightly bent. No need. Tang Qingxi shook her head in refusal. I still have to get up in the middle of the night. As for the white cat-aroo, it had already jumped onto the bed and was dozing off with its paws tucked under its shin. The next day, Tang Qingxi checked the time, took out a black box from the furnace, and retrieved the storm pear blossom needle. After tempering it, the storm pear blossom needle was finally completed. After examining the needle in her hand, Tang Qingxi nodded with satisfaction. She then looked towards the tall building and said, "Think it over. If anyone is interested in pledging allegiance to me, come find me in Suatuwa City." Having said that, she left the forge. She had successfully broken through, made another storm pear blossom needle, and gathered the necessary items. It was about time to return to Shrek. Are you leaving already? Of course. You need to say goodbye to Bibi Dong before you go. Yes, be careful in the spear hall. Don't expose yourself under Qian Daoliu's watchful eye. Tang Qingxi advised with concern. Don't worry, I'll be careful. You also be cautious and don't let anything unexpected happen. I'll wait for your return, Bibi Dong said, even more worried about Tang Qingxi, especially since she was under Tang House scrutiny. Tang Qingxi smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about me. I have a life-saving method you gave me. After all, it can only be used once." Bibi Dong helped Tang Qingxi adjust her collar, feeling quite reluctant. Chapter 65. The dejected Tang Hao. After a round of farewells, Tang Qingxi took her white cat, Arua, and stepped out of the spirit hall. On the way back to Shrek, Tang Qingxi didn't rush. It took her about 10 days to reach the vicinity of Soto City. Unfortunately, it seemed that she might not be able to enter Soto City anytime soon. Tang Qingxi took a shortcut, avoiding the official road, and found himself in a dense forest. Ahead, a tall figure blocked his path. He wore a simple black robe, his disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders. His face was etched with the marks of time, and his murky eyes seemed to reflect a life nearing its end, despite appearing to be only in his 50s or 60s. Tang Qingxi looked at the person blocking her way, feeling very complicated. Is this how the mighty Hao Yian Douluo has ended up? Didn't you heavily injure Qingxi back then, and cause one of the two other titled Douluo from the Spear Hall to die and the other to be injured? Why does it seem like you've been completely defeated by Qingxi now? Tang Qingxi suddenly had no expectations for Tang Hao anymore. How could he end up in such a scruffy state? Earlier, when she found out about Tang Hao's whereabouts, she knew he was working as a blacksmith in a small village, thinking it was just a cover for his identity. But she really didn't expect him to be in such a condition. Tang Hao ignored what Tang Qingxi said and asked gloomily, "Are you from the Spirit Hall?" "That's right. What about it?" Tang Qingxi answered directly. She knew that Tang Hao had followed her to the Spirit City, so her identity was naturally clear. Tang Hao did not immediately take action against Tang Qingxi, nor did he do anything rash. Although he hadn't gone to the Stardow Forest, he naturally learned that Tang Qingxi had given an external spirit bone to Tang San when he returned. This made him more eager to understand Tang Qingxi's thoughts, rather than acting impulsively, as the weight of the external spirit bone was indeed too significant. Since you know what happened back then, are you not afraid that I will kill you on the spot? Tang Hao asked coldly. Who doesn't have some hidden cards when traveling outside? You can try to make a move. Tang Qingxi replied confidently. What exactly are you plotting? Tang Hao revealed the Hao Yin hammer. Tang Qingxi curled her lips and said, to be honest, I did have some intentions at first, wanting to discuss cooperation with you. You have a grudge against someone with the surname Qian, and I have my own grievances with him as well. However, I no longer have such intentions. I won't cooperate with a self-indulgent waste. But Tang San has good talent himself, and is a twin martial soul, and we have some connections in terms of mentorship, so I will still train him well before the Soul Master competition. Who do you call a waste? Tang Hao could no longer tolerate Tang Qingxi's words, and his expression darkened further, his aura gradually rising. You don't need to show off your aura in front of me. You know about my killing god domain. At your age, with a killing god domain, what do you have to show off? Tang Qingxi was not at all courteous when confronting others and didn't care about Tang Hao's strength. I'm still curious as to how Tang San, being your son, knows nothing and can still be fooled by you Xiaojiang. Is that really your son? Did you pick him up on the road? I've heard Tang San talk a few times about his childhood. Is it wrong to say you're a waste? You can't even keep your own wife. And you can't raise your son properly. What use are you really? If Tang San didn't manage to avoid becoming a waste, it would have been because of you. You were just a hindrance to him. Tang Qingxi truly wanted to scold him. If Tang San hadn't also come from another world, had memories, and was able to take care of himself, he would have likely ended up as a waste or even dead under Tang Hao's care. Tang Hao's Hao Yin hammer suddenly grew larger, with 9 soul rings appearing, the blood-red 100,000-year soul ring at the top shining brightly. Tang Qingxi waved his hand, and a magnificent 9-colored light burst forth, revealing a delicate pagoda in his palm. A similarly bright red soul ring circled above the pagoda, exuding an equally impressive aura, not inferior to Tang Hao's. Are you angry because you feel ashamed? Did I say something wrong? During Tang San's childhood, did you truly treat him well? Tang Hao stared in disbelief with his eyes wide open. 100,000-year spirit ring. How did you withstand it? He paused for a moment and then asked, have you experienced the sacrifice of 100,000-year spirit beast? Otherwise, with Tang Qingxi's spirit power level, it would be impossible to bear 100,000-year spirit ring. Tang Qingxi glanced at the white cat on her shoulder, which stood up, releasing its aura and speaking human language. She's just a bit special, and with my soul bone, she can carry my soul ring skills. Aru looked at Tang Hao with her head tilted, knowing that this person had married a 100,000-year soul beast and had a child, feeling a bit of admiration. But now knowing more and understanding Tang San's treatment, she couldn't help but doubt. Do you truly love that blue-silver emperor from the soul beast world? Do you treat her sincerely? Or is it just to deceive her for her soul ring and soul bone? Otherwise, why treat your son this way? I naturally love insincerely. Tang Hao's expression turned very ugly at such questioning, and he was also somewhat surprised. You are a 100,000-year soul beast? This is clearly just a 10,000-year soul beast, and the soul ring and soul bone have been absorbed. You should have died long ago. Qingxi and Bibi Dong revived me. Has the blue-silver emperor completely died? The vitality of the blue-silver emperor is famously tenacious. There are almost no beings that can kill her, unless they are gods. I wasn't sacrificed, but killed. Back then, Feng Qin was involuntary. After her body was annihilated, her soul revived and resided in the bodies of other soul beasts. Given the blue-silver emperor's vitality, her situation should be better than mine, and she might even retain her original body, right? You truly love her. Didn't you consider saving her, just falling into decline in a broken village? Aru's understanding of soul beasts is naturally unparalleled. Although saving a dead 100,000-year soul beast that has turned into a soul ring and soul bone might be unimaginable for the people of this continent, with Tang Qingxi, who thinks outside the fixed mindset of the continent, there is nothing that cannot be attempted. And because of Tang Qingxi's presence, Aru found Tang Hao particularly displeasing. Without comparison, there is no harm. Feng Qin and Tang Qingxi's situation was already difficult, trying every means to save their own souls, while Tang Hao was completely unproductive, especially when he spoke of love but did not treat their child well. It is hard not to think more about it. Tang Hao's expression was extremely complicated for a moment, but the aura around him indeed diminished, losing the obvious hostility from before. After a long struggle, he finally asked, "How did you do it? How can you have consciousness and be able to act and communicate with others?" In response, Aro remained silent and merely glanced at Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi smiled sarcastically. "Want to resurrect the blue-silver emperor? Come back when you have a semblance of a person, when you're qualified and willing to cooperate with me. Only then will I consider it. After all, I have no obligation to help you." Tang Hao like this, to be honest, Tang Qingxi is also not at ease with the cooperation. It's really hard to say whether this person is useful or not. She indeed has no obligation to help, and the blue-silver emperor has nothing to do with her. Chapter 66, Shrek's New Members. What's going on with your martial soul? Previously shocked by Tang Qingxi's 100,000-year soul ring, and then arguing persistently about the blue-silver emperor, Tang Hao didn't pay much attention to the martial soul that Tang Qingxi had just revealed. As for what it means to carry a soul ring skill, Tang Hao didn't quite understand it either. Now that he calmed down and recalled, was a martial soul Tang Qingxi revealed a 7-treasure glaze tile? It looked very similar, but he felt something was subtly off. However, Tang Qingxi had already retracted her martial soul, and Tang Hao could no longer identify it. "You come from the 7-treasure glaze tile sect? Guess what? How could Tang Qingxi possibly reveal that?" Explaining the existence of this martial soul involves a lot. How about you let Tang Hao know? Also, if even a little news about me having this martial soul gets out, you can wait to collect Tang San's corpse. Tang San's usefulness here is quite significant. Without Tang San, Tang Hao might have come straight at him with a hammer after realizing his identity. To actually use Tang San to threaten him, Tang Hao's gaze grew slightly colder as he thought of Yin. "Who are you planning to deal with? Didn't I kill Qian Xuanji? Qian Xuanji still has a father, the great offering of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo. But with your current state, how much of a title Douluo's power can you really display?" Tang Qingxi looked Tang Hao up and down again, still unable to bear to look directly at him. It's impressive that a title Douluo can be in such a sorry state. "Can you really revive Ayin?" Tang Hao asked again. "I can't guarantee that I can bring her back to life. After all, I don't know her current situation. But I did manage to revive a 100,000-year soul beast. Although it hasn't been fully revived yet, it can at least run, jump, and speak. However, this is not the time to discuss that. You currently don't have the value to make me put in the effort. I wasn't really counting on collaborating with you anyway." After saying this, Tang Qingxi directly walked past Tang Hao. Tang Hao did not stop him, just standing in place lost in thought. Tang Qingxi did not return to Shrek Academy immediately, but first went to the blacksmith shop in the city, and then left the city again. He traveled all the way to the deep mountains outside the city, passing through a cave hidden among the bushes and vines. Before him was a deep mountain path, often lit by torches, the flames illuminating the path and revealing many holes in the mountain wall. Tang Qingxi walked in leisurely with her hands behind her back. Changzong spent most of his time in the city and didn't often come here, so he had to be much more careful while walking. After all, one misstep could be fatal. When she reached the end of the mountain path, her vision suddenly opened up, and the sound of clanging metal echoed in the air. In front of her was a massive dome-shaped cave where a group of boys and girls, ranging from their teens to their 20s, were practicing sparring on the open ground. There were also several hollowed-out caves on both sides, from which the sound of metal striking was emanating. This must be the last batch of hidden weapons, right? Calculating the time, with her coming and going plus the time spent on breakthroughs, more than a month had passed. Not bad, Changzhou nodded. Tang Qingxi glanced at the people practicing, and upon seeing her, they all stopped and knelt on one knee, greeting her. "Greetings, miss. Everyone take a break. I'll be assessing you soon." Tang Qingxi waved her hand, signaling them to rest, and then instructed Changzhou, "Make sure to tally everyone's current soul power levels." "Yes, miss." After that, Tang Qingxi went to the forging department to take a look. She inspected the quality of the hidden weapon parts, and the quality was still relatively good. However, this batch of people could only produce more basic hidden weapons. She really wanted Lu Gao to come over to oversee the forging, as with Lu Gao's skills, a lot more advanced hidden weapons could be made. At the very least, Tang Qingxi's requirements for her subordinates weren't just to equip them with a set of hidden weapons similar to those of the 7-treasure glaze tile school. They needed to be stronger, but those were indeed difficult to forge, and some even required her to assemble them personally, which was quite troublesome. Lu Gao's situation at the Spirit Hall was also problematic. Once the parts for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom needles were finished, she would have to find time to go back to assemble them, or have the parts sent over, both of which were inconvenient. After quickly assembling 2 Zhuge crossbows, Tang Qingxi walked out again. After about half an hour, she instructed Changzong to call everyone out. There weren't many people. Tang Qingxi had always prioritized quality over quantity, and many had been eliminated over the years. Now, only 18 remained. Those over the age of 23 stepped forward and line up on the side. This group would exceed the age limit when the Soul Master competition began, so they were naturally not taken into consideration. When Tang Qingxi was selecting people, there was a bit of an age gap, and later she added a batch of older individuals. Otherwise, training from a young age would take too long. As a result, nearly half of the people stepped aside, and she needed some of them. Those who had learned from Xiantian Baolu stepped forward and lined up on the side. Tang Qingxi really did not take this part with her, as they were needed here for assembling hidden weapons. The blacksmiths responsible for forging basically only made parts, while others handled the assembly. A few more people walked out, leaving only 7. Tang Qingxi held the soul power level statistics sheet that Chang Zong had handed over, calling names and arranging people for sparring. Some had sparred more than once, and Tang Qingxi had to consider what kind of people to pair with her current team. As the sparring came to an end, Tang Qingxi fell into deep thought. The 7 individuals looked at her with great nervousness. Tang Qingxi had brought them so much improvement, allowing them to experience an entirely new power. Among them were individuals who had been deemed talentless, with no future, or even classified as having a waste martial soul. Tang Qingxi had given them a new lease on life. Tang Qingxi prefers a more offensive style, with control from Tang San, agility from Zhu Zhuqing. And Xiao Wu also counts. For support, there is Ning Rongrong, but she doesn't have a support type on her side. As for range combat, she can fight both at a distance and up close. Gu Xiong stepped forward. Tang Qingxi pointed to the name of a soul master with a rolling pin martial soul on the list. It can be considered a useless martial soul, as it had no soul power when awakened. However, this person is particularly suited for practicing internal skills. The internal energy cultivated from these skills is equivalent to soul power in this world. Now at the age of 16, their soul power level is 32. Compared to Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, it is not much. However, this person was not just awakened and brought for training. They started at the age of 9 and had to adapt to the entirely different system of internal martial arts, beginning from having no soul power at all. When calculated, their cultivation speed is actually quite fast. Although the rolling pin martial soul is not impressive, it has undergone some changes after the first soul ring enhancement, resulting in an increased length. The second soul ring increased its hardness, and the third soul ring increased its weight, allowing it to be used as a blunt short stick. Chapter 67. The innately soulless young soul master. Although Tang Qingxi obtained the 9E manual from the Huashan sword debate, her journey to practice the manual was not smooth after its emergence. Instead, it stirred up a wave of blood and turmoil in the martial arts world, and news of it leaked out, attracting numerous people who coveted the 9E manual. Tang Qingxi couldn't remember how many people she had killed, but she had gained quite a lot from it. Both the inner strength of the Yihua Palace and the 9E True Classic were passed down with extreme caution, and now only Ning Fengqin, also known as Bibi Dong, had practiced the Mingyu divine skill of the Yihua Palace. Even the Xiantian treasure record of the Tang Sect was not something she would easily pass on unless she needed a group of people to create hidden weapons. However, during the initial turmoil, Tang Qingxi also acquired a portion of martial arts from other sects, and this part she casually passed on, as it had nothing to do with her. Useful was useful. Fortunately, her memory had always been good, and after obtaining it, she had thought about broadening her knowledge to enhance herself, so she had read quite a bit. What Gu Xiong learned was the dog-beating stick technique she obtained from the beggar gang, combined with a residual manual of the sun-setting skill from an unknown sect, and she also taught him some other staff techniques to help him refine and strengthen himself. Watching Gu Xiong practice, his strikes were fierce yet agile, suitable for strong offense. Next, Li Wenrui stepped forward. This girl was not a waste martial soul, but a genius with an ice sword martial soul and innate full soul power, showing great promise in practicing internal martial arts. Tang Qingxi had recruited her to research breakthroughs that did not rely on soul rings. However, she did not allow Li Wenrui to truly attempt a breakthrough without relying on soul rings, as Tang Qingxi discovered that perhaps only she had hope of achieving that, relying on her 2 top-tier internal skills. Now, at 15 years old, Li Wenrui had a soul power level of 35 and was strong enough to take the lead. Just the 2 of you, pack your things and come with me shortly. 7 people should be enough. Tang Qingxi didn't really need replacements, and she would try to keep her subordinates hidden as much as possible. Yes, Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui bowed their heads in acceptance. The other 5 showed expressions of disappointment. Keep working hard. You will be useful, don't let me down. Tang Qingxi encouraged them, and then selected a few from the group of those over 23 to serve as practice partners for a while before leading everyone away. She also assigned an extra task to those few. Tang Qingxi first took Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui back to Shrek Academy. By this time, it was nearly evening, and Tang San and the others had just finished a day of training and were returning to Shrek as well. Sister Shi is back. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to see Tang Qingxi, but she was usually reserved with her emotions, followed by Ning Rongrong, who immediately called out. Tang San and Xiao Wu also followed Ning Rongrong's gaze and ran to Tang Qingxi's side. They then noticed a young man and woman following behind Tang Qingxi. These two will be your future companions, Tang Qingxi introduced. Gu Xiong, with a rolling pin martial soul, has innate no-soul power, and at 16 years old, his soul power is at level 32. Li Wenrui, with an ice sword martial soul, has innate full soul power, and at 15 years old, her soul power is at level 35. Both are assault-type soul masters. Ning Rongrong felt as if she had misunderstood something. Did I hear that wrong? How much innate soul power does this brother Gu Xiong have? Full soul power, right? A rolling pin martial soul. Can you expect any soul power from that? Tang Qingxi shot her a sideways glance. How did he cultivate soul power? If he has innate no soul power, isn't it impossible to cultivate at all? Ning Rongrong widened her eyes in disbelief. Although Li Wenrui was younger and had a higher soul power level, Gu Xiong's uniqueness undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. However, Gu Xiong simply stood quietly behind Tang Qingxi, neither servile nor overbearing. Tang San fell silent, then looked at Tang Qingxi with a searching gaze. He knew that his innate full soul power came from the Xiantian treasure record. He wondered if Gu Xiong's was the same. Tang Qingxi nodded slightly. All right, everyone go back and rest. Tomorrow, I will let you get familiar with each other's martial souls. We'll gather at the cafeteria entrance after breakfast in the morning. After that, I will arrange practical training and other exercises for you. There are still spots available in the dormitory, so there is no need for additional arrangements. Tang Qingxi sent them away and was about to go back to rest. However, just after returning to her residence, Tang San came to visit. Miss, what's the matter? Tang Qingxi asked. Tang San scratched his head and said, Oscar came to me before, wanted me to ask you if he could participate in the training. He is willing to endure any hardship. Oscar? Tang Qingxi pondered for a moment and said, if he can take the hardship, then let him come. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power is still worth considering, but we'll see if Oscar is still as lazy as before. As for the training, she wouldn't refuse Oscar, but whether he would be included in the soul master competition would depend on the training situation. Having received confirmation, Tang San prepared to leave. Wait, Tang Qingxi called out to him and took out the storm pear blossom needle. Previously, she had to carry the storm pear blossom needle with her and had only let Tang San see it a few times. Now that she had an extra one, she gave it to him for research, but said, you can take it for research for about 10 days, but don't break it. Thank you, miss. Tang San held the sharp and gleaming storm pear blossom needle, visibly excited. Go back. Okay, Mississippi. Back in his dormitory. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun went to the Great Soul Arena again that night, but Oscar didn't go. He was curiously watching Gu Xiong pack his luggage. Oscar, Sister Shi agreed to let you join. Tang San informed Oscar of the news. Really? Oscar was overjoyed and then looked at Gu Xiong. Is this brother brought back by Sister Shi? Tang San nodded. Yes, he will train with us in the future. His name is Gu Xiong, with a rolling pin martial soul, 16 years old, and a 32nd level assault-type soul master. Hello, I'm Oscar, a food-type soul master. Oscar greeted Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong seemed taciturn, merely nodding in response. Wait, a rolling pin martial soul? Oscar suddenly realized. Tang San smiled and said, you might not believe it, but he has no innate soul power. Oscar gasped in disbelief as he looked at Gu Xiong, who had an ordinary appearance, but a resolute expression. Wow, I truly understand what it means to have no useless martial soul, only useless soul masters. How is this possible? To have no innate soul power and still reach the soul senior realm at 16. This is incredible. Gu Xiong finally spoke up, filled with admiration for Tang Qingxi. The young lady bestowed upon me the method of cultivation, granting me a new life. Chapter 68. The monsters under Tang Qingxi's command. What kind of cultivation method is it that allows someone with no innate soul power to cultivate? Oscar was extremely curious. I can't tell you, but it is indeed very mysterious. As Gu Xiong talked about Tang Qingxi, he became more talkative. The young lady can allow someone like me, who originally couldn't cultivate soul power, to cultivate. And she can also make those who already have high talent even stronger. Like Li Wenrui. She is the strongest among our peers. Who is that? Oscar was confused. She's also someone who trains with us, a girl, and you'll meet her tomorrow. I sword martial soul, innate full soul power, level 35 at 15 years old. Tang San introduced. Level 35 at 15 years old, in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu, who reached the Soul Senior realm at 12. It actually was considered very fast. Gu Xiong added, she also tried to break through without relying on soul rings like the young lady, but in the end, only the young lady succeeded. Li Wenrui was stopped midway and only got her soul ring to start cultivating. Otherwise, her soul power level should be even higher now. She is amazing. Her first soul ring is 1,000 years old, while mine is only over 700 years old. My goodness, Oscar was already stunned. Compared to Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui, what were they, the Shrek Academy students, even considered? Just the first soul ring was not comparable. What about the second and third soul rings for these two? Moreover, the appearance of these two was a living proof of how effective Tang Qingxi's teaching and training were. Tang Qingxi once said that it is highly likely for Tang San and the others to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 40. Oscar feels that his current choice is incredibly wise. Tang San has always had great confidence in Tang Qingxi's training abilities, having witnessed them back in the Tang Sect. When facing Oscar's astonished expression, he merely smiled. After receiving Tang San's response, that evening, Oscar went to speak with Dean Flander about the matter. Flander felt quite helpless about it, as it seemed Tang Qingxi had managed to recruit another person, which would be a significant blow to Yu Xiaojiang. Oscar, have you thought this through? Dean, sister, she brought back two people, one of whom has a useless martial soul, a rolling pin, and no innate soul power. But now, thanks to Sister Shi, he has already reached the Soul Sage realm. Gu Xiong's existence made Oscar even more resolute in his choice. What did you say? Even with Flander's experience and age, he found it hard to believe. How could this be possible? Moreover, the two people brought by Sister Shi had first soul rings of 700 years and 1,000 years, respectively. Tang Qingxi had already provided proof of her claims. While Yu Xiaojiang seemed impressive, having nurtured Tang San, who possessed a blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang San had innate full soul power. This was nothing compared to Gu Xiong, who had a useless martial soul and no innate soul power. Additionally, some of Yu Xiaojiang's theories had already been overturned by Tang Qingxi with solid evidence. The comparison of their abilities in training was clear. So Dean, I really want to train with Sister Shi. Oscar bent down. After all, he had been a Shrek for several years and had deep feelings for it, not wanting to go against Flander. However, seeing the improvements of Tang San and the efforts of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to catch up, he felt motivated and considered his own future. Flander was momentarily speechless. How could he discuss this with Yu Xiaojiang? Xiao Ao, don't rush. Let's see how things go tomorrow. All right? He wasn't sure about the situation of the two people Tang Qingxi brought, and it wasn't suitable to go find them at night. It would be better to wait until tomorrow. Oscar hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the girls' dormitory, Xiao Wu and the others were curiously watching Li Wenrui. However, compared to Gu Xiong's dullness, she spoke more when it came to Tang Qingxi. Her personality was entirely cold, unwilling to say a single extra word, quietly packing her belongings. Sister Wenrui, let us help you, said Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, wanting to get closer to her since she was someone Tang Qingxi brought. However, Li Wenrui just shook her head. No need, I don't have much luggage. After saying that, she continued to pack by herself. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu wanted to help, but didn't know how to start. Zhu Zhuqing, whose personality was similar to Li Wenrui's, was also curious and joined in observing. With a soul power level of 35, she ranked just behind Dai Mubai at Shrek based on soul power alone. However, those under Tang Qingxi, in terms of strength, were likely only second to Tang Qingxi and definitely stronger than Dai Mubai. This put some pressure on Zhu Zhuqing, as she and Ning Rongrong were the only ones who had not yet reached level 30. Tang Qingxi was already strong enough, and without a doubt, after this trip, her soul power level had reached level 30, so she had to work even harder. Therefore, after Zhu Zhuqing took a quick look, she returned to her room to meditate and cultivate her soul power. The next morning, when everyone went to the cafeteria for breakfast, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who returned to the academy late, learned that Tang Qingxi had brought back two people, although these two were not considered Shrek Academy students. Since they were brought into the academy by Tang Qingxi, and their dormitory and meals were all funded by her, no one could really say anything against her arranging for them to come in. Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder were also very curious about the two people Tang Qingxi had brought back. After finishing breakfast, when Tang San and the others gathered. They brought Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to watch from the side. At this time, Oscar was still with Yu Xiaojiang and had already explained things to Tang Qingxi during breakfast. They all displayed their martial souls, starting with Tang San for self-introductions. Tang Qingxi said, everyone showcased their martial souls, with the martial souls manifested. Among them, Tang San's blue silvergrass and Gu Xiong's rolling pin seemed particularly eye-catching. Tang San. My name is Tang San. I'm 12 years old and almost 13, with a martial soul blue silvergrass, a level 33 control system soul master. Xiao Wu. I am Xiao Wu, 12 years old, with a beast martial soul rabbit, a level 33 attack system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. I am 12 years old, with a beast martial soul ghostly cat, a level 29 agility attack system soul master. Then there's Ning Rongrong. My name is Ning Rongrong. I am 12 years old, with the tool martial soul 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, a level 28 support system soul master. After the 4 of them finished their introductions, Gu Xiong spoke up. My name is Gu Xiong. I am 16 years old, with the tool martial soul rolling pin, a level 32 attack system soul master. Then Li Wenrui. My name is Li Wenrui. I am 15 years old, with the tool martial soul eye sword, a level 35 attack system soul master. Unsurprisingly, a shocked voice, not the first time this has happened, came forth. A rolling pin martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat surprised. Is this a similar situation to Tang San? He had researched and seen rolling pin martial souls, and almost none could cultivate. Even if a few had innate awakened spirit power of level 1 or 2, they couldn't reach the soul ancestor realm at this age. Chapter 69. Yu Xiaojiang, whose face hurts. At this moment, except for Tang Qingxi and Li Wenrui, everyone was examining the martial soul displayed in Gu Xiong's palm, a wooden stick that was not even as long as an arm, truly resembling a rolling pin. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but step forward to examine it closely, confirming that this martial soul was indeed a rolling pin. He couldn't help but excitedly ask Gu Xiong, "What is your innate spirit power level?" This would undoubtedly become very important information. Tang Qingxi glanced at Yu Xiaojiang expressionlessly. She had already mocked him before and had no interest in doing it again. It was meaningless. When Gu Xiong was asked, he honestly replied, innately without soul power. No soul power? Yu Xiaojiang frowned upon hearing this. It was impossible. Don't joke around. How much innate soul power do you actually have? I have methods for those without soul power to cultivate, applicable to both those with no soul power and those with full soul power. That's why I don't allow you to interfere with my training. You can at most provide them with conventional improvements, while I can help them break the norm. Moreover, both Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui absorbed soul rings that were beyond limits. Li Wenrui's third soul ring was nearly 5,000 years old, which is also the basis for setting the goal of a 10,000-year fourth soul ring for them. Furthermore, the requirements for Li Wenrui's fourth soul ring are even higher. It can't just be slightly over 10,000 years unless there are truly no suitable options to lower the requirements. What I can do goes beyond this. My cultivation methods can even enable support-type soul masters to possess combat power. Tang Qingxi said calmly. Upon hearing her words, Oscar's eyes suddenly lit up. With his already firm resolve, he could no longer hold back. He looked at Flander, his expression anxious, and showed a hint of apology. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was still immersed in the impact of Tang Qingxi's words when Oscar spoke up first. Teacher Yu Xiaojiang, I'm sorry, but I plan to train with Sister Shi next. Oscar's decisive statement caught the attention of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were also affected by the situation. The two of them felt a bit tempted, but Ma Hongjun was still afraid of Tang Qingxi, while Dai Mubai was concerned whether Tang Qingxi would accept them. They decided to observe Oscar's request first to see if Tang Qingxi would agree. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang turned around abruptly, trembling slightly. Was the gap between him and Tang Qingxi really that big? Gu Xiong's martial soul was indeed the Do rolling pin, which was rare even for awakening soul power. Similar to the situation with blue silvergrass, he still held a small hope that Gu Xiong was a dual martial soul like Tang San, which could validate his theory. But it was clear that this was not the case. Now, even his own students had started to trust Tang Qingxi's teachings more. He had once confidently believed that the comparison between their teaching would show his own abilities. In the end, the comparison indeed showed that Tang Qingxi was superior, and the students had already made their choice. Feeling deeply impacted, Yu Xiaojiang staggered back a step, his face pale. Flander quickly supported Yu Xiaojiang and said with concern, Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang felt dizzy, and Tang San couldn't help but worry as he stepped over to Yu Xiaojiang's side. "Teacher, are you okay?" At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang still harbored a wish. If what Tang Qingxi said was true, then perhaps his martial soul could also be saved. Unfortunately, due to his pride, he was unwilling to lower his head to Tang Qingxi, and he thought that even if he did, it would be useless. Flander also thought of this. Perhaps it could help Yu Xiaojiang regain his spirits. Then Qingxi, is your training method also useful for Xiaojiang? Tang Qingxi glanced at Flander and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He really dared to ask, "Huh, don't you already know my identity?" Yu Xiaojiang is still alive, all thanks to his incompetence and Tang San's contributions. Is there any significance in asking this question? If his strength were to increase, I would rather not accommodate him. To save my life, I suggest we leave it at that. After saying this, he didn't even look at Yu Xiaojiang, but instead turned to Oscar. "Oscar, introduce yourself." "Okay, my name is Oscar. I'm 14 years old. My martial soul is sausage, and I'm a level 30 food system soul master," Oscar said cheerfully. Seeing that Oscar was accepted by Tang Qingxi, Dai Mubai immediately felt a bit tempted, but Tang Qingxi didn't even glance at him or Ma Hongjun. She casually tossed a piece of weighted inner armor to Oscar and waved her hand. "All right, come with me." Oscar was taken aback when he received the weighted inner armor. He actually got his own? He thought to himself that he would give it a try to see if he could wear it, as this was something that Tang San had eliminated. The weighted inner armor was replaced as Tang San and the others improved, and the discarded ones would be sent back to be melted down and made into other things. However, Tang Qingxi still had a few pieces left as backups. Although they weren't custom-made, they were essentially reserved for Oscar. She had a feeling that Oscar was quite clever, just a bit lazy before. If he could understand the pros and cons, he would always come around. "Not bad, I can wear it." Fortunately, Oscar's build was somewhat close to Tang San's, though the weight of this armor was a bit heavy. Even though he had trained a lot with Yu Xiaojiang, there was still a significant gap compared to Tang San. It felt heavy to wear, but Oscar wouldn't voice any complaints about it. As soon as Tang Qingxi called out, Zhu Zhuqing and the others decisively followed. Tang San, although a bit worried about Yu Xiaojiang's situation, immediately followed as well. Even though he didn't know what grievances Yu Xiaojiang had with the young lady, her hostility was clear, and he definitely did not dare to go against her for Yu Xiaojiang's sake. Doing so would only put his teacher in danger. If the young lady truly couldn't tolerate the teacher, he would absolutely be unable to stop her. Tang Qingxi left with her group, leaving Flinder and the other three standing in place, creating an awkward atmosphere. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the situation, realizing it would take a while to recover. Flinder also had a grim expression and, seeing the situation, first instructed Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, "You two conduct self-training." After saying that, he supported Yu Xiaojiang and left. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun stood there, looking at each other. Ma Hongjun felt apprehensive, but he was somewhat dissatisfied with the situation. Originally, we still had Xiao Ao and the others, and the atmosphere in the academy was quite good. Ever since Sister Shi came back, it feels like everything has changed. Shrek Academy had clearly been divided by Tang Qingxi, and even Oscar had been won over. Dai Mubai's expression was also quite grim. He could no longer deceive himself. Now that Tang Qingxi's team for the Soul Master competition had enough members, she probably really didn't intend to leave a spot for him and Ma Hongjun. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt a sense of crisis. In the past, without hope, he had indeed chosen to fall, but now, not only was there Tang Qingxi's strength, but also Tang San and a bunch of other monsters. With hope, he wanted to fight for it, but unfortunately, he found that he seemed to have no room to compete, which was quite painful. Chapter 70. The formation of the Shrek 8 monsters. Tang Qingxi arrived at the edge of the cliff with a slightly expanded team. However, by the time they got there, many people were already present and busy working energetically. Many trees in the surrounding area had been cut down, clearing a large open space, as if they were constructing some kind of facility. Tang San and the others were a bit confused about why this place had been occupied. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi bringing people over, the few who were supervising and busy with work stopped what they were doing and knelt down, saying, "We meet the young lady." Tang Qingxi waved her hand and said, "You all continue." "Yes. Which family's young lady is Sister Shi from?" Ning Rongrong asked with great curiosity. The people brought by Tang Qingxi all called her that. Moreover, she suddenly remembered that when they were in the Starry Forest, Tang San seemed to have called her that in a moment of urgency as well. Tang Qingxi glanced at Ning Rongrong with a half-smile, remaining silent. Ning Rongrong shrank her neck and said, "Sister Shi, I won't ask anymore." Tang San, Ning Rongrong, you two team up to face Li Wenrui. This is a sparring match to help you familiarize yourselves with your respective martial souls and combat skills. Li Wenrui is not allowed to attack Ning Rongrong, and Tang Sect is not allowed to use hidden weapons. There are no other restrictions. Everyone else, watch closely. Tang Qingxi brought them to the prepared open space, stood at the edge, and pointed out the three people for the sparring. Tang Sect and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance, and he stepped forward to the open space, signaling for Ning Rongrong to stay in place. This was actually a spar between him and Li Wenrui, but the young lady must have felt that the gap between them was too large, so she asked Ning Rongrong to assist him. Li Wenrui then came to stand opposite Tang Sect. They each revealed their martial spirits. Tang Sect's blue-silver grass gently swayed in his palm, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared. Ning Rongrong also released her martial spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile, which shone brightly, and 2 yellow soul rings lit up immediately. The 7 treasures are famous, the first being strength, the second being speed. 2 beams of colorful light were released and fell onto Tang Sect. Li Wenrui flipped her wrist and grasped her martial spirit, the ice sword, with 3 purple soul rings looking particularly impressive, then extended her hand to signal, "Please." Tang Sect was also not polite. The first spirit ring lit up, and from under Li Wenrui's feet, the blue-silver grass grew wildly, with spiky, vine-like blue-silver grass wrapping around Li Wenrui's body. Li Wenrui's first spirit ring lit up, and a chill emanated from her body, freezing the blue-silver grass into ice. With a spin, she broke free and then charged directly towards Tang Sect. Tang Sect furrowed his brows. This elemental soul skill that could affect the blue-silver grass seemed to make it difficult for him to cope. However, it was also because Li Wenrui's ice attribute was too powerful. Even the blue-silver grass, which was extremely resilient after being enhanced by 3 soul rings, was instantly reduced to something that shattered upon contact. As Li Wenrui approached, Tang Sect raised his hand, activating his 2nd and 3rd soul skills in succession. Numerous strands of blue-silver grass erupted from Li Wenrui, and although they quickly froze due to her ice attribute, they still managed to restrict her for a moment. Subsequently, a massive web shot towards Li Wenrui. There was no time to dodge. Li Wenrui's eyes sharpened as she thrust her ice sword, striking the connection points of the web. Her 2nd soul ring lit up, creating an ice shield that protected her while the web enveloped her. However, because of the ice shield, it could not make contact with her. From their initial confrontation, Li Wenrui had already realized that Tang Sect's blue-silver grass carried toxins, so she was naturally cautious about making contact. Then, with a slash of her sword, she directly cut an opening in the web and jumped out. The web was indeed not easy to deal with. She couldn't break it directly and had to attack its nodes while relying on the ice shield to freeze it again before she could slice through. However, what was a trouble for Li Wenrui was pure shock for Tang Sect. He didn't expect that even his 3rd soul skill could only restrain Li Wenrui for such a short time. How was he supposed to handle this? A control-type soul master who couldn't control their opponent was of little use. Seeing Li Wenrui swinging her sword at him, Tang Sect quickly used the Ghost Shadow Misty Step to retreat a couple of steps and intended to grab her wrist. If his soul skills were ineffective, he still had the Xiantian treasure record. But before he could use the Control Crane and Capture Dragon technique, Li Wenrui had already withdrawn and evaded. Dealing with martial arts from the Jianghu was even more effortless for her. She then counterattacked with another thrust, forcing Tang Sect to dodge first. Tang Qingxi looked calmly at the Xiantian treasure record. The martial arts within were actually quite ordinary, and the only noteworthy skill was the 100 ways of hidden weapons. Tang Sect possessed the ghostly shadow movement technique, but Li Wenrui had also learned a similar technique, her speed not much slower than his. She immediately chased after him. If it weren't for the speed boost given to him by Ning Rongrong, he would have been completely unable to cope at that moment. With no other choice, Tang Sect's back rose as 8 purple-black spider spears extended out, lifting him off the ground and avoiding Li Wenrui's sword strike. He left 4 spider spears to support him while the remaining 4 lunged at Li Wenrui. Li Wenrui raised her sword to block, and the sounds of clashing echoed, creating sparks all around. Tang Sect used the entanglement again, followed by the spider web, slightly restricting Li Wenrui for a moment. Then, 2 spider spears stabbed down. Li Wenrui twisted his body to avoid the spider spears, sweeping his long sword, and the 3rd soul ring lit up. A chilling sword energy was unleashed, directly slicing through the spider web and heading towards Tang Sect. Seeing this, Tang Sect's expression changed, and he quickly retreated while relying on his spider spear for defense. With 2 clashing sounds, Tang San was surprised to see his spider spear get cut in half. In the next moment, Li Wenrui's figure flashed, and her long sword was already thrusting towards him. Tang San was not one to back down easily. It had only been a few exchanges. How could he be defeated so quickly? He raised his hand, and with a flash of black light, an unremarkable hammer appeared in his hand, colliding with the incoming long sword. With a clang, both Tang San and Li Wenrui retreated several steps. Li Wenrui was also a bit surprised, glancing at the hammer in Tang San's hand and then looking at Tang Qingxi. Although Li Wenrui's background couldn't compare to that of Ning Rongrong and Tang San, it wasn't bad either, and she quickly realized. Twin martial souls. This is also the first time Tang San reveals his other martial soul in front of Ning Rongrong and the others, which immediately causes a stir. My God, Xiao San is quite secretive. He actually has a rare twin martial soul. Tang San wielded the Haotian hammer and immediately unleashed the chaotic wind. However, thanks to Li Wenrui's family background, she had heard of the chaotic wind and did not give Tang San the chance to use it. She charged forward directly and thrust her sword at Tang San's wrist. Tang San could only dodge and avoid, followed by another round of collisions. However, not long after, Tang San's face turned pale. Even though the Haotian hammer had not yet been added with a soul ring, just using the Haotian hammer consumed a tremendous amount of energy. And Tang San couldn't hold on for long. Li Wenrui didn't show it on her face, but Tang San felt a great deal of pressure. In reality, at this moment, Li Wenrui's wrists were also numb, but overall, her condition was much better than Tang San's. Chapter 71. Jianghu Martial Arts Gift to All Monsters. Alright, that's enough. Tang Qingxi directly called to a halt. Tang San immediately put away the Haotian hammer, panting heavily. Li Wenrui also put away her ice sword and moved her wrists. Let's take a break. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, and Oscar handed out a sausage to each of them. All right, Sister Shi. Oscar immediately stretched out his fingers. I've got a big sausage. After finishing his soul curse, he instinctively glanced at Li Wenrui. When they first heard his soul curse, Tang San and the others had all expressed their resistance. But this time, Oscar couldn't help but laugh, while Li Wenrui remained completely unfazed, calmly accepting his sausage. He glanced at Gu Xiong, who only looked at him with slight surprise, but at least didn't show any signs of resistance. Li Wenrui immediately retreated behind Tang Qingxi, while Tang San walked back deep in thought. When he hadn't even reached level 30, he didn't find it so difficult to deal with Dai Mubai, who had a higher soul power than Li Wenrui. Indeed, she truly was someone cultivated by a young lady. Tang Qingxi then looked at the others. Gu Xiong, you've sparred with Zhu Zhuqing before. Shall we go 2 against 1? Xiao Wu asked hesitantly. Li Wenrui's soul power was higher than Tang San's, and with Ning Rongrong's support, it wasn't unreasonable, but her soul power was still higher than Gu Xiong's. Yes, don't worry about it. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly. Gu Xiong had already walked to the open area to wait, and Zhu Zhuqing also stepped out, so Xiao Wu had no choice but to follow. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing activated their martial souls, while Gu Xiong revealed his rolling pin. The soul rings lit up, and the originally wooden rolling pin began to elongate, transforming into a black short stick that he held in his hand. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing charged forward simultaneously, with Zhu Zhuqing reaching first, her cat claws swinging fiercely toward Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong blocked with the stick, leaving no gap for Zhu Zhuqing to land her attack. Then Xiao Wu arrived, swinging her long whip in an attempt to wrap around Gu Xiong and execute her waist bow technique. However, Gu Xiong deftly dodged Xiao Wu's long whip, striking at Zhu Zhuqing with a short stick, forcing her to retreat to avoid the blow. When Gu Xiong turned to look at Xiao Wu, she immediately used her second soul skill, Charm. Gu Xiong's body paused, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he quickly closed his eyes, channeling his internal energy. Hearing the sound of the long whip slicing through the air, he raised his short stick to block and stepped back, causing the long whip to wrap around the stick. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to attack again, but Gu Xiong used brute force to dodge, sending Xiao Wu flying toward Zhu Zhuqing. He then struck the short stick with his palm, freeing it from the long whip. At this point, Gu Xiong opened his eyes, pointing the short stick at Xiao Wu's waist. Xiao Wu immediately felt a numbness spread throughout her body, unable to muster any strength, and stumbled as she was about to fall, but Zhu Zhuqing caught her just in time. Gu Xiong swept the short stick horizontally and continued his assault. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who had barely recovered, quickly spread out. Xiao Wu fixed her gaze on Gu Xiong and finally used her third soul skill, teleportation. In an instant, she vanished from her spot and appeared behind Gu Xiong. This time, The black scorpion tail successfully wrapped around Gu Xiong's neck. Sensing the force on his neck, Gu Xiong reacted decisively, using the strength to leap upward. He jumped so quickly that Xiao Wu couldn't execute her next strike before Gu Xiong had already flipped over her head and landed back on the ground, grabbing her scorpion tail. The two were in a standoff, and Zhu Zhuqing launched another attack. Xiao Wu refused to give up and charged toward Gu Xiong, raising her leg to kick him. Gu Xiong bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity, swinging the short stick down toward Xiao Wu's leg. At the same time, a flash of golden light surrounded him, blocking all of Zhu Zhuqing's phantom 100 claws. Xiao Wu used charm again, but Gu Xiong, having anticipated it, closed his eyes the moment their gazes met. However, the charm came unexpectedly, causing Gu Xiong's short stick to slow for just a moment. Xiao Wu dodged the short stick and with force tried to throw Gu Xiong into the air with her waist bow. Yet, she felt it incredibly difficult. Gu Xiong steadied his stance, using the short stick to stop her. The short stick then struck down hard, prompting Xiao Wu to quickly evade and attempt to withdraw her long whip. Gu Xiong didn't hold onto the whip, and they both retreated, disengaging. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood together, their expression serious. Gu Xiong spun the short stick rapidly, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, his fierce momentum pressing toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The two were forced to retreat repeatedly, and the dense attacks from the short stick made it impossible to find an opening to counter, pushing them to the edge of the open space. Gu Xiong stopped, holding the short stick diagonally toward the ground. "All right, everyone come back." Tang Qingxi called the people back. "How is it? Are you all familiar with each other's abilities?" "Sister Shi, he's really strong," Xiao Wu said with great emotion. "I feel completely helpless." Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, just pondering the techniques that Gu Xiong had demonstrated. Her attacks were all ineffective, and it seemed like he hadn't even used his soul skills much. Tang Qingxi took out several booklets, all about internal martial arts from the previous world, and made some modifications based on the learning and adaptation of Li Wenrui and others, making it easier for people in this world to understand. Besides Tang San, everyone else received 2 booklets. You can study these on your own after you go back. If you have any questions, come ask me. However, don't get too absorbed in it. This is just to assist you in enhancing your strength. Since you haven't been learning this since childhood, and it's not suitable for in-depth study now, you should still focus primarily on soul power cultivation and your martial souls. Learn as much as you can, and as long as you can apply it in actual combat to improve, that's good enough. Ning Rongrong flipped through the booklet in her hand and found it difficult to understand at first glance. However, after glancing at the other booklet, although she didn't understand how to practice it yet, she roughly understood the meaning of the content. Her eyes lit up immediately. "Sister Shi, is this what you mentioned before? A way for me to gain combat power?" Tang Qingxi nodded yes. "However, the extra practice time is up to you. Just don't let it affect your regular training." "Are Gu Xiong and the others practicing this? Does that mean I can be as strong as Gu Xiong and the others?" Ning Rongrong asked excitedly. "Not possible. Relatively speaking, your training is more basic and easier to learn, but its overall power cannot compare to what they are practicing. If you start training like them now, it will hinder your own martial soul's improvement. This is also a test of your talent. If there are those who adapt well to these practices and have great talent, I will consider giving you better options. This is also why Tang Qingxi is not planning to teach them hand in hand. It's not easy for people from this world to accept martial arts from another world. It's easier for those who start from a young age. But for those who pick it up midway, unless they have great talent, practicing some basics will be sufficient and will still lead to considerable improvement." Chapter 72. Comprehensive Training. Next, I will announce your training plan. The training equipment is still under construction. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong will arrange their own training. In the morning, you will continue training in the river. In the afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing will focus on enhancing agility and speed, while Xiao Wu will work on agility and strength. Ning Rongrong and Oscar will continue to strengthen their physical intensity, and during this time, the use of soul power is allowed. Train for 1 hour and cultivate for 1 hour. Tang Qingxi announced a training direction after everyone, but Tang San was notably absent. She looked at Tang San and said, "Tang San, your training will be different from theirs." "Sister Shi, what kind of training will it be?" Tang San asked curiously. Tang Qingxi took out the distraction control method and threw it to Tang San. "You practice this in your spare time. As a control-type soul master, it will be useful. And from now on, practice your chaotic wind and spider spear. Start with chaotic wind, go practice directly under the waterfall, exhaust your soul power, ask Oscar for sausage, and then start cultivating. Your blue-silver grass is indeed special, but with your current soul power level, it's still too early to study this. Tang Sect only needs to practice a chaotic cloak to be comprehensive. I have grouped you together to prepare for the Soul Master competition. In the Soul Master competition, there are 7 players on the field, each with a specific role. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong will be the main attackers. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao will be the auxiliary attackers. I will provide long-range support and can both attack and defend. While Tang Sect will focus on defense to protect Rongrong, and Rongrong will serve as the support and work hard to increase her own survivability. Despite this, in a typical team, there's basically no chance for others to attack Rongrong. In the Soul Master competition, other teams are not much of concern. Our biggest rival is the team from the Spirit Hall. The 3 members of the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall are already above level 40. And by the time of the Spirit Master competition, they will basically all be at level 50. Tang Qingxi felt that these little guys needed a bit of pressure to understand that the Soul Master competition wasn't that easy, although it wasn't too difficult either. They were already over level 40. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were somewhat surprised. Their soul power levels were still around 30, with the highest being Li Wenrui at only 35. Over level 40 really felt a bit distant for them. After all, during this time, it wasn't just them working hard on their training. People from the Spirit Hall were also not slacking off. So let's work hard, and don't feel afraid. I'm here to train with you, which means I'm not asking you to fight opponents of the same level. Alright, the training facilities are not ready yet. So we'll train in the river all day today, and once they are built, these people will be your sparring partners in the future. And there will be practical combat practice time every day. Of course, at the beginning, you will just be their punching bags. Tang Sect, start your chaotic cloak practice. You will climb up on both sides of Tang Sect, paying attention to dodging and the impact of the water flow, and you can use your soul power. After saying that, Tang Qingxi directly sent everyone off to train. However, he specifically mentioned to pay attention to dodging and the impact of the water flow, which left everyone a bit puzzled for a moment. The water flow impact wasn't new. They had already experienced it, and everyone was used to it. What were they supposed to dodge? Was the difficulty being increased? Once the training began, they understood what was going on. Standing on the slippery and uneven stones with water from the waterfall pouring down, it was hard to maintain balance. And the inertia from the weight of the Haoyan hammer made it even more difficult for Tang Sect to stand firm. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong were also with them, and Li Wenrui rushed the fastest. As soon as she reached the bottom of the waterfall, Tang Sect called out and fell down. Li Wenrui quickly dodged, and Tang Sect, holding the Haoyan hammer, splashed a big wave in the deep pool. Li Wenrui, who had been quite elegant, keeping her upper body dry while crossing the river, got completely soaked by the splash. However, she didn't mind and continued climbing towards the cliff top. Gu Xiong soon followed, and at this time, Tang Sect climbed back up, learning from his previous fall to first adapt to the feeling of swinging the Haoyan hammer while standing on the stones. When the rushing water collided with the Haoyan hammer, he felt a tremendous force in his hands. Tang Sect barely managed to swing a hammer and immediately tried to stabilize himself. Just then, Gu Xiong, who had just arrived, got splashed in the face with water from the hammer. Tang Sect fell down again, and Gu Xiong quickly dodged. Meanwhile, seeing the situation at the waterfall, Zhu Zhuqing decisively chose to stay a bit further away from Tang Sect when the deep pool was present. She too was caught under the waves caused by Tang Sect's fall, surfacing after swallowing a couple of mouthfuls of water. Third brother, you've single-handedly increased the difficulty of our training. Zhu Zhuqing, after struggling to float up, wiped the water off her face and couldn't help but complain. Cough, cough. Tang Sect awkwardly coughed twice. The higher the difficulty, the better the training effect. After saying that, Tang Sect continued to make efforts to climb onto the stones. Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to quickly climb up and pass Tang Sect. The subsequent Xiao Wu and the others were also somewhat affected. Tang Qingxi looked at them and took out a blue, crystal-clear spherical gem from her bracelet, casually tossing it into the deep pool. An invisible wave instantly spread out, and then the entire deep pool turned a dark blue color, with a whirlpool quietly forming. The speed of the rotation was not fast, but it inexplicably brought a sense of pressure. Tang Sect, who was struggling to maintain his balance while wielding the Haoyan hammer on the stone, was stunned, staring at the deep pool below, confusedly looking at Tang Qingxi. You can feel it for yourself. Tang Qingxi did not explain what was happening. She also began her training, directly channeling her soul power at full strength, her figure swiftly darting through the forest. Xiao Wu and the others couldn't help but stop, but their gaze couldn't keep up with Tang Qingxi's speed. Only Tang Sect, with great difficulty relying on the purple extreme magic eye, could see Tang Qingxi's movements clearly. Previously, Tang Qingxi had either trained with them or cultivated on the side, never showcasing her true training intensity or real strength. At this moment, everyone was amazed by Tang Qingxi's speed. Is this really Sister Shi's true speed? Zhu Zhuqing murmured in a daze, only able to catch a glimpse of a series of afterimages. With such terrifying speed, what level of strength did Tang Qingxi possess? However, everyone also realized this and quickly returned to their training after a few glances. They were all curious about the changes in the deep pool, but when they re-entered the deep pool, they did not notice any difference. Although there was a whirlpool, the pressure it brought was not great, even less than the trouble caused by Tang's sand above them. But after swimming through the deep pool, they realized the difference. It was very tiring, extremely tiring. But it was not physical fatigue. It felt more like a mental exhaustion. Tang San, as someone who has fallen into deep ponds several times, was the first to sense the difference. This special feeling of fatigue made him suddenly realize that this time, it was a true comprehensive enhancement. If he wasn't mistaken, its effect should be to train mental strength. No wonder they were actually allowed to use soul power this time. Chapter 73. The Test for Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Qingxi stopped and noticed that many people had once again crossed the deep pool, and their speed in climbing the cliff had slowed down considerably. She smiled slightly. Looking at Oscar's current situation, it was evident that Yu Xiaojing's training had some effect, but unfortunately, he was destined to be incomparable to her. After all, it wasn't just a theoretical issue. In terms of resources alone, she was definitely not something Yu Xiaojing could match. After that, Tang Qingxi no longer paid attention to the situation over there, as she had already given the requirements and allowed them to train on their own. Any problems would be handled by others. The next day, part of the training facilities was completed. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu experienced the plum blossom poles, while others attacked them, resulting in quite a few falls. After a month, seeing that everyone had begun to adapt, Tang Qingxi increased the difficulty by adding a gravitational field. The internal martial arts she provided had clearly tested everyone's adaptability and the level of their talents. In terms of talent, the highest and most adaptable was Zhu Zhuqing, followed by Oscar. Xiao Wu had the lowest talent, or rather, the least adaptability. Perhaps like a roe, as soul beasts, they were ultimately different from humans. And it was indeed challenging to accept a completely different system. Zhu Zhuqing's talent could be said to be quite good, even making Tang Qingxi feel a bit reluctant to part with her talent. However, to determine what better internal martial arts to pair with her, Tang Qingxi needed to think carefully. And the biggest issue was that while she could casually provide basic skills, to offer something better to someone who wasn't her own, what justification did she have? In the evening, Tang Qingxi called Zhu Zhuqing to her residence. After pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Qingxi leaned back on the soft couch and asked, "What are your impressions of the cultivation methods I've given you?" Zhu Zhuqing sat up straight, her expression very serious, and she replied, as if answering a question, "I feel that my cultivation speed has slightly improved. This seems to be a complete cultivation method different from our past practice of only cultivating soul power through meditation." Here, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat puzzled. With such a complete cultivation method, why had she never heard of it before? What kind of identity and background does Tang Qingxi have to be able to produce such things? She couldn't help but ask Sister Shi, if this kind of cultivation method were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation. A sensation? Tang Qingxi smiled. You're the fastest cultivator among this batch of Shrek people, so you feel the difference. But in reality, people like Rongrong and Xiaowu probably can't feel anything yet. Moreover, this rate of improvement isn't actually that fast. The most basic methods won't lead to a very quick cultivation speed, which is why Tang Qingxi doesn't easily reveal advanced inner strength techniques. Of course, advanced inner strength techniques can't be mastered in just a month. Even Zhu Zhuqing might not have enough time in a month to understand their content, let alone cultivate them. The value of basic inner strength techniques does exist, and it's not low, but it won't be very high either. Techniques like her improved distraction control method can be sold, and many forces would be interested in buying it. But that's about it. These basic inner strength techniques still hold significant value for Tang Qingxi herself. They are great tools for winning people's hearts, and there's no fear of getting a traitor who would bring too much backlash. Advanced inner strength techniques are different. They absolutely cannot be practiced by traitors or people with impure intentions. Zhu Zhuqing, do you want to practice something better? Tang Qingxi asked directly. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened slightly, but she quickly calmed down. There are conditions, right? Sister Shi. Yes, Tang Qingxi nodded. What you have received is the most basic. In reality, it can't be compared at all with what Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong have, Not to mention that what they received isn't the strongest either. So, if you want something better, you have to obey sister Shi like Li Wenrui and the others, right? The relationship between Li Wenrui, Gu Xiong, and Tang Qingxi is clearly one that resembles a master-servant dynamic. Tang Qingxi replied, "No, they're my subordinates. This is one choice you have, and another choice is to become my disciple. However, this choice has higher demands and offers stronger cultivation methods. Everyone has different internal skills they can adapt to. In my previous life, as the master of the Yihua Palace, I still have the judgment for this. From my observation, Zhu Zhuqing indeed matches a certain internal skill, but the requirements are quite high." What requirements? Although there's only a 2-year age difference between the two of us, Zhu Zhuqing has already witnessed Tang Qingxi's abilities and even feels that she has only seen the tip of the iceberg, which makes her feel far behind. The master-disciple relationship is something she can accept, especially since the cultivation method offered is even stronger. I will observe whether you meet the specific requirements on my own. I came to see you today just to gauge your thoughts. After all, regardless of which choice you make, you will need to follow me in the future. Tang Qingxi was fully aware of Zhu Zhuqing's family background, and this was a decision that needed to be made. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before saying, "I have no problem following Sister Shi, but regarding my family, they cannot influence my decision, but I cannot guarantee that they won't interfere or try to stop me. That's not a problem. As long as you have that determination, it's fine. If you can meet the requirements, I will bear the pressure from your family for you." Tang Qingxi said straightforwardly, "Sister Shi is aware of my family background, right?" Zhu Zhuqing confirmed. Tang Qingxi nodded. "Okay, although I don't know what the requirements are. I will do my best to meet them," Zhu Zhuqing said firmly. Tang Qingxi tilted her head and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, saying that this request was not just about hard work. "I must remind you that if you choose this and do not meet the requirements, you will lose your first choice as well. I just hope to become stronger." Zhu Zhuqing had no reason to refuse a better cultivation method. "All right. I hope your determination to become stronger remains steadfast." Tang Qingxi smiled and said, "For now, focus on mastering the basics as quickly as possible. It will make it easier for you to practice better techniques later on." "Okay, Sister Shi, I understand." Zhu Zhuqing then returned to her dormitory. After Zhu Zhuqing left, the white cataroo jumped onto the soft couch and pawed at Tang Qingxi. "Are you going to take on another disciple? This girl does seem suitable. But whether she can meet the requirements is another matter." Tang Qingxi honestly replied that while she valued talent, she was not entirely optimistic about Zhu Zhuqing. Shortly after Zhu Zhuqing left, there was another knock on the door, and this time it was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai could no longer hold back and approached Tang Qingxi, asking, "Sister Shi, are you not planning to take me and Ma Hongjun to the Soul Master competition?" Tang Qingxi looked at Dai Mubai and said, "So, the first test has come. Dai Mubai, do you want to participate in the Soul Master competition? I really don't plan to take you with me, but you can come for training. Whether you can change my mind depends on yourself." Chapter 74. The request of the Great Soul Arena. The next day, after breakfast, Dai Mubai stood together with Tang San and the others. Yu Xiaojing noticed that only Ma Hongjun remained as a student, and Ma Hongjun was still a disciple of Flander. He thought that Ma Hongjun was staying for his own sake because of Flander's request, and couldn't help but say, "It seems I really can't compare to Tang Qingxi. Ma Hongjun, you should go over there too." Ma Hongjun felt a chill on his scalp. How could he dare to? He had once teased Tang Qingxi without thinking and almost got killed by her. That terrifying feeling of being close to death still left a deep shadow in Ma Hongjun's heart. "Teacher, I still prefer to follow you for my studies," Ma Hongjun said with a smile, rubbing his hands. He had improved a lot under Yu Xiaojing's guidance, and didn't he necessarily have to go to Tang Qingxi's side? Besides, he didn't have much ambition and wasn't interested in the Soul Master competition anyway. "Are you sure you want to continue training with me?" Yu Xiaojing thought that Ma Hongjun was staying out of respect for Flander, but it still brought him some comfort. "Yes, I'm sure," Ma Hongjun nodded repeatedly. "Good." A smile appeared on Yu Xiaojing's stiff face. "I will train you well." Tang Qingxi took the group to the cliff, and Oscar approached Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, you're here too?" "Yeah, why not? If I don't come now, I really want to catch the Soul Master competition train," Dai Mubai replied. "The key is that our current team really has a chance to compete in the Soul Master competition." When they reached the edge of the cliff, Dai Mubai also began training with everyone. However, as he trained, he started to feel something was off. He seemed to be too relaxed. Everyone else was wearing weighted inner armor, but he wasn't. Maybe it was because he couldn't wear the existing inner armor. But he also didn't have the training methods that Oscar had bragged about in the dormitory. Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he had always wanted to get closer to her, but they had been training separately before, and he only saw her twice a day. Now that they were finally training together, they were not even doing the same training activities. During breaks, he wanted to get closer to Zhu Zhuqing, but she immediately went back to training. It was rare for her not to go back right away. She was cultivating her soul power, and Dai Mubai didn't want to disturb her. Zhu Zhuqing was currently not thinking about anything else. She didn't know what Tang Qingxi's requirements were, so she could only do her best with what she could do. Dai Mubai thought Zhu Zhuqing was intentionally avoiding him, but in reality, she was just compressing her rest time and didn't have time to pay attention to him. Zhu Zhuqing, do you really have to avoid me like this? Once again, he found an opportunity to approach Zhu Zhuqing. Just as he reached her, she got up and walked toward the training facilities again. Dai Mubai impatiently called out to her. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with a puzzled expression. I'm busy training. What do you want? Why are you always avoiding me? Dai Mubai asked with a serious face. Zhu Zhuqing was even more bewildered. I still have to train. If you have something to say, just say it. If there's nothing, then go train. Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of arguing or explaining with Dai Mubai. Tang Qingxi had promised that if she was willing to follow her, she would bear the family pressure herself. So what was Dai Mubai to her? She had come all the way to Shrek for a reason related to Dai Mubai, but not for him. It was for her own future. She didn't want to end up being discarded or even killed by her sister because of Dai Mubai. If they lost in the end, neither of them would have a good outcome. And now that she had the opportunity to directly challenge this cruel family rule, she naturally put in all her efforts. After saying this, Zhu Zhuqing was about to continue training. Dai Mubai wanted to say something else and tried to hold her back. But now, although Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level was still lower than Dai Mubai's, her speed had become very swift. After sidestepping, she left decisively. Tang Qingxi saw Dai Mubai looking for Zhu Zhuqing and watched from distance. When she noticed Dai Mubai trying to linger, she coldly said, Dai Mubai, don't disturb others' training. Do you really want to train and improve yourself? With Dai Mubai's performance, how could she expect him to willingly take him to the Soul Master competition? When Tang Qingxi called him out, Dai Mubai's expression stiffened, and Zhu Zhuqing returned to her training area, leaving him no choice but to turn around and continue training. In the afternoon, a group of Soul Masters who often frequented the Great Soul Arena, hired by Tang Qingxi, came to work and spar with Tang San and the others. However, she was somewhat surprised that the person in charge of the Great Soul Arena also came and directly approached Tang Qingxi. Hello, the newcomer said politely with a smile. I am a supervisor of the Soto City Great Soul Arena. My surname is A.O. Supervisor A.O., I have some impression of you. Is there something you need? Tang Qingxi asked. Although Shrek's graduation requirements included silver and gold badges, she didn't care much about that. She hadn't been to the Great Soul Arena for a long time. While there were more people, it not only helped in gaining practical experience, but also made money. However, Tang Qingxi didn't lack money. She found the back and forth troublesome and time-consuming, preferring to spend money to buy time and hire people instead. Was it because of her relationship that the Soul Masters participating in the arena decreased? Did they come to find her? It is like this. Supervisor A.O. said with a serious expression, I represent the Soto City Great Soul Arena and hope to invite Ms. Tang, who has achieved 12 consecutive victories, along with your students, to participate in a team battle in the arena. Tang Qingxi raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, what is the trouble at the Great Soul Arena? Supervisor A.O. sighed and said, I'll speak frankly. 3 days ago, several noble families from Sutoa City brought in a team of Soul Masters, all composed of silver fighting Soul Masters. For 2 consecutive days, those nobles placed heavy bets on them, and they won without any suspense. Generally speaking, silver fighting Soul Masters are usually above level 40, but all members of this team are Soul Zune. The Great Soul Arena doesn't have any Soul Zune level silver fighting soul teams, and the copper fighting soul teams simply can't compete. If this continues, the Great Soul Arena can't bear the ongoing losses, and today those nobles increase their bets again. You have achieved a rare 12 consecutive victories at the Great Soul Arena, and some Soul Masters who came to fight said you also brought students, most of whom are quite strong and mostly at the Soul Zune level. They want to invite you to lead a team to battle, and the Great Soul Arena is willing to pay a reward. A Soul Zune level silver fighting soul team? Tang Qingxi didn't care about the reward, but after training for so long, it would be good to take the team out for some practice. I assume their soul power levels are not low. Most of my people are only in their 30s, and some haven't even reached Soul Zune yet. Chapter 75. Preparing for the Imperial Fighting Team, Supervisor A.O. nodded with difficulty. Indeed, not only that, but they also all have the best spirit ring configurations. They have a significant advantage in soul skills over the other teams in the Great Soul Arena. Supervisor AO also knew that some of the people under Tang Qingxi even surpassed the best spirit ring configurations. Moreover, those soul masters who mentioned Shrek and others had quite a high regard for these young men and women. Tang Qingxi's 12 consecutive victories were indeed solid victories in battles beyond his level. He had also inquired with another team that frequently fought in the Great Soul Arena, and back then, Tang Qingxi, even as a great soul master, could defeat soul emperors. Now, Tang Qingxi had already broken through to the rank of soul emperor. At this moment, with time pressing, he unhesitatingly applied to invite Tang Qingxi over. Miss Tang, your side is being invited by us this time. If you can achieve victory in this soul battle, the arena is willing to offer a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins, Supervisor AO added. 10,000 gold soul coins were nothing to Tang Qingxi, but she was already interested. 10,000 for each person? Supervisor AO was momentarily speechless, but seeing that Tang Qingxi did not seem to strongly resist his request, he gritted his teeth and nodded, yes. Although the initial plan was only for a total of 10,000 gold soul coins. The losses of the Great Soul Arena in the past couple of days had already exceeded that amount. A few more thousand could really help resolve the troubles faced by the arena, so it was not a big deal. Give me the information on that team. I want to take a look first. Having interest is one thing, but agreeing or not is another. All right, I have the information here. Supervisor AO immediately took out the documents. You can review it first and then reply to me. I will wait for your response. Supervisor AO was very accommodating. Although he had investigated Shrek Academy and found it seemingly poor, Tang Qingxi was not. With her daily hiring of people, it was unlikely she was short on money. Whether the gold soul coins could impress her was uncertain. He could only do his best. Tang Qingxi took the information and unfolded it in her hands, which neatly recorded the general information about the team. The team was called the Emperor Fight Team, consisting of 7 members, all of whom were holders of the Silver Soul Badge. The captain was named Yu Qianheng, with a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul, a level 39 attack-type Soul Master. The vice-captain was Du Yin, with a Green Scale Snake Martial Soul, a level 38 Control-type Soul Master. Team member 1 was Shi Mo, with a Black Tortoise Martial Soul, a level 38 Defense-type Soul Master. Team member 2 was Shi Mo, also with a Black Tortoise Martial Soul, a level 37 Defense-type Soul Master. Team member 3 was Yu Feng, with a Wind Bell Bird Martial Soul, a level 36 Agility-type Soul Master. Team member 4 was Ao Si Luo, with a Ghost Leopard Martial Soul, a level 36 Agility-type Soul Master. Team member 5 was Yi Lingling, with a 9-Heart Begonia Martial Soul, a level 35 Support-type Soul Master. All members had a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, with a Green Scale Snake, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and a 9-Heart Begonia. What are these people doing in Soto City? After reading the information, Tang Qingxi said with a smile. She was very familiar with these 3 martial souls. The most representative soul master of the Green Scale Snake was the title Douluo. Tang Qingxi also knew about Du Yin, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was even more noteworthy, being part of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect from the top 3 sects among the 7 great sects. And this person was also a relative of Yu Shaojiang. And the 9-Heart Begonia was a king-level support martial soul in the healing category. Miss Tang knows them? AO Supervisor sensed something in Tang Qingxi's tone. That's right, Tang Qingxi replied, but she did not explicitly state the origins of this group. This battle can indeed be fought, and it's good to have a preliminary encounter with the teams for the Soul Master competition. Since they were preparing for the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi naturally understood the possible teams that the more well-known academies might send. This team would most likely represent the Tiando Royal Academy and participate as a seed team in the Soul Master competition. The information in her hands was far more complete than what the supervisor of the Great Soul Arena had provided. I accept your invitation. I will bring people to the Great Soul Arena tonight. Tang Qingxi closed the information and agreed. Good. AO Supervisor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that you agreed. I'll be waiting at the Great Soul Arena tonight. Watching AO Supervisor walk away, Tang Qingxi paid the hired people and sent them back. Then she raised her voice, channeling her internal energy to ensure her words reached everyone's ears. Everyone stop training and gather here. In fact, Tang Qingxi didn't need to take action against this team, as she was confident in the people she trained. However, having not fought for a long time, she felt a bit restless and thought it would be good to get on the field and stretch her bones. Mainly, she didn't intend to let Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong take action. She should keep some things hidden. Hearing Tang Qingxi's words, everyone stopped training and gathered around her. Sister Shi, do you have any new arrangements? Oscar asked curiously. Tonight, I'm taking you to the Great Soul Arena to have a match with a team that will also participate in the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi said, handing the information in her hand to Tang San. A team for the Soul Master competition? Everyone immediately gathered to look at the information. Hiss. Oscar took a glance and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The lowest soul power level is at least level 35? The captain is also from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is a top existence among beast martial souls. Known as the strongest attack type beast martial soul, Ning Rongrong naturally recognized the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, and another martial soul made her expression somewhat serious. In this 9-heart begonia, we must quickly deal with this support-type soul master during the battle. That's right. 9-heart begonia is a somewhat special martial soul with extremely strong healing abilities and only possesses healing capabilities. No matter how many soul rings it has. It only has one soul skill, and it is a range-wide group healing skill. Tang Qingxi nodded and replied. As both being top existences in the auxiliary system of martial souls, Ning Rongrong was obviously well aware of the effects of the 9-heart buttercup. Not only that, but the Emerald Scale Snake martial soul. Some of you should have heard of it. That titled Douluo, known as the Poison Overlord, the Emerald Scale Douluo's martial soul. Is this person related to that titled Douluo? Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he asked urgently. That's right, he is his granddaughter. And those two Xuanwu turtle martial souls are also among the top defensive martial souls. If nothing goes wrong, this will be the seed team from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. In the Soul Master competition, you will have to defeat the teams from the Heaven Do region to encounter this team in the finals. I didn't expect them to appear in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. It's quite interesting. We can't miss this opportunity. I'll take you to bump into them in advance. Tang San and the others felt some pressure, but Tang Qingxi remained very calm. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong would not take the stage and would only watch from the sidelines. Now, everyone should rest and recover their soul power and stayed in preparation. Chapter 76, Pre-Battle Arrangements. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong are not taking the stage? Isn't this going to be difficult? Upon hearing that the two strongest individuals besides Tang Qingxi would not be participating, Dai Mubai suddenly felt a bit uncertain. Tang San and the others felt some pressure in their hearts. It was clear that this would be an assessment of the results of their training over the past period. Whether they could win or not wasn't a major concern. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong wouldn't take action, but Tang Qingxi was present. What mattered more was their own performance at that time. It absolutely must not be lacking. Tang Qingxi urged everyone to quickly restore their soul power and condition. Some rested while others cultivated, but their expressions were all somewhat serious. Regardless of their individual strengths, they had not yet engaged in any group-based practical combat. Tang Qingxi didn't say much, as she was also recovering the soul power consumed during the previous training. After a long while, when everyone had mostly regained their state, they exchanged glances, thinking about the battle they would face that night. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was somewhat complicated as she looked at Tang Qingxi and said, Sister Shi, I have broken through to level 30. Wow, you guys are amazing. There's someone who broke through to level 30 at just 12 years old. Oscar exclaimed in surprise. He had originally thought that reaching level 30 at 14 was quite fast, but these people continued to hit him with successive blows. That's right, keep working hard. Let's keep your level down for now, and in a few days, I'll take you to hunt for soul rings. Tang Qingxi was generous with her praise, acknowledging Zhu Zhuqing's hard work and impressive speed of cultivation. Okay, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough was a small episode, but everyone's thoughts were still mostly on the upcoming duel that night. Tang San studied the information that Tang Qingxi had just given him. The data was actually quite simple, but he had already understood the general information. Tang Qingxi saw that they had all recovered and then spoke up. Let's each share our thoughts on tonight's duel. I have just one idea. While others were still hesitating on how to express themselves, Ning Rongrong proactively spoke up first. Our primary target must definitely be that support-type soul master. The healing ability of a 9 hearts begonia martial soul is too strong. My father once said that the 9 hearts begonia is a miracle among martial souls. With this martial soul, it's hard to die. Therefore, once the soul fighting begins, we must first take her out of the battlefield. Otherwise, before her soul power is exhausted, we will find it difficult to inflict any damage on our opponents. Tang Qingxi nodded upon hearing this, but did not say anything, instead looking at the others. Zhu Zhuqing thought for a moment and then said at that time, I will try to get close to that support-type soul master to see if I can deal with her. The Soul Master with the 9-heart begonia martial soul really needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, just as Ning Rongrong said. In fact, the safest way would be for Tang Qingxi to make a move, as she would undoubtedly be able to handle that Soul Master without any issues. Zhu Zhuqing believed that no one on the opposite side could stop Tang Qingxi. However, Tang Qingxi did not express any opinion on this. So Zhu Zhuqing chose to step up, as she was the fastest after Tang Qingxi. But the opponents would definitely protect the support-type Soul Master. And her soul power level was only 30, and she had not yet obtained her 3rd soul ring, so she might not be able to handle it. Yes, we will try to hold off the others for you. Tang Sen also agreed, and the young lady had also mentioned that the 9-heart begonia martial soul was not simple and needed to be dealt with as a priority. He continued, in addition to that support-type Soul Master, their captain and vice-captain also need to be given special attention. That Soul Master with the blue scale snake is good at poison, right? A snake martial soul is not good at control, so she uses poison to control the field? That's right. Tang Qingxi did not express her opinion for now, observing their thought processes, but she had no problem answering questions, and Oscar's 2nd soul skill could basically not withstand the poison of the blue scale snake. At most controlling the toxin for a short period. Tang Sect is also skilled in poison. And earlier Tang Qingxi provided Tang San with a lot of materials for making poisons. A person skilled in poison must also know how to resist and detoxify. Tang San thought for a moment about the materials he had left and said, then I'll make another batch of antidote for the green-scaled snake venom later. He was uncertain about the potency of the venom after being enhanced by the spirit ring and whether his antidote would be effective. But with Oscar's sausage as a double insurance, even if it couldn't completely neutralize the venom, it could at least suppress the toxin to the greatest extent possible. In addition, he had another idea. After some discussion, everyone roughly settled on a tactic. However, they only knew the general characteristics of the opponent's martial soul and were not familiar with the specific soul skills. In actual combat, they would likely need to adapt on the fly. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi took the group back to Shrek Academy, planning to have a meal before setting off for Soto City. Flander and Yu Xiaojiang also knew that Tang Qingxi had been invited by the Great Soul Arena to face a soul fighting team. Since they specifically came to find Tang Qingxi, who hadn't visited the Great Soul Arena in a while, it was likely that the arena couldn't produce any other teams, and that team must be quite strong. The two were quite concerned and waited for their return, then went to the cafeteria to inquire about the matter. Tang Qingxi casually handed over the materials given by Supervisor AO. There are some acquaintances of a certain person inside. Such a team? Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat surprised and also speculated about the origins of these people, wondering why they would come to Soto City. The background of that team had already been clearly explained by Tang Qingxi. Yu Xiaojiang's attempts to be vague were completely pointless. Tang Qingxi was quite looking forward to this competition. After all, with Ning Fengji as a connection, he could completely secure a spot for the Heaven-Do Royal Academy to participate in the Soul Master competition. As an academy established by the Heaven-Do Empire, it at least holds 2 team spots. One seed team is directly promoted to the finals, while the second team participates in the preliminary rounds on the Heaven-Do side, competing for a spot in the finals. Tang Qingxi originally only hoped to secure a spot on the second team, but it wouldn't hurt to aim for a seed team spot as well. That would save a lot of trouble, as they wouldn't have to bully the teams from Tiando in the preliminaries. After all, most teams felt they were bullied by them during the Soul Master competition. With only a few teams able to put up a meaningful fight, Tang Qingxi had this much confidence. How do you plan to arrange it? We need to face teams with a minimum level of 35, Flander asked with concern. Qingxi, the 2 people you brought must participate, right? Unfortunately, the opposing team only had 7 members, so Tang Qingxi's side could only field 7 as well. Not everyone could participate. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi shook her head. No, Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong won't participate. What? Yu Xiaojiang frowned, somewhat disagreeing. Are you confident you can defeat them this way? Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but ask. It's just for training, not necessarily to win. Tang Qingxi was indeed confident. Regardless of whether Tang San and the others could win or not, she would support them. But she certainly wouldn't say it outright, wanting to ensure Tang San and the others gave their all. That's true. Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. The opponent was the Tiando Royal Academy, so there was basically no need to worry about them going all out. Winning or losing wasn't that important. Winning was good, but losing could also put some pressure on Tang San and the others to work harder. Since these students weren't under his direct management, Yu Xiaojiang didn't say much more. However, since this was the first time these students were engaging in a team battle, Flander and Yu Xiaojiang were very curious about what kind of strength they would demonstrate now, and they added, let's head to the Grand Soul Arena together in a moment. Sure. Without being micromanaged, Tang Qingxi felt quite relieved. The stimulation and setbacks of these days had indeed helped her grow a bit. After finishing their meal, Tang Qingxi led everyone on their way to Suatuwa City. When they arrived at the Grand Seoul Arena, they saw Supervisor Ao anxiously waiting at the entrance from a distance. He was somewhat worried that Tang Qingxi would leave him hanging, especially since no deposit had been paid. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi approaching with others, Supervisor Ao immediately felt uplifted and jogged over to greet her. "Miss Tang, you finally made it." Tang Qingxi paused for a moment, glanced at the sky, and thought it wasn't too late for her to arrive. "What's going on? Is a soul fight about to start?" Supervisor Ao didn't say it was scheduled so early. "Ah, no. Seeing that Tang Qingxi misunderstood, Supervisor Ao quickly waved his hand and said, "I'll take you to the lounge first. It will start soon, and I'll notify you." "Okay." Tang Qingxi responded and shot a glance at Supervisor Ao. Why was he acting so anxious? After all, they were a team specially invited by the Grand Seoul Arena, and Supervisor Ao had arranged a VIP lounge for them. The VIP lounge was very luxurious, covering an area of about 200 square meters, with huge, genuine leather sofas that could comfortably accommodate a dozen people. The entire room was decorated mainly in gold, looking magnificent. On the crystal coffee table in front of the sofa, exquisite snacks and various drinks were readily available. On the other side of the room, there was a large transparent crystal that had been specially treated to allow a clear view of the central main soul fight arena outside, while the outside could not see the situation inside the room. As they entered the room, Tang Qingxi, Dai Mubai, and the others were calm. But Tang San and Xiao Wu couldn't help but look around in surprise. Flinder, who followed them, was even more wide-eyed, wishing he could take something back. Supervisor Ao warmly entertained them. "By the way, let's give a team a name. I'll go register it for you. We still need to go through the process to participate in the soul fight, but of course, I'll help you handle it." A team name? Tang Qingxi was never interested in naming things, so she sat on the sofa and looked at Tang San. "You guys can come up with one." Tang San and the others began to think. "How about calling it Shrek?" Flinder suggested from the side. It could help promote Shrek's reputation a bit. Tang Qingxi didn't care, and Tang San and the others had no objections, so Supervisor Ao went to handle the matter. In another equally luxurious VIP lounge, 7 young men and women, each with their own unique characteristics and looking to be around 20, were resting inside. Sitting in the center of the sofa was a tall young man with long black hair, dressed in blue tight-fitting clothes. He didn't stand out much, but gave off a sense of danger. He was leaning against the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Next to him was a seemingly lazy woman leaning on his shoulder. She had short, deep purple hair that looked quite spirited, but her green eyes gave off an eerie feeling. By the window, 2 handsome young men with short golden hair were leaning there, chatting and drinking, looking very relaxed. On the other side, on the ground against the wall, 2 burly men with straight noses and square jaws were sitting cross-legged in meditation, giving off a heavy and stable vibe. Finally, in the darkest corner of the room stood a woman dressed in black, with her face covered by a black veil, her eyes devoid of any emotion. These 7 individuals were the members of the Imperial fighting team that Tang Qingxi's team was about to face. The young man and woman sitting on the sofa were the Captain Yu Tianheng and the Vice Captain Duge Yen. The 2 handsome young men by the window were the Wind Lark Soul Master Yu Feng and the Ghost Leopard Soul Master Osro. The 2 brothers meditating on the ground were the 2 Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters, while the woman in the dark corner was Yi Lingling, the 9-hearted Sea Tang Auxiliary Soul Master of the Imperial fighting team. They were waiting for the team battle to begin, and just then, the door to the room opened, and a person walked in. The appearance of this person made everyone in the room, including Captain Yu Tianheng, stand up and respectfully greet him. "Teacher." The man who walked in looked to be around 30 years old, with an ordinary appearance and simple clothing. His expression seemed a bit strange, which puzzled Yu Tianheng, who quietly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Teacher Qin, what's wrong?" Teacher Qin frowned slightly. "I just got some basic information about your opponent tonight from the City Lord. Take a look." Saying this, he walked over to the sofa behind the crystal table and sat down, producing a piece of cloth with words on it, which he spread out on the table. The members of the Imperial fighting team quickly gathered around. Upon seeing it, their expressions became somewhat strange. "Isn't this team specially invited by the Grand Seoul Arena?" Yu Tianheng said, in confusion. The information showed that only 2 people were above level 30, one of whom was a food-type soul master. The others had soul powers as low as level 25, but this person was special, having only fought 12 matches, winning all 12. and the 12th match was against a level 35 Soul Master with a significant level gap, which he won easily, considering she indeed has the ability to fight at a higher level. If we regard her as a Soul Master, then there are only two with Soul Master level combat power, and the food-type Soul Master has no combat power. How dare this team go on stage? Most of the team had participated in only 1 or 2 soul fights a few months ago, so the information was outdated. Qingming pointed to the 2 individuals on the information who had reached Soul Master level, his expression serious. Only these 2. One's information is from a month ago, and the other's is from a few days ago. It's hard to say what their current strength is. There is a lot of uncertainty, so you must not underestimate them. Even if many people's information is from months ago, a few months won't change much. The handsome young man Yufeng shrugged. Chapter 78. Don't underestimate your opponents. The Shrek team has 7 members and a Copper Soul badge, but in reality, only the captain with 12 consecutive victories has reached the Copper Soul badge. Does such a team qualify to compete with us in Team Soul fights? Vice Captain Duguyan read the information and was equally puzzled. Teacher Qin still thought it through. Don't underestimate this team. If they had no abilities, the Grand Soul Arena wouldn't have specially invited them. But the gap between us is too large. This time, it was the Ghost Leopard Soul Master Osro who spoke. And there's a blue-silver grass martial soul. Are you kidding me? The members of the Imperial fighting team couldn't help but scrutinize the information, trying to understand why this team was specially invited by the Grand Soul Arena. Captain Tang Qingxi, Martial Soul, Ink Jade Plum Blossom, level 25 Assault-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, unknown. Team member Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, level 29 Control-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Rabbit, level 29 Close Combat Assault-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Nethercat, level 27 Agility Attack-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, level 26 Auxiliary-type Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, level 31 Food-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, level 38 Assault-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Below this information, there was a note. Except for Oscar and Dai Mubai, the information for the other members is 4 to 5 months old, and their current strength is unknown. The captain, Tang Qingxi, should be particularly noted. She had previously easily defeated a level 38 Copper Badge opponent when she was at level 25. There's really nothing to see here. Although the Copper Badge Soul Masters of the Grand Soul Arena aren't that strong, being able to defeat at a higher level shows she has some ability. Ultimately, we only need to pay attention to Tang Qingxi and Dai Mubai. The others are not a threat. I think we could just team up to defeat these 2 when the time comes. After carefully reviewing the materials, Duguyan couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Yin, I've told you countless times that you must never underestimate your opponent, especially since this information isn't even accurate, Teacher Qin said coldly. The members of the royal fighting team immediately straightened their expressions and dared not speak. Although they were all unruly individuals, they held great respect for this teacher before them. Teacher Qin's full name was Qin Ming, 34 years old, who had just broken through the 60th level this year to become a Soul Emperor. It is said that he's the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor in history recorded by the Spirit Hall. A 34-year-old Soul Emperor is the goal for every member of the royal fighting team. Yu Tianheng waved his hand at Duguyan, signaling her to stop talking, and turned to Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, what aspects of a Shrek team should we pay attention to? From their martial spirits. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile is undoubtedly something to focus on, but their levels are too far apart from ours. Even with the assistance of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, it won't close the gap much. Moreover, there is that Soul Master with 38 levels of soul power and a White Tiger martial spirit. As for their captain, I've never heard of a martial spirit called Ink Jade Plum Blossom, and the Soul Rings are actually unknown. This is indeed a perplexing point. If she defeated her opponent without even using a soul skill, then this person truly needs to be taken seriously. Qiming nodded slightly. Your analysis is quite good. The information on the Shrek team is currently limited. They were invited to the Grand Soul Arena on short notice, and there wasn't enough time to gather detailed information. Everything will have to wait until we actually face them. Remember my words. Never underestimate any opponent. Since the Soto City Grand Soul Arena specifically invited them, they must have a certain level of confidence. All right, time is running out. Follow me. With that, Qin Ming stood up and walked outside first. As he walked, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If the Shrek team truly came from that academy, they definitely shouldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, they would face considerable setbacks. But in a way, that's good. Too smooth a growth often leads to a break. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Qingxi received a notification from Supervisor AO and led her team out of the VIP lounge. The center main arena of the Grand Soul Arena was currently illuminated by dazzling golden Soul Guide lights, shining brightly. In the center of the enormous fighting arena, a circular platform with a diameter of 2 meters suddenly rose up from the ground, slowly ascending, revealing a golden hollow column underneath. A young lady walked out from it. She appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a beautiful white dress, looking stunningly beautiful, holding a sound amplification Soul Guide in her hand, and wearing a professional smile on her face. It is an honor to see all the distinguished guests again. The lady in white waved to the audience around her. The circular platform that brought her up quietly descended, quickly returning to its original position without leaving a trace. It is my privilege to host the Team Battle Soul competition for all the distinguished guests again. I hope everyone enjoys themselves tonight. There will be a highlight event this evening, and we have only arranged this one battle. Both sides are very young and powerful, truly talented. I will provide commentary for all the distinguished guests throughout the event. Now, let me introduce the situation of both teams. Royal Fighting Team, Captain Yu Tianheng, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Martial Spirit. Shrek Team, Captain Tang Qingxi, Ink Jade Plum Blossom Martial Spirit. As the host, Do simply introduced the martial spirits of both sides, without even mentioning their soul power levels. This was mainly because the Grand Soul Arena was completely uncertain about the soul power levels of the Shrek side. Supervisor AO, for safety's sake, had kept the soul power levels of Tang Qingxi's group confidential. He knew that the Royal Fighting Team had investigated the 7 members of Shrek, but due to the lack of time, they couldn't obtain the most timely information, which would catch the Royal Fighting Team off guard. Alright, without further ado, let both teams enter the arena. Dodo was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of brilliant performance these talented soul masters would present. As she spoke, white light suddenly burst forth from Dodo, and a pair of pure white wings quietly extended behind her, with 3 yellow soul rings appearing around her. With the 3rd soul ring lighting up, the wings flapped, and Dodo soared into the air. She was also a soul master at the Soul Zune level, and her martial spirit was the dove, with the 3rd soul ring granting her the ability to fly. On either side of the fighting arena, 2 doors silently opened. Both teams entered in an orderly fashion, walking towards the center of the fighting arena. Chapter 79. The information is indeed unreliable on the left side. The Royal Fighting Team entered first, with Yu Tianheng leading the way, while Duge Yin habitually leaned beside him. Following them were the Shijiao brothers, then Osro and Yu Feng, with the 9 Hearts Sea Lantern Soul Master, Yi Lingling bringing up the rear. Tang Qingxi was leading the way, with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing walking behind her, followed by Xiao Wu and Dai Mu Bai, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar bringing up the rear. As the teams made their entrance, the gazes of Tang Qingxi and Yu Tianheng, who were at the front of their respective teams, collided in the air. Yu Tianheng looked somewhat surprised because the members of the opposing team appeared to be very young. Many looked to be only in their teens, and having such soul power at that age was indeed unusual. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang had suggested earlier that they conceal their true situation better, but Tang Qingxi didn't mind and was too lazy to prepare anything on the spot. So they just came out as they were. Tang Qingxi cast a faint glance at Yu Tianheng. She had no good feelings towards the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. After a brief look, she shifted her gaze away and looked at the host. The pair of small white wings looked quite fun. Attention all soul masters participating in the team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. You can only attack when I announce the start, until one side surrenders, is completely knocked down, or falls off the fighting platform. Floating in midair, Dodo flapped its pure white wings while speaking in a gentle voice to both teams. This voice signaled to the members of both teams that the battle was about to begin. At the entrance where the Imperial Fighting Team appeared, their leader, Teacher Qin Ming, was standing. On the Shrek side, Li Wenrui and Flandra had come to watch the battle. Flandra immediately spotted Qin Ming 100 meters away, and his expression changed. It was this guy. The master looked at him in confusion. Do you know the opposing team as leader? Flandra chuckled. It's a secret. I'll tell you after this battle is over. On the central fighting platform, almost simultaneously, all 14 members of both sides released their martial souls. At this moment, on the Shrek side, Dai Mubai stood in front, letting out a tiger roar as his muscles instantly bulged, claws springing forth from his tiger paws. His sharp gaze fixed directly at Yu Qianheng. Standing behind him, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also activated their martial souls, with Tang Qingxi behind them. Her inked jade plum blossoms gently floating in her palms. The last to release their martial soul was Ning Rongrong, her seven-colored light dazzling brilliantly. As for Oscar, he had already prepared his sausages in advance and was ready to distribute them, adapting his production based on the battle situation. Tang stood in front of Ning Rongrong and Oscar at the back, and the blue-purple, blue-silver grass quietly emerged from around his body, endlessly releasing and occupying the ground on their side. At the same time, 4 strands of blue-silver grass quietly wrapped around Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, as well as Ning Rongrong and Oscar's waists. The 5 of them formed a whole with Tang San at the center. Meanwhile, the highly mobile Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Qingxi did not need Tang San's blue-silver grass as auxiliary control. The information was quite unreliable. Yu Qianheng looked at the 7 people opposite who were releasing their martial souls and soul rings, his expression becoming much more serious. The data showed only 2 had reached the Soul Sage realm, but in reality, only 2 had not, besides Tang Qingxi, who still had not revealed her soul rings. The others had the best soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The formation of the royal fight team was somewhat different from Tang Qingxi and the others. They were led by the defensive Xuanwu Turtle Soul Master, the Shijiao brothers in front. After releasing their martial souls, the 2 leaned forward slightly, their backs half bent, and a yellowish light gathered to form a huge dark yellow turtle shell. From the gaps between the Shijiao brothers, Yu Tianheng could be seen, a dazzling blue light shining from his forehead, quickly spreading to his whole body, with blue-purple lightning swirling around him. His right arm was completely covered in blue-purple scales, and his palm transformed into a dragon claw. Behind Yu Tianheng, Duguyan's green eyes became particularly sharp, her icy aura seemingly devoid of any human emotion. Her legs fused together, transforming into a thick serpent tail. The ghost leopard soul master Osro underwent little change. Only his hair turned black, and his pupils became 2 vertical lines, his whole body exuding a sense of impending danger. The one who changed the most after releasing his martial soul was the winged bellbird soul master Yufeng, whose arms transformed into brown-yellow wings, already flying in the air, looking down at Tang Qingxi and the others. Due to the dense formation of the royal fight team's front row members, Tang Qingxi and the others could not see the auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling, on the opposing side. The soul fight began. The floating do-do announced the start. Like igniting a fuse, with a roar to the sky, Dai Mubai was the first to pounce on the opponent, activating the white tiger shield and enveloping himself in a layer of golden light. Combined with his unstoppable momentum, he looked extremely impressive. The Shijiao brothers showed no change in expression, facing Dai Mubai's fierce charge without fear, directly blocking his path. Dai Mubai stomped heavily on the ground, launching himself into the air, his tiger claws aimed at the heads of the 2. At the same time, the amplification of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile also enhanced his strength and speed, further increasing Dai Mubai's momentum. However, the Shijiao brothers easily deflected Dai Mubai's attack. Their heads suddenly retracted, shrinking into the turtle shell, and Dai Mubai's tiger claws could only grasp the hard turtle shell, sparking a shower of sparks. And the rebound force caused his claws to go numb. Just at that moment, a blue figure charged towards Dai Mubai, with a thick dragon arm flashing brilliant blue. Before he arrived, blue lightning had already condensed into claw shapes in midair, heading straight for Dai Mubai. But at that moment, a mysterious force enveloped them, and Dai Mubai felt his body lighten, immediately twisting to evade. Yu Qianheng felt a chill down his spine, sensing a dangerous premonition. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi flashed out from behind him. When facing these guys, Tang Qingxi was somewhat merciful, trying to suppress the killing intent in the field as much as possible. At that moment, Xiao Wu bypassed them and directly confronted the charging ghost leopard soul master Osro, while Zhu Zhuqing was looking for her opportunity. Tang Qingxi looked at Yu Tianheng's dragon claws surrounded by lightning, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand, forming a claw with her palm, pale as bone, directly facing Yu Tianheng's dragon claw. The robust dragon arm and claw collided with Tang Qingxi's delicate arm and palm. Chapter 80. Battle against the Emperor fighting team. Yu Tianheng's expression appeared quite surprised. This Tang Qingxi actually wanted to take his attack head-on? She really had guts. Was it because she had easily defeated a soul master opponent before? But he was not like those soul masters in the Great Soul Arena. However, upon collision, the dragon claw felt a tremendous force, causing Yu Tianheng's eyes to widen. In the next moment, not only did his claw feel intense pain, but he also lost control, being knocked away by Tang Qingxi's strike. The lightning dragon claw he released gradually dissipated under the chilling aura surrounding Tang Qingxi. Their leader was unexpectedly sent flying with just one exchange, and the Shijiao brothers were also astonished, quickly positioning themselves in front of Yu Tianheng to prevent Tang Qingxi from pursuing. Delay them, he instructed Dai Mubai, but how could Tang Qingxi not chase? She then leaped directly into the air, lightly stepping onto the Shijiao brothers' turtle shell. At the same time, seeing that the attention of the Emperor fighting team was focused on Yu Tianheng, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flashed, rushing towards the rear of the Emperor fighting team near the edge of the Soul Arena. Hearing this, Dai Mubai extended his foot and swept it horizontally towards the feet of the Shijiao brothers. The turtle shell of the Shijiao brothers crashed to the ground, and their legs retracted into the shell, just as Dai Mubai's kick was about to strike the shell. At this moment, Tang San, wrapped around Dai Mubai's waist by the blue-silver grass, exerted force, pulling him back a meter, causing his kick to miss. The defense of these two Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters was something that their side's members were essentially unable to breach at this stage. Only Tang Qingxi could give a try. But it was clear that Tang Qingxi did not intend to attack the Shijiao brothers. She had more important targets. And Dai Mubai's weak kick against the turtle shell would likely not injure the enemy, but instead hurt himself. His purpose was merely to distract the Shijiao brothers. And Tang San's cooperation with Dai Mubai was just right. Behind the Shijiao brothers, the control-type soul master, Gudian, was also observing the situation on the field. And she noticed Zhu Zhuqing's intention to rush to the back. Moreover, bypassing the Shijiao brothers, Tang Qingxi's target was not Yu Tianheng, but Gudian. Seeing this, Gudian's second soul ring lit up brightly, and she exhaled green mist, enveloping the entire arena with a large amount of green fog. At this moment, the members of the Emperor fighting team were each stuffing something into their mouths during the fighting pause, allowing them to remain unaffected by the green mist. However, they were surprised to find that the Shrek team members also did not take the opportunity to attack, but performed the same action as them. Seeing the Shrek team members also eating something and not being affected by their own poison, Tang Qingxi was already approaching, and Gudian immediately changed her expression. "Yu Feng, come back to protect Yi Lingling," Gudian shouted. Although she herself was in danger, as long as Yi Lingling was there, she could recover immediately even if injured. Even Yu Tianheng had been knocked away with one blow and remained unaffected by her poison mist. Gudian knew she could not contend with Tang Qingxi. Therefore, the most important thing now was still Yi Lingling. Originally flying in the air, Yu Feng's combat target was also to deal with the opposing support-type Soul Master. But Tang San's blue-silver grass had been continuously hindering him. At this moment, with the fire breaking out behind, Yu Feng could only return first. Once Yu Feng left, Tang San's side was much easier, no longer needing to guard against Yu Feng. He released a large amount of blue-silver grass to entangle the Shijiao brothers, coordinating with Dai Mubai to attack. He also kept an eye on the situation with Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu and the Ghost Leopard Asro were exchanging blows. And for the time being, neither could gain the upper hand. Yu Tianheng watched as Tang Qingxi charged towards Gudian, his second and third soul rings shining brightly. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. The combat power of this team far exceeded their expectations, especially the captain Tang Qingxi, who still had not revealed a single soul ring, yet could directly knock him away. How terrifying was that? It was evident that the other team members had indeed made significant progress compared to the data, but overall, their strength still had gaps. The biggest trouble was Tang Qingxi, whose strength surpassed his. Her speed and power were extremely formidable, and even just now, the profound power Yu Tianheng sensed could very well be a talent domain. She appeared younger than himself, yet possessed strength that exceeded his, along with a talent domain. Encountering such a terrifying top talent truly made him realize he could not underestimate any opponent. Yu Tianheng roared, activating his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Wuan, the 1,000-year soul skill Thunder Fury. Instantly, a dazzling blue lightning surged from his body, accompanied by powerful explosive force. The effect of Thunder Fury, for a certain period, it puts the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Soul Master into a berserk state. Lightning power increases by 100%, and soul power increases by 50%. If he does not actively stop the skill, it will continue until his soul power is exhausted. Every activation of Thunder Fury was a significant drain and also placed considerable burden on the body. If it weren't for the immense threat posed by Tang Qingxi, Yu Qianheng would never easily release his third soul skill. Seeing this, Tang Sect tentatively unleashed a wave of entanglement towards Yu Qianheng. But the blue-silver grass was simply unable to withstand that explosive energy, instantly turning into charred remains that scattered everywhere. Thus, Tang Sect didn't even glance at Yu Qianheng and focused on assisting Dai Mubai in dealing with the Stone Brothers. As for Tang Qingxi's situation, Tang Sect had no worries. He held complete confidence in the young lady's strength. Thunderous might, Yu Qianheng roared again, and the countless lightning bolts surrounding his body amplified simultaneously. In the next moment, they transformed into numerous arrows of lightning that flashed outward in all directions. The arrows of lightning aimed at Tang Qingxi were particularly numerous, and their attack range also enveloped the positions of Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Ghost Leopard Osro chose to temporarily retreat, and the Stone Brothers hid in their turtle shell, leaving Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai exposed to the attack of the lightning arrows. However, both of them still had blue-silver grass wrapped around their waists, and Tang Sect directly pulled the two back. Tang Qingxi felt the explosive energy behind her, while in front of her, Douluo once again spat out a denser cloud of poison in an attempt to restrain her. She simply smiled lightly, and soon only her afterimage remained in place. The lightning arrow passed through that afterimage, causing it to collapse instantly, but Tang Qingxi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yu Qianheng was stunned, having unleashed his strongest attack, the thunder of wrath in the state of thunderbolt, only to find that the target had vanished. All his power seemed to have been directed into empty space. At this moment, Douluo's expression changed dramatically as she suddenly turned around. Chapter 81. The Battle Against the Imperial Battle Team. Tang Qingxi had been feigning an attack from start to finish. Even the move connecting with Yu Qianheng was merely out of curiosity about his strength. Her true target was actually Yi Lingling. Both Yu Qianheng and Douluo realized this when they noticed Tang Qingxi's disappearance. Sure enough, when Douluo turned to look, Tang Qingxi's figure was already approaching Yi Lingling. Yu Qianheng rushed towards Tang Qingxi, but he could only watch as she got further and further away from him. Gather! Douluo shouted. The Shijiao brothers and Ghost Leopard Osro quickly returned, regardless of whether they could stop her. They could not allow Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing to return to their team smoothly, although this behavior put Yi Lingling in danger. Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing were also cut off from Tang Sect and the others, delving deep into the rear of the Emperor fighting team. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing's initial strategy was to trade herself for Yi Lingling, directly taking Yi Lingling down from the soul fighting platform. After all, her soul power level was still relatively low, and without a third soul ring, it was not easy to defeat someone from the Emperor fighting team in a direct confrontation. Even trading for Yi Lingling would be worthwhile. Without the recovery and healing of a support-type soul master, the Emperor fighting team would not be able to withstand them. Not to mention that Tang Qingxi was in the front lines, so the Emperor fighting team had no chance of winning. However, since Tang Qingxi had also joined the battle, she rejected Zhu Zhuqing's strategy. It was unnecessary. At this moment, Yu Feng was being held back by Zhu Zhuqing. Winds rise and clouds surge. Seeing this, Yu Feng no longer held back, his purple soul ring shining brightly, and his wings violently flapping. A surge of green soul power was suddenly released, condensing in the air into a giant bird shape that swooped down towards Tang Qingxi. However, this soul skill was released in haste. He was still trying to stop Zhu Zhuqing, and the flying distance was not very high. The cost was that he was severely injured by Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Hunter Claws. Yet, despite paying such a price, he could not stop Tang Qingxi at all. Tang Qingxi once again used her agility to evade Yu Feng's attack. She leaped high, stepping on Yu Feng's back, who was soaring into the sky to avoid Zhu Zhuqing's pursuit, and with a push, she jumped forward while stepping Yu Feng down. The place where Yu Feng landed was still between Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Qianheng. Seeing that he couldn't catch up to Tang Qingxi, Yu Qianheng, who was preparing to attack Zhu Zhuqing with a Thunder Dragon Claw, could only withdraw his force upon seeing this. Yi Lingling knew she couldn't escape, so she immediately released her soul skill to at least help Yu Feng recover from his injuries. Following that, accompanied by a faint fragrance, a white light descended from the sky, taking the shape of petals, gently falling onto Yu Feng and softly merging into his body. The wounds on Yu Feng's body rapidly healed. Tang Qingxi looked at the pink and white begonia flower held by Yi Lingling and commented, "This flower is quite nice. Very beautiful. Most people in the flower-moving palace love flowers, And although Tang Qingxi did not have this preference originally, staying in the flower-moving palace for a long time inevitably influenced her. The graceful begonia flower caught Tang Qingxi's eye for a moment, but she soon ruthlessly grabbed Yi Lingling and, with the assistance-type soul master having no ability to resist, charged to the edge of the platform and casually threw her down. At that moment, Yi Lingling could only helplessly retract her martial soul, lower her head, and stand at the edge of the platform for a moment before walking towards Qin Ming. After dealing with Yi Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind Tang Qingxi to join her. From the beginning of the battle to Yi Lingling being thrown off the soul fighting platform by Tang Qingxi, it actually did not take much time at all. Yu Qianheng truly did not expect that a team they initially did not pay much attention to could cause them to lose a member in such a short period. The Shrek team was already strong, and now, with the absence of Yi Lingling, who had powerful healing abilities, they would face trouble ahead. Tang San and his team began to advance, preparing to support Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. The Shijiao brothers, sole masters of the Xuanwu turtle, stood in front of Tang San and the others. They both let out a low, angry roar at the same time, and their second soul rings suddenly shone brightly, with a faint glow emanating from the turtle shells on their bodies. Transform into shields. The two brothers roared in unison, as the turtle shells on their chests and backs strangely separated and transformed into two large turtle shell shields in their hands. Without the turtle shells, their originally robust physiques shrank significantly, becoming much smaller and weaker, as if the turtle shells were made from their bones and essence. The most notable member of the royal fighting team was Yushenheng, who possessed the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, but in terms of combat power, the Shijiao brothers were not far behind. The Xuanwu turtle martial soul was also among the top-tier martial souls, but usually did not require them to showcase their strong side in ordinary battles. At this moment, however, the royal fighting team found themselves at a disadvantage, and the Shijiao brothers had no intention of holding back. The two brothers exchanged glances and shouted loudly, throwing the two massive turtle shell shields they controlled towards Tang San and Daimu Bai. The turtle shell shields spun and whistled through the air, exuding an unparalleled momentum that was shocking. Remarkably, behind each turtle shell shield was a yellow soul power connecting it to the Shijiao brothers' hands, with the sharp edges of the shields slicing through the air as they advanced, producing a piercing sound. Meanwhile, Yushenheng, accompanied by Aosa Luo and the revived Yufeng, charged towards Tang San and the others as well. Tang San frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. They actually left only Duge Yin to deal with the young lady and Zhu Zhuqing, while preparing to gather other forces to deal with them first. Up until now, Duge Yin hadn't used her third soul skill, which showed confidence in her ability to hold off Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. However, thinking about Duge Yin being a poison master made Tang San want to laugh. Playing with poison in front of the young lady, what a case of showing off in front of an expert. This was truly a miscalculation. On the other side, Tang Qingxi stood side by side with Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had just consumed a recovery sausage that Oscar had given her earlier, replenishing her stamina and soul power. Duge Yin let out a sharp scream, her emerald green eyes completely turning purple, and even the green scales on her snake tail took on a layer of light purple glow. She opened her mouth and a thick purple mist spewed out, rapidly spreading in the air and rushing towards Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. The poisonous mist acted like a barrier, isolating Duge Yin from Tang Qingxi, and blocking both of them at the edge of the battle platform. Duge Yin remembered Qin Ming's instructions. Her third soul skill was indeed highly toxic, and even Yu Tianheng wouldn't dare to touch it easily. Even a slight contact would cause one to turn a pus and die within a short time. However, Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing were already at the edge of the battle platform, and as long as they jumped down, they could avoid the poisonous mist. She intended to force both of them down to join Yi Lingling. Tang Qingxi watched the approaching poisonous mist, lightly sniffing the already pervasive stench. With no sign of fear on her face, only a faint smile. Chapter 82. Battle against the Emperor Fighting Team. Part 2. Hidden weapons and poison are the foundations of the Tang Sect's fame. The true things that instill fear in the martial world. Tang Qingxi is the master of the Tang Sect's ultimate skills. Playing with poison in front of her is, as Tang San thought, a case of showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Tang Qingxi merely waved her hand lightly, took out a water jar from her bracelet, and threw it into the poisonous mist in front of her. Then, with a palm strike, she shattered the water jar, scattering the water mixed with the antidote for snake venom like mist. the poisonous mist, encountering its nemesis. Turned pale the moment the purple mist came into contact with the water mist created by Tang Qingxi, fading away until it became formless, leaving only some damp traces in the air and on the Battle Soul platform. Tang Qingxi waved her hand and led Zhu Zhuqing directly out of the poisonous mist. In fact, she herself could not be eroded by the mist. It was only because of Zhu Zhuqing that she needed to expend effort to eliminate it. How could this be? Why were you able to break my Bai Lin Zidu? Dong Guyan's face turned completely pale upon seeing a gap in her poisonous mist, and she was momentarily stunned. Today was absolutely the most devastating day for her. Her pride and her poison was rendered useless against this team. Why? This led to her being almost ineffective on the soul fighting platform. Yu Qianheng had already engaged in a battle with Tang San and the others, and had no time to pay attention to Dong Guyan's situation. Knowing she was about to use her third soul skill, they felt quite reassured. Yu Qianheng collided with Dai Mubai, who decisively used his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and activated his second soul ring, releasing a ball of milky white light that collided with Yu Qianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw. The impact of their soul skills caused waves that pushed Tang San and the others further away. Xiao Wu was still facing off against the Ghost Leopard Osro, while the one under the most pressure was Oscar. The Wind Bell Bird Soul Master, Yu Feng, hovered in the air with wings like blades, ready to dive at any moment to attack Ning Rongrong. Tang San tried his best to help Ning Rongrong defend against the attacks, but he also had to deal with the Shijia brothers, and there were times he couldn't fully attend to everything. At that moment, Oscar decisively drew a short knife. His training under Tang Qingxi was not in vain. Of course, it was impossible for him to confront Yu Feng directly, but he could still help Ning Rongrong withstand some attacks when Tang San was distracted. Ning Rongrong's amplification absolutely could not be interrupted. Oscar bit down on a sausage, holding the short knife as he met Yu Feng's blade-like wings. When their blows collided, Oscar was directly knocked to the ground, sliding several meters, a metallic sweetness surging in his throat as he quickly swallowed his sausage. Xiao, Ning Rongrong called out worriedly. I'm fine. Although he had taken a hit, Oscar's expression was somewhat excited, thinking that as a food-type soul master, he could actually have a day like this. He could also take up weapons to protect others, especially someone he secretly liked. When Ning Rongrong first entered Shrek Academy, Oscar had some thoughts about her. However, later on, due to her personality, he hesitated. But now seeing Ning Rongrong transform, Oscar couldn't help but feel moved again. Yu Feng flew in the air, looking puzzled. What was going on with this team? Even a support-type soul master could have some combat power? Although not strong, it was still quite incredible that a support-type soul master could block one of his attacks. At this moment, Tang San also used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to meet the incoming Turtle Shell Shield. The internal energy of Xiantian's skill surged, and his palms turned completely into a glossy jade color. The four-sided Turtle Shell Shield seemed to block Tang San's path, but with his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, he managed to evade the sharp edge. Immediately after, Tang San struck the leftmost shield with both palms, his figure flashing as he struck another side. The Control Crane and Catch Dragon technique was activated, using strength against strength to redirect the Turtle Shell Shield imbued with powerful soul power flying outwards. Just as the four shields were about to collide, two muffled groans came from the Shijia brothers simultaneously, and the soul power light connected to the Turtle Shell Shield suddenly retracted, forcibly changing the direction of the four shields. The target of the Turtle Shell Shield also changed, aiming at the blue silvergrass he had released. The sound of cutting echoed as the few strands of blue silvergrass connected to the other team members were severed. At this moment, Tang Qingxi had already approached Duguyan. Knowing that her poison had no effect, Duguyan understood that she was no match for Tang Qingxi. But she still refused to give up and lashed out with her snake tail towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi directly raised her hand and grabbed the snake tail, dragging Duguyan down to the ground. At this moment, Yu Feng turned back to check if Duguyan had forced the opponent off the soul fighting platform, intending to come over and support them. However, when he turned around, he saw this scene. Yinzi, he shouted, and Yu Qianheng noticed something was wrong. When he turned back and saw the situation, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately gave the Shijia brothers a look, then shook off Dai Mubai and prepared to support Duguyan. Dai Mubai wanted to stop him, but the Shijia brothers looked serious, and purple light began to shine from them as they finally unleashed their 1,000-year soul ring skills. At this moment, Yu Feng and Osro also retreated. When Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were about to chase, Tang San vaguely sensed something was off. Don't chase, everyone come back. Not knowing what the Shijia brothers' third soul skill was, Tang San thought it was better to be cautious. The 4 turtle shell shields were suddenly recalled by the Shijia brothers at an extremely fast speed. Each turtle shell exploded into 16 diamond-shaped fragments under the purple light, instantly shooting out and almost sealing off all the area in front of the 2 Xuanwu turtle soul masters. The explosive soul skill of the Xuanwu turtle was a range attack, combining both offense and defense. The turtle shells of the 2 shattered into 32 pieces each, swirling violently within a 10 square meter radius around them, and the intense sound of breaking air distorted the air in that area, resembling a massive meat grinder. The 2 also moved apart horizontally, maximizing the effect of their third soul skill while avoiding mutual collisions. As Yu Qianheng and the others retreated, they intentionally drew the opponents towards the center. Fortunately, Tang San's timely warning prevented Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai from pursuing, and they immediately retreated. Seeing this situation, Xiao Wu directly used her third soul skill to teleport back a distance, while Dai Mubai, who needed to get a bit closer, was still hit a couple of times by the outermost fragments. However, he activated the White Tiger barrier and was only slightly injured. After retreating, he consumed Oscar sausage and was fine. But the turtle shell rotation blocked their way, and Tang San and the others could only watch as Yu Qianheng and the others rushed back to support Duguyan. Chapter 83. Battle against the Imperial Fighting Team. Seeing Yu Qianheng and the others rush back, the situation turned into a 2-on-many scenario for her and Tang Qingxi, which made Zhu Zhuqing feel a bit nervous. She wasn't worried about Tang Qingxi being unable to win. Even if she couldn't win, Tang Qingxi could evade. She was concerned about dragging Tang Qingxi down. Tang Qingxi directly brought Zhu Zhuqing along, dragging Duguyan by the ankle, and retreated to the edge of the soul fighting platform. Duguyan, who had been forced to lie on the ground and dragged all the way, felt extremely frustrated. She even midway. But Tang Qingxi reacted so quickly that when the snake tail was gone, she immediately reached out again, grabbing Duguyan's ankle and continuing to drag her. Your body seems off. However, Tang Qingxi suddenly said, you are still humiliating me. Duguyan misunderstood and thought Tang Qingxi was talking about her figure. No. Why is your body poisoned? Tang Qingxi said seriously. Does your martial soul have some problem? Or is your family's martial soul like this? How can you cultivate poison and end up poisoning yourself? I suggest you go back and ask your grandfather. What did you say? Duguyan was stunned. Tang Qingxi shrugged, first throwing Duguyan off the soul fighting platform, leaving behind a sentence. If I can detoxify you, then I should know that I'm better at using poison than you. Go back and ask your grandfather. At this rate, your body won't last for a few more years. She naturally knew that the poison mist Duguyan had just unleashed was only to force them off the soul fighting platform. Although it posed no real threat to her, it did carry a hint of mercy, so Tang Qingxi reciprocated in kind. After stepping off the soul fighting platform, Duguyan still wore a puzzled expression. With her poison-renowned blue-scale serpent martial spirit, and her grandfather, a titled Douluo famous for his poison across the continent, how could there be poison in her own body? And she wouldn't live for many more years? Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi turned back and faced Yu Qianheng and the others. Just try to hold off that ghost leopard soul master. I'll have another go with this blue lightning tyrant dragon. It had been a while since Tang Qingxi had fought head-on, so she immediately flexed her wrists and said to Zhu Zhuqing, okay. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Yu Qianheng still felt some confusion. Tang Qingxi had not revealed any soul rings, and he hadn't seen her use a single soul skill. Was this person really that arrogant? Did they not even warrant her using a soul skill in her eyes? You still haven't used a soul skill? Yu Qianheng was still troubled by this. Tang Qingxi did not respond to the question, only waving her hand. Come on, let us exchange a few moves. Your soul power is running low. Don't waste time. Yu Qianheng's expression darkened instantly. He had been using Thunder Fury and indeed could not sustain it for much longer, having already lost 2 team members. Once his soul power was exhausted, the royal fighting team would almost have to admit defeat. However, he was unwilling to accept that, so Yu Qianheng said no more, raising his dragon claw and charging towards Tang Qingxi. Meanwhile, Wind Bell Bird Soul Master Yufeng and Ghost Leopard Soul Master Osro were preparing to attack Zhu Zhuqing. But Tang Qingxi waved her ink jade plum blossom, plucking 2 petals and sending them flying towards the base of Osro's wings. The petals came too quickly for Yufeng to dodge, hitting the base of his wings, causing an immediate numbness along with an intense chill that penetrated into his wing roots, rendering him unable to flap his wings and causing him to fall from the air. His wings transformed back into arms. yet he was still too frozen to raise them for a while. Yu Tianheng's expression changed. What was this? A soul skill? But he had no time to worry about Yu Feng, as Tang Qingxi approached him. In contrast to Yu Tianheng, who was bursting with lightning, Tang Qingxi had barely any soul power fluctuations around her. When Yu Tianheng swung his dragon claw and collided with Tang Qingxi again, the difference was even more pronounced. He couldn't budge her. The person in front of him looked delicate and had little soul power fluctuation, yet it seemed as if her body contained immense strength. Even in the state of thunder fury, he could not shake Tang Qingxi. He couldn't understand how a plant-based martial soul, without a martial soul manifestation, could possess such unshakable dominating power. Moreover, with each clash, a bone-chilling cold surged into his dragon claw, making Yu Tianheng shiver involuntarily. No wonder Yu Feng was knocked down so easily. However, there was a benefit to activating Thunder Fury. Although Tang Qingxi had knocked his dragon claw away, at least he didn't fly out this time. Realizing that his soul power was nearly depleted, Yu Tianheng raised his dragon arm and let out a dragon roar. Activating Thunder Strike once more, he forced the last of his soul power to direct the energy of Thunder Strike solely towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi did not even attempt to dodge this time. Instead, a chilling aura surrounded her, within which faint golden light could be seen. The raging lightning instantly enveloped Tang Qingxi, causing Yu Tianheng to stumble weakly. On Asuro's side, the third soul ring on his body lit up, and his vertical pupils instantly constricted. Amidst the swirling purple light of the soul ring, the bones of his entire body cracked and popped. And then a leopard-shaped shadow actually separated from his main body, merging with it as they charged towards Zhu Zhuqing. The Ghost Leopard Soul Master's third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone, was activated. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt even more pressure. She was already several levels below Asuro, and with a third soul ring, she would have had no fighting chance if it weren't for Tang Qingxi's training during this time. However, under Asuro's full power, she found it difficult to cope. After all, this was not an ordinary Soul Sovereign, but a member of the seed team from the Tiando Royal Academy, as mentioned by Sister Shi. But then an unexpected scene occurred. Amidst the surging lightning, under the cover of cold air, Tang Qingxi's figure was obscured, yet suddenly, a dark light surged out, striking Asuro's clone. The clone paused momentarily, slightly distorted and nearly collapsed. Asuro couldn't help but grunt softly, his figure also pausing. The injury to the clone still affected him, as it was still his martial soul. And a wave of coldness even penetrated through the martial soul into his main body. Taking this opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing immediately retreated to avoid being severely injured. As the surging lightning gradually dissipated due to Yu Tianheng's inability to sustain his soul power, the cold mist also dispersed, revealing a calm and unscathed Tang Qingxi standing with her hands behind her back. Yu Tianheng was completely stunned. He had taken his own thunderous attack head-on. Yet not only was Tang Qingxi unharmed, she even had the strength to attack Asuro in the process. This person was simply too terrifying, and Yu Tianheng's mentality began to crumble. On the other side, the Shijia brothers pressed towards Tang San and the others, but they directly soared into the air. Tang San, along with Xiao Wu, Daimu Bai, and Oscar with Ning Rongrong, grew wings behind them and soared into the sky, leaving the Shijia brothers helpless. They directly flew over to Tang Qingxi's side. Oscar's role in the match was not just about recovery and detoxification. Chapter 84. End. The Huangdo team concedes in such a situation. Yu Tianheng let out a powerless sigh. It was already too late to turn the tide, and Tang Qingxi had the strength to take down their team members one by one. In front of this person, Yu Tianheng found no opportunity, and he was exhausted. At this moment, Qi Ming walked to the edge of the battle platform and looked up at the stunned host Douluo, saying, "Announce the result. We concede." Qi Ming had previously seen Flinders standing at the entrance of the Shrek team, and he never expected that Shrek Academy would recruit such a genius. To be honest, Qi Ming felt that the term genius was insufficient to describe Tang Qingxi. Even with his level of strength, Qi Ming felt he couldn't see through Tang Qingxi. Du Guyan stood behind Qi Ming with a helpless expression. They had actually lost. However, there was a bit of stubbornness in her heart. They did not lose to this team, but to Tang Qingxi as an individual, with resistance to poison and lightning. Capable of long range and not losing in close combat against Yu Tianheng. How could such a freak exist? The Dove Spirit Master and host Odo had almost all her attention focused on Tang Qingxi throughout the match, and she was dumbfounded. She even forgot her promised commentary. mainly because she didn't understand Tang Qingxi's techniques. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Dodo woke up from her daze and hurriedly announced the result. In team battle, the Huangdo team concedes. The Shrek team wins. Upon hearing the result, Dai Mubai and the others had somewhat complicated expressions. In fact, they hadn't really gained the upper hand. Even Dai Mubai and Oscar had been injured, and Xiao Wu had faced danger earlier. However, while they were desperately resisting the Huangdo team's attack, Tang Qingxi had directly eliminated 2 members of the Huangdo team and then made it impossible for Yu Tianheng to counter, exhausting his soul power and injuring Yu Feng and Osro. This victory could be said to have been achieved solely by Tang Qingxi. Shijie is amazing. Shijie is super strong. Oscar cheered with excitement, feeling no complicated emotions. As for the members of the Huangdo team, they were actually not seriously injured. The chill within Osro and Yu Feng had gradually dissipated with the operation of their soul power, and Yu Qianheng was mainly exhausted from using up all his soul power. Tang Qingxi was also quite lenient. After all, there was an 80% chance they would go to the Tiando Royal Academy in the future, and it wouldn't be wise to make enemies with such a good training team. However, each of them had a very grim expression as they walked down the soul fighting platform to Qin Ming. Sorry, Teacher Qin, we lost. Remembering what Qin Ming said before the battle about not underestimating the Shrek team, those who had looked down on this team felt a burning shame on their faces. Not to mention how terrifyingly strong Tang Qingxi was, the others were not weak either, especially since they looked significantly younger than them, if they were of comparable age. Thinking this way made one involuntarily take a cold breath. Yet, there was no displeasure on Qin Ming's face. Instead, he wore a faint smile. To him, this was not a bad outcome. Yu Qianheng lowered his usually proud head. The responsibility for today's defeat lies with me. I underestimated them. Tianheng, even if there was a mistake, it's not yours. It's mine. As the control-type soul master and the soul of the team, I didn't command everyone well. I underestimated them as well. When I realized that the green mist of the emerald scale didn't work, I should have thought of their means to counteract the poison mist, and shouldn't have confronted Tang Qingxi alone. Du Guiyan's voice even carried a hint of sobbing. Her overconfidence in her poison led her to follow Yi Lingling too closely and get thrown off the soul fighting platform by Tang Qingxi. Throughout her life, Du Guiyan rarely cried. She had lived a smooth life for many years. With her rare poison control ability, her background, and her soul power surpassing most of her peers, she always stood at the top of the pyramid. Today's defeat hit her harder than anyone else. She had completely failed to play a role on this soul fighting platform. And at this moment, humiliating tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes, causing her mentality to crumble. Seeing this, Yu Feng and Osro wanted to say something, but were stopped by Qin Ming raising his hand. For you, although this match was a loss, it is actually a good thing, Qin Ming said with a smile. Yu Qianheng was taken aback, looking at Qin Ming, suddenly realizing something. Osro couldn't help but ask, Teacher Qin, why is it a good thing that we lost so badly? Qin Ming replied calmly, because you've been too smooth sailing for too long. Although you have encountered setbacks now, these setbacks have not caused you irreparable harm. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is not being able to learn from failure. You must understand that there are always people better than you. I hope you will work harder to improve yourselves in the future. The Shrek team defeating you is equivalent to awakening you. Each of you has exceptional talent and conditions. I only want to give you one piece of advice. At this point, he paused, scanning the members of the royal fighting team. Grow through failure. Grow through failure. The team members repeated Qin Ming's words. Qin Ming waved his hand. All right, you all go back and rest. Recover as soon as possible. I still need to meet someone. After saying this, Qin Ming turned and strode away. The members of the royal fighting team gathered and walked towards the passage, but before leaving, Du Guiyan turned back to glance at Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi's previous words still weighed heavily on her heart. She noticed a look in her eyes. You could just ask your grandfather yourself. I can't trick you. After saying that, Tang Qingxi led the Shrek group toward the entrance passage. When they reached Fan Yu and Yu Xiaozhang's expression was quite complicated. Tang Qingxi was indeed stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, Tang Qingxi had trained Tang San and the others very well. Even when facing opponents with several levels of soul power above them, they did not fall behind. Even Oscar could withstand the attacks of the battle soul master. That was impressive. Although there was a bit of resentment towards Tang Qingxi, this battle was indeed well fought, and Fan Yu couldn't help but praise. It's no wonder Tang Qingxi didn't bring Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong along. They really didn't need to bring those two. It's all thanks to Sister Shi. We need to work even harder, Zhu Zhuqing said. She felt the most, as she had spent most of the time in the soul fighting with Tang Qingxi. and it was basically Tang Qingxi who resolved the battles. Indeed, we mostly helped Sister Shi distract the opponents. Tang Sect also nodded. Understanding self-reflection and having a clear self-awareness. Tang Qingxi was quite satisfied, and their performance today was acceptable. Let's keep working hard. When we meet again in the Soul Master competition, you'll definitely be able to defeat them head-on. Chapter 85, Senior Qingming. After intense training for a while, I will give you 3 days off next. Tang Qingxi then announced another decision. Tang San and the others were a bit stunned, but then they started to smile happily. After training like this for so long, physical fatigue could be alleviated with medicine, but mental fatigue had been accumulating. Finally getting 3 days of rest, they could relax a bit, and they felt an indescribable joy. Even Zhu Qing slightly eased up. Oscar even exclaimed in surprise and joy. Tang Qingxi didn't really feel sorry for them. He just started the mental training, which indeed had a considerable load, and it was time to take a break. At that moment, a person walked over slowly. It was Qingming, the leader of the Imperial battle team. He approached Flender and performed a disciple salute. Director Flender, how are you? Disciple Qingming pays his respects. Flender adjusted his crystal glasses on the bridge of his nose, with a slight smile. I thought you little brat had forgotten about us. Your strength is indeed getting stronger. It seems that it won't be long before you catch up to us old guys. Qingming stood respectfully with his hands at his sides. No matter when. The director will always be my teacher, and I will forever be a disciple of Shrek Academy. Tang San and the others were somewhat surprised upon hearing this. This person was clearly the leader of the royal fighting team, but from his words, it seemed that he was previously a student of Shrek as well. Tang Qingxi remained calm. She knew the information about the team from the Tiando Royal Academy and was aware that Qingming was their teacher. Qingming's talent was indeed impressive, and she had also looked up his background, knowing he came from Shrek. Flender raised his hand and patted Qingming on the shoulder. It's been so many years since you left the academy, yet you're still so reserved. Kulme, let me introduce you. This is Master, and these little monsters you saw on the soul fighting platform are all current students of the academy. Is that the Master? Qingming looked at Yu Xiaojiang in surprise, respectfully performed a disciple salute, and said, Hello, Master. Are these students taught by you? They are very excellent. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's face turned slightly awkward, and he turned aside, not accepting the gesture. They're not taught by me, so you don't need to be so polite. Qingming was taken aback when he saw that Yu Xiaojiang did not accept his salute, regardless of whether these children were taught by Yu Xiaojiang or not. He was now a teacher at the academy, and it was appropriate for him to perform a disciple salute. Flender chuckled from the side. You are his nephew's teacher, so in that sense, you are of the same generation, and, of course, he won't accept your formalities. Seeing them reminiscing, Tang Qingxi lost interest and waved her hand. Let's go, we're heading out. It's late at night. Let us get some late-night snacks and stay in the city. We can return tomorrow morning, or you can act freely. As soon as Tang Qingxi spoke, everyone was ready to leave. Qingming was taken aback again. Both the dean and the teachers were present, yet they hadn't made any arrangements. How could these students just leave like that? Flanders awkwardly smiled and then said, They just finished the soul duel and are tired. This isn't a place for conversation. Let us go out together. It's been so many years since we last met. Let us find a place to chat. Qingming readily nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over Tang Qingxi and the others. He was quite curious about these junior students. They didn't look very old, yet many had already reached the Soul Master realm, which was astonishing in terms of their cultivation speed. Especially Tang Qingxi, who was particularly strong, and she had never revealed her soul rings from beginning to end. It wasn't just that she had hidden her soul rings. She truly hadn't used any soul skills. This team was clearly younger and more outstanding than the members of the Royal Battle Team, cultivated by the Tiando Royal Academy, to which he belonged. As everyone walked out of the Central Soul Duel area, Supervisor Ao was waiting outside, already prepared with the promised reward for Tang Qingxi. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi come out with people, Supervisor Ao quickly put on a bright smile and approached, showering her with compliments without hesitation. Miss Tang, thanks to you. And it's clear that those you trained are all top-notch talents. That's enough. Tang Qingxi quickly raised her hand to stop him, saying, Just give me the money. No need for so many words. All right. Supervisor Ao hurriedly handed her a card, which contained 70,000 gold soul coins. Tang Qingxi flipped the reward to Zhu Qing and said, Take it and share it. Everyone who goes up to the Fighting Soul platform has a share. This is the reward for this battle. Then she continued to walk outside with her group, fearing that Ao Zhuguan might say some flattering words again. There's a reward? Tang Sen asked in confusion. Tang Qingxi nodded. The Seoul Arena specifically invited us, so naturally, there will be compensation. None of the teams in the Seoul Arena can compete with the Royal Fighting Team. These makeshift teams formed for money in the Seoul Arena could never handle the elite teams of Tiando. Qin Ming's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this. Qingxi, you know our background? Yes, Tang Qingxi replied. I organized this group to participate in the Soul Master competition, so I naturally investigated the teams in the competition. I have to say, this year, the Tiando Royal Academy finally produced a decent team. In the past, the teams from Tiando Royal Academy weren't very impressive. But this Royal Fighting Team is acceptable. The Tiando Royal Academy is the academy established by the Tiando Empire, right? So, is this team the strongest in Tiando? Tang Sect asked curiously. Tang Qingxi shook his head. Not necessarily. In previous Soul Master competitions, the teams from the Tiando Royal Academy didn't even make it to the top 3, and they were outperformed by the 5 elemental academies within Tiando. This year, the teams from the 5 elemental academies are also strong. If it weren't for the C team spot that comes with being a Royal Academy, TSK, they might not even make it to the finals. Tang Qingxi spoke without holding back, which made Qin Ming a bit awkward, but he couldn't say much in response. In the past, the teams from the Tiando Royal Academy were indeed generally of average strength. It was quite a waste of resources. After all, the Tiando Royal Academy was the largest advanced Soul Master Academy in Tiando. Unfortunately, relying on its royal background for such resources and facilities. It also meant that the recruited students were mostly nobles, most of whom were spoiled and pampered, making it rare to find a few capable ones. The Royal Fighting Team was fortunate to have encountered people like Du Yin and Yi Lingling, and there was also Yu Tianheng. It was unclear what the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was thinking. In the past, such direct descendants were usually cultivated within their sect, yet they allowed him to go to the Tiando Royal Academy. Otherwise, it would be difficult to form a decent team. Oh, and there was also Senior Qin Ming, who wouldn't treat them like precious treasures. Chapter 86. A nominal student of the Tiando Royal Academy hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but cough twice. Junior, I am currently a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, after all. Okay, I won't say more. Tang Qingxi understood and readily stopped. Qin Ming was even more curious about Tang Qingxi. What kind of identity and background did this junior have? It seemed she was well aware of the background and information of the Royal Fighting Team members. The group then found a hotel, booked rooms, and sat down in the restaurant. Order whatever you want, Tang Qingxi said directly. Although theoretically, it should be the elders paying, she never expected Flandra to be generous. After taking a seat, Qin Ming was still observing the Shrek group. I have a question. How old are you juniors? Upon hearing this, Flandra couldn't help but feel proud and detail the introductions for Qin Ming. After listening to Flandra's introduction, Qin Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. Most of them are only 12 or 13 years old, although he knew these kids were young. It was truly beyond imagination how small they were at this age to possess such strength. The academy actually had so many exceptionally talented students. The development was indeed getting better and better. This remark made Flandra awkward again. How long could this group of students uphold the name of Shrek Academy? It's hard to say right now. As for the future development of Shrek, it was likely, but such matters were clearly not suitable to bring up here. So Flandra could only smile. Qin Ming was still a bit excited. Especially you, Junior Tang Qingxi, with a soul power of level 30, able to overpower Tianheng. You're truly a monster among monsters. However, Junior Qingxi, I have always had one question. During the soul fighting, it seems I have never seen you display your soul rings. Is it because you are hiding them for some reason? If that were indeed the case. He wouldn't pry further. Tang Qingxi pondered for a moment. Her situation was not something she couldn't talk about, but she was afraid that Qin Ming would ask too many questions, which would take a lot of explanation. Instead, Flandra answered for her. She was an unprecedented existence, capable of breaking through without relying on absorbing soul rings. She had no soul rings at all. What? Qin Ming was dumbfounded, looking at Tang Qingxi in disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, Qin Ming let out a long sigh, glancing at Tang Qingxi and then at Tang San, Daimu Bai, and the others. What a pity. If you weren't from Shrek, I would do everything I could to get you into the Royal Academy. With your addition, perhaps the champion of this year's Soul Master competition could be more hopeful for the Tiando Royal Academy. When Qin Ming said this, it seemed he thought of something, and his expression became excited again. Actually, it can be done. Even if you are from Shrek Academy, you can come to the Royal Academy. As soon as Flandra heard this, he became anxious. Originally, these students were uncertain about whether they could stay, and now Qin Ming was trying to poach them. Qin Ming, what are you doing? These kids belong to Shrek. Dean, don't misunderstand. I'm not asking them to join the Tiando Royal Academy. What I mean is they could be registered there. Didn't Qingxi Jr.'s sister say she wanted to participate in the Soul Master competition? But Shrek Academy doesn't have a quota, right? The Royal Academy has 2 quotas. One of those can definitely be given to them. They can be registered under the Tiando Royal Academy to participate in the Soul Master competition, which would also enhance the exchange between the 2 academies. They can enjoy the resources of the Tiando Royal Academy before the Soul Master competition. Qin Ming quickly explained, but that quota might still need to be contested. However, with everyone's talent, it shouldn't be a problem. When a quota for the Soul Master competition was mentioned, Flanders suddenly had nothing to say. He was actually curious about how Tang Qingxi planned to solve the quota issue. Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Indeed, this idea is not bad. Compete? Can the Tiando Royal Academy even have a team to contest with us? Tang Qingxi originally had such an idea, but found it strange that the Royal Academy could produce a competitive team. That's right. A while ago, the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning, came to the academy to discuss a matter. He wanted to arrange a team under the academy's name to obtain a quota for the Soul Master competition. Master Ning held that team in very high regard. The academy agreed, but we need to wait for that team to arrive and see what their actual strength is before making a specific decision. Qin Ming continued. That's also why I thought of this method. Tang Qingxi was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but smile. There's nothing to argue about. She pointed at Ning Rongrong. You must recognize this child's martial soul. Qin Ming looked at Ning Rongrong and suddenly realized. Is she the one that the Ning Sect Master mainly recommended? That's right. I discussed this matter with Sect Master Ning before, and he agreed to connect us. Tang Qingxi didn't expect that Ning Fengji would be so efficient. He had already talked to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Qin Ming couldn't help but smile in surprise. That's perfect. I was a bit worried. After all, the Heaven Do Royal Academy has indeed produced very few powerful soul masters in recent years, and its status has been declining. The academy's leaders are eager to recruit talents from genius academies. If you go there, they would definitely try every means to use their connections to keep you, which would really be like digging into the academy's wall. But with Sect Master Ning's recommendation, they will probably be a bit wary. Flender, who was standing aside, revealed a hint of bitterness. This idea was indeed good, but if they really went there and represented the Heaven Do Royal Academy at the Soul Master competition, even if it was just nominal, the Heaven Do Academy would definitely announce to the outside world that they were all from Heaven Do. Who would still remember Shrek? But obviously, he couldn't make decisions about this matter. Tang Qingxi had already formed a complete team, and those kids were trained by her. In their eyes, he, as the principal, didn't hold much importance anymore. Qin Ming still hadn't realized the problem. He just thought that since Shrek had already tried to obtain a quota from other academies, it was indeed the academy's plan, or Flender's plan, not knowing that it was all orchestrated by Tang Qingxi. We will go over soon. The resources of the Heaven Do Royal Academy are so good. I don't want them to go to waste, especially for mimicry training. They should be using these resources. These students have almost built a solid foundation, and with a better training environment, Tang Qingxi would definitely fight for it. Enough, Tang Qingxi, I disagree. Flender couldn't hold back any longer. They ultimately belong to Shrek. You can't arrange everything on your own. They can receive a good education at Shrek. Qin Ming was momentarily dumbfounded. What's going on? Chapter 87. Confronting Flender angrily, you talk to me about education? Flender exploded in anger, and Tang Qingxi shot him a sidelong glance. What have you taught? These people are trained by me. What did Shrek teach them? Not to mention Tang San and the others. Let's talk about Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. What were they like 2 years ago when I left Shrek to experience the world? What are they like now when I returned? What did you teach? Don't tell me Shrek has produced some talented individuals. Have you considered what your enrollment requirements are? With such enrollment requirements, you only graduated a dozen out of over 60. Think about it. Are your graduation requirements too high? Or did you not teach well, so only a few could graduate? Those 60 or so would at least have half graduating if placed in the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Do you believe it? I was too lazy to talk about this before, but I want to make it clear today. If it weren't for Xiao Wu and Tang San coming to Shrek because of Yu Xiaojing, do you think I would come here and even give you money to maintain the academy's operations and build dormitories? I've given you enough face. I didn't directly take the people away, just nominally taking a quota from the Heaven Do Royal Academy to borrow the opportunity, still graduating from your Shrek. If you keep this up, I think we might as well drop the Shrek graduation title. What's the difference with graduating from the Heaven Do Royal Academy? If you disagree, then go get a Soul Master competition quota. Your Shrek Academy can't even register. You. Flender was rendered speechless by Tang Qingxi's words. The quota for the Soul Master competition was indeed a hard injury for him, and he glared at Tang Qingxi, his anger gradually rising. What he couldn't stand even more was Tang Qingxi's denial of the Academy's past actions. Flender. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojing's expression changed. Calm down. Qin Ming was even more stunned. These kids were taught by Tang Qingxi? There was such a huge conflict between Tang Qingxi and the principal. This plan wasn't even the principal's plan. He immediately regretted bringing up this topic, although it didn't really matter. Tang Qingxi already had Sect Master Ning's connection, and whether he brought it up or not wouldn't affect the outcome. Moreover, what Tang Qingxi said was indeed a bit harsh. Junior sister, you can't say that. Whatever plans we have, we should discuss them well. As this conflict intensified, Tang San and the others couldn't interject and didn't have any thoughts of speaking up. Dai Mubai and Oscar felt the most conflicted and awkward, especially since they were specifically mentioned by Tang Qingxi. But in this situation, they didn't know what to say. Although Flender was very aggressive, Tang Qingxi was not afraid and stared back at him. Flender felt helpless, the anger in his heart gradually dissipating, turning into dejection. But the next moment, a more powerful aura suddenly pressed down, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Flender and Qin Ming immediately became alert. Who is it? Tang Qingxi raised her eyebrows and instructed the students. You can eat by yourselves. After you finish, take a break and move around freely. I have something to attend to and will leave first. I'll go directly back to Shrek afterwards. After saying this, Tang Qingxi glanced at Flender. Think carefully about it yourself. I need to handle some matters. With that, Tang Qingxi walked straight out. Flender sat there even more dejectedly. No wonder Tang Qingxi had always been so confident. She actually had such a powerful figure behind her. With such momentum, her strength was far above his. At least at the Soul Duo level, if not higher. Yu Xiaojing patted Flander's shoulder and gestured, let's talk. He then led Flender to a secluded spot and advised, Flander, you just sense Tang Qingxi's power more clearly. We cannot intervene in her decisions. And she has indeed provided Tang San and the others with better opportunities for growth in future. It would be better to be more amicable, as she said. Those kids will still graduate from Shrek. Nowadays, Yu Xiaojing, who once held pride in his convictions, had nearly lost that pride after the setbacks. The theories he was proud of made him realize, in the face of Tang Qingxi's solid evidence, that there were indeed many shortcomings. Tang Qingxi's character is not to be evaluated by Yu Xiaojing, but her abilities are indeed formidable. Initially, he was most concerned about the somewhat opposing identities of Tang San and Tang Qingxi, worrying that it might be disadvantageous for Tang San. However, Tang Qingxi not only relinquished her soul bone, but also has an additional inheritance connection with Tang San. This concern is something another person might consider, but that person has never taken any action, so Yu Xiaojing no longer worries about it. Moreover, all of Tang Qingxi's actions and plans are indeed beneficial to Tang San and the others. With Tang Qingxi's personal strength and the presence of Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong, it is clear that she has the capability to form an additional team for the Soul Master competition. Her willingness to find ways to bring Tang San and the others to participate is also greatly advantageous for them. It is important to note that the rewards from the Soul Master competition have always been extremely valuable and are very significant for Tang San and his group. Tang Qingxi's chosen path will undoubtedly allow them to progress more smoothly. Tang Qingxi's plans are indeed reasonable, and Yu Xiaojing himself agrees with them. If it were him, he would probably make the same plans. However, Flander is too stubborn and has gotten himself into a dilemma. Flander sighed deeply. In the current situation, he really couldn't change anything. Xiaojing, here, Yu Xiaojing was trying to enlighten Flander, while on the other side, Tang Qingxi walked all the way to the outskirts of the city and found a desolate and uninhabited place to stop. A figure cloaked in black, whose face was hidden, could only be vaguely seen in the darkness. After Tang Qingxi stopped, the figure slowly emerged. Are you looking for me? What is it? Tang Qingxi asked. To discuss cooperation. The visitor's voice was hoarse and deep as he spoke, removing his hood. The person was none other than Tang Hao, but he was no longer the disheveled version that Tang Qingxi had seen before. His unkempt hair had been cut into a crew cut, neatly groomed. Although his face still bore the marks of hardship, he no longer looked dejected. His gaze was much clearer than before. To discuss cooperation. What can you offer me now? The person indeed looked much more spirited, and there had been quite a change. It seemed there was indeed something to talk about. Tang Hao asked in return. What do you want? Naturally, it was your combat power, but can you obey me? Tang Qingxi asked again. At first, her plan was not like this. It was indeed difficult to command someone of the title Douluo level. She just wanted to collaborate with Tang Hao on some matters. However, now she felt she could raise the stakes. After hearing this, Tang Hao fell silent for a moment and did not answer directly. What about that white cat? Chapter 88. Is this the esteemed blue-silver emperor seed? Saying this, Tang Qingxi took off the necklace hanging around her neck. The pendant being a crystal-clear gem with a light blue hue. With a flick of her fingertip, a faint light burst forth, and a white cat leaped out, climbing up Tang Qingxi's arm to her shoulder. This is a soul guide that can temporarily house living beings. I had it stay inside during the previous battle. The white cat lazily yawned on Tang Qingxi's shoulder and patted her shoulder. What is going on? You're disturbing my sleep? Tang Qingxi stroked the white cat's fur to soothe her morning grumpiness. Tang Hao watched the interaction between the person and the beast, his gaze shifting slightly. Tang Qingxi seems to have a good relationship with this soul beast, which is why their interactions are so casual. What do you want me to do? Tang Hao asked again. In any case, it won't be anything like dealing with the Haoyan sect or indiscriminately killing innocents. Tang Qingxi made it very clear. She does not expect to control Tang Hao completely, just that he can be useful when needed. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before confirming. Are you sure you can resurrect Ain? I'm not sure. I need to know the current situation of the blue-silver emperor. We can talk about it after I assess the situation. After all, if the chances are high, my bargaining power will also be greater. With someone like Tang Hao, Tang Qingxi didn't play games or beat around the bush. She spoke very clearly. Tang Qingxi definitely has a good grasp of the situation. Just based on Tang Hao coming back, along with a rose description of the vitality of the blue-silver emperor. That blue-silver emperor's condition is likely even better than our rose. Tang Hao stared at Tang Qingxi, feeling very hesitant, unsure whether to inform her about a yin situation. He was not completely at ease with this person yet. Since he was already here, why hesitate at this moment? Haven't you thought it through during this time? Then why did you come find me? Tang Qingxi crossed her arms and leaned against the tree trunk, saying, If you want me to help you revive the blue-silver emperor, I need to know the situation. Otherwise, do you expect me to just wave my hand and bring her back to life? Tang Hao let out a long sigh. The temptation to resurrect Ain was too great, and now Ain herself had no soul rings or soul bones. She couldn't think of what Tang Qingxi could possibly want from Ain, or what the necessity was to harm her again. After Yin's suicide, she left behind a seed. I know it is her, but having lost 100,000 years of cultivation, it needs to grow again. Do you have a way? Even if it's like this white cat. Sure enough, I said that with the famous vitality of the blue-silver emperor, it couldn't possibly be completely dead. The white cat, Ero, spoke up. Are you sure that's her? Her soul is still there, hasn't dissipated? Tang Qingxi confirmed. Tang Hao, I don't really understand souls or anything, but I can feel her from the blue-silver grass that came from the seed. From what I've gathered, it should be much better than a Rua's situation. At least the body is still there. The key is just to accelerate her growth time. There are actually quite a few ways to do this. And she isn't just a blue-silver grass. She shouldn't need to cultivate for a full 100,000 years to recover. As for your request, that's easy to handle. As long as we confirm that the soul is still there, we just need a place for it to reside. Tang Qingxi stroked his chin and pondered, saying, Since you planted the seeds, can you take me to see them? Sure, Tang Hao nodded. Since a decision had been made, there was no need to hesitate any longer. Let's go directly. The earlier we go, the earlier we can return. I still need to train them, so I'll head back to inform them first. Tang Qingxi was quite straightforward, and it was also a good opportunity to give Tang San and the others a break, so he could take care of any matters at hand. After saying that, Tang Qingxi turned and walked back. You just wait here for a moment. Tang Qingxi returned to the hotel, found Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing to inform them about his upcoming trip, and then went back to meet with Tang Hao. I can't hire a car for this trip. It would be troublesome if the spirit hall found out my whereabouts, so I need you to take me this time. Tang Hao was taken aback. Are you still afraid of being discovered by the spirit hall? Tang Qingxi gave him a glance. I'm not afraid, but what about you? Do you want to see the blue-silver emperor dead, for sure? Although it's highly likely that Qian Douluo knows that Qian Xuanjia wasn't killed by you. He died after being severely injured by you. Knowing your whereabouts and that of the blue-silver emperor, he won't hesitate to take revenge. Wasn't Qian Xuanjia supposed to have died from the injuries I inflicted? Tang Qingxi's words revealed quite a bit of information, and Tang Hao caught on to the key point. Tang Qingxi nodded. He was seriously injured and returned to the Wuhuan Hall, only to be ambushed again. With the capabilities of the Wuhuan Hall, his injuries can be treated well. Who did this? Tang Hao couldn't help but ask curiously. Who helped him take revenge? Tang Qingxi smiled meaningfully but did not elaborate. The two then set off, with Tang Hao using his soul power to quickly navigate through the dense forest with Tang Qingxi. When they finally stopped, the daylight was once again approaching dusk. Tang Hao secretly let out a breath, concealing his fatigue. Tang Qingxi surveyed the area in front of him. It was in a valley surrounded by towering mountains, lush greenery, and a magnificent waterfall that seemed to connect heaven and earth. This place was indeed great for their training. Tang Qingxi commented. This waterfall was much better than the one near Shrek, and climbing it was even more challenging. At this point, Tang Hao no longer led Tang Qingxi, but guided the way ahead. He approached the edge of the waterfall, leaped into the air with astonishing speed, and soared towards the waterfall, landing on a rock beside it. Tang Qingxi followed closely behind, gracefully using the force of his movements to reach the rock. A massive stream of water poured down, drenching both of them. Tang Hao pressed on a rock on the stone wall behind the waterfall, and a seemingly seamless rock suddenly sank in, revealing a doorway large enough for a person to pass through. The two of them then crawled inside. Inside was a passage, about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, extending inward, looking deep in the insufficient light. Tang Qingxi's eyes faintly glimmered with a purple light, while Tang Hao took out from his soul guide device, illuminating the surroundings as he led Tang Qingxi deeper inside. As they reached the innermost part, the area brightened, revealing a stone chamber of about 10 square meters. There was a stone hole at the top, allowing natural light to enter the chamber. Inside the stone chamber, there were no furnishings, only a small mound of earth directly beneath the stone hole, upon which a slender blue-silver grass swayed in the wind. This blue-silver grass appeared slightly different from ordinary blue-silver grass. Its leaves were longer and had golden fine lines on them. Tang Qingxi frowned and said, "Is this the blue-silver emperor? You just planted her in this place?" At that moment, the gem on Tang Qingxi's chest glowed, and the white cat Aru jumped out, sitting by the mound of earth. She wasn't familiar with the blue-silver emperor, but they were both 10,000-year soul beasts, and seeing her current situation stirred complex feelings in her. Chapter 89. Tang Hao. Go work for me. Seeking initial subscription. I often feel that those 10,000-year soul beasts brave enough to transform into human forms are quite bold and take great risks. However, it seems that there is no difference. Those soul masters who desire 10,000-year soul rings will always find ways. Whether like me hiding in the deep forest, or like her transforming into a human and blending into the crowd. They cannot escape the fate of becoming soul rings or soul bones. The white cat Aru spoke with a sense of sorrow, looking at Tang Qingxi as she said, "If everyone were like you, breaking through without needing a soul ring would be great. The rules for soul beasts on this continent are unfair. Even for me, I only choose not to rely on soul rings to break through because I have certain aspirations. But in order to have sufficient strength, I will ultimately still choose to absorb soul rings and will try to select soul beasts with sufficiently high ages, even 10,000-year soul beasts. All I can do is promise not to target Xiao Wu and those soul beasts close to you." Tang Qingxi took out a handkerchief to dry the water on his hands and gently patted Aru's fur, but the words he spoke were very realistic and cruel. "Don't expect many people to consider your spirit beasts. People are selfish." The white cat Aru looked calmly at the blue silver grass and said softly, "Yes, you are selfish. But so am I. As long as I can protect Xiao Wu and Deming and Air Ming, that's enough. I want to protect other spirit beasts, but I can't." However, Aru hesitated and glanced at Tang Hao, clearly holding back some words because of his presence. Tang Qingxi could understand her meaning. "I understand your thoughts. And after the matter is accomplished, we can try, but I won't promise anything about it. After all, whether it can be accomplished is still a question." Aru replied softly. Tang Hao didn't understand what they were talking about, but he wasn't interested in asking more. Tang Qingxi chatted with Aru for a moment, then carefully examined the blue silver grass. She squatted down, her palms emanating a faint 9-colored glow, and her fingertips gently touched the blades of the blue-silver grass. Tang Hao appeared particularly tense as he watched Tang Qingxi's movements closely. After a moment, Tang Qingxi released his martial soul, and mysterious domain power quietly unfolded, enveloping the blue-silver grass. The swaying of the blue-silver grass intensified, and the golden lines on the leaves seemed to come alive, undulating gently like rippling waves of golden light. Tang Hao was stunned. The blue-silver grass was actually growing at a visible speed. However, this growth did not last long, only growing a small segment. Tang Qingxi spoke up. "It's a pity that Tang Sect doesn't have a talent domain. The effects of his talent domain would probably be even better. After all, they share the same origin." The reason Tang Qingxi's domain could promote the growth of the blue-silver grass was merely because they were both plants and their ranks were sufficiently high. Ayin is the king among the blue silver grass, while Tang Qingxi's martial soul, the black jade plum blossom, is the king among flowers. Of course, the original black jade plum blossom was just a slightly special flower, but after Tang Qingxi arrived in this world and became her martial soul, it coincidentally devoured the damaged Haoyan hammer martial soul, thus achieving its status as the king among flowers. At that moment, a strange scene appeared. The longest blade of the blue-silver grass slowly moved, gently wrapping around Tang Qingxi's fingertip. A very gentle mental fluctuation emerged, as if conveying feelings of gratitude to her. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but smile. Not bad. It even retains its own consciousness, but it can't express itself fully while inside the blue-silver grass. Her soul is much more complete compared to Ero. She stood up with determination and looked at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, as long as you are willing to do me a favor, I will fulfill your wishes, allowing her to communicate with you as soon as possible, which can be considered a form of existence and companionship. Moreover, I will also quickly enhance the cultivation of the blue-silver grass to accelerate her growth. Tang Hao witnessed the changes that Tang Qingxi brought to the blue-silver grass and couldn't help but trust her words even more. He nodded immediately and said, "Okay, as long as it doesn't go against my true intentions, it's fine." "Then there are two things to handle before I ask you to do something," Tang Qingxi said. "What is it?" "Transplant the blue-silver emperor. I will personally take care of her. Of course, there isn't much for you to do in the near future. Mainly, just protect me secretly. You can also keep an eye on the situation of the blue-silver emperor at any time. I can't always spend time coming over, as her soul still needs nurturing, which requires her to be with me. In this place." Tang Qingxi glanced around and expressed great disdain, feeling that this place was truly unsuitable for cultivating blue-silver emperor. "Why did you choose this place? It's much better to plant it outside. Have you ever seen any plants growing better in a cave than outside? Even if you punch a hole in the top, there won't be much sunlight reaching it. This is the blue-silver emperor. I can't imagine what the ordinary blue-silver grass would look like." Tang Hao's face turned pale, and he sighed helplessly. "I'm afraid that if I plant it outside and can't keep an eye on it, Ayin might be hurt by passing soul beasts." "That's true. Do you have any objections about the transplantation?" Tang Qingxi asked. "None." "All right, there's one more thing." At this point, Tang Qingxi's expression darkened a few shades. "What's wrong with you? You have a bunch of old injuries in your body, and you aren't treating them? Are you really hoping that one day you'll just let go of everything and leave Tang San and Ayin to fend for themselves?" Tang Qingxi genuinely disliked this point. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't temporarily rally other people, he really wouldn't want to deal with this guy. To recruit a fighter, he first had to treat their injuries, and treating a titled Douluo's wounds came at a hefty price. Tang Hao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Even a healing-type titled Douluo couldn't heal my wounds. But don't worry, I can control it, and it won't affect my strength too much. Anyway, it doesn't matter if a titled Douluo can heal me. I can heal you. I don't want a perfectly good titled Douluo level fighter to die on me while I'm using him. Right now, there's nothing going on, but sooner or later, you'll need to confront title Douluo level opponents. With your injuries, can you really fight? Besides, your talent is decent. Once your injuries are healed, your strength should improve even further. I need your peak combat power." Tang Qingxi said coldly, but her hands gently cleared away some of the soil around the blue-silver grass. Then she took out a jade box, filled a portion of the soil into it, and took out a vividly green leaf from her bracelet, which exuded a strong vitality. She crushed it and spread it over the soil before transplanting the blue-silver grass with soil into the jade box. Tang Hao ignored Tang Qingxi's almost mocking words and focused on the blue-silver emperor. Seeing that it didn't seem to show any signs of discomfort, he relaxed. "I remember among the three great craftsmen, there is you." Tang Qingxi suddenly looked at Tang Hao. "With this shabby appearance, I don't expect you to cover the treatment costs. So let's find some work for you besides being a bodyguard." Chapter 90. Transplanting the Blue-Silver Emperor, seeking initial subscription. "All right, do you have any plans?" Tang Hao nodded. "Go and forge for me." Tang Qingxi shot him another disdainful glance. "I'll teach your son, I'll save your wife, and even treat your injuries. Whatever you need to do in the future, as long as it doesn't violate my promises, if you have the slightest hesitation, it would be an insult to me." With Tang Hao's foolish situation, if it weren't for the fact that he had no title Douluo level subordinates to use, he would have kicked him away long ago. She really needed a stronger bodyguard. She wouldn't draw on the title Douluo from Bibi Dong unless absolutely necessary. After all, Bibi Dong needed them too. Qin Daolu was an old hand who had lived for quite some years, and he was not easy to deal with. That's fine. Forging was indeed something he was good at, and it didn't involve any moral dilemmas. So Tang Hao naturally agreed without hesitation. And, as Tang Qingxi said, she had indeed done quite a few things beneficial to him. Let's go. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, placing the white cat on her shoulder. While the jade box containing the blue silver emperor was stored in the soul guide that could accommodate living things. Tang Hao silently followed Tang Qingxi, watching her back and feeling a bit confused. I always feel something is strange. Sometimes the way you present yourself makes me think you shouldn't have such a personality. You seem more reserved, yet you display such sharpness. The sharpness is quite good. You don't know how to hide it. In the eyes of some people. At most, I just have a bit of cleverness. My behavior is somewhat annoying, but they don't really fear me too much. Tang Qingxi had a half-smiling expression on her face and said, with my strength, wanting to oppose those existences is not an easy task, even just to stay alive. Those existences? Qiandaolu? Tang Hao asked. Tang Qingxi said, not just that, but so far, the main target is Qiandaolu. Tang Hao asked curiously, what kind of strength does Qiandaolu have? To be honest, I didn't even know this person was still alive. In the past, I only heard bits and pieces, knowing that he is the father of Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. What? Do you want to have a go with him? Aren't you supposed to deal with him? Tang Hao retorted. But I don't expect you to help me against his titled Douluo. That's enough. A peak Douluo at level 99 can kill you with a single strike. Don't expect your little strength to deal with him. To confront him, even relying on me, you need to live for several more decades. Without me, in your current situation, if you die, he might still be alive. Luckily, this guy is a peak Douluo, strong enough not to easily take action against others, which allows me to pull these little tricks. Tang Qingxi said, of course, this statement is half true and half false. Tang Hao is not qualified to know so much yet. Qiandaolu's strength is indeed very strong. But the reason he doesn't make a move easily is that both she and Bibi Dong carry an aura that he cannot easily touch. Although neither of them wants this troublesome aura. After resting in the valley for a while, the two set off to return to Shrek, and their speed on the way back was slightly slower, arriving by the next evening. Taking advantage of the night, Tang Qingxi directly brought Tang Hao back to her residence. Sit down. I'll check your body carefully later to decide how to treat you. She set Tang Hao aside and directly placed the blue silver emperor on the windowsill, then took out some green leaves and ground them into a paste, putting the mixture into the soil. Tang Hao, Tang Qingxi called out, then led him into a vacant room facing south. Come over and clear this piece of ground. For such physical work, she decisively had Tang Hao do it. The blue silver emperor can naturally absorb what it needs from the earth. But it can't be openly planted outside, so they would connect the inside and outside. Okay. Tang Hao had no reason to refuse such a small task, especially since it was for Ain. Make sure the noise isn't too loud, but the hole should be a bit bigger, Tang Qingxi reminded him. Tang Hao nodded, skillfully controlling his strength. With his power, it didn't take long for him to create a sizable hole in the foundation. Tang Qingxi immediately went out to get some soil to fill it in, and then replanted the blue silver emperor into it. Give me your hand. After settling the blue silver emperor, Tang Qingxi took out a handkerchief. Tang Hao, although confused, did not resist and extended his hand. Tang Qingxi placed a handkerchief under his wrist and then placed her fingers on it. After taking his pulse for a while, she probed a bit of internal energy for a closer examination, and the more she checked, the tighter her brows furrowed. Can it be treated? Seeing her solemn expression, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. It shouldn't be the case, but I'm wondering how long you'll have to work to pay off this medical fee. After all, this is not the reward for the service you provided me. After assessing the situation, Tang Qingxi waved her hand to dismiss him, saying, all right, you can go out for now. Find a place to wait. And don't stray too far from me. I need to prepare the things for your treatment. Tang Hao nodded and walked out. Tang Qingxi directly hugged the white cat and went to rest. The next day, she first sought out Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, contact the people your father arranged. Since you're at Shrek, he will definitely have someone watching over you outside. We will be heading to the Heaven Do imperial capital soon. Okay, Sister Shi. Ning Rongrong nodded in response. What have you been doing these past few days? Tang Qingxi casually asked. Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. Not much. Zhu Qing and the others are all cultivating, so we just followed along. But we are indeed tired and didn't do any training. Just focus on cultivating our soul power. Tang Qingxi smiled upon hearing this. These little ones were much more promising than she had thought. Although it was expected for them to play for a couple of days, she was still very pleased with their diligence. All right, let's get to work. After that, Tang Qingxi also left Shrek Academy. She had given Tang San and the others 3 days of rest, but she herself had not rested at all. Arriving at her secret cave, Tang Qingxi took Tang Hao to meet someone. Naturally, Tang Hao was captivated by Tang Qingxi's blueprints and ended up eagerly running to the Artisan Tower in Soto City. What is this? Lu Gao was happily researching the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, and when he saw Tang Qingxi bringing a person in a black robe, he was somewhat puzzled. You'll teach him the forging methods for these hidden weapons, Tang Qingxi said, pointing at Tang Hao. As she spoke, Tang Hao took off his hood. President Lu Gao. Long time no see. Tang Hao. Lu Gao was greatly surprised. It had been many years since he had heard any news of Tang Hao. He was even more astonished by Tang Qingxi's abilities. Although he wasn't clear about what had happened back then, he had vaguely heard some rumors that seemed to be related to the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi, the disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How could she pull Tang Hao over to forge hidden weapons for her? Moreover, she has managed to win over 2 of the 3 great craftsmen of the continent. What can't be forged? Teach him as soon as possible, and after a while, you will stay here to oversee things, while I will take a group of people to the Tiandu Imperial City. Tang Hao, you will be responsible for this group when the time comes. Tang Qingxi instructed, adding that this would not only involve forging hidden weapons, but she would also bring over a batch of top-grade ores. Chapter 91. Tang Hao's Past, Seeking Initial Subscription. Lu Gao looked at Tang Qingxi in disbelief, then glanced at Tang Hao. He still couldn't imagine how these 2 people came together. And the long-vanished Tang Hao was actually going to forge hidden weapons for Tang Qingxi? One person managing to gather 2 great craftsmen under one roof. Lu Gao couldn't help but recall the blade blank that had been kept in the furnace by the Spirit Hall. Although it felt a bit sinister, he was still very interested and looked forward to what kind of weapon the final product would be. With him and Tang Hao around, that blade blank should be entrusted to them for forging, right? And it's good that Tang Hao is coming. He's been making slow progress on those complex mechanism-type hidden weapons, and they could discuss them together. Understood? No problem. Lu Gao agreed without hesitation while pondering. Tang Hao curiously examined the various hidden weapons and components on the stone table in front of Lu Gao. He couldn't disassemble the Rain Pear Blossom Needle, but he had taken apart quite a few others, such as the Sand-Throwing Shadow and Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang Qingxi did not teach him the method of assembly, allowing him to research it on his own, since there was no rush for goods at the moment. Afterward, she called for a batch of blacksmiths, preparing to take them away when the time comes. As for Changzong, he would also set off tomorrow to the imperial city of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City, to make arrangements. Regarding other subordinates with combat power, Tang Qingxi did not plan to bring many, only taking along the batch that had previously been sent to accompany Tang San and the others for training. After making the arrangements, Tang Qingxi called Tang Hao aside. I have another question for you about your identity and past with the Blue-Silver Emperor and the enmity with the Spear Hall. When do you plan to tell Tang San? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback and lowered his eyes. That past is too painful. Xiao San is still young. I want to wait until Ayin is resurrected before telling him. His Hao-Ian hammer could not be hidden forever. Once it was revealed, people would guess his identity, especially since the Hao-Ian sect is nearly closed off now, and it is rare to see people from the Hao-Ian sect outside. If someone guesses, there will always be people who bring you up. He is not foolish and will think, speculate, and even seek the truth himself. Tang Qingxi looked at him coldly. I will choose a time to tell him anyway. It's better to clarify things early. The outside world is only half informed about your matters, so I'm not afraid he will be misled. Tang Hao seemed a bit hesitant. Isn't this matter serious enough to go against your own heart? Tang Qingxi asked him. Also, I need his assistance for your treatment. He will naturally ask, and I'm too lazy to make up lies to mislead him. Needing Tang San, and although reluctant to disclose the past, it wouldn't force Tang Hao to go against Tang Qingxi, so he remained silent. Then just listen. After saying that, Tang Qingxi stepped out, saying, learn as much as you can and report back to me later. Afterward, the rest period quickly passed, and Tang Qingxi naturally continued her training with Tang San and the others. She also sent a message to the Spirit Hall, requesting another batch of medicinal materials from BB Dong. Tang Hao's injuries are indeed a bit troublesome. The various medicinal plants she prepared are mainly for making poisons, and there are some for healing, but there aren't many healing medicines suitable for a titled Douluo level. After all, those medicines were primarily prepared for herself. She mainly considered preparations for secretly assassinating a titled Douluo and did not expect that a titled Douluo would need her to treat them. As a divine craftsman, Tang Hao only needed to learn the methods for crafting hidden weapon components, which isn't too difficult, and she became familiar with it in a short time. Tang Qingxi needed the medicinal materials, which Bibi Dong naturally expedited and sent over. Now, preparations for Tang Hao's treatment were about to begin. Tang Qingxi ordered Zhu Zhuqing to supervise the upcoming training, while Tang San was called back to her residence alone. Following Tang Qingxi to his residence, they arrived at the room where the blue-silver emperor was planted. Seeing his father sitting beside a blue-silver grass, Tang San looked extremely surprised. "Dad, what are you doing here? You miss someone." Tang Qingxi pointed to the blue-silver emperor on the ground. "This is your mother, Tang San." Tang San looked at the blue-silver grass on the ground, adorned with faint golden veins, feeling puzzled. "Is this me, mother?" He glanced at Tang Qingxi and Tang Hao, both of whom nodded. That's right. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, the young lady was not someone who liked to joke, and his father had confirmed it. So Tang San knelt down on one knee and gently called out to the blue-silver grass, "Mother, sit down, and let Tang Hao explain it to you," Tang Qingxi said as she pulled up a chair and sat down beside him, while the white cat jumped on her shoulder, silently watching. Tang San indeed had many questions, so he sat opposite Tang Hao, looking at him in confusion. "Dad, what's going on?" The blue-silver grass with faint golden veins swayed slightly, emitting a gentle aura, and Tang San vaguely felt something. At the same time, uncontrollably, his martial soul, blue-silver grass, also released itself, spreading out from beneath him and quickly covering the entire room. Tang Hao, seeing this, didn't rush to explain. He watched as Tang San approached the blue-silver emperor again and reached out to touch its leaves. The blue-silver emperor also extended its leaves and wrapped around Tang San's fingertips. Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with tears in an instant, his lips trembled, and he found himself uncontrollably moving closer. A leaf from the blue-silver emperor wrapped around Tang Hao's hand. In his previous life, Tang San was an orphan adopted by the Tang Sect, unaware of who his parents were. But now he had parents, and from the aura emanating from the blue-silver emperor, Tang San sensed his mother's concern for him, which made him unable to hold back his tears. Tang Hao smiled with hot tears in his eyes. After a long time, their emotions finally calmed down. Tang Hao let out a long sigh. "Tang San, your mother is a 10,000-year-soul beast, the blue-silver emperor." Tang San had already guessed something in his heart, although it was hard to believe. Fortunately, when Tang Qingxi explained about soul beasts earlier, he had given some knowledge about the various ages of soul beasts, even mentioning that 10,000-year-soul beasts could take on human forms. Otherwise, Tang San might not have guessed this far. But it was still quite incredible. With a hint of confusion in his eyes, Tang Hao seemed to see the past and began to recount his story. "I am a member of the Haotian Sect, and your other martial soul is called the Haotian Hammer. Back then, my elder brother and I were the sons of the previous sect master and were the two most outstanding disciples of our generation, and my talent even surpassed that of my elder brother. However, our father, your grandfather, was seriously injured in his early years and was not in good health. To ensure we could support the Haotian Sect as soon as possible, at the age of 30, when I broke through to level 70 soul power, he ordered my elder brother and me to go out and experience the world for 10 years. In the 5th year of our journey, we met your mother. Her name is Ayin, the silver of blue silvergrass. Your mother was very beautiful, like a pure fairy without a trace of impurity. The first time I saw her, my heart was captured by her. By chance, the three of us traveled together and swore brotherhood. She was the youngest at that time, ranked 3rd, and we usually called her Ayin or Xiao San. Your name comes from this. The following years were the happiest days of my life. The three of us almost traveled to every corner of the continent. In fact, my elder brother also fell in love with Ayin, but one night, he quietly left us and returned to the Haotian Sect. My elder brother chose to withdraw on his own. That very night, Ayin and I talked a lot, and she even told me her identity. She was not human, but a 10,000-year-soul beast, the blue-silver emperor, about to mature. When I first learned this, I was extremely surprised. What did a 10,000-year-soul beast mean? But my feelings for Ayin diluted everything, so I expressed my love for her. Your mother had always liked me too, but due to her identity and fearing it would hurt my elder brother, she never spoke it out loud. Things naturally progressed, and I prepared to take Ayin home to meet my father. Although it was a huge risk, your grandfather was a titled Douluo and could easily see through a Yin's identity. But before we could return to the Haotian Sect, an accident occurred. Even when the three of us were traveling the continent, we had already attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall. After all, the Haotian Sect is one of the top 3 sects among the 7 great sects, and my elder uncle and I represented the new generation of the Haotian Sect. How could the Spirit Hall not pay attention to us? That year, I was 35 years old. and my soul power had already reached level 84 when a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall came. Although he was stronger, he couldn't gain an advantage under the Haotian hammer and ended up with a broken leg. I immediately took a yin and fled. I knew we could not return to the sect, as a yin's identity had been discovered by the Spirit Hall. Sure enough, not long after, the Pope of the Spirit Hall issued a decree denouncing the Haotian sect, demanding that the sect hand over a yin and me. By then, your grandfather was already gravely ill, and upon learning of this, he couldn't find me and died in anger. I never got to see him one last time before he passed away. My elder brother ascended to the position in a hurry. Although he also reached title Douluo, the sect had many strong members. But even if the Haotian sect was the #1 sect in the world without your grandfather's leadership, various forces within the sect began to stir. Facing the relentless pressure from the Spirit Hall, your elder uncle found it difficult to cope. Fortunately, the Haotian sect was powerful, and the Spirit Hall did not dare to act rashly. Ayin and I got married and lived a life of hiding. Even though the incident gradually calmed down, I could no longer return to the sect or even pay my respects to your grandfather. Because I had no qualifications, I was a sinner of the sect. Upon hearing this, Tang Sect couldn't help but speak. Dad, no matter what you owe the sect, I will definitely repay you double in the future. Hearing Tang Sect's words, Tang Qingxi raised his eyelids. Tang Sect, what does it have to do with you? Even if the Tang Sect is not considered a strong force in the martial world, we will not ignore our disciples being bullied. We have fought against forces stronger than the Tang Sect. The Haotian sect loves to cower, and Tang Hao loves to owe the Haotian sect. It has nothing to do with you. Tang Sect's initially furious emotions were suddenly dispersed by Tang Qingxi's words, leaving him speechless and mumbling. Tang Hao frowned in disagreement. Otherwise, how should the Haotian sect handle it? Should we fight to the death with the Spirit Hall? It sounds like the Spirit Hall would actually dare to fight the Haotian sect. If the Haotian sect had been a bit more resolute back then, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Do you really think the title of the world's #1 sect is just for show? Of course now. Only you people from the Haotian sect still acknowledge that title. Tang Qingxi said casually, resting her chin on her hand. This is recorded in the Spirit Hall. And back then, those elders were quite pleased with themselves. They never expected the Haotian sect to be so timid. Tang Hao was momentarily speechless. Then why have Dad and Mom become like this? Tang Sect decisively changed the subject. Didn't her mother say she had transformed into human form? This situation was clearly not normal. Tang Hao also chose to let go of the topic of Haotian sect and continued. One day, 13 years ago, your mother was pregnant and gave birth to you. During those years, my soul power advanced by leaps and bounds. On the day you were born, my soul power reached level 90, and your mother finally entered her mature period. But on that very day, the people from the Spirit Hall came. The current Pope, Qian Xuanji, personally led the team, along with 2 titled Douluos and a large number of Spirit Hall experts, surrounding the place where we lived. That was right after your mother had just given birth to you, and she was already severely weakened. Qian Xuanji proposed to spare me and you, but wanted to take your mother away. How could I let him have his way? The battle began. Soon, I was heavily injured by them, and at that moment, your mother came out holding you. Your mother told them that the strongest ability of the Blue Silver Emperor was immortality, that no one could kill her, and thus no one could obtain her soul rings and soul bones, unless she took her own life. At that time, I was gravely injured and could do nothing to stop it. I could only watch helplessly as she placed you in my arms. The next moment, she committed suicide right in front of me. The death of a 100,000-year soul beast could create a powerful magnetic field that no one could shake. The many experts from a Spirit Hall could only watch helplessly as your mother infused the soul ring she transformed into my body, making me the youngest titled Douluo on the continent at that time. A 100,000-year soul ring is a completely different concept from other soul rings at that time. My injuries healed and my strength surged. I retaliated with all my might, severely injuring the Pope. And one of the 2 titled Douluos he brought was killed while the other was injured. As for your mother, she ultimately left behind her soul bones and a seed of grass. This is the blue silver grass that grew from that seed. Your mother lost all her cultivation and had to start over. Later, I heard that the Pope of the Spirit Hall died from his injuries, and this debt was recorded by the Spirit Hall against me and Haotian sect. To protect the sect, your uncle had no choice but to announce my expulsion from the sect and close down Haotian sect. After listening to Tang Hao's story, both Tang Sect and Tang Hao fell into silence for a long time. Tang Sect looked at his mother, who had transformed back into a plant, and gradually a look of hatred emerged in his eyes. Tang Qingxi glanced at him lightly and said, Don't expect revenge anymore. The people who harmed your mother back then are almost all dead now. Isn't the spirit hall still around? The hatred for your mother's death is irreconcilable. Tang San's emotions could not calm down for a long time. The only way to cleanse it was through blood, to destroy the spirit hall. You still want to annihilate the spirit hall? Do you know the significance of the spirit hall on the continent? Without the spirit hall, you might still be in Holy Spirit Village, without awakening your martial soul. Outside the spirit hall, no other forces would care about the trivial matter of whether the commoners in a small village awaken their martial souls. Moreover, once the spirit hall is destroyed, the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire will lose their checks and balances and will immediately go to war, leading to chaos across the land. Tang Qingxi saw his expression and smiled slightly. With sharp eyes, she looked at Tang San and coldly said, "Moreover, if you want to destroy the spirit hall, you can act now. First, kill me." Chapter 93. Tang How Became a Hedgehog. Tang Qingxi may not be a good person, and his methods can be somewhat ruthless, but he would never engage in chaotic and destructive actions that disturb the world. Tang San was immediately stunned. What does it mean to destroy the spirit hall? Does it mean to kill the young lady first? Tang Qingxi stood up and walked in front of Tang San, her aura cold and fierce. Tang San, do you want to give it a try? Tang San didn't dare to move, being pressured by Tang Qingxi's imposing aura, causing him to retreat repeatedly and feel a bit dizzy. What is going on? The young lady has a connection with the spirit hall? Little San, calm down. Our enemies are indeed almost dead, and as for the remaining grudges, they won't affect the entire spirit hall. Moreover, there is no need to destroy the spirit hall. Tang Hao, seeing that things weren't right, quickly stood up and blocked in front of the two, advising. Since he had chosen to stand with Tang Qingxi, and seeing her intentions, it was clear she aimed to take control of the spirit hall, promoting a change in the spirit hall's leadership, especially helping the enemies of the Qian family rise to power, was also a form of revenge. Stay there, I won't do anything to Tang San. I just need to make things clear. Tang Qingxi glanced at Tang San and turned to walk outside. Tang San, come out. Tang San was confused, but he still instinctively followed. Are you out of your mind? You casually talk about annihilating a force. After training for a few days, you think you're invincible? Whether you're strong or not, just think clearly about some things. If you destroy the spirit hall, you will feel good. But even if most people in the spirit hall don't know about the past events, can you handle the aftermath? Or will you just watch the world fall into chaos? Tang Qingxi scolded Tang San, making him lower his head and not dare to say another word. However, she only scolded him for a few sentences before her tone softened considerably. You don't need to be too agitated. I will eventually bring the spirit hall under my control. And Tang Hao is currently cooperating with me. Most people in the spirit hall have nothing to do with the past events. And as for those who do, they're already my enemies. The spirit hall is not a force that can be easily destroyed, but if you want revenge, it's not completely out of reach. However, you're too weak right now. There is no need to think about so much. The important thing is to focus on improving yourself. Listening to Tang Qingxi's words, Tang San gradually understood more and his mind became clearer. He turned to look at the door and softly asked, the young lady in the spirit hall? If I win the Soul Master competition, I will be the saintess of the spirit hall, the next pope. The previous pope, Qian Xuanji, who caused your mother's death, is indeed not a good person, one who even harmed his own disciples. The current pope has also suffered persecution, and I am in the same camp as her. Now, your father can also be considered part of our camp. In short, our enemies overlap to some extent, Tang Qingxi said directly. I said that earlier to help you calm down and not let hatred cloud your judgment. Then who exactly is the young lady targeting? Tang San asked again. The remnants of Qian Xuanji's forces and his father, Qian Douluo. Once the spirit hall is under my control, do you still think the spirit hall will be your enemy? Tang San's gaze gradually became firm. He understood that he would train hard to assist the young lady and seek revenge for his mother. Then he lowered his head. Tang San realized he had spoken impulsively without thinking things through. Well, after all, you only know the general situation and haven't understood the specifics. However, in the future, when making decisions, you need to consider things more carefully. Tang Qingxi waved his hand, preparing to head back. And by the way, the reason I specifically told you these things today is so that you won't ask me about them later. Your father's battle back, then, was extremely fierce, and he still carries countless old injuries. I need your assistance to treat his wounds. Is Dad seriously injured? Hearing this, Tang San became anxious. Tang Qingxi did not hide anything about this. Living until now is a sign of good fortune, but it can be treated, so there's no need to worry. As for your mother, I'm also finding ways to help her recover. Back in the room, Tang Hao stood nervously by the door, and only relaxed when he saw the two return calmly. All right, everything that needed to be said has been clarified. Now let's start your treatment. Saying this, Tang Qingxi took out a prescription and some medicinal ingredients, pointed to another room, and said, Tang-san, go to that room to brew it. Then pour it into the bathtub in that room. Fill it up halfway. Okay, Sister Shi. Tang-san nodded in agreement, took the items, and went to the room Tang Qingxi indicated. Tang Hao followed curiously, as he was indeed very interested in how Tang Qingxi would treat him, especially since the healing type title law couldn't heal the injuries on him. As soon as he entered the room, the first thing he saw was the bathtub placed in the center, followed by a long table beside it. On the long table, there were several narrow iron boxes filled with liquid, in which numerous silver needles were soaked, making it impossible to count how many there were. Under the iron boxes, a fire was still burning, with a weak flame roasting the boxes. Tang-sen felt a chill run down his spine. It was clear that everything here was needed for a purpose, which is why it was prepared in advance. He then discreetly glanced at Tang Hao. His father was indeed seriously injured, to the extent that so many silver needles were needed. However, Tang Hao didn't understand any of this and was still unaware of what he was about to face. He was just curiously looking around. The boiling of the medicinal herbs took time, and it wasn't until 2 full hours later that Tang-san finally filled half of the bathtub. Afterwards, Tang Hao was asked to remove his shirt and sit cross-legged in the bathtub, filled with medicinal liquid and ice cubes. Tang Qingxi's gaze was calm and unruffled. Inside the iron box was also a medicinal liquid, which had already been dried. Her palm, as smooth as jade, picked up an iron box that was still emitting heat and walked in front of Tang Hao. Tang Hao initially felt a bit awkward, but the next moment he had no time to think about it anymore. Tang Qingxi held a silver needle in her hand and decisively and swiftly pricked it into Tang Hao's body, producing a faint sizzling sound. Tang Hao's muscles tensed up all over, and the silver needles were still burning hot. Soon, Tang Qingxi's hands moved continuously, her palms waving with trails of afterimages. Before long, Tang Hao was drenched in cold sweat, and his body was covered in silver needles. Amidst the strong smell of medicinal liquid, there was a faint scent of meat. Tang-sen glanced a few times before silently turning his gaze away, only to see his father being pierced like a hedgehog. A chill ran down his spine. The key point was that there were still several iron boxes of needles on the long table that hadn't been used, and the young lady had added some medicinal liquid to continue the roasting. Call me when the ice melts completely. Tang Qingxi left a sentence, then left Tang-san to take care of Tang Hao and went out herself. Dad, are you okay? Tang-sen took out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat off Tang Hao's forehead. Tang Hao's feelings were naturally not good. He felt as if there was a furnace inside his body, burning hot, while the potions around him were icy and cold. However, seeing Tang-san's concerned gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, It's fine, I feel pretty good. Noticing the veins bulging on Tang Hao's forehead, Tang-sen could only silently continue to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Chapter 94. The selection of teams for the Soul Master competition is about to be determined. Once all the ice in the bathing tub had melted away, Tang-sen went to knock on Tang Qingxi's door. Tang Qingxi exited the state of cultivation and administered acupuncture to Tang Hao once again, repeating this process until he had used up all the prepared silver needles. By the end of this treatment, Tang Hao was basically ready to fall asleep, and Tang-sen stayed behind to take care of him, occasionally checking on the blue silver emperor. Most of the time was spent on cultivation, since he was determined to avenge his mother and assist the young lady. He naturally had to work hard in his training. Just as the young lady said, he was still too weak at the moment. Half a month later, Tang Qingxi put away the silver needles, and Tang Hao's complexion had changed significantly compared to before, looking much better. All right, for now, this is sufficient. You can at least act without too much concern, and it won't affect your strength too much. However, full recovery will still take time. Mainly, my cultivation level is not enough, so just wait. Tang Qingxi organized everything, and then called Tang-san to inform everyone that they would take a day off and set out for the Douluo Forest tomorrow to obtain soul rings for Zhu Zhuqing and Rongrong. During this time, Ning Rongrong also broke through to level 30. Tang Qingxi had low requirements for Ning Rongrong's third spirit ring, so he didn't plan to pressure her. He just intended to go with Zhu Zhuqing to get the third spirit ring sorted out. After that, they would be heading to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. All right, Tang-san agreed and then walked out. You should also take a good rest and recover your state, as the Douluo Forest will need your protection. Even though no matter how much trouble he and Flinder got into, Flinder would still arrange for someone to follow and protect them when they went to the Douluo Forest. However, no matter what, Tang Hao's strength was more reliable, and he certainly wouldn't leave Tang Hao behind. Tang Hao nodded. After that, Tang Qingxi returned to the room where she was cultivating the blue-silver emperor. During this time, she spent most of her time in this room treating Tang Hao. The 100,000-year soul skill she carried had some special effects, such as nourishing souls. Aru was revived through this. Although it couldn't be fully utilized, just releasing it could have a certain effect. During this period, the growth of the blue-silver emperor was quite good, as Tang Qingxi had prepared a lot of precious plants to nurture it, combined with the soul nourishment. Its growth progress had already surpassed the decades Tang Hao had cared for it. However, they were about to leave Shrek, and the blue-silver emperor needed to undergo another transplantation. The next day, upon hearing that Tang Qingxi was taking people to the Stardew Forest, Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and Yu Xiaojiang all came, and even Yu Xiaojiang brought Ma Hongjun along. The group gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria. When Tang Qingxi arrived, she didn't team-mind the large team and first announced to Tang San and the others. After going to Stardew Forest to obtain soul rings for Zhu Qing and Rongrong, we will head to the Tiando Royal Academy. But it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone will be taken along. Saying this, Tang Qingxi first glanced at Ma Hongjun and then added that the personnel would be confirmed after returning from the Stardew Forest. As soon as she said this, Tang San and the others were not worried. Since they were the initial group following Tang Qingxi, they would definitely be included. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong showed even less reaction. They were specifically brought by Tang Qingxi. However, Oscar and Dai Mubai felt a bit nervous. The participating team for the Soul Master competition required at least 7 members, and the people Tang Qingxi had were already enough, with the extras serving as backups just in case. But whether Tang Qingxi needed them as substitutes was uncertain. Zhu Zhuqing calmly looked at the nervous Dai Mubai and then shifted her gaze away. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang frowned upon hearing Tang Qingxi's words but did not immediately speak up. All of them had been rebuffed by Tang Qingxi before, and no one wanted to lose face in front of so many students. While resting in a nearby town of the Stardew Forest, Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang approached Tang Qingxi. Flinder's expression was not good, and he couldn't help but ask as soon as he entered, Tang Qingxi, are you planning not to include Ma Hongjun in the team for the Soul Master competition? Flinder had to ask. Ma Hongjun was his disciple, and he needed to advocate for him. I want to interfere with your plans to go to the Tiando Royal Academy. But can you take Ma Hongjun to participate in the Soul Master competition? After all, you are from the same academy and have been through these 2 years together. Tang Qingxi sighed upon hearing this. Flinder, if you had only thought ahead for Ma Hongjun and managed him properly, he wouldn't have been directly eliminated from the roster for the Soul Master competition. Now you come to me with this. Do you think I can agree? In terms of training, Ma Hongjun hasn't been training with Tang San and the others. They have no synergy whatsoever, and he can't keep up with the training intensity. As for his character, do you think the current Ma Hongjun can still get along with him? Dai Mubai has already learned to restrain himself. But what about Ma Hongjun? There's something I believe you should know. When Yu Xiaojiang gave him a break earlier, Ma Hongjun caused some trouble. I had to clean up after it. I felt dirty doing the cleanup, and that was already out of consideration for the academy. Why do I have such a big issue with your education? Ma Hongjun is a living example. The side effects of having a mutated martial soul is one thing, but you didn't teach him anything he needed to know. Do you even realize what kind of person he has become? That kid was audacious enough to tease me back then. Letting him live was already merciful. Just see if anyone outside the academy dares to say those things to me. Would he ever be able to speak again? Flinder looked embarrassed. Then you just have to manage him in the future. Ma Hongjun is still young. Your disciple, and you expect me to help you manage him? Young? He has been indulged by you to the point where he knows too much, but doesn't do anything serious. Tang Qingxi mocked with a smile. Anyway, my team cannot keep him. Yu Xiaojiang, seeing this, also advised. Ma Hongjun has improved a lot now, and he trains hard every day. Tang Qingxi shook her head again. It's too late. The number of people is already enough. Oscar and Dai Mubai might not even be kept. It's impossible to add more. Flander and Yu Xiaojiang fell into silence. There was nothing else to discuss. They could leave. This matter was not up for negotiation, and Tang Qingxi was resolute, pointing towards the door. Seeing that there was nothing to discuss with Tang Qingxi, Flander left with an unhappy expression. Yu Xiaojiang, however, did not rush to leave and asked Tang Qingxi again, are you really going to take Tang San and the others to participate in the Soul Master competition? What? Is there a problem? Yu Xiaojiang frowned. You are from the Spirit Hall, right? Do you have other intentions towards Xiao San? This was a concern that Yu Xiaojiang had been worried about, as Tang San's identity was also special. Oh, intentions? Yes, and I've already achieved my goal. There's nothing else. Tang Qingxi admitted very straightforwardly. She had indeed achieved her goal, as Tang Hao was already under her command. Chapter 95. I want to annul the engagement with Dai Mubai. Tang Qingxi's direct admission left Yu Xiaojiang momentarily speechless, unsure of how to react. Is there anything else? No, you can go out. Tang Qingxi clearly didn't want to talk much with Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated for a moment before reluctantly walking out. After a night without incident. The next day, everyone arrived at the Douluo Forest. Regarding Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's martial souls and the required soul rings, Tang Qingxi outlined a series of target options and led the group deeper into the forest to search. Dai Mubai and Oscar realized that they might be eliminated from the team by Tang Qingxi, so both appeared very diligent and proactive. Dai Mubai took the initiative to clear the path in front, saying where to go without asking many questions. Oscar kept supplying sausages, even eager to draw his weapon to fight off any obstructing soul beasts. Dai Mubai also did not forget to curry favor with Zhu Zhuqing, but she consistently rejected his advances, even becoming so annoyed that she simply walked over to Tang Qingxi's side. Faced with Tang Qingxi, Dai Mubai felt rather intimidated and didn't dare to approach him too closely. Meanwhile, last night's discussion ended on a sour note, which left Flander particularly silent today, and his expression remained grim. Tang Qingxi didn't even glance at him. She was more concerned about Zhu Zhuqing, who had seemed off these past couple of days. Although her combat state hadn't changed, it was obvious that she had something on her mind during their usual interactions. She glanced at Dai Mubai, who was leading the way but kept turning to look at them from time to time, and her gaze grew even more profound. After spending more than half a month in the Douluo Forest, both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had obtained suitable soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing acquired a soul ring with a lifespan of 500 years, and the absorption process was quite perilous, but she managed to pull through. Ning Rongrong's soul ring absorption was much easier because her ring was of a lower lifespan, only 800 years. After such a long period of training, her limit wasn't just 700 years. It was just that she couldn't find one with a more extreme lifespan. However, this soul ring was already significantly above the usual third soul ring for soul masters, and the soul beast was indeed a good match. After some discussion, Tang Qingxi and Ning Rongrong decided to go with the 700-year soul ring. Subsequently, the group took a break in a small town near the Douluo Forest. Tang Qingxi also gave them a day off to relax, but as the day for confirming the team members for the Soul Master competition approached, most of them were not in the mood to go out and have fun. Xiao Wu did want to go for a walk, so Tang San accompanied her. But they didn't wander around for long. They just strolled around the vicinity before returning to the hotel to rest and cultivate. Li Wenrui and Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, had been cultivating in the hotel the whole time. However, not long after Tang San and Xiao Wu returned, Zhu Zhuqing went out. Tang Qingxi leaned by the window of her room, watching Zhu Zhuqing walking slowly down the street, her gaze fixed ahead, seemingly uninterested in the bustling surroundings. Tang Qingxi observed Zhu Zhuqing with a distant look. During this time, Zhu Zhuqing had been in a state of deep thought, and Tang Qingxi could roughly tell that she was hesitating over a choice. Tang Qingxi was waiting for her decision. If nothing unexpected happened, the moment this decision became clear would also mark the end of her assessment of Zhu Zhuqing. Watching Zhu Zhuqing walk around the corner of the street, soon disappearing from view, Tang Qingxi was just about to withdraw her gaze when she spotted a familiar figure chasing after Zhu Zhuqing. It was Dai Mubai. As Zhu Zhuqing stopped, Dai Mubai caught up with her, but Tang Qingxi couldn't hear what they were discussing. However, it seemed that their conversation was not pleasant. Dai Mubai's body language appeared quite agitated, while Zhu Zhuqing hardly moved, barely even speaking. The final parting was very evident. Dai Mubai waved his hand angrily and left, while Zhu Zhuqing did not continue her walk and turned back to the hotel. Later that night, Zhu Zhuqing knocked on Tang Qingxi's door. What is the matter? Tang Qingxi opened the door and then sat down at the table, pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing sat across from Tang Qingxi, holding the teacup, her face clearly showing hesitation and inner turmoil. Tang Qingxi was not in a hurry and just waited. Sister Shi, are you sure about the final candidates for the Soul Master competition? After a long time, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't hold back and asked. Not yet, why? Do you have any suggestions? Tang Qingxi casually said while playing with the teacup in her hand. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath. So, has there been a result for my assessment? It will be soon, Tang Qingxi replied. I would like to request Sister Shi to give Dai Mubai a spot in the Soul Master competition, Zhu Zhuqing said through gritted teeth. So you're here to plead for Dai Mubai? Tang Qingxi smiled slightly. I really don't want to take him. After all, he came too late. Zhu Zhuqing understood this point, so she knew that Dai Mubai might not necessarily be kept by Tang Qingxi. Her voice became a bit low as she said, "Sister, she should be very clear about my identity and my relationship with Dai Mubai. That's right. I'm already preparing to propose to my family to annul the engagement with Dai Mubai," Zhu Zhuqing said, looking down at the slightly swaying tea in her hand. With a hint of melancholy, Tang Qingxi's originally drooping eyes slowly lifted as she awaited Zhu Zhuqing's next words. "We, along with his brother and my sister, were all engaged since childhood, competing for the prince position of the Luo royal family. However, in reality, there is quite an age difference between us and our respective older siblings. And bringing me and Dai Mubai into the picture was merely to put some pressure on his brother. In the struggle for the throne, the loser undoubtedly faces death, unless the victor shows mercy and spares a life. But we all know what kind of characters his brother and my sister have. If they fail, there will be no good outcome. Dai Mubai's previous downfall was essentially a sign of giving up. When I came to Shrek and saw him like that, I was extremely disappointed and angry at his lack of ambition. Now, however, sister, she has shown us hope. The Soul Master competition can basically be seen as our greatest opportunity. If we can win, given the age difference, there is no doubt that Dai Mubai would obtain the right of succession. I am very pleased that Dai Mubai can now pull himself together. However, I already have my own goals and do not wish to be bound by family constraints. But for Dai Mubai, once I choose to dissolve the engagement, not to mention my own outcome, he will undoubtedly be implicated as well. Therefore, I want to fight for his qualification in the Soul Master competition and help him win. Otherwise, if he loses the engagement and fails to win the Soul Master competition, he will inevitably be abandoned by the Luo royal family. Even if he doesn't die, he will become useless in the future. We have grown up together to some extent, and I do not want to bring him to such a fate. Chapter 96. Accepting Disciples, Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Qingxi lightly tapped her fingers on the table, and after listening to Zhu Zhuqing's words, she asked in response, "You want to dissolve this engagement, but your family's reaction will be significant. Although I once promised that if you could pass my assessment, I would help you alleviate your family's pressure. Have you considered the possibility of not passing the assessment?" Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips and nodded, her voice very calm. "I have thought about it. I would be rejected by my family, even hunted down, and I would spend the rest of my life on the run or dead. And you still made the decision to dissolve the engagement? Why must it be dissolved? In the best case scenario, Dai Mubai still has the qualification to participate in the Soul Master competition, and I will ensure you win. Then you could be the crown princess of the Luo Empire. I felt a lot these days. I've already made plans not to return to Luo. The initial decision to come to Tiando to find Dai Mubai was indeed because of the engagement and family rules, but now I have no other feelings for him. And I am not interested in the position of crown princess of Luo. I don't want to be pushed by my family's rules anymore. I just want to take my fate into my own hands, regardless of the outcome." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was very firm. During the time she followed Sister Shi for training, she was always attracted by Sister Shi's confidence and graceful demeanor and admired her greatly. Tang Qingxi has always been strong and never influenced or manipulated by others, walking her own path with unwavering determination. She also wants to be that kind of person. However, this is ultimately my own decision, and I don't want to involve Dai Mubai. I hope Sister Shi can consider my request. After all, Dai Mubai is not lacking in strength and won't hold Sister Shi back. Tang Qingxi lowered her head and chuckled softly. "I can agree to your request." Zhu Zhuqing smiled with relief, stood up, and bowed to Tang Qingxi, saying, "Thank you, Sister Shi. You have passed the assessment." Tang Qingxi continued. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, frowning in deep thought. Is it really passed just like that? Is my assessment related to Dai Mubai? Why did it pass at this moment? Indeed, to be precise, it is related to him and the rules of your family. You, who are heavily restricted, are indeed not qualified to pass my assessment. Moreover, in terms of identity, it is also not quite appropriate for you to become my disciple, Tang Qingxi stated directly. Now, let me mention my requirement. I won't elaborate on the scattered rules of the sect, as I do not fully adhere to them myself. However, there is one requirement that must be followed, which is that from now on, you cannot marry. So, you have passed the assessment, but you can still consider whether or not to make this choice. I don't want you to become my disciple, and then bring a man in front of me, talking about love and romance. I will ruin both of you. At this point, Tang Qingxi's voice was extremely cold, filled with intense killing intent, startling Zhu Zhuqing. Why would there be such a requirement? Zhu Zhuqing did not quite understand. However, in the face of her determination to become stronger, such a requirement was not unacceptable. She had originally planned to break away from her family, Without the shackles of her family, she wouldn't have any marriage, and she didn't think love was something necessary. I can accept it. Zhu Zhuqing immediately agreed. Don't rush into it. You need to think carefully. There is no room for regret, Tang Qingxi advised again. In fact, she was being somewhat harsh. This rule was not set by her. Her master had been betrayed and established this palace rule when founding the Yihua Palace. However, this rule had not been executed thoroughly. If a disciple truly dared to muster the courage, and there was someone who could give her the courage to face the authority of the palace master, then that person could pass the test. It would only mean being expelled from the Yihua Palace and having their internal skills and martial arts wasted, which was merely nominal. Of course, those who could not pass the assessment could only feed the flowers and trees outside the Yihua Palace. Tang Qingxi had no objections to a series of practices. This palace rule would be retained after she took her position and executed it according to her master's original rules, even in this world. Those whom she valued and wished to accept as disciples must have the determination to become stronger, without any romantic entanglements or distractions. After all, in this world, people must dedicate more time and effort to practicing martial arts in the Jianghu. Being distracted would lead to half-hearted mastery of both martial spirits and inner power, resulting in nothing worthwhile. If she could truly find a reliable person, she wouldn't hold them back. There was no need to think further. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her expression resolute. One more thing, becoming my disciple means that because of my connections in the future, you may have to face enemies more terrifying than your family or even the entire Xinglua Empire. Do you accept this? Tang Qingxi was honest with Zhu Zhuqing about this. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback again, furrowing her brows for a moment before asking, Sister Shi, do you have confidence in confronting those enemies? If I lacked that confidence and determination, I could have ended it all long ago. Tang Qingxi smiled faintly and said, and I will give you the strength to fight against them. Then I accept. Good, kneel down. Tang Qingxi stood up with a serious expression, appearing very solemn. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing also knelt down with a serious face, and Tang Qingxi took out the Yihua Nigong Mingyu divine skill, which Zhu Zhuqing quickly reached out to receive with both hands. This is the cultivation method called Mingyu Divine Skill, and it is only the first 3 levels. Take a look first, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the book in her hands, flipping through it briefly. She recognized the characters inside, but could not comprehend their meaning when combined. As for the characters on the cover, she did not recognize them at all. What kind of script is this? The 4 large characters Mingyu Divine Skill on the cover were written in the script of the previous world. Then should I call you Master from now on? Zhu Zhuqing asked her. Tang Qingxi shook her head. No, call me Master. And in front of others, just call me Sister Shi. All right? Get up. Okay, Master. Zhu Zhuqing stood up, cherishing the book in her hands, her fingertips gently stroking the pages. Can I ask a question now about your identity, Master? Zhu Zhuqing had been curious for a long time. My identity, huh? Tang Qingxi smiled. The Spear Hall, personally taught by the Pope. Dai Mubai won the Soul Master competition and went back to be the Crown Prince. I won the Soul Master competition and will return to the Spirit Hall as the Saintess, the Pope's heir. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in surprise. She could guess that Tang Qingxi's identity would be very high, but she had been guessing it would be related to the Tang Sect. After all, Tang San and Tang Qingxi clearly had a special relationship, and during training, Tang San had revealed his twin martial souls, one of which was the Tang hammer. But Sister Shi, she actually would be the Saintess of the Spirit Hall? By the way, you have a senior sister too. She'll meet you during the Soul Master competition. Tang Qingxi suddenly said, My senior sister? Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. Tang Qingxi smiled with deep meaning. It's the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong. Zhu Zhuqing, aren't you the Pope's direct disciple? Chapter 97. Leaving Shrek, a new chapter. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt that her mind was not quite enough. The situation became even clearer. It was evident that the relationship between Tang Qingxi and the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall was complex and contradictory, leaving Zhu Zhuqing confused. Ultimately, who was the disciple of whom? As long as she knew this, there was no need to think too much about it. As for her family, she should no longer worry at all. In the future, she would also carry the title of a Pope's disciple. Regardless of the relationship between her and the Pope, they were clearly on the same side. If Zhu Zhuqing's family refused to let her go, they could simply have Bibi Dong intervene. Even if it was a top family in the Star Luo Empire, they wouldn't go against the Wuhuan Hall for the sake of a junior. The Wuhuan Hall had no intention of harming Zhu Zhuqing, and since it was Zhu Zhuqing's choice, it wasn't like the situation with Tang Hao back in the day. So what could the Zhu family do? Yes, Zhu Zhuqing indeed felt reassured. A giant entity like the Wuhuan Hall would not confront her family just for her sake. The worst outcome she could think of was that her existence would be erased from the family, as if she never existed, allowing her family to maintain some face. Go back. Tang Qingxi waved her hand. Zhu Zhuqing immediately felt at ease, revealing a faint smile as she leaned down and exited. Then, Master, I will go back to study the Mingyu divine skill. Upon returning to Sutuo City, Tang Qingxi glanced at everyone. You all performed quite well. Those who trained with me will go together to the Tiando Royal Academy. Now go back and pack your things. I will hire a carriage and return as soon as possible. Yay! The spots are confirmed, and no one has been kicked out. Oscar felt a weight lift off his heart. However, just as he cheered, he noticed Ma Hongjun, who had been unusually silent throughout the journey, and his smile froze. Shrek still had one person left behind, but Oscar had nothing to say about it, as Ma Hongjun had not participated in Sister Shi's training at all. He just stopped showing his excitement. Dai Mubai also breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. He could feel that among all the trainees, Sister Shi was the coldest towards him, and he was the last one to join the course. Even now, he had not received the exclusive training methods that Oscar and the others highly revered, even though he had the highest soul power level. Dai Mubai knew in his heart that he was the most dangerous one. He had asked Zhu Zhuqing to help him secure a spot, and he had also noticed Zhu Zhuqing had sought out Sister Shi alone. Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile at Zhu Zhuqing. However, the calmness in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze as she looked back at him made him suddenly uneasy. On the way back to Shrek, Dai Mubai's feelings became more pronounced. Zhu Zhuqing's attitude towards him seemed to be no different from that of Tang San and the others. Dai Mubai felt increasingly uneasy. After returning to Shrek, Dai Mubai didn't rush to pack his things, but instead invited Zhu Zhuqing to walk around and talk. Surprisingly, Zhu Zhuqing did not resist his invitation this time, which made Dai Mubai feel even more anxious. Why has your attitude toward me changed? Dai Mubai asked directly. And did you and Sister Shi fight for my spot? Zhu Zhuqing did not answer the first question, only saying, Sister Shi promised to help you win the Soul Master competition, defeating your brother Davis. Really? Thank you, Zhuqing. Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile. At that time, Zhu Zhuqing hadn't actually agreed, but she really wanted to speak on his behalf. With Sister Shi leading, they would surely be able to defeat Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, returning to the Star Luo Empire in glory. However, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. It's you, not me. I have already sent word back to my family to annul our engagement. What? Dai Mubai finally understood the source of his unease. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were completely devoid of him. The previous coldness stemmed from her disappointment in him, and now that Zhu Zhuqing had no expectations of him, there would be no other emotions. Are you crazy? Annulment of the engagement aside, will the Zhu family agree? Without the engagement, when you return to the Star Luo Empire after graduation, your situation will be extremely awkward and dangerous. I won't go back. Zhu Zhuqing calmly replied. I'm already prepared to leave my family, but your family won't let you go so easily. Dai Mubai's emotions became a bit agitated. I know I disappointed you in the past, and I owe you, but I'm already changing and trying hard now. I will do my best to make it up to you. Please don't do this. I will join the Wuhuan Hall. My family will only expel me, and they cannot do anything else. You don't have to do anything for me. We are even now. You should focus on yourself and your future. After saying this, Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of continuing the conversation with Dai Mubai and turned to leave. Dai Mubai, astonished, chased after her. The Wuhuan Hall? Why do you want to join the Wuhuan Hall? But Zhu Zhuqing did not answer his question. The changes in her relationship with Tang Qingxi did not need to be spoken out loud, and they gradually drifted apart. Dai Mubai stood in place, feeling lost. Zhu Zhuqing had indeed sent word back, and Tang Qingxi had also contacted Bibi Dong, asking her to pressure Zhu Zhuqing's family in the name of the Wuhuan Hall to help Zhu Zhuqing escape smoothly. When everyone finished packing their luggage and walked out of the Shrek Academy gate once more, Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang, and the other academy teachers, along with Ma Hongjun, were all present. Yu Xiaojiang said to Tang San, Little San, we will escort you to Tiando City. Tang San initially thought they were here to see them off, but Flanders brought along all the Shrek teachers and the last students, intending to go together. He hesitated a bit, while Zhu Zhuqing remained calm. Let us first go to Sutuo City to meet Sister Shi. She will handle it. Everyone set off together again. As Flanders left, he cast a complex glance at the now completely empty Shrek Academy. Only one student remained, and they had no reason to stay. After confirming that Tang Qingxi was unwilling to take Ma Hongjun along,